This is the story of Wong Bin, the best-looking guy in his college. Everyone knew his name, but even with all that charm, his girlfriend dumped him, just because he was poor. She left him for someone richer, thinking Wong Bin had nothing to offer. But what she didn't know was, his whole life was about to flip. One random day, something wild happens. Wong Bin suddenly ends up in a post-apocalyptic world. At first, it's total chaos. But then he starts exploring, and guess what? He finds a massive stash of gold. Like, a lot. Now with all that gold, what does he do next? How far can he go? And will the people who left him behind regret it? Let's find out in this story. The hero of our story, Wong Bin, was a good-looking, smart guy who got a lot of attention at school, especially from the girls. But his heart was already taken. He only had eyes for one girl, Zhao Qian. She was beautiful, charming, and basically the queen of the school. Every guy dreamed of dating her, but Wong Bin was the lucky one. He felt proud to call her his girlfriend. Even though things looked great on the outside, Wong Bin had to hustle hard behind the scenes. He wanted to give Zhao Qian a decent life and make her happy. One time, when he was really low on cash, he even went around begging to get hired for any kind of job. Despite being a top student, he came from a regular family and needed money badly. He worked day and night, giving private tutoring, waiting tables, even running errands as a delivery guy. He used to say, a guy will do anything for the girl he loves. And a girl always wants to look good for the one she cares about. Wong Bin wasn't just smart with books, he was good at games too. Like, really good. But when it comes to love, things weren't always so easy. Then one day, something wild happened. Out of nowhere, he got a message from a system. It said he had passed some insane test, in record time, too, and invited him to enter a post-apocalyptic game world. But this wasn't just any game. If you lost in the game, you lost in real life too. Wong Bin was shocked. He wasn't even sure if this was real. But the system said if he survived, he could bring valuable stuff back to the real world. That was all he needed to hear. He accepted the risk. Right after that, the system told him the game would start in 4 hours. It told him to stay calm and get ready. Wong Bin started thinking fast. He just had a date with Zhao Qian the other day. Now he might be entering a whole new world. He realized he needed supplies and fast. So, he made a list: food, water, a solid backpack, a compact shovel, and a flashlight. Then he rushed over to his friends Hong Fei and Li Ping's place to ask for help. When they saw him, they were surprised. It had been a while. Hong Fei joked, "Guess Zhao Qian's been keeping you busy, huh?" Wong Bin laughed nervously and said, "I need to borrow some money. Like, right now. It's important." Li Ping gave him a look and said, "Bro, you're supposed to be the smartest guy in school, but the moment Zhao Qian shows up, your brain just dips." Still, they handed him all the cash they had. Li Ping told him not to blow it all on gifts for Zhao Qian, maybe buy some food for himself too. Hong Fei told Wong Bin not to worry about the money and to just pay it back whenever he could. Li Ping, while saying goodbye, told him to be careful and not do anything dumb. Wong Bin promised them both a big celebration when he came back from that crazy world. Once he bought everything on his list, he packed up, holding tight to his mining shovel. Deep down, he was kinda hoping he'd find some treasure out there. Even though it was super late, he called Zhao Qian. He just wanted to hear her voice before heading off. Zhao Qian answered, sounding annoyed. "Why are you calling this late?" she asked. Then she said there was something important she'd been meaning to tell him for a long time. But right when she was about to say it, she paused, and changed her mind. "Let's just talk in person," she said. Then, out of nowhere, a guy's voice asked Zhao Qian who she was talking to. She didn't respond to Wong Bin after that. She just ended the call without even saying bye. Wong Bin was left confused and a little shaken. But there was no time to think about it. The countdown had started. He grabbed all his supplies, packed food for 7 days, and got ready to head into the unknown. He told himself to stay sharp and look for anything valuable in this post-apocalyptic world. Still, he couldn't stop thinking about zombies. What if they were real? What if they were everywhere? But Wong Bin was fired up. He felt like the main character in some survival game. Everything was new and dangerous, but also kinda exciting. Then the system popped up with some advice. Tip 1. Always keep your mining shovel on you. Wong Bin asked what kind of danger he should expect, but the system just said he'd find out soon enough. Tip 2. If zombies are already chasing someone else, don't get in their way. Tip 3. Zombies are way more aggressive in open areas. Tip 4. Don't start fights you don't need, it could cost you big time. Tip 5. Zombies are super sensitive to sound, and since they're not exactly smart, it's easy to trick them. Wong Bin figured throwing a rock could work to distract them, as long as he had time to escape. He felt confident. As long as he stayed quiet and didn't get too close, he could avoid the chaos. Then suddenly, he froze. It felt like someone was watching him. He got super cautious. Maybe it wasn't a zombie. Maybe it was a person. And honestly, in a world like this, people could be way more dangerous than anything else. He didn't know if the person, or whatever it was, wanted to rob him, hurt him, or something worse. So, he did the smart thing. He hid. Then he spotted a building with only one entrance. Perfect for defense. Wong Bin rushed in, hoping it would give him the upper hand if things went south. Wong Bin felt a little safer now that he had cover and the upper hand. But then, out of nowhere, nowhere, he heard a weird screech, kind of like a bird but way more disturbing. He tensed up and looked around to figure out where it came from. That's when he saw it. Something stepped out in front of him, a creature that looked like a mix between a fish and a human. Wong Bin froze. For a second, he seriously questioned if he was dreaming or losing it. But before he could even process, the creature turned out to be a young girl. She didn't waste time. She pointed a weapon at him and demanded all his food, threatening him with some scary-sounding consequences. At first, Wong Bin thought she was bluffing. Big mistake. The girl, holding a sharp dagger, stepped forward like she was ready to fight. That's when it hit him. He should have hidden his food before exploring. But now it was too late. He still figured he had a chance. After all, she was just a kid, right? Wrong. Out of nowhere, she kicked him so hard he hit the wall behind him. Try anything, she said, and I'll finish you right here. Wong Bin realized he had to switch strategies. So he offered to share the food instead, saying it was enough for both of them. The moment he mentioned canned meat, the girl's eyes lit up. That's when he realized she wasn't just aggressive. She was starving. Fine, she said. Give me the food. I want it. Now. Wong Bin took a chance. He pulled out a stun tool and used it, not to hurt her, but just to stop her from doing something reckless. Then he said, I get it. You're hungry. But this isn't how you get help. Feeling bad, he handed over the canned food anyway. In return, he asked her to give up her dagger, just temporarily. He promised he'd give it back soon. The girl sat down and dug into the food like it was the best thing she'd ever eaten. While munching, she kept eyeing Wong Bin, clearly curious about who he was, and probably wondering how someone so nice could be so clueless in a place like this. Wong Bin, on the other hand, knew one thing for sure now. He had to find a safe place to stay. Fast. He also realized something else. People in this world? Way scarier than any zombie. Just then, he heard rough male voices nearby. Hand over everything, one of them shouted. All your food, all your gear. Do it, and we might let you go. Wong Bin sighed. The noise must have attracted them. Just his luck, Wong Bin thought. This day just keeps getting worse. He knew escape wasn't going to be easy, not with no exit, no backup, and nowhere to hide. The moment the bandits saw Wong Bin's huge backpack full of supplies, their eyes lit up. They thought they just hit the jackpot. To them, he looked like some rich guy lost in the apocalypse. But before they could grab anything, one of the bandits suddenly screamed. Wong Bin had stabbed him with a small knife. It wasn't a deep wound, but it was enough to catch them off guard. The second bandit panicked and shouted, "Cover the wound. If zombies smell that, we're done." Wong Bin saw his chance and ran. He didn't look back. But the world outside wasn't kind. Not even close. Just when he thought he was getting away, he hit a dead end. There was nowhere to run. He turned around and saw the gang catching up fast. The leader yelled, "Now you're finished." "There's no getting away this time." Another guy laughed and said, "Let's teach him a lesson." "I'm taking his arm for that stunt." Wong Bin was frozen. It really felt like this was the end. Then, out of nowhere, the girl from earlier appeared again. She looked at Wong Bin and said, "You really are new at this, huh?" The gang leader stopped the chase for a second and said, "Don't finish him too fast. He needs to learn who runs this place. Let him feel the full force of the Tiger Head gang." One of them gasped, realizing something wasn't right. Behind their backs, that same girl had quietly taken down one of their own. The bandits were shaken. She didn't look like much, but now they knew she wasn't playing. One of them shouted, "Boss, she's dangerous." But it was too late. The girl said calmly, "I've dealt with worse than you clowns." Then she moved in. Even the leader, who claimed to know some fancy iron head technique, nearly blacked out from her strike. He staggered and shouted, "Knife! Throw me the knife, now!" Wong Bin didn't think twice. He tossed the knife toward her. At that point, he figured if he had to pick between getting hurt by her or getting caught by zombies, he'd choose her every time. The girl, nicknamed Pretty by the group, was done messing around. She stepped forward and, with one clean move, finished off the gang leader. Wong Bin knew those bandits probably deserved what they got, but seeing someone get taken out like that was a first for him. He couldn't handle it. He did the only thing that made sense. He ran. As one of the last thugs tried to slip away, Wong Bin shouted after him, "Don't come back unless you're asking for even more trouble." Xiao Yu looked straight at Wong Bin and said, "If you want to stay alive, follow me. And don't waste time asking dumb questions." She glanced around quickly. The noise and the smell of hurt bodies were bound to attract a swarm of zombies any minute now. She told Wong Bin she'd take him somewhere safe, a place where he wouldn't be in danger. Watching how fast and confident she moved, Wong Bin felt like trusting her was probably the smartest choice he'd made since this whole thing started. As they ran, Wong Bin's mind was racing. He figured that if he didn't annoy her too much, maybe she could become a solid teammate. When he looked over his shoulder and saw a massive crowd of zombies chasing them, he realized just how lucky he was that they got away in time. After nearly an hour of running, he was completely out of breath, but also weirdly thankful for all those gym workouts back at school. When they finally stopped, Wong Bin caught his breath and said, "Thanks. I mean it. You really saved me back there." But before he could say more, Xiao Yu suddenly pulled out a knife and held it to his neck. People can turn on you in a second, she said coldly. Put the stun tool down. Now, no sudden moves. Wong Bin could feel the tension rising fast, but he kept calm. Hey, I think this is just a misunderstanding, he said. He reminded her about how he had used the stun device earlier, not to hurt her, but just to protect himself when things got chaotic. Trying to smooth things over, he offered her food as a peace offering. How about a deal, he said. You help me survive for 7 days, and all the food is yours. That caught her attention. Where'd you even get that much food? She asked. Wong Bin didn't want to give away everything, so he just said, let's just say, I came prepared, and if we're both alive in 7 days, I'll make sure you're rewarded for helping me. Xiaoyu stared at him, surprised. In a world like this, people didn't just hand over food and water. Most folks would rather fight than share. After thinking it over, she agreed, but made her rules very clear. The next room is mine, she said. You're not allowed in there, ever. Wong Bin nodded quickly. No arguments there. He already knew she was way stronger than him and didn't stand a chance if things turned into a conflict. Now that things were calmer, Wong Bin introduced himself properly. I'm Wong Bin, he said. Maybe we can move past all this and figure things out together? As she walked by without replying, Wong Bin figured her attitude made sense. She'd probably spent a lot of time alone, just like he had. Finally, he could relax a bit. He'd found shelter, made a deal with someone strong, and maybe even found a potential ally. Xiaoyu double-checked all the windows and made sure everything was locked down. Wong Bin took a few minutes to explore the house. It looked like it used to belong to some rich folks. But when he checked the cupboards, there was nothing good left, just a bunch of rags. It was obvious this place had already been picked clean by other survivors a long time ago. Then he opened a small, fancy wooden box. To his surprise, it was full of jewelry. Wong Bin picked up a diamond necklace from the jewelry box, but something about it felt off. He looked at it closely, wondering if it was fake. But then he thought, what if it's real? If it was, its value back in the modern world could be insane, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars. That thought hit hard. If he could collect more jewelry like this and bring it back to the real world, he wouldn't just survive, he'd be rich. No more stress. No more struggle. He was already imagining the chill life he'd live once this whole apocalypse thing was over. But then reality checked in. Maybe he should ask Xiaoyu if any of this stuff belonged to her. So, trying to be respectful, he quietly stepped into her room and said, Hey, can I ask you something when you're free? He started to explain how he found a jewelry box full of expensive-looking stuff and wanted to know if she recognized it. Xiaoyu, not even looking up from what she was doing, asked, You mean the safes? That's when Wong Bin noticed something he didn't expect. Xiaoyu wasn't wearing anything at all. He panicked. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to walk in like this. I wasn't trying to, he stammered, face burning. Xiaoyu, clearly unbothered, stared at him suspiciously while Wong Bin awkwardly backed out of the room, repeating to himself that next time he'd definitely knock. After calming down, he asked her again, Do you think I could trade the jewelry for something useful? Xiaoyu just shrugged. No one here cares about that stuff. It's useless. You can't eat diamonds. Can't trade them for anything either. Wong Bin didn't want to give up so easily. Okay, but what would make you consider giving it away or trading it? Xiaoyu cracked a small smile and said, This is an elite neighborhood. Almost every house has stuff like that, but it's all worthless here. Wong Bin asked again, So you're saying there's tons of jewelry lying around, and no one needs it? She nodded. Wong Bin lit up. This is exactly why I came here. He started calculating in his head how long it would take him in real life to earn even one diamond necklace like that. The math wasn't pretty. He took a breath and tried to be extra sure. Are you absolutely sure you don't need any of this? Xiaoyu didn't say much. She seemed deep in thought. Then Wong Bin remembered something. Earlier, he saw what looked like a hidden safe built into the wall. He asked Xiaoyu if they could try opening it. His excitement was off the charts now. Xiaoyu took him to the bedroom and pointed at a barely visible door in the wall. That's the one, she said. I tried opening it before but had no luck. Be careful though. These safes usually have alarm systems. Mess up too many times, and they send out a signal. Back in the day, that meant police. Xiaoyu told Wong Bin not to worry. The electricity had been out for a long time, so there was no chance of setting off an alarm. She told him to take his time and not rush, then headed off to search for more jewelry elsewhere. Wong Bin couldn't believe how chill she was about it all. Luckily, he managed to crack the safe pretty easily. As soon as it opened, he was stunned. Inside were solid gold bars, like actual gold. His hands shook as he stared at them. He'd never seen this much wealth in his life. This is too easy, he whispered to himself, grinning. If the gold was real, then the diamond necklace had to be worth even more. Then he found stacks of money in all sorts of currencies, but the smile faded from his face. That paper was worthless now. All it could be used for was starting fires or cleaning things. Still, he carefully packed the gold and jewels, checking the stones again just to be sure. These weren't cheap knockoffs. They were the real deal, top-tier stuff. When Xiaoyu came back and saw Wong Bin still staring at the jewelry, she looked confused. Why are you still sitting there playing with those shiny things? She asked. Do they taste better than fried rat? Sweeter than candy? Wong Bin laughed a little. No, but I know how to use them, he said. Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow, clearly clearly waiting for an explanation. I plan to trade them for food, Wong Bin said. In your world. Her eyes lit up. Now that's an idea I can get behind. Wong Bin wasn't sure if he'd see her again. He remembered the system didn't give any clear info on how his teleportation worked, just that it dropped him within 100 meters of his last appearance point. Still, he looked at Xiaoyu and said, if I come back, I'll bring you something special every time. Xiaoyu narrowed her eyes. I don't take promises lightly. If someone breaks their word, they're just a liar and a coward. Wong Bin nodded, taking her words seriously. Then she shared something that hit hard. Food was basically gone in the city. People were living off dried rat meat, and anything from the outside world was considered a luxury. Surprised, Wong Bin asked, why don't people just plant crops or build something near the fields? Xiaoyu explained, a few years into this whole mess, the government managed to build some colonies. Big walls, armed guards, zombies can't get in, but only a few people make it there, and it's super risky. Most don't survive the trip, she went on. Sometimes helicopters drop aid into the bigger cities, but building new safe zones? That takes serious weapons and people ready to fight non-stop. It's basically impossible now. Then Xiaoyu looked at him and asked, so what do you really do, besides trading shiny rocks for snacks? Wong Bin thought for a second, then replied, I'm just a traveling merchant from far away. I trade treasures for food, that's it. After thinking for a moment, Xiaoyu told Wong Bin she knew a few places where gold might still be stashed. She said she could take him there in the morning. But before she could finish her sentence, she stopped and looked toward the street. I hear something weird, she said. She tried to act like it was nothing, but deep down, she knew exactly what it was. The same gang they clashed with yesterday had tracked her down. Wong Bin realized the problem wasn't what he expected. It was his fault for hesitating and letting one of the thugs get away. Now, they were back. Xiaoyu quickly told Wong Bin to hide somewhere safe and not to come out unless she called for him. He rushed off as she scanned the abandoned house for a good spot to hold her ground. Outside, the gang leader asked his crew, you sure they're here? A henchman nodded. Everyone else in our crew's been wiped out. Only she could have done it. That set the boss off. He started shouting that he was going to find Xiaoyu and make her suffer for every one of his fallen men. Even if the chances were slim, he ordered them to search the entire house and bring her back alive if they could. Wong Bin listened closely, trying to understand what was happening. He heard the gang moving through the house, checking every corner. Xiaoyu whispered to him, these guys are bad news. They'll do anything for food or jewelry. Then she added, we need to get out, fast. If we're lucky, I'll find us somewhere safer. They tried to escape through the front, but when Wong Bin looked outside, he froze. A huge crowd of zombies had gathered near the door, completely blocking the way. Frustrated, he turned to Xiaoyu and said, great, guess I'm not sleeping tonight with all that creepy groaning outside. Xiaoyu replied, don't worry, as long as we stay quiet, they won't bother us. That staircase has been broken for years, they can't get up here. Wong Bin sighed, realizing how stuck they were. Trying to take his mind off the stress, he said, maybe you could mess around on my phone or something? Might help block out the noise. Xiaoyu looked surprised. Your phone still works? Does it have a battery? Then she noticed the headphones and asked, do you listen to music on it? Wong Bin nodded and handed her the headphones. Go ahead, it might help you chill out. She gave a small smile and took them. As she listened, Wong Bin watched her. For a second, she reminded him of someone, maybe even the girl he used to like back at school. There was something about her expression, peaceful, even soft. In that moment, it hit him, even in a world this broken, people still needed little moments to relax. Xiaoyu closed her eyes, letting the music carry her away. She thought sadly about how, in this new world, music, like old vinyl or radios, might eventually be forgotten. But for now, thanks to Wong Bin, it was back, even just for a few minutes. The melodies stirred up memories. She remembered the old days, singing along to songs on the radio, smiling, feeling safe. But now, those memories felt like they belonged to another lifetime. With a shaky voice, she said, don't waste your phone battery. That kind of thing. It's a luxury here. Wong Bin noticed her eyes were wet. He asked gently, did the music bring back something heavy? Xiaoyu nodded. Yeah, it reminded me of when I was happy, when my parents were still around, when life felt normal. Wong Bin didn't say anything back. His heart ached for her. He couldn't even imagine what she'd been through. Xiaoyu recognized the song right away. It was a hit from a few years back. She asked Wong Bin if he had any more tracks from that band. Wong Bin smiled and said, I listen to all kinds of stuff. Want to hear the rest together? Seeing how much the music meant to her, he promised, next time I come back, I'll bring you a whole phone just for music, plus extra batteries. Xiaoyu's face lit up. Really? Thanks, she said. She couldn't hide how happy that made her. From that moment, she actually started looking forward to his return. Wong Bin felt his heart skip a beat. Xiaoyu was being so sweet, it was hard not to feel something for her. But then he quickly reminded himself, I already have Xiao Qian. He couldn't afford to let his emotions wander. To change the subject, he nudged her and said, "Let's play that one again. I saw how much you liked the chorus." The two of them sat in the attic, listening to music as the night slowly turned to morning. Surrounded by quiet melodies and a strange sense of peace, they both dozed off before sunrise, totally forgetting to turn off the player. The next morning, Xiaoyu sat up and started explaining how things really worked in the city. She said, "Those guys from last night? They were part of the Tiger Head Gang, one of the 4 big groups controlling the west side." Wang Bin's face turned serious as he listened. "Their boss goes by the name Tiger," she continued. "He's got around 100 people under him, all heavily armed. They're bad news. Lucky for us, the zombie horde scared them off. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made it out." Wang Bin realized just how close they'd come to disaster. Going up against a gang that size? Yeah, no chance. Xiaoyu kept going. "There are 3 more gangs like them," she said. "The Wild Sands rule the east. They're the biggest. Over 100 people, and at least 20 solid weapons." Wang Bin was shocked. He hadn't expected organized groups like this to still exist. "In the north, there's Xing's crew. Smaller, like 40 people, with maybe 7 or 8 weapons," she added. Then she got real quiet. "But the south, that's where the Flying Eagles are," she said. "They're the most mysterious. Their leader's name is Fei. They've got the fewest members, but even the other 3 gangs don't mess with them." Wang Bin leaned back, trying to take it all in. The whole city was basically divided up like some twisted territory map. Survival wasn't just about avoiding zombies anymore. Now there were gangs, conflicts, and power struggles everywhere. Xiaoyu explained that outside of these 4 major gangs, there were smaller groups too. Some had banded together, others, like her, preferred to survive alone. But all in all, she guessed there were maybe 1,000 survivors left in the entire city. Everyone else? They'd turned. Wang Bin looked out the window. The city, once huge and full of life, was now a broken shell. It really was the post-apocalypse. Then he remembered why he'd even come to this world in the first place. He turned to Xiaoyu and asked, "Hey, do you know where I could find the city's storage facilities?" Xiaoyu told Wang Bin she hadn't really paid attention to the main bank when the outbreak first happened. It got looted early on, and most of the valuables were probably long gone. "Still," she said, "there might be some gold left. If there was, it'd likely be inside the building now controlled by the Wild SS gang." Since that bank used to be the main one in the city, every big deposit or transfer was protected with heavy security. In case of a robbery, the backup plan was always to hide the valuables somewhere safe nearby. Wang Bin thought it over. Honestly, trying to steal something from that gang sounded like a terrible idea. He shook his head and told Xiaoyu, "Yeah, I'm not dumb enough to walk into the enemy's base." Then he added that he had spotted a few guys nearby who looked like they were from the Tiger Head gang. But the whole building was surrounded by zombies, and the gang seemed too scared to go in, probably worried it was a trap. Trying to lighten the mood, Wang Bin reminded Xiaoyu about the food and water he had set aside just for her. But Xiaoyu immediately pushed back. She didn't want him giving away everything and putting himself in danger. That just confirmed something for her. If Wang Bin was still offering food, it meant he had more than enough. And based on how chill he was, she guessed he'd be coming back soon with even more supplies. Wang Bin told her he had 7 days left in the game world and warned her to stay safe while he was gone. Then something unexpected happened. Xiaoyu suddenly hugged him, like she'd known him her whole life. "Can I stay with you longer?" she asked softly. "Or maybe, can I come with you?" Wang Bin gently explained, "I'd love that, but I can't. The system only lets me stay for a week, and I can't bring anyone with me." He tried to cheer her up by promising, "I'll be back in a few days. I'll bring more food, water, and some cool stuff for you." Before he left, he made her promise to stay safe and wait for him. Xiaoyu nodded. "I'll wait as long as it takes," she said quietly. As he walked away, Wang Bin couldn't stop thinking about her. He was surprised by how much he trusted her now. But deep down, he also felt guilty. If it weren't for him, the Tiger Head gang wouldn't be hunting her. He told himself that once he got back to the real world and sold all the jewelry, the first thing he'd do was buy something nice for Xiaoyu, something she'd never expect. Then suddenly, the world around him changed. He was back in the real world, surrounded by bright city lights. Next to him was a couple making out, totally unaware of the guy who had just teleported in from a zombie-infested wasteland. Wang Bin blinked, caught off guard by how clean and fresh everything smelled. The girl in the couple sounded annoyed. Wang Bin looked away, embarrassed. Sorry, didn't mean to crash your moment." As he stepped away, he couldn't help but compare the fresh air here to the rotten stench of the apocalypse. It was like heaven and hell. He reminded himself, "I'm not some broke survivor anymore. I'm rich now." Which meant one thing, he could finally confess his feelings to Zhao Qian, maybe even take their relationship to the next level. Without wasting time, he pulled out his phone and called her. When she picked up, he smiled. "Hey, I'm back. I missed you so much." Zhao Qian's voice was distant. "Oh, I'm at a house showing with my parents. I'll call you back later, okay? Wang Bin figured maybe Zhao Qian hadn't heard him properly because of a bad connection, so he asked again. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian, sounding annoyed, told the guy next to her, Li, to stop interrupting. Trying to calm her down, Li reminded her, once you tell Wang Bin the truth, he'll help with the down payment on the apartment. No worries. A moment later, Zhao Qian told Wang Bin to meet her in an hour at the Golden City real estate office. Excited, Wang Bin agreed right away. He decided he'd go sell the jewelry and gold he'd collected, and then surprise Zhao Qian with a luxurious villa. Without wasting time, he headed straight to the nearest jewelry store. As he walked in, he asked the salesgirl by the window if he could speak to the manager. She didn't respond. Wang Bin frowned and asked again, a little louder, if she could call the boss. This time, she looked at him and said in a rude tone, you can talk to me. Wang Bin tried to argue. I don't think you're qualified to appraise something like this, he said. The girl rolled her eyes. Leave me alone or I'll call security, she snapped. Wang Bin, getting a little irritated now, said, what if I told you I've got a rare gemstone to appraise? She scoffed and replied, yeah right, you're just wasting my time. Then she threatened again to call security if he didn't stop bothering her. Annoyed, Wang Bin asked loudly, is there anyone in this store who actually knows about gemstones? Just then, a man walked out from the back. He had overheard the whole thing and stepped in. I'm Richard. I'm the jeweler here, he said. You said something about a rare stone? Wang Bin nodded and handed it over without hesitation. The salesgirl, seeing that the boss had shown up, suddenly changed her attitude. She tried to complain about Wang Bin being rude, but Richard wasn't having it. Go get our guest a cup of tea, he ordered. The girl, now acting sweet, nodded and went to the back. Richard turned to Wang Bin and said, sorry about that. Let's talk in a private room. Once they sat down, Richard asked if Wang Bin wanted anything to drink or eat, but Wang Bin waved it off. Let's skip the small talk, he said. Just tell me what you're willing to pay. And if I don't like the price, I'm out. Richard could tell right away, this guy wasn't just some lucky kid. He had confidence, and that meant negotiations wouldn't be easy. Richard stayed quiet for a few seconds, clearly thinking. Then he finally said, how about $8 million? Wang Bin blinked. Wait, are you serious? Richard nodded. In fact, let's make it $8.5 million. That includes labor, taxes, overhead, the full works. Wang Bin, still surprised, thought for a second, then agreed. Deal, $8.5 million, he said. Honestly, I wouldn't be selling this if my family wasn't in such a tough spot. Richard raised an eyebrow and asked where Wang Bin was from, pointing out that his last name sounded like it came from an old, well-known family. Wang Bin just replied, that's personal. Doesn't have anything to do with this deal. Richard apologized right away, saying he shouldn't have asked something so private. Then Wang Bin added casually, I've got 9 more gems like this one. Interested? Richard's eyes lit up. Absolutely. Bring them in whenever you're ready. I'll take a close look. Then he said goodbye and hoped they'd continue working together soon. Once Wang Bin left, Richard turned around and gave his assistant a serious scolding, clearly upset that such a big deal had nearly slipped away. Meanwhile, Wang Bin sat in a taxi, still wrapping his head around everything. Just yesterday, he was broke, and now he had a bag full of rare gems and gold bars. He wasn't just lucky anymore. He was rich. The driver noticed Wang Bin was deep in thought and politely asked, where to? Wang Bin snapped out of it and said, Golden City real estate office. As fast as you can. Even with millions now in his bank account, Wang Bin felt kinda weird. The luxury around him didn't feel real yet. It was like he didn't fit in. But one thing he knew for sure, he could now buy a luxury villa not just for himself, but also for his parents and Zhao Qian. Just then, he spotted Zhao Qian nearby, confused about where her mom had gone. They were supposed to pick out a house together. At that moment, the real estate agent was asking her if she liked the place and was ready to move forward with the deal. Wang Bin couldn't believe his eyes. Then he noticed something else. Li had his arm around Zhao Qian's waist. Trying to keep his cool, Wang Bin asked, who's this guy, and why is he all over you? Zhao Qian looked shocked to see him. She apologized and said she had meant to tell him the truth, that she and Li had been together for a while. Wang Bin didn't say anything. He just stood there, taking it in. Deep down, he'd already suspected it. Li looked at him and said, so this is the guy? Didn't expect Zhao Qian's ex to look like such a broke loser. Someone walking by even joked, if guys like that are allowed in here, their security must be slacking. Zhao Qian stepped forward and said calmly, let's just be real. We're not a couple anymore. School's almost over. It's time to face reality. I've already found someone who can take care of me. Wang Bin replied, I can take care of you too. What about everything we've been through? Doesn't that matter? He looked at Li and added, you really think he's the right guy? You barely even know him. Zhao Qian cut him off sharply. Please stop. This whole thing is embarrassing. Let's end it here. No drama. Li smirked and said, wait, you're the Wang Bin I heard about? The one who thought he was someone important? Then he stepped up and warned, keep pointing fingers at me and I'll break them. Got it? Show some respect. Zhao Qian, clearly panicked, tried to pull Wang Bin back and begged him to leave. She whispered that Li was a lot stronger, and she didn't want things to go south. Li leaned joined in with a sneer and said, "You're trying so hard to act like a tough guy, but we both know you're not." Wong Bin couldn't take Li trash talk anymore. Without thinking, he stepped forward and kicked him straight in the stomach. Li hit the ground hard. Wong Bin stood over him and said coldly, "Try getting up, and I'll drop you again. I don't care who you are, you don't talk to me like that." Zhao Qian finally snapped out of it. She crossed her arms and said coldly, "This is over, Wong Bin. Li, Dad has way more power than you could ever imagine. I'd never waste my life on someone poor." Then she ran to Li, panicking over his condition, completely ignoring Wong Bin like he didn't even exist. Wong Bin stood there, feeling hollow. All his feelings, everything they'd been through, none of it mattered to her. In the end, all she really cared about was money and status. Just then, a real estate agent stepped in and ordered security to remove the troublemaker, causing a scene. The guards walked up and told Wong Bin to leave nicely, or they'd throw him out themselves. Wong Bin couldn't believe their attitude. He was ready to fight again, but one of the guards laughed and said, "You really think you can afford anything here?" A woman behind the counter added, "Yeah, a guy like you couldn't even pay for the bathroom in this place, let alone a house." Wong Bin stayed calm and asked, "Is 6 million not enough for you?" Everyone went quiet. Just then, the director of the real estate agency, who had overheard the commotion from the front desk, walked over. He looked Wong Bin up and down, surprised that someone so plain-looking had caused such a stir. He clearly wasn't impressed with how his staff had handled things. Wong Bin said, "I came here to buy a house, cash. But the way your staff treated me? Disgusting." The director introduced himself, apologized for his team, and added, "I hope you understand, if you're lying about your finances, that could land you in real legal trouble." Wong Bin replied without flinching, "I don't like this place. Your staff's rude, and your service is trash. Forget it. I'm not buying anything here." One of the agents whispered to the director, "This guy's obviously just some crazy nobody. Let's not waste time. I'll call the police." Wong Bin didn't respond to the threat. All he really wanted was to say goodbye to Zhao Qian, the girl who dumped him the moment someone richer showed up. But the director held up a hand and asked calmly, "Wait, how much were you planning to spend on a property?" Wong Bin answered coolly, "I'm looking at places in the 20 million range." The director's whole vibe changed. "Actually, we've got a custom-built luxury villa right on Emerald Lake. Pool, private park, the works." Then he added, "Of course, we'll need financial proof that you can afford it." Wong Bin nodded. "Fine, but first, I want the staff who insulted me to be held accountable." The director agreed instantly. Then, turning to his employees, he ordered the ones who had mocked Wong Bin to leave immediately. The director turned back to Wong Bin with a nervous smile and said, "For a client like you, sir, I'm willing to do whatever it takes." The guards stood off to the side, watching closely. They were secretly hoping Wong Bin was bluffing, that he'd get exposed and end up begging for mercy. Zhao Qian, clearly shaken by the chaos, quietly told Li they should leave. She didn't want to be part of a bigger mess. But Li wasn't having it. Instead of calming down, he pushed Zhao Qian aside and started yelling at her, blaming her for everything like a jealous ex who couldn't handle losing. Raging with anger and pride, Li yelled, "You think you've won? My dad's loaded. I'll make sure you regret this." Then he rushed at Wong Bin. But before Li could land a hit, Wong Bin pulled a gold bar out of his gym bag and whacked him right in the face with it. Everyone froze. Even the director stared in disbelief. There, in Wong Bin's hand, was a gold bar with red smudges on it. One bystander whispered, "That's gotta be fake." Zhao Qian rushed to Li, who was now flat on the ground. She tried shaking him, panicking that he might be seriously hurt. Wong Bin looked at her and said bitterly, "So that's all it takes for you to forget someone, money and power. Real love means nothing to you." The director finally snapped out of it and cautiously asked, "Was that real gold?" Wong Bin nodded. "Yeah, solid gold. And I'm here to buy that lakefront villa, right now." Then he pulled out his phone and showed a screenshot of one of his bank accounts. "This is my smallest account, by the way," he added casually. The director's jaw practically dropped. There was a 7-figure balance sitting on that screen. Combined with the gold bar, it was clear this wasn't some random lucky guy. This was someone seriously rich. One of the agents nearby whispered to the director, "That has to be fake. He's probably just some scammer with a photoshopped screenshot." But the director was horrified. If this guy really was legit, they had almost lost a massive client thanks to their own stupidity. He immediately turned to Wong Bin and apologized over and over for the way he'd been treated. Then he looked at his employees and snapped, "Unless you want to be unemployed by the end of the day, start crawling on your knees, 3 laps around the corridor." Now, Wong Bin raised an eyebrow and said calmly, Nah, make it 100 laps. Then maybe I'll think about forgiving the moral damage." After that, Wong Bin closed the deal, buying the luxury villa for 30 million. But this wasn't about flexing for Zhao Qian or showing off to strangers. This was about solving his own problems, securing his future, and figuring out how to manage all the gold and gems he now had stashed away. The next day, Li Ping and Hong Fei were walking together, still trying to wrap their heads around everything. Li Ping said he was glad Wong Bin had finally seen Zhao Qian's true colors. but he also couldn't shake a bad feeling. Li won't let that slap, or losing Zhao Qian, slide. He's gonna try something, Li Ping said. Hong Fei nodded. Yeah, and you know what's weird? Wang Bin hasn't called or texted. He's acting like nothing ever happened. Like he's carrying all this alone. That silence, it worried them. Out of nowhere, Hong Fei got a strange message from the bank. It said that $1 million had just been deposited into his account. He immediately showed it to Li Ping and said, check your app too. Maybe one of our buddies is pulling a prank. Before they could figure it out, Hong Fei's phone rang. It was Wang Bin. Wang Bin sounded super chill on the call. Yo, everything's cool. All the problems are solved. I'm heading home now, he said. Hong Fei didn't waste time and asked, did you seriously just send $1 million to both of us? Wang Bin laughed and said, yeah, I did. What took you guys so long to hit the ATM? Then he added, don't overthink it. Just treat it like winning the lottery. You two have always been there for me, no questions asked. You've had my back through everything. Hong Fei was genuinely touched, but he also reminded Wang Bin to be careful, even if he had money now. Wang Bin promised he would, then told them to swing by his place later that night, once he wrapped up a few family things. When Wang Bin finally got home, he stood outside the house for a second, taking it all in. After everything he'd been through, it felt unreal to be back. Then his mom opened the door. She didn't say a word. She just ran to him and hugged him tight, full of pure joy. She had waited years for this moment. Wang Bin held back his emotions. He didn't want to tell her the real reason he'd been gone so long. He didn't want to stress her out, so he simply told his parents he'd won the lottery. But his visit wasn't just for them. He also wanted to see someone else, Uncle Zhao. Zhao was surprised to see Wang Bin at the door. Didn't think I'd see you before the holidays, Zhao said. Wang Bin smiled, handed him a bottle of expensive Maotai liquor, and said politely, mind if I come in? Zhao laughed and replied, no need for all these formalities. Come on, what's up? Wang Bin remembered how, back in the day, Uncle Zhao was big on hunting. The guy had all kinds of gear, even air weapons. But Zhao sighed and explained that lately, hunting had basically stopped because of tighter rules around weapon storage. Still, he told Wang Bin to just say whatever was on his mind. Wang Bin thanked him for being so cool, then said, I actually wanted to ask about buying an air weapon. Zhao was caught off guard. Listen, kid, don't do anything reckless. The rules are strict now. Wang Bin quickly explained, don't worry, I'm almost done with college. A few classmates and I are heading to a remote area for an internship. There's a lot of small games out there. I thought it'd be useful. Zhao warned Wang Bin that the weapon wasn't meant to hurt people, just for hunting. But he still agreed to hand it over. He asked Wang Bin to sit tight while he went up to the attic where he kept his old gear. A few minutes later, Zhao came back down and handed over the weapon. I don't use it anymore. Might as well be useful to someone else, he said. Wang Bin examined the weapon closely. It looked strong enough to drop a wild boar. Along with it, Zhao also gave him a pack of anesthetic darts and a knockout spray he used for hunting. But he warned Wang Bin, be careful with this stuff. Breathing too much of it can be deadly. Wang Bin nodded. He could already think of a few ways to use it in the post-apocalypse. He thanked Zhao and promised he'd be careful, especially when back in the city. If someone found out he had this kind of stuff, it could mean serious trouble. Then Wang Bin left. This time, he made sure his parents were fully taken care of, not just with money, but with peace of mind. And for Xiaoyu, he went all out. He got her tons of food, a new phone with 10 fully charged batteries, and stocked up on gear. In addition to the weapon, Wang Bin grabbed a machete and didn't forget the homemade detonators he and Xiaoyu once used to bring down a building in the mountains. He remembered how one day in the post-apocalyptic world was equal to 7 days in the real world. He couldn't help but wonder what Xiaoyu had gone through while he was away. He asked the system to teleport him back. After a quick processing delay, the system replied, someone is 10 meters away from the target zone. Are you sure you want to teleport? Wang Bin didn't even hesitate. Yes, send me now. A moment later, he appeared in the same dusty room he'd missed so much. Just being back gave him a weird sense of comfort, like this wild world was starting to feel like a second home. He had one goal now, get even more gold and gems out of this place. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu sat quietly, holding a packet of sweet pills, the very last bit of food Wang Bin had left her a week ago. She hadn't eaten in days. Then suddenly, the door burst open and Wang Bin ran in, shouting, I'm back, just like I promised. Tears welled up in Xiaoyu's eyes. She stared at him like she was seeing a miracle. Wang Bin smiled and said, come on, don't cry. I'm back. You should be smiling. She nodded, still in shock. I'm really glad you came back. I was waiting for you every day. Wang Bin gently patted her head and said, told you I always keep my word. I brought a ton of stuff, snacks, meat, candy. You're gonna love it, he said proudly. Xiaoyu sat beside him, touched by how much effort he had put in for her. You really treat me well, she said softly. But then Wang Bin noticed something that made his smile disappear, bruises and scrapes on her arms and legs. His tone turned serious. What happened? Xiaoyu sighed and explained that the Tiger Head gang had put a price on both their heads. Now every bandit in the city was looking for them. She had even gone out a few times to scout the area, and barely made it back without getting caught. Wang Bin clenched his fists. The thought of Xiaoyu risking her life while he was gone made his blood boil. I swear I'll make them pay, he said quietly. They're gonna regret ever messing with us. Wanting to lift the mood, he turned to his bag and grinned. Anyway, I brought you a few gifts. You're gonna love these. After checking out the weapon, Xiaoyu noticed it didn't have the same power or range as Wang Bin's sniper, but it was still solid, good enough to finish off zombies or handle bandits if needed. She looked at him and said, "Thanks. I've always wanted a weapon like this." Wang Bin smiled and said, "Well, that's not all. I've got another surprise." He opened his bag and pulled out a stash of food, enough to last both of them a whole month. As Xiaoyu tore into the warm, juicy meat, she suddenly paused and asked, "Why aren't you eating?" Wang Bin shrugged and said, "I'm not hungry. Watching you enjoy it is enough for me." Xiaoyu frowned and said, "Don't be weird. Eat something. I'm not gonna eat alone." Wang Bin laughed, then reached into his bag again and handed her a small box. It was a phone. Xiaoyu blinked. "What's this for?" Wang Bin replied, "It's for you. And here, 10 fully charged batteries. Should last you a while." She held the phone gently, touched by the gesture. "You're always looking out for me. No one's treated me like this since the outbreak, not since my parents," she whispered. Wang Bin didn't want to dive into heavy memories. He just said, "Let's talk about that later. Eat first, then we'll play some music and chill." While they ate, Xiaoyu gave him the lowdown on everything that had happened while he was gone. Food had run low. There'd been a fight between the Tiger Head gang and the Bear gang, and some survivors had already left the city, hoping to find a government-controlled colony. The next day, Wang Bin asked Xiaoyu to come outside and try out the new weapon. He wanted her to get used to the weight and aim. He watched her shoot and guessed she probably had a good eye, even if she'd never used a weapon before. Xiaoyu tested the air weapon and said, "It's decent, but I don't think it'll reach more than 50 meters. That's pretty close range." Wang Bin replied, "Then use it at close range." No sound, no attention. Xiaoyu looked at him and asked, "Do you think we're strong enough to deal with the Tiger Head and Wild Sand gangs?" Wang Bin replied, "We don't need to fight them head on. Let them fight each other. That's our real advantage." He explained that in a world like this, no one cared about gold. So chances were, most of it was still locked up in that old city bank. "We get them to clash, sneak into the bank during the chaos, and grab what we need," he said. Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. "Okay, sounds smart, but how exactly are we gonna start a fight between 4 different gangs?" Wang Bin gave her a small grin. "That's why I brought this." He pulled out the detonator he had smuggled from the real world. "Only one gang, the Bears, has explosives. We'll blow up the Tiger Head gang's warehouse and make it look like the Bears did it. Then boom, chaos." Xiaoyu quickly caught on. "And once the Tiger gang retaliates, the others will get pulled in too. We just sit back and let the mess unfold." Wang Bin nodded. "Exactly. Let them finish each other off. We stay in the shadows, and clean up after." Wang Bin was a little nervous. He figured a place as important as a food warehouse would be packed with guards. But Xiaoyu calmed him down. "Don't worry. The whole city cuts power at night, and the guards usually knock out by 8 p.m. Plus, I know the building layout. There are tons of emergency exits and side entrances. First thing we should do is deal with the tiger himself." Wang Bin was impressed. Her info was solid, and her confidence gave him hope. "Perfect. If those guys want to chase us, they better be ready to pay for it," he said. Feeling good about the plan, Wang Bin suggested they head over and start setting things up. When they got to the warehouse, something felt off. The place wasn't as heavily guarded as expected, which made Wang Bin uneasy. They quietly moved a wooden panel covering one of the windows and slipped inside. Wang Bin glanced around and said, "Let's skip the guard sleeping on the first floor and head straight up to the 5th. That's probably where the good stuff is." As they climbed the stairs, he figured the 4th floor must be where the gang leaders lived, while the 5th floor likely held the main food supply and their boss. Meanwhile, the guard downstairs was having a dream about eating fried chicken, totally unaware of what was going on. Upstairs, some of the gang members were talking about how they were running low on food. One guy said they only had about a month's worth left. Another suggested raiding the Bear gang to restock, but one of them quickly shut that idea down. "The Bears have explosives. If we go after them, we're finished," he said. Tired and hungry, they all agreed that even mentioning this stuff would tick off their tiger boss. Just then, one of them got up and said, "I'm heading to the bathroom," pointing toward a hallway at the end. Wang Bin, hearing the door slam, turned to Xiaoyu and whispered, "That's gotta be the tiger's room." Next to it was another door, locked tight. He figured that had to be the food storage. Xiaoyu asked, "Should we wait until the tigers and bears start fighting? Might be easier." Wang Bin shook his head. "No time. I've only got 7 days in this world. And if they've got food for a month, they're not making any moves anytime soon." The only real issue? The storage room was locked, and Tiger probably had the key. But Xiaoyu just smiled and said, "I got this. Locks aren't a problem." She pulled out a thin wire and started working on the lock. "Give me a few seconds," she said confidently. "No door in this world can stop me." As soon as Wang Bin opened the door, he knew they'd found the main food storage room, just like they planned. "All right," he said. "Let's plant the explosives and get out. No point hanging around." But Xiaoyu hesitated. "This is a ton of rice. Can I at least take one bag?" Wang Bin shook his head. "Nope, it's way too heavy. It'll slow us down. We need to move fast once this place blows." Right then, they heard panicked voices echoing through the halls, bandits yelling for help. Xiao Yu froze. She recognized the voices. Sounds like someone else got in the same way we did. Wang Bin replied, someone must have disturbed the zombies. We gotta go now. Elsewhere in the building, a group of bandits ran up to a locked gate, shouting for their boss to let them in. We've got urgent news. Something's wrong, they yelled. The boss opened the door, and punched the guy right in the face. I told you not to bother me unless it's life or death, he growled. The bandits, shaking, tried to explain. Zombies, they're inside the building. We don't know how. The boss was shocked. How did those freaks break into a lockdown base like this? Then he noticed the broken door lock, and the wine spilled across the floor. Who touched my room? He shouted. His eyes locked onto a pile of bags in the middle of the room. Then he froze. Dynamite. A second later, boom. A massive explosion ripped through the warehouse, knocking everyone off their feet. When the dust settled, the furious boss was the first to speak. Someone did this on purpose. It had to be the Bear Gang. Meanwhile, Wang Bin and Xiao Yu were already making their escape. His plan had worked. The two gangs would tear each other apart, and he'd use the chaos to his advantage. As they searched for a way out, Xiao Yu spotted a ventilation hatch. Think we can crawl through to the next room? She asked. Wang Bin nodded. After making sure it was clear, they dropped into the next hallway and kept moving. But just as they turned the corner, they stopped. A huge group of zombies was at the end of the corridor, wandering aimlessly but clearly hungry. Wang Bin didn't hesitate. Stay alert, he said. If they spot us, we're in real trouble. When they saw the massive group of zombies ahead, Xiao Yu didn't hesitate. She ran out to draw their attention, giving Wang Bin time to fall back. Wang Bin wanted to warn her that bladed weapons worked best against zombies, but Xiao Yu already knew what she was doing. This wasn't her first time dealing with them. Wang Bin also had some experience, but only in video games. In real life, this was his first real zombie encounter. Still, he looked at Xiao Yu and said confidently, "We've got this. We're getting out together. From now on, we've got each other's backs." He urged her to keep moving, saying the zombies were slow and probably wouldn't catch them if they stayed smart. Eventually, they made it out of that nightmare of a building and back to their hideout nearby. Wang Bin couldn't help but think, if there had been more zombies in that hallway, we wouldn't have made it. Back at the shelter, Xiao Yu sat down, clearly exhausted and starving. That took way longer than I thought, she said, rubbing her stomach. Wang Bin smiled and congratulated her. Then he handed her a solid meal, one she had smartly packed earlier. Xiao Yu grinned, "You're like my guardian angel or something, always showing up with food right when I need it." Wang Bin laughed. No matter how long he'd known her, Xiao Yu's appetite always surprised him. She noticed a familiar can in his hand and said, "Wait, is that beer? Can I have one?" Wang Bin teased, "Good girls don't drink beer. I brought juice and soda just for you." Xiao Yu rolled her eyes. "I'm not a kid. I can choose what I drink." Wang Bin gave in with a smile. "Alright, fine. I'm gonna hit the shower. Don't get into trouble while I'm gone." As soon as he left, Xiao Yu looked at the can and thought, "It's been ages since I had beer. I need to remember what it tastes like." Meanwhile, Wang Bin reached out to the system. He wanted to look over a game clue he hadn't had time to check earlier. The system responded, "Try paying attention next time. I'll show you the info now, so listen carefully." Wang Bin looked over the screen. It displayed his player profile and stats. The system explained that this panel helped track his in-game performance and growth. But as Wang Bin reviewed the numbers, he was surprised. "These stats feel way lower than what they should be," he said. The system calmly replied, "No need to stress. Game stats don't always match real-life skills. They're calculated differently here." Wang Bin looked at his stat panel and asked, "Okay, so how do I actually improve these numbers?" The system replied, "No need to rush. Everything will come in time. Once you find some gold, more options will unlock." Wang Bin sighed. The game's structure reminded him of those old RPGs he used to love, except now everything was happening in real life. When he saw how much gold it cost to upgrade, he felt low-key annoyed. "This price is insane," he muttered. "You totally boosted it on purpose." But the system tried to calm him down. "Trust me," it said. "It's worth every coin. With the upgrade, you'll unlock better skills. You'll even get a shot at winning rare ability books through the lottery." The system explained that he could actually boost his combat skills, not just in a virtual world, but by taking down real threats. The more he fought, the stronger he'd get. "So don't waste time," it said. "Go get that gold." Wang Bin paused, thinking back to the day Li humiliated him. That moment still stung, and now more than ever, he needed strength, real strength. For a second, he worried about the side effects of leveling up. "What if I go bald or something?" he thought. Then he shrugged. "Whatever, I'll ask the system if it happens." His main focus now was clear: collect gold, upgrade the system, and get stronger, fast. Just then, he noticed the empty food cans on the table. Xiao Yu had passed out on the couch, With some effort, Wang Bin lifted her up and gently moved her to the bed. She wasn't exactly light. As he tucked her in, he couldn't help but notice how pretty she looked while sleeping. He stared for a second, thinking, she really is beautiful. Maybe the most beautiful girl I've ever met. He found himself comparing her to Zhao Qian. Lately, Zhao Qian treated him like he didn't matter. But Xiao Yu always welcomed him with a smile, even when things were tough. Still, he caught himself daydreaming. No, focus. I've got bigger stuff to deal with right now, he told himself. Wang Bin decided he needed a cold shower. Fast. If he didn't cool off, he might do something dumb. The second the door closed behind him, Xiao Yu opened her eyes. She had been awake the whole time. Does he really just see me as a friend? She whispered to herself. Then she shook her head. Whatever, doesn't matter. We're just partners. But even she didn't sound totally convinced. The next morning, Wang Bin woke Xiao Yu up and told her it was time to move. Once they stepped outside, Xiao Yu paused. Do you smell that? She asked. Wang Bin took a deep breath and nodded. Yeah, smells like real meat being cooked. Xiao Yu sighed. I'm so sick of canned food and sandwiches. I want something hot, something with meat. Just then, they heard a man yelling nearby. Sounded like a gang leader shouting at his guys, asking if they brought any weapons and what was going on. The leader added that if they pulled this off, they wouldn't just get to enjoy some roasted meat, they'd also have fun with the girl who cooked it. Wang Bin's face turned serious. He looked closer at the group and asked, do we know these guys? Are they from the Tiger Head gang? Xiao Yu took a moment, then replied, that one's Jiqiang. He used to lead a small group that worked with Tiger Head, but I think these guys are wild sharks now. Wang Bin nodded. Good, we can use that. Before they could plan anything, a loud female voice cut in from nearby, nobody move. Wang Bin turned toward the sound. Someone else was here. Jiqiang raised his hands a little and said, hey, chill. No one's doing anything crazy. The woman stepped forward and said her name was Miao. She asked why they were here and warned them she didn't have time for nonsense. Jiqiang told her they saw her take down a wild boar and just wanted to share the meal. We've had terrible luck hunting lately, he said. Figured we could eat together. Xiao Yu leaned in and whispered to Wang Bin, that's Miao. She used to be a cop before the apocalypse. She turned this house into a safe zone. There's a bunch of people inside, injured folks, some women, a few kids, and people who don't know how to fight. Then she asked, what do you think? Should we help Miao deal with these guys? Wang Bin nodded. Absolutely. It's a good chance to shut these bandits down and maybe score something useful. Miao looked out the window and yelled at her group, if y'all want to eat, now's your chance to earn it. Jiqiang tried to stay cool. Look, he said, we've been out hunting for days and haven't found anything. Just let us take half. You can keep the rest. Inside, a guy named Chengping turned to Miao and said quietly, maybe don't pick a fight with them. We don't have the numbers to win. Miao didn't answer right away. She was still thinking. Chengping tried to talk Miao out of it, but she didn't agree with him at all. In her mind, giving in even once meant the bandits would walk all over them from then on. They'd keep showing up, threatening everyone, demanding more. So, Miao stood her ground. She told Jiqiang and his gang they weren't getting any food, wished them luck, and ordered them to leave the area. Jiqiang wasn't having it. He said, you really think this tough act will work forever? If you keep refusing, we'll just take what we want by force. Miao didn't flinch. Try it, she said. First one to take a step forward is getting dropped. I'm not scared to take the first shot. Jiqiang was furious. He shouted to his crew, get them, take everything. Bandits started yelling and charging in. Miao could hear them smashing at the door, demanding someone break it down. She looked at the ammo, not much left. They had to save what little they had. Chengping, though still injured, was ready to fight, but Miao said she'd handle it herself. Meanwhile, the bandits had one goal, open fire the moment Miao showed her face. Wang Bin saw what was happening and whispered to Xiao Yu, now's the time. You've got the skills, take out their lead shooter. Xiao Yu locked in. One clean shot. Their top guy dropped instantly. Jiqiang froze. What the? They have a sniper? Miao took the chance and aimed for Jiqiang, hoping to end this fast. But as soon as she stepped out, Jiqiang spotted the sniper and yelled for his guys to take cover. Miao was confused. Who's helping us? Who even is this person? Jiqiang, now seriously angry, promised to take down whoever dared challenge his gang. Miao wanted to go help Chengping, who was struggling downstairs. But Chengping told her to stay where she was and quickly gave her an update. They were outgunned, but someone mysterious was evening the playing field. Then Miao noticed something weird. The wild shark shooters had suddenly gone quiet. It was like someone had taken them out one by one. Inside the gang, tension grew. Jiqiang had promised this would be an easy raid, but now his men were freaking out. Things weren't going as planned. Jiqiang decided to switch tactics. He yelled up at Miao, let's talk. No more fighting. Miao didn't trust him, but agreed to at least hear him out. Jiqiang begged, just let my guys go. We won't bother you again. Still unsure, Miao turned to Chengping and asked for advice. Chengping thought revealing who was helping them now might be risky. They didn't know enough yet. So, Miao called out, fine, we'll let you go. but this is your last chance. Next time, no mercy. Chengping watched them retreat and thought maybe this stranger really was on their side. Jiqiang, walking away, yelled over his shoulder, "This isn't over. I'll be back, and next time, we won't come alone." Wang Bin waited for the perfect moment. Then he whispered, "Now." Xiao Yu fired again, nailing another target. The bandits exploded in rage. Miao couldn't figure out why the gang leader was trying to provoke the mystery sniper. Jiqiang, clearly panicking, ordered one of his guys to cover him from the shots. He was just trying to save himself, blaming the sniper for starting the whole thing, saying they broke their word. Meanwhile, Wang Bin turned to Xiao Yu and said, "That weapon you picked is way too strong for you, even if you're good with it." Xiao Yu rolled her eyes and asked, "When do I get to use my weapon then?" But Wang Bin was already thinking about the next step. He told her not to move from her spot and not to worry, he'd keep her safe. A few minutes later, Miao spotted someone walking toward them with both hands raised. It was Wang Bin. He greeted her calmly and said, "No need to be scared. I come in peace." Still cautious, Miao asked who he was and why he was here. Wang Bin said he was here to help and offered them food as a gift, kind of like a peace offering to show he meant no harm. But Miao didn't take it. She replied, "We don't need anything from strangers." Wang Bin didn't give up. He said, "Look, I'm offering more than food. I can help protect your people and give you a stable setup. Think about it." Chengping, who had been listening, turned to Miao and said, "Maybe hear him out. Could be worth it." Miao still wasn't convinced but agreed to let him in, with a warning. "Try anything sketchy, and you'll regret it," she said. Wang Bin nodded and replied, "Fair enough. Trust goes both ways." Before letting him inside, Miao pointed a weapon at him and told him to drop his stuff and move slowly. Wang Bin stayed calm and said, "I've got nothing to hide. I'm not here to cause problems." Miao called over a boy named Xiao Nan and told him to search the bag. Xiao Nan opened it and was shocked by how much food was inside. Wang Bin smiled and said, "You can have it. All of it. Just agree to work with me." Miao paused, then told him to come upstairs so they could talk somewhere safer. As they walked, she looked at Wang Bin and said, "I don't shoot unless I have to. Only bad people get that treatment." Chengping studied their guest and was surprised. He'd expected some hardened adult, not someone this young. Still, he greeted Wang Bin politely and said, "Make yourself comfortable." Wang Bin hadn't expected to see more kids, but there they were, looking at him like he was some outsider. Miao quickly explained, "They've had it rough. They don't trust easily." Wang Bin nodded. He got it, but deep down, he could tell, Miao was starting to trust him. Once they sat down, Miao finally asked, "So, why are you really here? And what's with helping us like that?" Wang Bin didn't hesitate. "I want to team up. You, me, and your people, we take on the wild sharks together." Miao looked at him like he was crazy. "Do you even know how many people are in that gang?" she asked. Chengping looked over at the new guy and could already tell, Wang Bin probably wasn't strong enough to take on the wild sharks. But Xiao Nan? He was honestly impressed. Wang Bin was out here planning to stand up to a gang that had everyone else terrified. To Xiao Nan, that was seriously bold. Wang Bin noticed the doubt in everyone's eyes, so he asked for a moment to explain his plan. He laid it all out. The idea was to turn the wild sharks against the flying eagles, kinda like what had already gone down between the Tiger Head crew and the bears. If it worked, both major gangs would wipe each other out, and the city would finally be free of them. Miao thought about it and admitted, "Yeah, if this works, we'd be done with the last of the big gangs." But then, to Wang Bin's surprise, she shook her head. "I'm sorry," Miao said. "Even if your plan's good, I can't leave Chengping behind. He's injured, and I'm not risking the lives of all these kids just to settle a score." She was honest. They weren't fighters. They just needed food and a way out of this messed up city. Wang Bin didn't give up. "Look," he said, "I can get you more food. Way more." To back it up, Xiao Nan unzipped a gym bag that was stuffed with supplies. Miao's eyes widened. Wang Bin told her that was just a small piece of what he had. "Don't stress about where it came from," he said. "Just think it through. This could solve your problems." Miao stood there, clearly torn. She knew if she said yes, they wouldn't have to worry about food anymore. But trusting Wang Bin completely? That was a big step. She turned to Chengping. "What do you think?" Chengping didn't try to convince her either way. "I trust your call." Then Nancy spoke up. "I think it's better to fight for our future than live like this, scared and hiding forever." She didn't want to be a burden anymore and quietly asked if she could help. Miao looked shaken. On one side was her anger, wanting payback, but on the other hand, the kids. She didn't want to put them at risk. Just then, Xiao Nan snapped. "You're being a coward," he said. "If you won't do it, I'll help Wang Bin myself." Xiao Nan's anger wasn't just about now. He was still grieving for his parents, taken from him by the wild sharks. And he wanted revenge. But Wang Bin shut him down. "Hey," he said firmly, "that's not cool. You have no idea what Miao's been through." Wang Bin looked at the boy and said, "If I were her, I'd have left a long time ago." But she didn't. She's still here, doing everything she can to protect all of you. That's not weakness, that's real strength. Xiao Nan realized he messed up. He looked at Miao, ashamed, and quickly apologized. Miao, clearly upset by Xiao Nan's outburst, made it known that she did want payback for what happened to his parents. The only reason she hadn't acted yet was because the wild sharks outnumbered them, by a lot. But after hearing Wang Bin's plan again, all the details about turning the big gangs against each other, Meow started to see things differently. She realized she had a big part to play in all this. Then she nodded and said, "Alright, I'm in." Wangbin lit up. He turned to Xiao Nan and told him to stop dragging his feet and get ready. Meow gathered the whole group and announced the plan. Things were about to change, in a big way. That same day, everyone started practicing with some of the wild shark's old pistols they'd managed to snag in a recent scuffle. Just to stay sharp, Xiao Yu, holding one of the weapons, said, "Dang, this thing's loud, but it packs a serious punch." Meow, realizing how few people were actually in their team, still looked determined. Wangbin stepped up and said, "It's fine. Xiao Yu and I are pretty good shots. We'll make it work." While they were training, Chengping took a sip of a cold beer and smiled, thanking Wangbin for the gift. Xiao Yu laughed and said, "He might have brought the beer, but I definitely drank most of it." Meow joined in the jokes too. She looked at Chengping and said, "Out here, beer trades for 3 packs of ammo." Chengping replied without missing a beat, "Throw in some cigarettes next time, and we'll call it perfect." Wangbin chuckled and promised to bring some next time if he could find any. He handed Meow a cold can and said, "Here, you've earned this." Meow was surprised but grateful. "It's been forever since I've had one," she said, taking a sip. "Still hits the spot." Then she smiled and added, "This actually helps. Takes the edge off." Wangbin turned to the kids and said, "Don't be shy. I brought sweets just for you guys." The kids looked at Meow, waiting for her go ahead. She gave a soft nod and said, "Alright, but one each, okay?" Then, just as things were starting to feel normal again, a loud explosion shook the building. Wangbin froze for a second, then pointed out the window. "That's it. The beer gang and the tiger heads, they're going at it." Meow looked where he was pointing and saw the chaos unfolding outside, fire, noise, and flashes of conflict lighting up the streets. The war had officially started. Meow had agreed to trust Wangbin for now, but there was something that still bugged her. She finally asked him the question that had been on her mind. "Why didn't you just stay hidden with Xiao Yu? You had enough supplies to wait it out, right? Why get involved in gang stuff?" Wangbin looked serious. "Because I want to end this chaos, for good. These people ruin too many lives, and I can't just sit back and watch." Then he called over Xiao Nan and handed him a weapon he'd picked up off one of the bandits during a previous escape. Xiao Nan was shocked. "You're giving this to me? I've never even used one before," Xiao Nan said. Wangbin replied, "You're not a kid anymore, Xiao Nan. You're a man now, and it's your job to protect your sister." Xiao Nan turned to Meow, unsure. "Can I take it?" he asked. Meow hesitated for a second, then nodded. "Okay, but be careful with it." Xiao Nan thanked Wangbin. You could tell he didn't expect that kind of trust. Wangbin reminded him to follow every rule he'd just given and said that starting tomorrow, Xiao Nan was joining the others for daily training. Meow watched all this happen and couldn't help but wonder, who even is this guy? He jumps in to help strangers like it's no big deal, and now he's taking care of the kids too? Later that night, Wangbin suggested everyone get some rest. They'd be heading out at sunrise. After an early breakfast, Wangbin and Meow led the group toward the wild shark's base. Meow knew the layout of the area, so she guided them quickly and quietly. When they got close, they spotted the shark's headquarters, well guarded and fortified. So they decided to hide out in an old abandoned building nearby to make a plan. Wangbin noticed something useful right away. Only a few of the gang members had actual weapons. Most of them were just carrying blades and scrap-made clubs. That gave them an edge. Meow nodded and said, "Let's take out the armed guys first." Quietly, one of the sharks stepped away from the group, saying something about needing the bathroom. That's when it happened. A single, well-aimed shot dropped him. Just like that, chaos broke out. The bandits panicked and scattered, yelling at each other and ducking for cover. No one had any clue where the attack was coming from. Wangbin watched the confusion and felt a rush of satisfaction. This was the kind of disruption he needed. He turned his focus toward his real target, the flying eagles. With the shark's base being so close to the eagles' hideout, the timing was perfect. Meanwhile, back at the Sharks HQ, their leader, Xing, was losing it. He stormed out of his room, furious. "Who dares pull something like this?" he shouted. He was ready to get payback, no matter the cost. When his guys told him about the sneak attack, they all assumed the flying eagles were behind it. "Only those punks would pull something like this," one of the sharks said. Xing wasn't buying it. He told his men that something felt off. The flying eagles wouldn't just randomly start a war, not unless someone else was pulling strings behind the scenes. "There's a third group in play," Xing said, "and we need to find out who." He ordered one of his guys to go question every informant in the city. Anyone new in town, anyone acting weird, find them. If both the bear gang and the tigers had taken losses, it'd be the perfect time to wipe out the eagles while they were still weak. Xing said he'd handle it personally. "For every brother we lost," he growled, "they'll pay, one by one." Meanwhile, back at the flying eagles base, no one had a clue about the storm coming. The leaders were just chilling, playing board games. Their favorite, Fei, was on a winning streak, and the others kept hyping him up. "Yo, one more game," someone said. clearly impressed. Fei, soaking in the praise, was about to agree, when suddenly, someone ran in with urgent news. Fire at the sentry post. Panic set in immediately. Back with Wang Bin's group, everything was going to plan. He reminded the others that weapons were key in a world like this, and thankfully, they had enough for everyone. Miao looked at the chaos from a distance and said, "The sharks and the eagles are nothing now. We've got the upper hand." Wang Bin knew that these gang leaders were ruthless. They didn't care about people's lives, only power. But that's exactly what made them predictable. Then Xiaoyu came over and gave the signal. The fire mission was complete. Wang Bin smiled. "Mission done. We're heading back." He told the team that in one night, they had triggered a full-blown conflict, not just between the sharks and eagles, but also the tigers and bears. The city was now a battlefield. He was sure the gangs would tear each other apart. Wang Bin looked out at the flames in the distance. "It's working," he said. "All part of the plan." Later, during some downtime, he decided to practice shooting. But after 10 shots, he hadn't hit a single target. Miao raised an eyebrow. "You're just wasting ammo at this point." Wang Bin chuckled awkwardly. "Sorry, didn't mean to wake you." Miao shook her head. "Nah, I came out for fresh air. Want some help?" Wang Bin nodded right away. "Yeah, I could use a teacher." He was surprised, but grateful, when she stepped up. Miao said, "You've helped me too, you know. I almost forgot what it felt like to believe in something again." Wang Bin blinked. "Wait, what do you mean?" She smiled. "I mean, you gave me back my confidence. I thought I lost it." While training, Wang Bin couldn't help but admire her calm and precision. She explained simply, "I was a cop before all this. Back when things were normal. I used to protect people, with Chengping and a few others." Miao still remembered how the lack of food caused fights, and even cost lives. She admitted that after everything, she'd lost her sense of purpose. In this new world, nothing felt the same. Even though she kept taking care of the kids, her will to fight had almost disappeared. Wang Bin was shocked she'd managed to protect those kids all this time, especially with all the gang trouble and food shortages going on. Miao explained that some of the current gang leaders were just small-time criminals she used to arrest. Back then, they were harmless. But now? They were calling the shots, running dangerous gangs, and there was nothing she could do to stop them anymore. Wang Bin didn't agree. He saw Miao as strong and fearless, not someone who just gave up. Unlike others, she hadn't gone cold or cruel. She was still protecting people, still fighting for something. Wang Bin genuinely admired her for that. Then he suggested they get back to shooting practice. Miao said he'd pick it up fast if he really tried. She set up a new target and explained how it worked. "Focus on the feeling," she said. "Line up the sight, the barrel, and the target, then take the shot." She asked, "You ready?" Wang Bin nodded. "Okay," Miao said. "Pull the trigger." He did, and hit the target. Wang Bin lit up. "Yo, I actually got it," he said. "This feels amazing." That win gave him a new kind of confidence. He smiled and told Miao, "We're gonna build something better. A real future, after all this chaos ends." Miao looked at him, surprised. "A wonderful world, huh? What do you mean by that?" Wang Bin replied, "When this is over, we'll leave this mess behind. Live safe, free." Miao didn't say much, just nodded. "Let's finish the training first," she said. "We can talk dreams later." From a distance, Xiaoyu had been watching everything. She walked up and asked if she could try shooting too. Seeing how sharp Miao was, she figured it'd be a good skill to learn. Meanwhile, the gang war between Tiger Head and the Bear Gang was getting more intense, non-stop noise, blasts, and chaos. Wang Bin and Xiaoyu had already snuck into enemy territory earlier to observe everything and gather info. In the end, the tigers were wiped out. Only about 10 of them survived. The loud battle ended up drawing in waves of zombies, which surrounded the building. And just when it couldn't get worse, the Wild Shark Gang swooped in and used the chaos to go after the last few survivors. They weren't pulling back now. The sharks were all in. Wang Bin's plan was working. Right after the standoff began, the Flying Eagle sent a spy straight into the Wild Shark's hideout. Fei tried to hype up his crew, telling them they had to stop the Wild Sharks from wiping them out. He demanded they defend their turf and make the intruders pay for crossing the line. Meanwhile, Wang Bin found out there were barely any guards left inside the Wild Sharks building. He knew this was the perfect time to make a move. With one clean shot, Wang Bin took down a guard at the headquarters, just one bullet. Then he pointed his weapon at the last guard and told him not to move. "Do what I say, and you'll walk out of here," Wang Bin said. "Just give us the info we need." Xiaoyu backed him up, saying she'd seen it too. Only 2 guards were posted on the floor. The captured guard didn't argue. He told them the food was kept on the top floor, heavily guarded. But then he mentioned something even more interesting, a gold vault on the ground floor. "It's real," the guard said. "It's down the hall, but even I don't go near that room. Feels cursed." He kept insisting he just wanted to help and was being honest. Miao leaned in and told Wang Bin they should keep the guy close, maybe even use him as a shield while they moved through the building. Wang Bin agreed. He liked how sharp Miao was with details. So he ordered the guard to keep walking, and not try anything stupid. But the guard had other plans. He was already thinking of escape. He knew this place better than anyone and figured he could sneak off through a back route. Maybe even warn his crew and trap the intruders. Deep down, he was plotting to turn the tables, capture the girls and take down Wong Bin himself. As they walked down the hallway, the guard acted calm, like everything was fine. But Wong Bin sensed something was off. He suddenly told the girls to stop moving. Then he went ahead to check the path himself. Right then, the guard made a break for it, sprinting down the corridor. Wong Bin realized he'd been played and rushed after him. He couldn't let this guy escape and blow their whole plan. The guard ran faster, thinking he was in the clear. He even whispered to himself that he'd come back later for the girls. But just as Wong Bin got closer, he heard something weird up ahead, a sound that made him freeze. Zombies. A whole crowd of them. He couldn't figure out how they got there or who led them in. Meow called out, "What now?" "They're almost here." Wong Bin took a second to think. Then he said, "We've gotta move fast, before they surround us." Meow pushed back, "Wait, you said that gold could help us stop the gangs. If we leave now, we might never get another shot." Xiao Yu agreed. "We're already here. Let's take the risk. The reward is worth it." Wong Bin paused, then nodded. "You're right. If we don't do it now, it'll only get harder." He told them to focus and stick to the plan. "We go straight for the vault. No distractions." They bolted down the hallway. When they reached the end and flung open the doors, they all froze. Right in front of them, massive piles of gold, stacked floor to ceiling. Wong Bin stared at the piles of gold and asked, "Do either of you even know how much this treasure would be worth?" Meow quickly replied, "Well, before everything went down, all gold like this belonged to the government." Then she paused, realizing how awkward that sounded. "Sorry," she added. "Just forget I said that." But now came the real challenge. How were they supposed to move this stuff? Obviously, carrying solid gold bars wasn't happening. It was way too heavy for them to haul out. Wong Bin mentally reached out to the system, hoping for some kind of help. The system responded right away, congratulating him for discovering such a valuable stash. Then it asked if he wanted to upgrade his current game program. Wong Bin skipped past that and asked something more important. "How much does all this gold even weigh?" The system quickly ran the numbers and said it was about 46 kilos, roughly 100 pounds. Then it offered to convert the gold into a skill upgrade, basically letting him trade treasure for personal growth. Wong Bin turned to the girls and explained, "Yeah, we're not taking this with us. Not physically, at least." Meow looked confused. "Wait, what? Why wouldn't we take the gold?" Xiao Yu chimed in, "Then at least grab a few bars. We can come back for the rest later." Wong Bin sighed and finally told them, "This gold isn't just for us. I've been working with a secret organization. My mission was to locate and report treasures like this, not take them." The girls were stunned. Xiao Yu asked, "So all those times you vanished for a week, that was to meet these people?" Wong Bin nodded. "You got it. You're sharper than you let on." Meow, still trying to make sense of it, asked, "Is that why you always had supplies? You're with someone powerful, aren't you?" Wong Bin didn't deny it, but he kept things vague. "I can't share details. It's classified. But I promise I've never used either of you. I'm on your side." Meow looked at him for a moment, then finally said, "I've been watching you this whole time. I trust you." Wong Bin smiled, grateful, and asked them both to wait outside and keep watch. "Make sure no one sneaks up on us. And if things go bad, don't try to be heroes." As they left, Meow reminded him, "You're still inside Wild Shark HQ, don't take too long." Once alone, Wong Bin gave the command to the system, "Start the update." The system confirmed. "Loading new program. This may take some time." And just like that, the next stage of the mission began. The system finally finished the update and unlocked a massive storage feature. Now, Wong Bin could move anything into this space just by thinking about it. No dragging, no effort. Everything just vanished into the system in an instant. Without wasting a second, Wong Bin had all the gold transferred into the storage. The system confirmed the transfer and mentioned that 1,000 kilograms of gold had been used to cover the upgrade costs. Wong Bin was blown away. Moving heavy stuff was no longer a problem. With this mobile space, he felt like he had unlocked a cheat code. Curious, he asked if there were more updates available. The system offered to unlock the next level, which came with a lottery feature where he could win crazy rewards. Even though the upgrade cost was high, Wong Bin went for it. He figured that if he wanted to protect the people around him, and not just rely on the girls, he needed to get stronger, fast. The system confirmed that the download was done and everything was ready to go. Wong Bin activated the lottery. He pointed to a weird device in front of him and asked, "Is this the lottery machine?" The system confirmed, then added that each spin cost 5 kilograms of gold. The prizes, however, were said to be super valuable. Wong Bin freaked out at the price. He just spent a ton of gold on the update, and now this? But the system tried to calm him down. "Best value for the reward you'll get," it said. Wong Bin thought about it. It did sound risky, but he had enough gold left, and honestly, he'd always been lucky in games. That gave him some confidence. So he took a chance and hit the button. In his head, he was already imagining himself unlocking epic powers, fighting off gangs like the Flying Eagles and Wild Sharks, and one day returning to the real world to beat Lee and everyone who messed with him. But dreams stay dreams. The system's voice echoed, "Congrats, player. You've received a minor agility skill." That was it. Wong Bin stared at the screen, disappointed. That's it? After spending 5 kilos? He asked the system to give him something better, something awesome. But the system stayed quiet. Frustrated but not ready to quit, Wong Bin told it, fine. Let's go again. 10 more times. He had high hopes, but round after round, his luck completely tanked. No big prize, no crazy powers, just small stuff. Then the system finally said, congrats. You've received a shooting skill book. To activate the skill, defeat one zombie. Wong Bin just sighed. Seriously? All that gold, and now I have to earn it the hard way? Wong Bin felt super frustrated after burning through so much gold and still not landing any major reward. But he didn't have time to sit around. If he wanted a real superpower, he had to start clearing out zombies and keep the grind going. Hoping his odds would finally turn around, he took another shot at the system and ordered 10 more spins. No luck. Again, nothing but disappointment. A few bundles of sharp sticks and a bottle of mineral water. Pretty mid. But mixed in with all the junk, there were a few helpful things. One of the prizes was a box of weapon rounds, which could definitely come in handy for target practice. And finally, jackpot. Wong Bin unlocked a long-awaited superpower, Fire Hand. It was exactly what it sounded like, a flaming punch strong enough to smash through stone. That win instantly lifted his mood. Sure, he only had 2 kilos of gold left in the system, but he planned to save that for a real emergency. Then he remembered, 1 day in the real world equals 7 days in the virtual one. He didn't have much time left to take down the wild sharks if he wanted to keep his friends safe back home. Meanwhile, Meow was sipping a can of cola like it was the best thing she'd ever had. Man, just one sip of this makes me feel like life's good again, she said. Xiaoyu laughed and agreed. She was also trying cola for the first time, thanks to Wong Bin. The only thing missing, she joked, was a little ice. Back before everything fell apart, cold soda was normal, Meow said. Now it feels like a luxury. Xiaoyu smiled. With Wong Bin around, I don't think we'll ever have to worry about food or drinks again. Meow noticed how happy Xiaoyu looked just saying his name. Okay, but be honest, you've got feelings for him, don't you? Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. He's just helped us a lot, that's all. Then she turned to Wong Bin. You done with your mission or what? All done, Wong Bin replied, and waved for the girls to get ready to move. They had no time to waste. Meow pointed out how empty the wild shark space was. Perfect time to blow the place up, but Wong Bin shook his head. I've got a better idea. Let's help the flying eagles. Xiaoyu frowned. Wait, those guys? Yeah, they're weak, but they've got a bad rep too. I know, Wong Bin replied, but helping them will mess with the wild sharks way more than a straight-up fight. Turns out, the Flying Eagles HQ was actually pretty close. Over there, Fei, one of their leaders, was shouting orders, telling his guys to grab more weapons and gear up for a big showdown. We'll show those punks what happens when you mess with us, he yelled. One of his crew reminded everyone about Xing's promise for reinforcements. That gave them a little hope, but others weren't so sure. Why'd he even send us here if he knew we didn't stand a chance? One guy asked. Xing looked down on his own guys, calling them nothing more than bait. He didn't believe in loyalty. To him, that was just a word used to brainwash fools. He sent the recruits straight to the front gate, hoping to lure the enemy in. Meanwhile, the rest of the base was left wide open. His real plan? Let the Flying Eagles take the bait while he and his main crew, 4 times larger, would finish them off from the back. But just then, one of the guards spotted movement on the rooftop. Someone was climbing up. Panic hit instantly. Alarms blared, and everyone was told to open fire. At the same time, a radio call came in. A whole squad of wild sharks was spotted on the east side. Fei, hearing the news, quickly ordered his best shooters to hold the line. He told his men to storm upstairs and push back the attackers. Every second mattered. Then things got worse. More bandits came rushing in with bad news. They were getting hit from behind. Another sneak attack. Maybe it's the same crew from last time, one of the guys said. Fei, trying to keep control, sent more soldiers to search the nearby buildings. He had no idea where the enemy was hiding. Xing, on the other hand, was losing it. He couldn't figure out how the snipers had gotten past his defenses. Their accuracy, the surprise, it was all messing with his head. Find those fools, Xing yelled. Whoever finds them first gets a sack of flour and a bottle of wine. Finally, one of the scouts spotted the snipers. They were on the roof. Xiaoyu started to panic. Their spot was blown, and the enemy now had eyes on them. She remembered what Wong Bin had told her during training. After every shot, a sniper should move. If they stayed in one place now, they'd be easy targets. She signaled for them to switch positions immediately. Meanwhile, Fei kept reinforcing the north, south, and west sides. One of his guys ran up, grinning, and said they'd managed to hold off the wild sharks, thanks to some mystery backup. Feels like divine help, Fei said with a laugh. He had no clue who was actually helping him. Wong Bin, hiding in cover, smiled to himself. He liked it that way, helping from the shadows, without getting noticed. Even if they couldn't wipe out the wild sharks completely, the the snipers were doing enough to keep them under pressure. Wang Bin waited quietly for the perfect moment to strike again. Meanwhile, Xing's crew was in total chaos. They had no clue where the snipers were shooting from. More than 20 men were already down, and they were still no closer to figuring it out. One of the soldiers came running up. "The flying eagles are charging now," he said. "What are your orders?" But Xing just stood there, frozen. He didn't know what to say. The leader, completely consumed by rage, gave a brutal order: no one gets out alive. His men were told to finish off every last opponent, no exceptions. Up in the building, Fei felt a chill run down his spine. Something didn't feel right. He looked out the window and instantly spotted a group of enemies down below. They looked like predators getting ready to pounce. One of his guys turned to him and asked, "Do we even have enough ammo to hold them off?" Before Fei could answer, another scout ran in with worse news: even more enemies were closing in. And this time, they weren't just random fighters. It was the wild sharks themselves, and leading the charge was their cold-blooded leader. Meanwhile, Wang Bin watched it all from a distance, grinning. Xiao Yu and Miao's plan had worked. The chaos they'd created was now in full swing. Xing, holding a heavy weapon, suddenly showed himself and saluted mockingly. He shouted up to Fei, promising that he'd personally finish him off. Fei didn't stay quiet. He shouted back, calling Xing a pathetic clown who'd gotten his people hurt for nothing. Then, unexpectedly, Xing made an offer. "If you surrender now, I'll let all of you live," he said. "You can even stay the leader of your gang. I just need your loyalty." Fei looked disgusted. "You've lost it," he said. "I'm not becoming your puppet." Xing sighed like he'd expected this answer. Then he shouted for his soldiers to attack and even slapped a bounty on Fei's head: 10 sacks of flour to whoever brought him down. The thugs, tempted by the reward, went wild and charged the building. Xing promised them a quick win and told Fei he'd suffer for saying no. He had no doubts he'd win. The gunfire lit up the place as the final battle began. Guys panicked and asked what they should do, but Jiqiang, loyal and fearless, stepped up. "Nobody backs down," he shouted. "We fight." Then suddenly, boom! A rocket screamed through the air and hit right near Xing's squad. Everyone froze. Even Xing's crew stopped in shock as they saw the explosion blast through their line. Panic spread fast. Nobody knew where the attack came from. Fei couldn't believe what he was seeing. "Whoever launched that is heaven sent," he muttered. Xing's men scattered, running for their lives and leaving behind anyone who couldn't move. Most didn't even look back at their leader. Only one person stayed: Jiqiang. He rushed to Xing, who was badly hurt, trying to stop the bleeding and calm him down. Xing, breathing heavily, cursed under his breath. "They've gotten stronger," he said. "They're not afraid of us anymore." Now filled with fury, Xing stared out into the smoke, trying to figure out who had just ruined his perfect plan. Wang Bin smiled, watching his plan fall perfectly into place. Fei quickly ordered his crew to bring out a mic and giant speakers so he could speak to everyone. At the same time, Wang Bin told the system to shrink his grenade launcher down to pocket size. When it worked, he nodded, thinking how much easier it'd be to carry around now. Fei then spoke into the mic, thanking their mystery helper on behalf of the entire Flying Eagles gang. He said they owed him big time and were ready to return the favor anytime. All he had to do was ask. Wang Bin looked over the aftermath and saw that both gangs had taken serious damage. But the wild sharks had it worse. More than half of their crew was wiped out, and most of the rest were badly hurt. The Flying Eagles needed time to recover too, so it was clear there wouldn't be any more conflict, at least not for a while. Feeling good about how things turned out, Wang Bin decided to get back to his original plan. Chengping, the old man, smiled and admitted he never expected Wang Bin to pull off such a successful move. They'd managed to hit 2 gangs at once. The only thing that bugged him was that he couldn't join in because of his injury. Little Xiaobao teased Xiao Nan, saying they all knew how fast and accurate he was, and jokingly told him to chill and stop trying to show off. Wang Bin brought everyone back to focus and promised they'd all get their chance to prove themselves soon. Xiao Nan, clearly proud, stood up and declared that from now on, he was in charge of protecting the whole squad. Wang Bin, not wanting to risk anyone else's life just yet, suggested they move to a new hideout far away from all the angry gang survivors. Xiao Yu asked, "Are you sure it's safe to move? Things are finally quiet here." Wang Bin nodded. "Yeah, it's actually safer in the suburbs. There are more zombies out there, sure, but barely any people left. That means fewer problems." Miao asked, "When are you heading back to that group again?" Wang Bin replied, "I'll only be there a few more days. Just 1 week max, and I'm out." Xiao Yu chimed in, "Next time you come back, can you bring eggs? And tomatoes? And maybe apples too?" Wang Bin laughed and said, "No problem. Fresh food coming right up." Chengping shyly asked for a cold beer, then immediately tried to backtrack like he'd asked for too much. Wang Bin reassured him, "You earned it. I'll see what I can do." Then he raised his glass and said, "To our first win, let's celebrate." The next morning, the whole squad set out toward the nearest suburb, ready for whatever came next, even though that area had way more zombies than the last place. Wang Bin looked around and realized the area was packed with zombies. That's when a new idea hit him. Why not train here? It was the perfect chance to level up his fighting skills. He also figured it was time to teach Xiao Bao and Xiao Nan how to defend themselves. So, with a serious tone, he handed over 2 pistols crystals they'd taken from the wild sharks. In times like these, you gotta know how to protect yourself and the people you care about, he said. To help them get the hang of it, Wangbin brought out a whole box of ammo, nearly 10,000 rounds. More than enough for a whole squad. The goal? Clear the whole area of zombies. Xiao Nen jumped in right away, bragging that he'd outshoot Wangbin for sure. Xiao Yu also wanted in, excited to finally do some shooting. But Miao had other ideas. She turned to Xiao Yu and said, "We still need food, you know. You could head to the mountains and collect some herbs. Instant noodles aren't cutting it anymore." Wangbin backed her up, smiling. "That's a solid plan. Anything's better than more noodles." Xiao Yu sighed. She wasn't exactly thrilled about missing time with Wangbin, especially since he'd be heading out on another risky mission soon. But she didn't argue. Later, Wangbin helped Xiao Nen climb onto the rooftop for a better view. From up there, they could see everything, and it wasn't pretty. A whole wave of zombies was creeping toward them. Xiao Bao let out a scream. "They're everywhere," she shouted. Wangbin quickly calmed her down. "Don't worry, you'll see how easy it is once you get the hang of it." Then he gave the order. "Let's do this." Xiao Nen locked in, gripping his weapon and ready to go. Wangbin made sure everyone remembered the basics before they started. They trained for days, thousands of shots fired, and most of the area cleared of zombies. The kids had really stepped up. Now, they could actually handle themselves. Suddenly, the system voice popped into Wangbin's head. "Congrats. Player has reached level 3. Shooting speed and accuracy increased by 80 points. Then it added, "You've also unlocked level 2 overall. New skills now available for development." When Wangbin got back to their hideout, he was surprised to see a table full of food waiting for him. He blinked. What's the occasion?" Xiao Yu, a little shy, said, "We just wanted to thank you for everything you've done." Wangbin smiled. It wasn't a big party, but for a world like this, it felt like a warm moment of peace. Wangbin felt a little awkward with all the attention. He asked why everyone was going so over the top with the celebration. Changping smiled and explained, "Miao was really upset when she found out you were leaving soon, so she planned this farewell dinner for you." Apparently, Miao had roped in Xiao Yu and Yanan too. They'd gone up into the mountains to gather fresh herbs and spices to make the meal feel extra special. Changping chuckled. "Even at my age, I haven't felt this much emotion in a long time." Miao clapped her hands and told everyone to sit down and enjoy the feast while it was still warm. Wangbin was genuinely touched. He thanked Miao from the bottom of his heart for the amazing dinner. Miao just smiled and said, "Back in my old life, I used to cook for huge banquets. This was nothing." She also complimented Xiao Yu, saying she was on fire today, not only helping with everything, but also managing to catch a pheasant on her own. Wangbin scratched the back of his head and mumbled, "We're all just friends, you know, you didn't have to go through all this." As soon as he said that, Xiao Yu's expression shifted. She froze for a moment. So that's how he saw her, just a friend? Before things got more awkward, Xiao Nan's stomach growled loudly. "Can we eat now?" he asked, clearly starving. Miao nodded and handed out plates to the kids, telling them not to rush and to chew their food properly. "There's plenty for everyone," she said warmly. Then she turned to Wangbin. "Hey, what are you gonna do out there without even a backpack?" Wangbin smiled. "I've got my weapon. That's enough to handle anything." As he got ready to leave, he reassured everyone. "You guys can relax. I've got this. Just hold things down while I'm gone." Miao gave him a thumbs up. "We'll take care of everything here." Xiao Yu, still looking a little uneasy, asked if she could go with him. But Wangbin gently refused. "I need you to stay here and protect the others. I promise I'll be back in a week, not a day later." Xiao Yu nodded, trying to look calm. "All right, just be careful, okay?" Then, like always, Wangbin went into his room, closed the door behind him, and gave the system the order to transfer. "Transfer to real world, confirmed," the system replied. Within an hour, Wangbin was back, sitting with friends on a sunny patio, sipping a cold beer. It felt like a different universe. He laughed and called everyone to the table. Hong Fei blinked in surprise. "Dude, were you starving or something?" He pointed at the massive amount of food Wangbin had ordered. Wangbin just grinned. "At first, I was gonna invite you guys to a restaurant, but this felt better." As he looked around at the clear sky, good food, and familiar faces, Wangbin felt something real, joy. "Honestly," he said, "life in this world, it's just amazing." Hong Fei leaned over to Li Ping and whispered, "Yo, is he okay? Did all that money mess with his brain?" Li Ping just shook his head and reminded Wangbin about what happened with Li, how money can change people, and not always in a good way. Wangbin heard him out, nodded, and said, all right, let's change the subject. What about you, Hong Fei? Any plans for the future?" Hong Fei shrugged. "Honestly, I've always wanted to start my own business, just haven't figured out what kind yet." Wangbin lit up. "What about jewelry? You ever thought about opening a jewelry store?" Hong Fei looked surprised, but curious. Wangbin leaned in and said, "I can set it up. You guys won't need to invest much, I'll handle most of it." Hong Fei and Li Ping were hyped. The idea sounded solid, but Hong Fei had doubts. "Bro," he said, "even if I hit the lottery, that still wouldn't be enough to start something like that." Wangbin laughed. Don't worry, I've got it covered. I'm ready to invest 2 tons of gold. Li Ping literally froze. Wait, 2 tons, he said, wide-eyed. He quickly did some math in his head, and Hong Fei helped confirm it. That's like $800 million, dude. Even after double-checking the numbers, they both stared at Wang Bin like he'd just dropped out of the sky. Wang Bin just smiled and said, forget the math for now. I'll show you the gold at my villa. Li Ping blinked. Wait, you have a villa now too? When did that happen? Later, when they pulled up to the place, both guys were speechless. It was massive, super modern, spotless, and rich with vibes. Li Ping said, I've never seen this much gold in my life. Hong Fei laughed and said, this feels like a dream. I don't want to wake up. Li Ping chuckled. Want me to smack you awake? But then Li Ping got serious and looked Wang Bin in the eyes. Alright, real talk. Where's all this coming from? Be honest with me. Wang Bin paused, then changed the subject. I need you guys to help me find a spot for the store and start the paperwork. We're making this official. Li Ping's eyes lit up. Say less. I'm on it. Hong Fei tried to stop him. Wait, I still wanted to talk about stocks and trading. But Wang Bin cut in and handed them both a document. You guys are full partners now. I'm giving you each 10%. Hong Fei looked shocked. That's super generous. I mean, we're friends, but business is business. Wang Bin just said, I believe in you. Always have. You're gonna crush it. Then he added, Hong Fei, you're great with people. You'll handle the team and HR. Li Ping, you're all about numbers and structure. I want you managing operations and design. The plan was clear. The foundation was solid. And for the first time, they weren't just dreaming anymore. They were actually building something big. Wang Bin had big plans. He wanted to open an investment company, and he already knew who he wanted as the director. His friend Hong Fei. In Wang Bin's eyes, Hong Fei had the talent, the brains, and the leadership to run the whole thing. Li Ping, moved by how much Wang Bin cared, actually teared up. Dude, you really believe in us, huh? Just then, a truck pulled up to Wang Bin's house. It was packed to the brim with stuff he had ordered earlier. Once everything was unloaded, Wang Bin called his friends over to check it out. Li Ping looked around, confused. Bro, why'd you buy so much rice and flour? Then he saw the fresh fruits and veggies stacked high and laughed. Wait, are we throwing a party or something? Wang Bin shook his head and said, trust me, it'll all come in handy real soon. Li Ping didn't question it. He just smiled, thanked his friend, and headed out with Hong Fei to get started on the new company setup. Before leaving, Hong Fei looked back and said, this convo isn't over yet, alright? We still need to talk. Once they left, Wang Bin decided to go for a walk. He wanted to enjoy the calm, the kind of peaceful day that used to be normal. Lately, he had spent way more time surviving in that other world, the post-apocalyptic one. And even though he was back here now, that world had left a mark on him. It changed how he saw things, made him appreciate the small stuff. The sudden wealth he had stumbled into also changed everything. He thought, if it wasn't for that accident, I'd probably still be out here chasing dreams like everyone else. Just then, a guy sprinted past him, shouting that he was gonna be late for an interview. That hit Wang Bin hard. He thought, man, no matter how much I've gained, stuff like this reminds me that I'm not better than anyone. I just got lucky, and I better use that luck wisely. But his thoughts were cut short when someone suddenly called out his name. He turned, and froze. It was a group of guys. Not just random strangers. These were the same people who'd been following him since the start of his journey. They saw the fear in his eyes and smiled like they already knew how this would end. Right away, Wang Bin figured this had to be Li doing. Still, he kept it together and asked calmly, what do you want from me? One of the guys stepped forward, their leader. He gave Wang Bin a look and said, you're braver than I expected. Most people panic. Ever heard of me? Name's Dong. And trust me, I'm not here for small talk. I've got personal business. Wang Bin didn't even hesitate. He straight up accused them of lying, sure that Li and his twisted obsession with revenge were behind all of this. Dong just laughed and said, you won't be cracking jokes much longer. Then he confirmed Wang Bin's suspicion. Clara had actually ordered him to deliver Wang Bin's leg to Li. Wang Bin felt his blood rush. Take my leg? Man, you can take my whole life if you want, but I'm not handing over anything. Not wanting to fight right in the middle of the street, Wang Bin offered a deal. Let's move somewhere quiet and settle this. Dong loved the idea. Perfect. Let's go to the forest. No one's gonna bother us there. One of the bandits looked a little nervous and whispered to Dong to be careful. Wang Bin didn't seem like an ordinary guy. Dong nodded. Call in reinforcements. I'm not taking any chances. Then he turned to Wang Bin and said, look, I actually respect your guts. Not many would stand like this. Wang Bin didn't care for the small talk. Then stop wasting time. Let's get this over with. Dong grinned. Fine. Let's make this fun. Honestly, if it weren't for the order, maybe we could have been friends. Meanwhile, Wang Bin was getting ready. He had just leveled up his fire-based hand skill, and now was the perfect chance to see how good it really was. But the moment Dong saw Wang Bin's stance, his whole vibe changed. He realized this wasn't just some student, this guy was trained. He quickly ordered his men to surround and attack Wang Bin from all sides. Wang Bin knew this wasn't going to be easy. Taking on a whole group? Yeah, that wasn't in the plan. But it was too late now. Dong shouted, come on, let's see what you've got. Then something wild happened. Wang Bin caught a machete bare-handed. The bandits froze. Even Dong was shocked. Wong Bin looked around at the stunned faces and said, "You guys act tough, but you're more like kittens pretending to roar." Then, boom, he landed a solid blow right to Dong, knocking him off to the side like he weighed nothing. That new skill? It worked. And Wong Bin was just getting started. He called out to the others, "Come on, who's next?" Just then, backup arrived for the bandits. Reinforcements jumped in and surrounded Wong Bin. Now it was like 5 against 1, maybe more. Dong, still recovering, called out, "You're outnumbered now. Game over." He smiled and added, "Forget your leg. We'll take everything." Wong Bin knew this wasn't gonna be a fair fight, and honestly, he hadn't planned on this many enemies. But he wasn't backing down. Not now. Time to put that skill to the test for real. Dong gave the signal. "All of you, take him down. Now." When the bandits saw Wong Bin holding a weapon, they froze. He looked way too young to be carrying something like that. They instantly turned on Dong. "You didn't tell us he was strapped." Wong Bin didn't back down. He even dared them to come at him all at once. He called them out. "You guys act tough, but you only pick fights with people who can't defend themselves. What now, huh?" Dong tried to hype his crew up. "He's bluffing. There's only one of him and like 20 of us. He doesn't have enough ammo for everyone." But the hesitation in the group was clear. They weren't buying it. Wong Bin pointed his weapon directly at them and said, "So, who's brave enough to take the first hit?" That's when reality hit Dong. Wong Bin wasn't playing games. He was dead serious. Dong tried to shift gears. He gave some over-the-top speech about his gang's power but cut it short when he saw Wong Bin aim the weapon, ready to fire. His voice cracked as he awkwardly tried to make peace. "Hey, man, no need to go that far. We can talk this out." But Wong Bin wasn't interested in chatting. The bandits freaked out and started begging for mercy. They swore they'd surrender. Wong Bin kept his word. He fired, right into Dong's leg. Then he said coldly, "I don't care how many of you there are. What matters is who's holding the weapon now." One of the guys dropped to his knees, asking for forgiveness and saying he wanted to turn his life around. Wong Bin looked at him and said, "A minute ago, weren't you the one trying to act all high and mighty?" Another one piped up, asking if they could just leave. They fully admitted Wong Bin was right. Wong Bin waved them off. "Go, and don't let me see you again." Then he turned to Dong, now on the ground, and tried to calm him down a bit. The rest of the guys said they'd get him to a hospital right away. Once they were gone, Wong Bin finally exhaled. For now, he had scared them off, and maybe bought some time before that idiot Lee tried anything again. Just then, his phone buzzed. It was Hong Fei, clearly freaked out. "I heard you got jumped. Are you okay?" Hong Fei asked. Wong Bin replied, "I'm good. Handled it." Hong Fei was stunned. "Wait, you took on the Yakuza guys alone?" Wong Bin nodded. "Yup, but can you come pick me up? I'm done here." Later, sitting at a quiet cafe, Hong Fei was still fired up. "I can't believe they tried something like that. Does Lee really think he can get away with this?" Wong Bin looked him in the eye. "I want you to find out everything you can about him. I'm laying low for a bit." Hong Fei agreed right away and promised to keep him updated. Then, the conversation shifted. "So, what's going on with the shop?" Wong Bin asked. Hong Fei explained, "There was a hiccup with the license, so Li Ping went out to look for a new location. But don't worry, we're on it." Wong Bin nodded and told them to open the store as soon as they found the right spot. Hong Fei promised to stay in touch, but his anger toward Li still hadn't cooled down. Wong Bin tried to calm him. "Don't worry, sooner or later, he'll get what's coming." Then he stood up and said, "I've got stuff to take care of. One last thing, don't contact Li, don't give him any reason to come after you." Hong Fei nodded like he agreed to let it go, but deep down, he was thinking, how can I just let the guys who messed with my best friend walk free? So he called Li Ping. "Any luck tracking down Li?" he asked. Li Ping replied, "Yeah, found the dude at that club downtown, same place he always hangs out." At that moment, Li had just walked out of the bathroom and was about to hit on a couple of girls nearby. Out of nowhere, Li Ping came up behind him with a casual request for a lighter. Li snapped like always, "Back off, don't touch me." But before he could say another word, Li Ping hit him hard and kept going. Hong Fei, standing nearby, shouted, "Let's make sure he remembers this day." Terrified, Li immediately started begging, "I'll give you money, whatever you want. Just don't hurt me." Li Ping replied, "We don't want your money. And trust me, this is gonna be a bad day for you." Then he leaned in and told Li exactly what was waiting for him in the bathroom, with a smug smile. "Why don't you dive in face first?" Li pleaded, "Please, I won't survive that kind of humiliation." But Li Ping just laughed and said, "Too late." Then he and Hong Fei took off, disappearing into the crowd before security even noticed. Meanwhile, Wong Bin was getting ready for his next return to the post-apocalyptic world. He packed up all the supplies carefully, making sure everything would last. Then he thought, why not throw in a cooler full of cold drinks too? His crew would definitely be hyped when they saw how much he brought. Wong Bin opened the system and used the item transfer feature. A little bucket appeared in front of him, ready to store anything. The system chimed, "Transfer to system space activated. Unlimited storage now available." Wong Bin smiled. This function was seriously clutch, perfect for bringing stuff between worlds. Back in the other world, Xiaoyu was starting to worry. Wong Bin had been gone a while. Harms tried to calm her down. "Even if he doesn't come back," he said, "we should still wish him luck. don't hold it against him. He reminded everyone how rare someone like Wong Bin was, especially during times like these. Miao nodded and said, honestly, in this world, you're usually on your own anyway. But Xiaoyu shook her head. No, he made me a promise. He said he'd come back. Even though Xiaoyu used to have doubts, deep down she still believed Wong Bin would come back. She remembered the last time he returned after being gone for a while. It had felt like pure joy. Nancy stood by her. I know him, she said. There's no way he'd let you down. Xiao Bao agreed. If he didn't come back, I don't think I'd handle it. We still have that promise to practice together, remember? Just then, the door opened, and there he was. Wong Bin walked in with a big smile. Miss me. Xiaoyu didn't hold back. She ran up to him and gave him a huge hug, not caring who saw. Her feelings were out in the open now. Wong Bin laughed and said, okay, emotional much? Xiaonan let out a breath of relief. Dude, I was starting to think you weren't coming back. Wong Bin patted his head and said, I keep my word, always. Now come on, everyone, I brought some goodies. He pointed to a basket full of fresh fruit. In a post-apocalyptic world, that was basically treasure. Miao blinked like it was just hitting her how much Wong Bin really meant to everyone. Then he handed her a cold drink. This the one you've been craving? Miao looked at the chilled bottle of cola, stunned. Wait, where did you even get this? Wong Bin just smiled. Told you, I've got skills. The drink was ice cold, and with the heat outside being brutal, it hit perfectly. Seeing her reaction, Wong Bin promised to keep bringing more little surprises like that. Chengping cleared his throat and said, hey, you didn't forget my small request, did you? Wong Bin pulled out a fresh pack of cigarettes. Did you doubt me? Chengping looked like he might cry from happiness. He thanked Wong Bin and took a deep breath of the familiar scent. Then he turned to the younger ones. Okay, listen up. This is for adults only. Don't even think about trying it. Meanwhile, Wong Bin walked over to Miao and Xiaoyu. Let's get dinner going. Where are the pots? They grabbed the cooking stuff while he gave them some pro tips. Add more spices this time. Let's make that soup pop. Then he turned to Xiao Nan and Xiao Bao. Can you two help fill the pot with water? Xiaoyu gave a quick update. Veggies are washed. Meat's ready to be cooked. Perfect, Wong Bin said. Just line everything up here. As the aroma filled the room, Xiaoyu smiled. With you around, I actually feel excited to try new stuff. Wong Bin grinned and said, from now on, I'm making sure none of you go hungry. Xiao Nan's eyes locked on a big chunk of meat on the table. Whoa, that's real meat. Nancy leaned in to help the little one eat, reminding her to slow down and enjoy it. Chengping waved everyone to the table. One rule, eat what you want, and as much as you want. Miao, staring at the spread, realized how hungry she actually was. Then Wong Bin looked around the room and noticed something off. Okay, wait, why do you all look kinda down all of a sudden? Wong Bin noticed the tears on everyone's faces and instantly felt anxious. He rushed over, worried that maybe something was wrong with the food. Wait, does it really taste that bad? He asked. Miao quickly shook her head. No, it's not the food, she said. It's just, this meal brought back memories. She explained that before the whole apocalypse started, this simple dish was something they used to eat all the time. It reminded them of a life that was peaceful, where food was plenty and the skies were clear. Xiaonan looked down at his plate and said quietly, I really miss my parents. Back then, family dinners actually meant something. Xiao Bao nodded. Same. I just wish I could see them again, but I know they're gone. Her voice cracked a little. She knew those memories were all she had left now. Chengping added softly, I feel the same. I miss my son every single day. He paused. When all of this started, I couldn't protect my family. Now, I'm alone. Nancy gently reminded him, your loved ones, they aren't here anymore. And if it weren't for Miao, none of us would be sitting at this table. She smiled through her tears. This food, it's more than just a meal. It's like a little window back to when life still felt normal. Everyone fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. They'd come so far, and survived so much. Then Wong Bin spoke up. We can't change the past. But we're still here, and we've got each other. This world might be broken, but we can build something new together. Xiaoyu, always curious, leaned toward him. So, what's the plan this time? She asked with a small grin. Wong Bin smiled and said, there's a sea not too far from here. If we can reach it, we might find an island, somewhere we can actually settle down and build a real home. He explained that if the land was fertile and had clean water, he'd plant seeds and grow food. He even mentioned building a corral for wild boars. No more stressing about food, he added. The journey will be rough, no vehicles, all on foot. But if we work hard, we'll make it. Miao admitted. Honestly, a while ago, I would have laughed that off. But now, I believe you. Count me in. Xiaonan jumped in. Me and Elizabeth have been practicing. If anything comes at us, we've got it covered. Wong Bin chuckled. Easy, man. First we eat, rest up, and tomorrow we start fresh. No point rushing when we're all running on empty. He raised a can of cold cola and said, let's toast to the future we'll build with our own hands. And for the ones we lost, may they rest easy knowing we're still fighting for something better. As they all clinked cans, Xiaoyu looked at Wong Bin and couldn't help but think, maybe he really was her person. More than a survivor, maybe even a real leader. Wong Bin finished his drink, sat back, and quietly wished everyone good luck on their next steps. Then he smiled and told the group, by the way, I got new clothes for each of you. Try them on after dinner, I think you'll like them. Meow raised an eyebrow. Where'd you even get clothes in a place like this? She asked. She was a little thrown off by the fact that all the outfits included skirts, and not exactly modest ones. These are kind of revealing, she said. Xiaoyu laughed and waved it off. Girl, you've got a great figure. Trust me, you'll look amazing in them. Meow thought about it for a second, then shrugged. Okay, fair, they're actually not bad. Then Xiaoyu held up her own outfit and blinked. Why are these panties so tiny? The little cat ear headband also threw her off. Okay, and what's with this? She asked, holding it up. Wong Bin chuckled to himself and decided it was time to unwind. He headed to the bath, where a sweet little note from Xiaoyu was waiting. She had even drawn a heart on it and said she'd prepared a hot bath for him. Soaking in warm water inside a fancy villa during an apocalypse? It hit different. Wong Bin realized, what's the point of having gold, comfort, and safety if you can't enjoy at least one peaceful day? Deep down, he wanted to build something like this for everyone, a real home where they could actually breathe easy. Just then, the system popped up. System status, stable, it reported. Wong Bin blinked. Wait, are you reading my mind now? Not exactly, the system replied. Just doing my job. By the way, you should go find more gold. Wong Bin sighed. Yeah, I know. He told himself right then. He had to get stronger, not just for himself, but to protect everyone who counted on him. That's when Xiaoyu knocked lightly and asked, is the water okay? Wong Bin smiled. Yeah, it's perfect, thanks. Then out of nowhere, she said, mind if I join you? Wong Bin nearly slipped under the water. Wait, what? I don't think that's a good idea. Xiaoyu ignored him. Well, I'm already almost undressed, so. Wong Bin panicked a little and tried to stay calm. Xiaoyu, maybe just wait a bit? We're not, you know. She tilted her head. Why not? Unless you want to be my boyfriend? Wong Bin's jaw dropped. Xiaoyu didn't laugh. I mean it, she said softly. Lately, I've been thinking about you all the time. You've been there for me more than anyone else. Wong Bin didn't know what to say. His mind was spinning. He didn't want to mess with her emotions, especially if she was just confusing gratitude with real feelings. Xiaoyu looked a little hurt. Why are you hesitating? She asked. Did I say something wrong? Wong Bin sighed. No, it's not that. I don't want to rush this. I care about you too. But I need to know, is this really how you feel, or is it just because I helped you out? Xiaoyu went quiet. She wasn't sure how to answer. Xiaoyu looked hurt. Why are you suddenly doubting my feelings? She asked. Wong Bin took a deep breath. It's not that I don't care about you, I really do, he said. But I need you to understand there's a difference between love and just being thankful. Xiaoyu looked confused. I don't really get what you mean. Wong Bin nodded. It's okay. I'm just saying, we don't have to rush this. It's not life or death. Sometimes, real feelings take time to figure out. He tried to reassure her. And if later on you feel different, it's totally okay to change your mind. Xiaoyu replied quietly, I've already made up my mind. I decided a while ago. I just never had the courage to say it. Later that night, when Wong Bin was back in his room, he couldn't stop thinking about it. He honestly wasn't sure what held him back earlier. Maybe it was instinct, or fear of messing things up. Because Xiaoyu's feelings? They were obvious. She was beautiful, kind, and had been nothing but supportive. Honestly, she was everything any guy could ask for. So why was he still unsure? Maybe it was because his last relationship had ended badly. Maybe it was because deep down, he was actually starting to fall for her, and that kind of real connection scared him. Because the deeper it goes, the harder it hits if it ever breaks. Just then, Xiaoyu softly knocked on his door, and stepped inside. She was wearing one of the outfits Wong Bin had given her, something cute but a bit bold. So, she said, what do you think of my new look? Wong Bin was caught off guard. Wait, what are you doing? Xiaoyu just smiled and asked again, do you like it? He hesitated for a second, then said, I mean, how could I not? But where did you even get that outfit? Xiaoyu tilted her head. It was in the pile of clothes you gave me, remember? Wong Bin blinked, suddenly remembering that late-night shopping spree. He'd spent hours online picking something for each girl before they left. The one for Xiaoyu? It came from a store that suggested it as part of an innocent school look. At the time, he thought it was just playful. Now, he was speechless. Xiaoyu giggled. Since I met you, I haven't felt scared or hungry once. I feel safe with you. That's all that matters to me. Then she looked him straight in the eye and said softly, I love you. Wong Bin froze. She wasn't joking. She meant it. Xiaoyu gently hinted at what she wanted from the night. Not just closeness, but something meaningful, something real. Wong Bin asked her quietly, are you sure? Like, really sure? I've thought about it for a long time, Xiaoyu said, and I'm not going to change my mind tomorrow. Then she smiled, calm and sure. Disclaimer, this is purely a fictional story, made for entertainment only. Don't be influenced to hurt anyone's emotions or don't do squeezing before marriage. If you still go ahead, it's completely your own responsibility. The next morning, the group set out toward the coast. They didn't find a single working vehicle along the way, so they had to walk the whole distance. While they moved, Wong Bin kept thinking, if he could just get more gold, he might be able to upgrade the system enough to bring a ride over from his world. During the day, they ran into a few zombies, but thanks to their training and gear, the group handled them easily. To avoid drawing attention, they stuck to bladed weapons whenever possible. Wong Bin noticed something. After upgrading the system, he felt quicker and more durable. Miao raised an eyebrow and asked, "Okay, since when were you secretly a martial arts pro?" Wong Bin didn't answer, mostly ignoring Miao's usual worry. Xiaoyu jumped in, telling him he didn't need to stress. With her strength, smarts, and guts, he was in safe hands. Miao was surprised how close Wong Bin and Xiaoyu had gotten recently. Later, they reached an abandoned rich neighborhood and stopped to rest. Wong Bin figured there might be valuables left behind, maybe something that could help boost their shelter's defenses. Even though there were fancy villas everywhere, he picked a hostel to stay in for the night. It was the tallest building, so it gave them a perfect view of the area. They agreed to stay there and figure out the next steps in the morning. But they didn't know someone was watching. Nearby, a group of local bandits caught the mouth-watering smell of cooked ham coming from the building. They guessed someone inside was making a fresh meal, and by the looks of the travelers' big backpacks, they figured they were loaded with food and supplies. Some of the bandits were all for attacking right away. Others hesitated, pointing out that the group looked pretty armed, and a head-on conflict might not end well. The gang's leader thought about it. "It's just 2 dudes, he was reminded, "and one of them's hurt. The rest are just kids. We can take them." Still, they decided to report to their main boss. Back inside the shelter, Chengping was relaxing, enjoying the cigarettes Wong Bin had given him. He remembered Xiaoyu's guard shift had started 3 hours ago, and asked why no one had woken him up. Xiaoyu explained she took his shift because his leg was still healing. Chengping gave her a tired smile. "Yeah, standing guard with a bum leg's not ideal." Before heading off to rest, he asked her to wake him up if anything sketchy happened. As rain started pouring, Xiaoyu stood at the entrance, keeping watch. She figured by morning, the whole area would turn into a mud swamp. Then something made her stop. She felt it, a weird presence. In the tall grass nearby, something moved. At that moment, the bandits reached their leader. They said everyone was ready to move in. The boss looked at them and asked, "You sure you can handle the girl at the entrance?" They glanced nervously toward the hostel, where Xiaoyu stood, unmoved, like she already knew what was coming. The bandits told their leader they were ready to back him up in case anything went wrong. Once the chief felt everything was under control, he gave the order to attack. Turns out, Wong Bin's gut feeling was right, someone had been following them. Movement started showing up from both sides, and it became clear, they were surrounded. Wong Bin heard the noise and turned to Xiaoyu. "What's going on out there?" Xiaoyu looked through the rain. "I count about 20 people," she said, "but I can't tell if they're armed." Wong Bin frowned. What if that's just a scouting group? There could be more behind them. Thinking fast, Wong Bin split everyone into positions. He, Xiaoyu, and Miao would cover the windows. If things got serious, they'd fire. Chengping was in charge of the stairwell. Chengping nodded. "They're not getting up these stairs. I've got it." Xiaonan and Xiaobao were fired up and ready to fight, but Chengping told them to help pack up supplies instead and protect the rest in case things got messy. Wong Bin kept an eye on the enemy, trying to figure out their strategy. It looked like they were planning a sneak attack, hoping to catch the group off guard and finish them quick. Wong Bin knew what to do. To scare them off, he needed to take out one of them, fast. The bandits were creeping closer when suddenly, a sharp shot rang out. One of the attackers dropped. The rest panicked and scattered. Whatever courage they had vanished on the spot. Xiaoyu was hyped. "That was insane. Right in the head," she said, ready to rush out and finish the rest. But Wong Bin stopped her. "Careful," he warned. "The more we shoot, the more likely we attract zombies." Miao nodded. "Let's not turn this into a full shootout." Xiaoyu, clearly frustrated, said, "Anyone who tries to hurt Wong Bin is gonna regret it." Wong Bin could tell she'd tear through enemies if she had to. Meanwhile, the enemy leader was freaking out. "How do they have that much firepower?" he muttered. He guessed Wong Bin might be using some kind of night vision gear. How else could he see them so clearly in the rain? Now the bandits realized, fighting this group, day or night, was basically a death sentence. So the chief came up with a new plan. If they couldn't beat them with weapons, he'd use zombies. He ordered his men to lure a horde from the west side of the village toward Wong Bin's shelter. It was a dirty move, but he was sure it would work. The next morning, Wong Bin woke up to clear skies. The rain had finally stopped. He stretched and looked out the window, relieved nothing had happened overnight. Feeling a bit more relaxed, he turned to Xiaoyu. "You've been up all night. Go get some rest. I don't think they'll be coming back." Xiaoyu refused to leave. She said she wanted to stay close to Wong Bin until he disappeared again for another whole week. Wong Bin tried to calm her down, saying there wasn't any real danger. But just then, they heard a weird noise outside. It instantly put Wong Bin on edge. Xiaoyu tried to calm him, saying it was just zombies approaching. Still, she found it strange. Why now? Why didn't they react to the gunshots from last night? The sounds felt off. From the other side of the building, they started hearing that familiar zombie growl, but way louder. It didn't take long to realize what was happening. A full-blown horde was closing in. Xiao Yu immediately suspected the bandits were behind it. No way zombies just showed up like this out of nowhere. The whole thing was too suspicious. Wang Bin, on the other hand, looked kind of excited. He saw it as a good chance to practice shooting at live targets. He even joked that the bandits were dumb if they thought this would scare him. He turned to the others and said, "This is actually a perfect opportunity for Xiao Bao and Sok to get some target practice." Miao looked a little worried, but Wang Bin told her not to stress. They still had enough food for a few days. Even Chengping, who had been pretty anxious earlier, was starting to chill. At first, Chengping had totally panicked when she heard how many zombies were outside. She couldn't believe the building was surrounded, and she thought the group was trapped for sure. But the others weren't scared. They remembered what Wang Bin had told them. This was all part of training. Miao tried to calm Chengping down, saying the dead couldn't get inside, and told everyone to sleep for now. They'd continue practicing in the morning. Meanwhile, outside, the bandits were celebrating. Their plan was working, or so they thought. They were convinced Wang Bin would waste all his energy and ammo trying to hold off the horde. But inside, the building was oddly calm. By morning, Wang Bin had slept well and was in a great mood, even ready for a long shootout if needed. Xiaonan brought up the zombies again and said they should start training soon. But Wang Bin wasn't in a hurry. First, he wanted breakfast. He figured the bandits were still watching from somewhere, so he decided to mess with them a bit. He started cooking beef and onions, making sure the smell drifted far and wide. When the kids heard about beef for breakfast, they were hyped. It was the best thing they'd eaten in days. Miao, being the voice of reason, reminded Wang Bin that they might be stuck in the building for a while and should maybe go easy on the supplies. But Wang Bin told Miao to relax. Food and ammo weren't the real problem. There was something bigger going on. Meanwhile, outside the building, the bandits were stuck eating plain vegetable soup for breakfast. The chief was sick of it but held on to hope that Wang Bin's group had way better food. That hope turned real the second they smelled something amazing drifting through the air. That smell? It was unmistakable. Beef, onions, spices. Someone was cooking up something on fire. Inside, Wang Bin couldn't help but smile. His plan was working. He invited everyone to the table and told Xiao Nan and Xiao Bao not to hold back. Xiao Bao was hyped. She said her cooking was top tier and shouted for someone to bring her cutlery. Miao said she was seriously impressed, and Xiao Yu added that she made the right choice picking Wang Bin, calling him the best guy in the world. Miao was still a little confused, though. "Wait, you cooked all this, just to make the bandits mad?" Wang Bin nodded. "Yup, I did it on purpose." Miao gave him a light scolding, but deep down, she knew it was kind of genius. Then Wang Bin served up fried broccoli and shrimp. Everyone was surprised by how chill he was in the middle of all this chaos. Outside, the bandits were losing it. They were starving, and now they had to smell all this amazing food? One of them even muttered that they'd end up doing something desperate if this kept up. Their leader told them to chill. He reminded them how his village used to thrive before the apocalypse hit, over 300 people living simple but happy lives. Then the infection spread, and now only 20 were left. He understood why his crew was on edge. Hunger makes people lose control. But his plan? Wait it out. Let Wang Bin's group waste their supplies. Once they ran out, they'd make their move. Back inside, Wang Bin was training the kids. He praised Xiao Nan for landing a perfect shot and told him just one more and he'd hit 10 points. Xiao Bao, who had fewer hits, didn't take that lightly. "I'm not losing to Xiao Nan," she said. Miao asked if they were using up all their ammo. Chengping replied that they still had plenty, and honestly, this was the only way to train properly. For doing well, Wang Bin gave Xiao Nan a chicken leg, but instead of keeping it, Xiao Nan turned to Xiao Bao and offered to split it. At first, Xiao Bao didn't want to accept it. She felt like Xiao Nan earned it. But Xiao Nan just said, "We're family. We always share." Chengping was moved by the moment. Seeing how close the kids had become gave her hope. So Wang Bin decided everyone deserved something. He told them to keep that same teamwork forever. No greed, just unity. Miao, though, was curious. "Hey, where are you getting all this food from?" Wang Bin just smiled and said, "Don't worry, we've got enough to last." Miao was dying to know his secret, but let it go. Then Xiaonan proudly said he could almost shoot like his teacher now. Miao just nodded and smiled. After a bit, Xiaonan asked, "How many zombies are you gonna take out today?" Wang Bin didn't answer. He just said, "Watch and see." Outside, the bandits were confused. Gunshots had been echoing non-stop since morning. "Where are they getting all this ammo?" one of them asked. The firepower coming from the building was insane. It was like Wang Bin's group was trying to wipe out every zombie in the area. The chief told his people to stay patient. Let the noise attract more zombies. Eventually, they'll run out of bullets. Back inside, Wang Bin was exhausted. He decided to take a break. Xiao Yu saw it and offered to help, wanting to do something for her boyfriend. But Wang Bin waved it off. "I'm good," he said. "These drills are helping me improve." He knew that the only way to get better was to keep pushing forward, zombies or not. The next morning, while everyone else was eating, drinking, and taking it easy, Wang Bin kept calmly dealing with the zombies. The sound of gunshots brought in more and more of them, giving him a chance to get better at fighting. Suddenly, the system congratulated him for reaching level 4 in shooting and told him he needed to clear out another 10,000 zombies to level up again. Wang Bin noticed how much his skills had improved. He even thought he might be better than Miao now. His aim had gotten so good that he could use a regular rifle like a sniper one. He saw this 7-day survival challenge as the perfect opportunity to sharpen his abilities. One day, Wang Bin told the group that he had packed everything he needed. Chengping looked at his bag in awe and joked that it could probably feed them for a whole month. Miao finally admitted that bringing food wasn't necessary. They had more than enough. Before heading back to the real world, Wang Bin told them not to worry about rationing. He promised to refill their supplies in 7 days. Miao said they trusted him and would wait for his return. Wang Bin planned to trade the gold he had for more food, so the group would be stocked for months. He also said he would explain the full plan later, but for now, he wanted to keep it quiet. Miao, touched by Wang Bin's support, promised that no one would say a word unless Wang Bin gave them permission. Chengping also shouted that they wouldn't tell anyone where all the food was coming from. Trying to show respect to his mentor, promised to stay quiet no matter what. Feeling the group's support, Wang Bin smiled and told them to relax. It wasn't a big deal. He got ready to leave, knowing he had to stay alert because there were still risks until he got back. He asked the system to move him somewhere more comfortable. But once again, the system messed up the location and dropped him into a bunch of thick bushes. Wang Bin knew he'd have to deal with that issue later. He saw a bunch of missed calls, from Li Ping, Hong Fei, and even Zhao Qian, which caught him off guard. He wondered why she was calling. Still, he decided to check in on the shop first. His friends were probably handling a lot while he was gone, and the business needed his attention too. Hong Fei's call started with the usual, asking where Wang Bin had been and why he hadn't checked in. Wang Bin kept it simple and said it was due to business and poor signal. Then he carefully asked if the police had been asking about him. Hong Fei, confused, asked why they would. Wang Bin explained that he had gotten into a situation with one of the guys from the Black Tigers gang and was worried they might report it. Hong Fei assured him that he was safe. He also said that even if those guys went to the police, they'd likely end up in trouble themselves. Feeling relieved, Wang Bin said they could talk more tomorrow since it was getting late and he was tired from the trip. Then came Zhao Qian's call. He hesitated but picked it up out of curiosity. He asked her what she wanted. Her voice sounded a bit off, and he didn't understand what was going on at first. Then Zhao Qian asked if it was true that he'd had a run-in with someone from the Black Tigers. Wang Bin immediately asked why she was bringing that up and what it had to do with her. Zhao Qian, clearly feeling guilty about the past, asked him to just hear her out. She said what he did could lead to serious consequences and warned him to be careful moving forward. She told him that Li was shocked to learn Wang Bin had a combat-level pistol and didn't plan to let it go. Then she said something that made Wang Bin freeze. Li had apparently hired someone to deal with him. She told Wang Bin to stay alert. But before she could say more, Li showed up, and Zhao Qian had to hang up suddenly. Wang Bin sat there thinking about everything she said. He was surprised by her concern and the news she shared. It was a lot to take in, especially knowing someone might be after him now. And in the real world, he couldn't rely on superpowers or weapons. That meant he'd need to be even smarter and more cautious moving forward. Right then, the system reached out to Wang Bin and, as usual, offered to help. Wang Bin wanted to improve his security level, so he decided to try his luck with the lottery. The system, without any delay, said it was ready and began loading the needed data. After scanning everything, the system reported that there was 75 kilograms of gold in system storage, more than enough to run a lottery. Wang Bin chose to use 25 kilograms first, and then planned to use more after picking up more gold from the basement, hoping to play the lottery 10 more times. When the system found out about his plan, it gave some good news. The upgrade to unlock the trading house feature now cost only 25 kilograms of gold. Excited by the chance to trade gold and jewelry directly for useful items, Wang Bin happily launched the lottery. He pulled the lever tightly, hoping for good luck, and it worked. The results were better than he expected. He won some great rewards, but he didn't want to stop there. Curious about his own strength, Wang Bin asked the system what exactly gave him his inner power. The system explained that inner strength was linked directly to intelligence. Each point of intelligence gave 10 points of inner strength. After checking the results, Wang Bin was happy to see that his other stats were also now at normal levels. With the game finished, he decided to test his new running skill. He figured the 5-kilometer distance to the city would be a great test. As soon as he started running, he felt light on his feet, almost like he was floating. He finished the distance in just 9 minutes, realizing he was running each kilometer in under 2 minutes. Feeling strong and confident, Wong Bin joked to himself that with those numbers, he could easily become an Olympic champion. Meanwhile, not far away, a guy from the gang named Zhang was arguing with an older man for doing business in their controlled area. The old man, clearly not expecting trouble, admitted it was his first time selling anything there and said he didn't know the local rules. Zhang didn't seem interested in excuses. He simply said that not knowing the rules didn't mean you could avoid paying the required fees. Watching from a distance, Wang Bin realized that the black tigers were still using the same old methods to get what they wanted. Zhang took a different approach. He tried to keep things calm and offered to talk it out peacefully. He turned to the nervous old man and said he'd help sort out the payment issue. People nearby who saw the whole thing were surprised at how the younger guys were bothering the old man. Wang Bin thought to himself that the black tigers didn't exactly have a great reputation. Most people didn't want to deal with them at all. Then Zhang noticed a young woman standing next to the old man. It was his daughter. He saw a chance to take advantage and acted like she reminded him of his sister, pretending to be friendly. He pointed out that she didn't look like a student anymore and stepped closer to her. The old man quickly stepped in to protect his daughter and firmly said that she wasn't even 18 yet. Zhang, upset by the comment, warned the old man to stay quiet. Wang Bin watched all this with growing frustration, wondering how people could just stand by and say nothing when things like this happened. Zhang ignored the old man's warning and kept trying to intimidate the girl, who clearly didn't want any trouble. Out of nowhere, Master Li, who happened to be walking by, stepped in. He said firmly that a real man doesn't bother the weak or raise his hand against a woman. Zhang didn't like that and got angry. He threatened the old man again, but Master Li stayed calm and told him to try something first before making threats. Suddenly, Zhang felt like he couldn't move, as if something invisible was holding him in place. The guy didn't understand what was going on and told Zhang to take down the old man. Wang Bin, watching nearby, couldn't figure out why Zhang wasn't doing anything. But thanks to his special ability, Wang Bin could actually see Master Li's energy, which was stopping Zhang from attacking. Master Li calmly teased Zhang, reminding him of the bold threats he just made. Furious, Zhang called for backup, telling the others to help him handle the situation. That's when the guy finally lost his patience and rushed forward, thinking he could easily defeat Master Li. But Master Li just smiled, complimented the guy for trying, and didn't even seem to feel the first hit. Then he told the guy that if he wanted to be skilled, he still had a long way to go. The guy was shocked at how easily the old man blocked his move. He even asked if Master Li was using magic, but Master Li laughed and said that magic was a thing of the past. He had better ways now. He pointed out how young people today are so focused on technology that they've forgotten the ancient art of kung fu. The gang members couldn't believe what they were seeing. Master Li was handling all their attacks with ease. It was clear to everyone now, this wasn't just some old man. He was a true martial arts expert with serious skills. Finally, Zhang had enough. He shouted at his crew to take out their weapons and finish Master Li. He yelled that the old man was asking for it and would regret ever stepping in. Master Li, still calm, dodged every attack with no effort. He said there was no one in the world who could take him down, not when he had mastered his technique. When he noticed Zhang holding a knife, Master Li quickly knocked it out of his hand and said that people should focus on improving themselves first before trying to teach others. During all the chaos, two gang members accidentally bumped into each other and ended up in a weird and funny pose, which made the whole thing look even more ridiculous. Zhang suddenly jumped behind Master Li, trying to catch him off guard. Master Li was a bit surprised that this bald guy was still standing, but he was ready to fix that right away. Before he could move, Wang Bin stepped in and used his fire hand ability, throwing Zhang several meters away with just a wave of his hand. Master Li was shocked. He recognized that technique. It was a top-tier flame skill. He couldn't help but wonder who had trained Wang Bin. Seeing that someone so young had such strength and control really impressed him. Master Li was clearly pleased and saw a lot of potential in Wang Bin after he easily took down the gang leader. Wang Bin quickly ran over to check on the old man and the girl, hoping they hadn't been hurt. The old man, feeling grateful, asked how they could thank them for the help. But Wang Bin just warned them that there might be trouble later and asked the old man not to sell goods in that area again. Meanwhile, the guy was already running away and couldn't believe the teacher had shown up. He had no idea who called him. Zhang, still shaken, shouted for his gang not to leave him behind. But Wang Bin turned to him with a serious tone, clearly not ready to let things slide. He told Zhang that their conversation wasn't over. Wang Bin knew this event would likely lead to future run-ins with the gang, so he needed to send a clear message now. Even though the Black Tigers had a strong reputation, Wang Bin couldn't understand how things had gotten so out of hand. He stopped for a second, apologized for the random thought, and moved on. Zhang then asked what group Wang Bin was from. Wang Bin replied that he didn't belong to any group. He lived on his own, without protection from anyone. Master Li stepped in and said the bald guy didn't even deserve to know Wang Bin's name. He told Wang Bin he'd explain more later, in private. Wang Bin then looked at Zhang and told him directly, "The master wants you gone. So do yourself a favor and leave while you still can." Zhang froze, finally realizing that Wang Bin was the same guy who had taken down Fuse earlier. He remembered the rumors, how Wang Bin had looked out for others and even injured Fuse, who was now in the hospital. Now faced with someone from that past conflict, Zhang realized he had messed up. The only smart move left was to run. As Wang Bin repeated himself and told Zhang to leave, Zhang snapped out of it and awkwardly said he didn't hear the question. Wang Bin was losing his patience. He asked bluntly, "Are you deaf or just acting like it?" Then he told Zhang again to leave right now, and questioned why he was still standing there. The bald guy quickly said he'd be gone in a second. Everyone nearby burst out laughing. They couldn't believe that someone from such a scary gang was backing off and running away like that. One of the people nearby told Wang Bin that he should leave the area right away because the Black Tiger's gang wouldn't take today's loss lightly. Another person agreed and repeated the advice, saying that if he stayed, a lot of people might come looking for him soon. Wang Bin thanked them all for their concern and decided it was best to leave. Master Li then invited Wang Bin to join him for a cup of tea. Wang Bin happily agreed, seeing this as a great chance to meet someone he respected and to learn more about his skills. Master Li guessed that Wang Bin had already reached the second level of the flame hand technique and asked how old he was. Wang Bin said he was 21 and just a first-year student. His response impressed Master Li, who praised his talent. After a while, Master Li asked Wang Bin for a small favor. Wang Bin said he was happy to help however he could. Then, Master Li asked if Wang Bin could show him his technique and do a friendly comparison between the Tai Chi style and the flame hand technique. At first, Wang Bin hesitated and explained that the flame hand could be risky, but Master Li calmed him down, saying Tai Chi was known for being soft and controlled, and Wang Bin wouldn't be able to hurt him. He asked Wang Bin not to go overboard and said it was just a casual skill exchange. Wang Bin wasn't sure at first but couldn't say no to someone like Master Li. He also felt the strong energy from the master and was curious to test himself against it. The master let Wang Bin go first and promised to block the move. But Wang Bin asked Master Li to attack first instead, saying he didn't want to accidentally go too hard. Master Li kindly refused and said that if he started, Wang Bin wouldn't even have a chance. So Wang Bin agreed to the terms and said he wouldn't hold back if the master didn't. Wang Bin decided to use only 30% of his strength to start and see how things went. He activated his flame hand technique and sent just a bit of his energy toward Master Li, letting him know in advance. But Master Li reacted super fast. Before Wang Bin knew it, he found himself several feet away after just a light tap. Wang Bin realized the master was way ahead of him and was ready to admit defeat. Master Li then told him that Tai Chi's real strength is in using gentleness to handle strong force. He said he hadn't even shown a small part of his real power yet. Wang Bin apologized for underestimating him and promised to give it his all moving forward. He then decided to use the full strength of his ability to see what he could really do. Master Li just laughed and invited him to try again, saying he'd block it once more. Wang Bin asked Master Li to give him as many helpful tips as possible after their match, but Master Li told him to focus on finishing the fight first, and then they could talk about training. A few minutes later, the match ended with Master Li winning. He said he enjoyed the friendly competition with the young students. Wang Bin thanked the master for his guidance, trying to hide how sore he was from all the hits he had taken. Master Li pointed out that, even though Wang Bin was still young, he had already made great progress in building his inner strength. What he really needed now was more real-life practice to fully master his technique. Wang Bin hesitated for a moment, then quietly asked the master if he could become his student and learn Tai Chi. Master Li was surprised that Wang Bin wanted to start learning Tai Chi without completely mastering the flaming hand technique. But Wang Bin explained that he wasn't giving up on flaming hand. He just realized that even powerful moves don't always guarantee success, especially against strong opponents. He believed Tai Chi could help him control his abilities better and prevent accidents. Master Li agreed. He said flaming hand was a great technique, but it was also rooted in kindness and self-control. He praised Wang Bin for recognizing the power of his abilities while also being mindful about using them wisely. After thinking it over, he accepted Wang Bin as his student, saying that the young man had a good heart and strong character. Wang Bin was truly grateful. He thanked the master sincerely and was excited to finally learn how to use his skills the right way. Before they got started, Master Li said he needed to talk to Wang Bin. He shared that he had a special family martial arts technique that had been passed down through generations. Wang Bin realized that the master was beginning to trust him, and he promised to work hard and stay committed. Master Master Lee told him that progress would depend on his own effort and dedication. He also warned him to always stay on the right path, because bad choices could lead to serious consequences. Wong Bin could feel the master's strong presence and knew it was best to listen carefully and follow his lead. Then, out of nowhere, Master Lee asked Wong Bin to bring him a cup of tea as a sign of respect. Wong Bin laughed politely at the sudden request and happily agreed. To him, it was a huge honor to become the student of such a wise and unique teacher. He was ready to give his all to learning martial arts. The next day, Hong Fei asked Wong Bin if it was too much to buy expensive cars for everyone. He really wanted to do it. Wong Bin explained to his friends that the new cars would actually help them work better and would also match their status as company shareholders. Hong Fei then asked what kind of car Wong Bin planned to get first. Smiling, Wong Bin said he had decided to buy a minibus. Li Ping was shocked and thought Wong Bin had lost his sense after suddenly coming into wealth. But Wong Bin simply told him he had his own reasons and didn't want to talk about it anymore. He believed the minibus would be the best fit for Xiao Yu and the others, and he knew they'd love it. Later, Wong Bin took his friends to a car showroom. Li Ping was impressed by a fancy SUV there and said it looked super expensive. He even admitted that without Wong Bin, he wouldn't have had the confidence to step into a place like this. Just then, a female employee told her coworker that she had to be called in whenever wealthy clients showed up. The guy reminded her that she had told him not to bother her during her vacation, but she warned him that there would be consequences if he kept making decisions on his own. Wong Bin was a bit surprised by the strict service standards but politely apologized for any trouble and approached another salesperson for help. He told them that he and his friends just came in to learn more about cars. One of the showroom girls looked them over and asked why they were there, and if they even knew how much these luxury cars cost. She noticed them checking out a car and told them not to touch it if they weren't planning to buy anything. She tried to guess if Wong Bin might be from a rich family, but after looking at his pants and clothes, she figured they were pretty normal and decided he was just a regular student. She told them these cars were priced over $1 million. Wong Bin, hearing all this, calmly asked if she really thought he couldn't afford one. She told him to think carefully before dreaming too big and then asked her assistant to take over, saying she only worked with rich customers. The assistant tried to ease the tension and offered to help them choose a car. Wong Bin asked him if it was true he could get in trouble if he didn't meet his sales goals. The guy said yes, but promised to do his best to help if they were serious about buying. He started showing them a four-door sports car that started at $630,000. Li Ping tried to convince Wong Bin not to go for such an expensive car. He said it was more important to live within your means and that a person's honesty and character mattered more than showing off. But Wong Bin didn't really respond to that. He just asked if there were any even more expensive cars in the showroom. Of course, he respected his friends' opinions. They had been close for years, but now, he felt it was his turn to take care of them, and he wasn't going to let them turn down his help. Wong Bin told his friends that the money they had was nothing big, it was just the beginning, and one day it would help them become billionaires. Li Ping agreed and said their friendship was worth way more than any fancy sports car. Even the sales consultant admired their bond, though he wasn't totally convinced it was that special. Still, he invited Wong Bin to check out one of the most expensive cars they had, priced at nearly $1 million. Wong Bin liked it, but he asked if there was something even pricier. The consultant showed them the top model in the series. Wong Bin didn't want to waste time and asked his friends to test drive it. Li Ping was really impressed and asked Wong Bin to take the wheel. Hong Fei also wanted to try it out, since the only car he had ever driven was his dad's. Then, the consultant shared the price, $2.3 million. He said the car was totally worth it for the quality it offered. Hong Fei was surprised and admitted he didn't know cars could cost that much. Li Ping joked that they should have been warned about the price earlier, otherwise, they might have never sat in the car at all. Just then, a woman working there walked up and started scolding them. She asked why they were still in the showroom and if they planned to pay for any damage to the car. Li Ping was confused and said he had only sat in the car for a few minutes. Wong Bin told his friends to stay calm and said he would handle it. The woman then blamed her younger coworker for letting customers like them, who she assumed couldn't even afford a used car, get into such an expensive one. She kept complaining loudly. Hong Fei couldn't stay quiet anymore and politely asked why she was speaking to them like that. She still assumed they were broke students and even threatened to call security. Hong Fei was shocked and said every customer should be treated with respect, no matter who they are. Wong Bin stayed quiet and waited to see what would happen. A few minutes later, the woman pointed to them as the security guards arrived and claimed they were refusing to leave the dealership. The guy tried to talk things out with the girl, but she was already nervous and didn't want to hear anything. The guards, without even understanding the situation, threatened to kick them out of the luxury showroom. Hong Fei, getting a bit annoyed, suggested they let it go for now and meet again again, but in court. Wong Bin, staying calm, asked the guards what would happen if they refused to leave. The guard warned them again and even tried to grab Wong Bin. But Wong Bin politely told him not to touch him or else he wouldn't be responsible for what happened next. Then, with one smooth move, Wong Bin knocked both guards aside, showing just how strong he was. Hong Fei was shocked by how fast and powerful Wong Bin reacted. Li Ping, super excited about what just happened, recorded everything on video, already thinking it would go viral online. The girl then angrily told Wong Bin that he would regret what he did, claiming he caused damage and had to pay for it. She even threatened to call the police. But Wong Bin calmly took out a gold bar and said it was more than enough to cover anything. He then pointed out that the real problem started because of the saleswoman, who made a huge scene for no reason. He said they just came to buy a car and had nothing to hide. They even had a video of the whole thing that they could post online. At first, the girl didn't believe them. She thought they were just regular students acting tough. But then one of the guards quietly told her the gold bar looked real. That made her start to question things. Maybe these guys weren't just ordinary customers after all. Wong Bin told his friends that every customer deserves respect, no matter how they look. He gave the saleswoman a warning, saying her behavior could hurt the dealership's reputation. But she didn't take him seriously and said the store didn't need customers like them. She even got mad at a coworker who tried to support the customers and said she would report him and get him fired. The guy, clearly tired of how things were being handled, decided to quit. He just wanted to do his job right but didn't want to become rude like her just to hit his sales goals. But then Wong Bin asked him to stay for a bit, saying he appreciated his honesty and good attitude. He told him that in life, you'll always find people who act like that, but it doesn't mean you should become like them. Then, to everyone's surprise, Wong Bin said he wanted to buy 3 top-of-the-line cars in different colors. The girl couldn't believe what she just heard and reminded Wong Bin that a car like that costs a fortune. Wong Bin, serious about his offer, asked her to give him the details to transfer the money. Li Ping, holding his phone, warned her again that she might end up losing her job soon. The girl, starting to get nervous, told Wong Bin she'd call the police if he turned out to be a scammer. Just a minute later, the security guard loudly told her that $7 million had just been deposited into the company's account. Shocked, the girl quickly ran off to check. After confirming the transfer in their system, she was stunned to see that the sender was actually Wong Bin. Now that the payment was done, she realized they could finally pay off the company's debt. Wong Bin confirmed that the money had gone through and asked to start the paperwork. Instantly, the girl changed her attitude. She became super polite and started acting like the most helpful employee ever. She apologized to Wong Bin for the way she treated him and promised to be kind to every customer from now on. But Wong Bin wasn't fully convinced. He felt she only realized her mistake too late. Hong Fei didn't believe her apology either. He thought she was just scared of losing her job. The girl, almost begging, asked Wong Bin to forgive her and not report what happened. She said she'd do anything to fix it. Wong Bin told her to give the entire commission from the sale to the consultant who actually helped him. The guy was shocked. He had never seen a customer act this generous. Wong Bin also made it clear that if she didn't do what he said, there would be serious consequences. The girl, knowing she had no choice, accepted the loss. Satisfied that she'd learned her lesson, Wong Bin said goodbye and told her to remember this day. Then the group of friends drove off in their new cars, feeling great. Li Ping praised Wong Bin, saying he looked really cool. He could tell Wong Bin had changed for the better since his breakup with Xiao Qian. Wong Bin replied thoughtfully, saying life had taught him a lot and that it's important to stay calm no matter what. He believed it's best to stay humble and act wisely. Just then, Wong Bin noticed 2 really fancy cars in front of them. At first, he didn't think much of it, but Hong Fei checked the time and reminded them they had a meeting with the jeweler. He suggested they go ahead and pass the cars. Everyone agreed and got ready to overtake. In one of the cars ahead, a guy named Lu noticed they were about to be passed. His friend Wenqiang smiled, getting ready for a fun little competition. Li Ping could tell from the way the 2 drivers handled their cars that they were pretty skilled and ready for some friendly driving fun. Hong Fei got all excited and suggested making a bet to beat their rivals, but then Wong Bin stepped in and reminded everyone to think about safety first. He also pointed out that Li Ping only had his dad's car during the vacation. Once again, Wong Bin asked his friends not to take any risks or try to race against those 2 rich guys. Hong Fei calmed down and agreed, realizing he had gotten carried away because of their sudden good fortune. Lu was confused why those 3 luxury cars weren't chasing them, since usually people don't back down from that kind of challenge. Wenqiang figured those cars weren't even registered yet and were probably just being delivered to a dealership. But Lu said dealerships don't let people drive around in unsold cars. Wenqiang then thought maybe the cars were brand new and belonged to their owners. Lu guessed that the owners probably hadn't gotten used to such powerful cars yet, which is why they were driving so slow. He also thought that people who could afford 3 cars like that at once had to be pretty interesting, and he wanted to meet them. Just then, Hong Fei pointed out that the cars ahead were slowing down and looked like they wanted to approach them. Wong Bin nodded and decided decided to find out why these drivers were so interested in them. Lu suggested they stop at the next gas station to talk and maybe make some new friends. After a bit, all the cars pulled into a gas station, which gave everyone a chance to chat in a more relaxed setting. People walking by were impressed by the lineup of cars, and some even stopped to take pictures for social media. Wong Bin politely asked the strangers why they were so interested and how he could help. Lu smiled and said that he and his friend Wenxiang just wanted to make friends. Wong Bin, happy for the chance to meet new people, introduced himself and his group. He hoped they'd see each other more often and build a good connection. Lu was curious why all the cars looked the same. It turned out the new guys were planning to start their own car club. Lu mentioned that most wealthy folks usually prefer brands like Ferrari or Porsche, so he was surprised they picked Mercedes. Wong Bin said it wasn't about the brand, they just liked how the cars looked and bought them on the spot. Lu pointed out that those cars aren't cheap and asked what it felt like to drive one. Without hesitating, Wong Bin tossed him the keys and said the best way to understand the feeling is to try it yourself. Wenxiang was surprised at how generous Wong Bin was, especially since they had just met. Wong Bin noticed that Wenxiang looked confident, so he figured Wenxiang had plenty of experience with cars. Lu didn't expect Wong Bin to be so friendly, but he accepted the offer anyway. Wenxiang was a bit nervous though. He knew that even a small accident could mean giving up his own car as payment. Lu, wanting to lighten the mood and have some fun with his friends, suggested that Wong Bin switch cars during the trip. After that, everyone changed seats and decided to celebrate their unexpected friendship with lunch at a cozy restaurant. During the meal, they found out that Lu and Wenxiang weren't just rich, they were actually from very wealthy and well-connected families. But surprisingly, they were super friendly and easy to talk to. Lu was impressed when he learned that Wong Bin and his friends were just students and already planning to open their own jewelry shop. He liked their idea so much that he offered to exchange numbers and stay in touch. He even said that if they ever needed help or advice, he'd be happy to support them. He was genuinely excited about this new friendship and the cool possibilities it might bring. The next day, before Wong Bin left, Lu not only brought them some food but also showed up with a big minibus packed with all kinds of supplies. Wong Bin couldn't believe how his friends had survived for an entire week in a city full of hungry zombies. He gave the system a mental command to transfer everything from the minibus. The system activated the subspace and told him to wait a moment for the process to finish. But just then, Wong Bin suddenly found himself standing in the bathroom. He was clearly caught off guard. The system had once again picked a super awkward place to land him. The system reminded him that the drop-off point was based on his own subconscious thoughts, so it wasn't the system's fault. Wong Bin tried to calm down and figure out how to dry his wet clothes quickly. Just then, Meow walked in, shocked to see him there in that state. Wong Bin, feeling a little embarrassed, asked what Meow was doing there. Meow firmly reminded him that he was actually in her room, not the other way around. In the next room, Xiaoyu heard the commotion and happily shouted out. She had been waiting for Wong Bin to come back for a long time. Wong Bin quickly told everyone he was okay and had just gotten back from a trip. Xiaoyu ran over and hugged him, saying how much she missed him while he was away. Just then, Xiaonan showed up and asked if Wong Bin could also smell that weird rotten smell in the air. He invited Wong Bin outside to take a look. To Wong Bin's surprise, there was a giant pile of zombie bodies in the yard, and the smell was awful. Wong Bin asked if the group had really spent all this time just clearing out zombies. Xiao Bao proudly said that she and Xiao Nan had gotten really good at dealing with them. She added that now, the enemies didn't even try to get close, they just occasionally pushed the zombies toward the house to try and wear them out. Wong Bin realized that the attackers were probably hoping his friends would eventually run out of supplies before making another move. A smart strategy, he thought. Meow couldn't hold back his reaction. Wong Bin was seriously complimenting the guys, completely ignoring how awful this place smelled with all the bodies around. Complained that if they hadn't been waiting for Wong Bin to return, they would have left this place full of death vibes a long time ago. Wong Bin told the girl that he didn't mean to offend anyone. He was just praising the guys for their great aim. Meow, meanwhile, realized he had no idea how he ended up back in his room, but he figured it was probably just some weird accident. Xiaoyu reminded Wong Bin that he really needed to leave this place, since it only brought back bad memories and a horrible smell. Wong Bin agreed and told the guys not to waste time. They'd hit the road at dawn. At the same time, the leader of the enemy group was deep in thought. It had already been 7 days since they had been going at it with the completes, and their enemies were still hanging in there without showing any signs of giving up. After getting the daily updates from his crew, who risked themselves every day trying to find the other group, he decided to switch up his strategy. He admitted that they had underestimated the enemy at first. The other side had way more resources than they expected. Now that there were almost no zombies left in the area, he noticed the panic in his group's eyes. So he told them to keep trying to attract any remaining zombies toward the house where the heroes were staying, hoping that the awful smell would eventually force them out. The others backed up his plan, thinking it might finally make their opponents give up. The chief had everyone's trust, so the crew agreed to follow his orders and keep the pressure on. Meanwhile, Wong Bin was admiring Xiaoyu, who was wearing some fancy, attractive nightwear. He thought she could easily compete with famous singers on stage. But to him, only Xiao Yu's opinion mattered. She didn't care what anyone else thought. Wang Bin quietly asked Xiao Yu to stay quiet so Miao wouldn't hear them from the next room. But Miao wasn't clueless. She had heard everything and knew exactly what had happened between them. The next morning, a new chapter in their journey was about to begin. One of the bandits was staring at the hero's house in shock and called the chief to come look. The chief asked what was going on this time, and the guy pointed out something wild. Apparently, a car had just pulled out from near the house. The chief was surprised. How could the fugitives have a working car and gas? That stuff was super rare now. The group immediately suggested chasing them, but they also weren't sure they could actually catch them. The chief thought it through and decided a chase wasn't worth it. Instead, he suggested they carefully search the place where the group had stayed. Maybe they'd get lucky and find something useful that had been left behind. To the bandits, that seemed like a smarter and safer idea. Meanwhile, in the minibus, Miao asked Wang Bin if he wanted to switch seats since it had been a while since she had driven. Xiao Yu was keeping an eye on Chengping and noticed that he looked a bit pale. It seemed like he hadn't been in a fast-moving vehicle in a long time. Chengping gave an awkward smile and admitted he wasn't used to riding in cars anymore. Xiao Nan, on the other hand, was stuck on a question he didn't really want to face. He was trying to figure out why they left bags of rice for the people who had been treating others so badly. Xiao Nan said, clearly annoyed, that he wouldn't go easy on people like that. He'd rather deal with them directly. But Wang Bin just laughed and told his brother not to stress over small things. He reminded him how they had handled all those zombie situations in the past with ease. Xiao Bao then suggested maybe the rice was kind of a reward for those people helping out in getting rid of the zombies. Sounds reasonable, right? Thought maybe Wang Bin was just being his usual kind self and wanted to show some pity by giving them a small gift. Just then, they heard loud shouts of excitement. One of the bandits had found something and ran to tell their leader. Turns out, they discovered 2 forgotten bags of rice in one of the rooms. The leader checked them out and, at first, thought they'd gotten super lucky. Rice had become really valuable on the black market. But after a few seconds, he started getting suspicious. What if the rice had been tampered with on purpose? One of the hungry guys didn't even care. He said he'd eat the rice no matter what. The leader didn't argue. He just told them to light a fire and start cooking. Back in the minibus, Xiao Nan was still fuming and mumbling about how unfair everything was. Trying to lighten the mood, Wang Bin smiled and said he had added a secret ingredient to the rice. Xiao Nan instantly got curious and asked what it was. Wang Bin finally revealed that he had mixed in a laxative, just to teach them a lesson for trying to send zombies after them. When Xiao Nan imagined what that surprise would do to them, he and Wang Bin both burst out laughing. Miao and Xiao Yu, hearing the laughter, asked what was going on. And with that, their ride to the meetup spot continued. Our group wanted to get there as quickly as possible, but the highway was packed with abandoned cars. They had no choice but to drive along the shoulder. Sometimes they were able to take smaller rural roads, but most of the time they had to carefully weave around the cars, which really slowed them down. According to the map, they needed to go through a small town to reach their destination. By the end of the route, they still had no clear idea of what was going on in the town ahead. As night started to fall, everyone was worn out from the long journey. They set up a tent to get some rest. Miao and Xiao Yu volunteered to stay on watch to make sure nothing unexpected happened while the others slept. Near dawn, the girls finally took a short break to rest a little before the next day's trip. The next morning, Wang Bin took over driving the minibus since Miao was too tired. After a tough journey, they finally arrived at the place they had been trying to reach. Chengping pointed something out to Wang Bin on the right side of the road, and Wang Bin agreed. It looked like Chengping was spot on with his guess about the location. As they moved forward, they reached the edge of a village where things seemed a bit more normal. After 2 full days on the road, night came again, and they had to stop to rest. Miao asked Nancy if the kids were already asleep. Nancy told her that Xiao Ku and Xiao Nan had been fast asleep for a while. But she started to get worried because Wang Bin wasn't in the vehicle. Miao guessed he might have gone to check out the highway nearby. At that moment, Wang Bin was actually thinking about whether they should take the risk and go into the city. The idea of going in without knowing what's going on made him uneasy. The small Xiao Nan, probably a device or something that could talk, told him not to overthink it and said that if he wanted to go, he should. But if there was a safer way, maybe that would be better. Miao believed that Wang Bin had been so determined this whole time because he wanted to find more gold. She reminded herself that their group had been able to trade some of Wang Bin's valuables for supplies they really needed. Miao said she was totally okay with helping him look for gold, because she knew how important it was for the whole group's survival. Xiaonan then told Miao that she should talk openly with Wang Bin. He said Wang Bin needed to know that everyone in the group was ready to support him, no matter what he was trying to do. And if anything ever went wrong, they'd be there to help, since they were all prepared and ready. Chengping also asked Xiao Yu to talk to Wang Bin and said the whole team would keep him safe. Nancy agreed with Chengping and said that now, just like everyone else, she was ready to join in and support the group with full dedication. Xiao Yu told her friends that she was ready to follow Wang Bin and would stand by any decision he made. She suggested that Miao talk to Wang Bin and reassure him that everyone was behind him. Seeing how united and supportive the group was, Miao agreed to speak with Wang Bin. At that moment, Wong Bin was alone, thinking about how badly he wanted to upgrade the system. But he also had serious doubts. He wasn't sure there was actually any gold in the city, and there was a big risk of running into trouble from dangerous groups. He knew that upgrading the system was important, but keeping Xiao Yu and the rest of the group safe was even more important to him. Wong Bin was willing to trade some jewelry for food once they reached the meeting spot. When he saw his friends approaching, he felt relieved and said he had been wanting to talk to them for a while. He told them that he had decided to avoid the dangerous city, and that their safety meant more to him than any gold. Miao, clearly touched by his concern, told him he made the right choice. She said it didn't even matter what he needed the gold for. They had talked it over and were willing to help him anyway. But Wang Bin still felt unsure. He said going into the city would be too risky. Just then, Xiao Yu jumped in and said that Miao had a smart plan. They'd find a safe place to leave Chengping and the kids, then the rest would go explore the city. Miao, sounding hopeful, asked Wang Bin if that made him feel any better. But he was still worried. Chengping's leg hadn't healed, and the kids were still too young to be left alone. Miao reminded him that their past adventures had helped Xiao Bao and Xiao Nen grow stronger. They'd learned a lot and could now protect themselves and Chengping if needed. Before Wang Bin could say anything, Miao reminded him that he was the one who trained them and taught them how to handle tough situations. The kids had become stronger and more experienced. They were a solid team now, ready for challenges. She said they had all become a real family and should stick together no matter what. Xiao Yu backed her up and said she'd always be there for Wang Bin no matter what happened. Touched by his friend's support, Wang Bin sincerely thanked them and apologized if he had seemed upset earlier. Just then, Xiao Nen ran up looking really happy to see him. Wang Bin smiled and asked him why he was in such a good mood. The others joined in, and they all felt like one big family. Wanting to lift everyone's spirits, Wang Bin offered to play a song he had written. Xiao Nen was surprised, in a good way, because he didn't even know Wang Bin could play the guitar. Wang Bin said he had learned to play the guitar back when life was normal and never thought it would actually come in handy. His friends were impressed by how good he was. Miao even complimented himself again for teaming up with someone like Wang Bin. As the sound of the guitar blended with the crackling fire, everyone relaxed in the peaceful evening. Even though the world was still full of danger, the travelers let themselves enjoy the music. Once again, Wang Bin surprised them, showing that sometimes, art can be a real escape during tough times. Time passed quickly. As the fire died down, the group went to sleep. When the sun started rising, Wang Bin got up and began waking everyone so they could get ready to explore the city. Xiao Nen took charge and told Wang Bin seriously that he'd be there to help him. Little Xiaoku smiled as she watched Miao and Wang Bin prepare to head out. Miao promised to be back soon. They just had one important thing to do in the city. Before leaving, Wang Bin gave Chengping a full box of cigarettes and told him to take his time and enjoy them. Chengping smiled and said he still had half of the last pack left. Wang Bin waved it off and said he had plenty to share. Chengping was genuinely thankful. Cigarettes were super rare now. As he said goodbye, Wang Bin wished everyone good luck and reminded them to be careful. He noticed Miao looking a bit upset and asked what was wrong. Miao told him she was just worried about Chengping's health and didn't like that he smoked. Wang Bin totally understood but explained that back when things were normal, he would have convinced Chengping to quit. But now, with everything going on, he just wanted him to have something that helped him feel a bit better. For him, smoking helped ease the stress. Miao didn't agree but respected Wang Bin's point and decided not to push it. Suddenly, Xiao Yu got alert after hearing a car in the distance. When it came into view near Lakava, it looked like it belonged to the Wild Sharks gang. But something about the weapons was different. It became clear they were in the territory of another group that had taken over the city. Miao, always ready to take action, suggested they handle the problem head-on. But Wang Bin preferred a peaceful approach. He suggested they offer some food in exchange for useful information. Miao wasn't so sure that would work. She felt that in a world like this, people might not be willing to make deals and could act without thinking. Still confident, Wang Bin said they should sit down and talk through a plan first. Soon after, two of them, who looked like trouble, rudely told the group to stop and put their hands up. They warned the group not to resist. The way they acted made it clear they were serious, so it was better to follow their instructions. Wang Bin kept his cool and quickly figured out a way for them to get out of this tricky situation. With Miao, they pretended to be tired travelers. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu got into position, ready to act if needed. As they approached the group of bandits, Wang Bin acted like an exhausted traveler looking for help and protection. He offered a small reward, some food, in exchange for their safety. The bandits said that their area was known as a safe spot for people like them, mainly because they offered decent protection. They agreed to let the group into the city if they handed over a bit of food. Right away, they asked to see what food they had. Wang Bin said they did have some supplies and asked for a moment to take them out of the bag. Out of nowhere, one of the bandits looked at Miao and asked why she smelled so bad. Everyone around suddenly noticed an awful odor and started wondering if the travelers had fallen into something dirty. The bandit insisted on checking Wang Bin's bag himself. Wang Bin begged them not to take everything and to leave just a little so they wouldn't go hungry. The smell was still bothering the guy, but when he opened the bag and saw all the fresh bread inside, he was happy. Based on the amount, it looked like enough food to last a while. He told his group to take all the food, and only then did they let the travelers into the city. Miao felt relieved that Wang Bin's plan had worked. Even though they smelled bad, they managed to avoid any real problems. Wang Bin called Xiao Yu and told her to go ahead into the city. But then, Miao stopped and said she needed to figure something out first. Wang Bin was confused. This wasn't the right time for delays, but he paused anyway. Miao was curious about the strange smell. Even she could barely handle it. Wang Bin finally explained, it was part of his plan. He pulled out a small jar and said the smell it gave off would keep people from getting too close. Miao asked what was inside. Wang Bin said it was stinky tofu, which smelled kind of like spoiled fish but apparently tasted great. He offered it to Miao to try. But as soon as she smelled it, she couldn't handle it and ended up throwing up. Still, Wang Bin was happy that their plan had worked. Once they got to the shelter, they realized it was way bigger than they had expected. A sudden shout from a stranger broke the silence, asking why the travelers were there. Wang Bin said they had come from another city looking for a safe place to stay. Two men with machine guns told them to raise their hands and not move until they were told. Wang Bin noticed that all their food had already been taken, and the guns aimed at them didn't seem to work at all. Luo stepped in, saying that weapons were meant for protection, not for taking food. She asked if the group had any passports or ID, since they needed a way to prove who they were. Wang Bin explained that they had lost all their documents a long time ago and didn't have anything to show. Even after everything that had happened in the world, Luo said ID was still important, and she wasn't sure what to do next. After thinking it over, she told them to write their name, gender, age, and last place they lived on a piece of paper. At the same time, Luo asked if they had walked through something nasty, since they smelled really bad. Wang Bin quickly said they hadn't showered in days because they were trying to reach the shelter as fast as possible. Luo reminded them that even though the shelter helped people without homes, there were still rules. If they wanted to stay, they had to work for the local chief. Wang Bin asked what kind of work they'd have to do in exchange for staying there. Luo said they'd find out soon. She also explained that the work was paid using a special local currency called Jinye's money. They could use it to get a place to live and other essentials, or they could trade food instead. Wang Bin thought Jinye must be a smart and practical leader, and he became even more curious to see what the city was really like. He thanked Luo and, without thinking much, called her Aunt Luo, saying they understood everything and were ready to work. But Luo didn't like being called that. She was only 19, and made it clear. She warned them that in the city, things like kidnapping or stealing were not allowed. No matter who you were, breaking the rules would lead to serious consequences, and the local court acted fast. The punishment for such things was permanent removal from the shelter. Wang Bin promised they'd follow the rules and told her not to worry. He was relieved that they had finally made it inside the safe zone. The city was surrounded by high walls, and it felt calm and peaceful. Miao agreed that it felt secure. Wang Bin said they needed to go back and bring Xiao Yu and the others soon. But Miao had a strange feeling and told him to be careful. Then, Miao pointed out something they hadn't noticed before. The local people looked really tired and weak. She also told Wang Bin to look toward the granary. It was full of vegetables, so the city clearly had food. But Wang Bin guessed that Jinye kept a tight control over how it was shared. Suddenly, a man they didn't know walked up to them and asked if they were new to the settlement. He introduced himself as the one in charge of assigning work. Wang Bin told Miao to go talk to him. Maybe he had a job for them too. After confirming they were new, Wang Bin asked if there were any open jobs. The man said yes, there was work for everyone. Over 300 people lived in the city. He pointed to a list of job openings, with daily pay listed next to each one. Wang Bin was surprised, there were so many jobs for such a small place. The man explained that the list was updated every day, so if nothing worked out today, they could check again tomorrow. But he also reminded them that to get food or a place to stay, they needed to earn Jinye's money by working. Wang Bin then asked how much it would cost to rent the cheapest place. The man said renting a spot in an unfinished house would cost 6 Jinye's money for 12 hours. Wang Bin was shocked, since some of the jobs only paid that much for a full day's work. The worker calmly said that he didn't set the prices and suggested that they pick a good job if they wanted to live comfortably. He also mentioned that he earns a small commission, about 2 Jinye coins, for every couple he helps get hired. He warned them not to complain later and to think everything through carefully. Then he lowered his voice and said not to be fooled by how peaceful the place looked. Strange things happen at night. That reminded Wang Bin of what the woman at the gate said about how stealing wasn't allowed. So he asked what really happens after dark. He noticed that most of the residents, except for those close to Jinye, looked completely worn out. The worker sighed and explained that when people get tired from all the hard work and still don't make enough money, they end up in a bad spot, just like Wong Bin might one day. He added that hunger can make people do things they normally wouldn't. Then, he shared a story about something he saw himself. A newcomer had arrived in the city and used all his earnings just to buy food, with nothing left for rent. So he slept outside in a dark alley. Everything seemed normal that night, but the next morning, something awful had happened. Strangers had hurt him, and he woke up unable to walk. The worker shivered remembering it and warned Wong Bin and Meow seriously about the risks at night. When he saw their shocked faces, he insisted he was telling the truth. Wong Bin asked how someone could go through something like that without waking up. Then, getting back to the job discussion, he asked if he could work as a bodyguard to earn more. Meow supported the idea, saying that it was close to the kind of work she did before. Wong Bin was happy with their decision and excited to see how they could meet Jin Yi and settle in. But the worker said he wasn't the one who made final decisions, and based on Wong Bin's build, he doubted they'd get the bodyguard job. Instead, he suggested they send a good-looking girl to try out as a dancer, because if Mr. Jin Yi liked her, things could work out better. He said Mr. Jin Yi was the most powerful person in the city, and everyone followed his rules. According to the worker, Jin Yi enjoyed hosting swimsuit parties at his fancy house and invited girls to be part of them. Meow was surprised to hear about these types of events. Wong Bin firmly said they weren't interested in those jobs and insisted on being bodyguards. If that wasn't possible, they would leave right away. Seeing their reaction, the worker agreed to apply for the bodyguard positions and told them to come back the next day at the same time. Still, Wong Bin was upset. He couldn't believe the guy suggested Meow should be a dancer. But Meow said getting close to Jin Yi through that kind of job could open doors. Even if she had to attend a party in a swimsuit, she believed it could lead straight to Jin Yi himself. Hearing that made Wong Bin angry. He didn't like the idea at all. Meow was confused by his sudden reaction. She couldn't understand why he was so upset. Wong Bin looked away and mumbled that he just couldn't imagine her wearing a swimsuit in front of someone like that. Just the thought of it made him feel sick. To him, no one had the right to look at Meow like that. Meow didn't realize it yet, but jealousy had already started growing in Wong Bin's heart. Suddenly, the sound of clapping filled the air. Mr. Jin Yi had arrived in a fancy car. The crowd got excited, and everyone was eager to catch a glimpse of him during lunchtime. Meow asked Wong Bin if he wanted to go take a look at the man who ruled the city. People cheered as Mr. Jin Yi stepped out, admiring how he looked. The guards quickly stepped in to keep things under control, warning everyone to keep their distance and not cross the lines. Wong Bin held Meow's hand and pointed toward Jin Yi, drawing her attention to the shiny golden scepter he was holding. The gems on it looked so expensive that Wong Bin guessed it must be worth a fortune. Meow also thought just the jewelry alone could probably feed the whole city. The people around them were clearly poor and hungry, yet Jin Yi was dressed in luxury. Wong Bin jokingly said that even Officer Meow seemed impressed by all the sparkle. Caught up in the moment, Wong Bin promised he'd somehow get those gems for her and Xiao Yu. Meow smiled and simply said she'd like to see how he plans to do that. Just then, Jin Yi spoke to the crowd, announcing the start of the long-awaited lunch hour. With a grin, he asked if everyone had worked hard enough to earn their food. According to Jin Yi, only people who worked tirelessly for him deserved to be respected and fed. The crowd shouted out what they had done for Jin Yi, hoping to earn their meal. Watching all this, Wong Bin started to understand how things worked in this settlement. People had to trade their effort for food and safety. To him, the locals looked like hungry people being controlled by food. Meow reminded Wong Bin that before the world fell apart, Jin Yi was already a powerful businessman. She had dealt with him before and knew he always put himself first, no matter what it cost others. Jin Yi told the crowd that food could be traded for money. At that moment, a young woman stepped forward and asked for 2 portions of meat soup for herself and her son. The food vendor, however, told her that she didn't have enough money, not even for 1 bowl. The woman was shocked by the price hike. She remembered that soup used to cost just 3 bills. The vendor explained that prices had gone up because getting food was now more difficult and risky. Desperate, the woman begged him to show mercy and at least give her something for her hungry child. She was in tears, pleading for just 1 portion. Wong Bin sadly realized that everything the woman had earned was only enough for a tiny bit of food. The vendor ignored her and turned to the next customer, saying she was creating a scene. The woman, still pleading, asked again for a bit more food, but the vendor refused. He said he would only serve the exact amount paid for and yelled that people without money shouldn't even be in line. Trying to comfort her son, the woman gently stroked his head, noticing how tired and weak he had become from hunger. Suddenly, she felt someone behind her and turned around quickly, thinking she was about to be robbed. Seeing a stranger, she screamed in fear, accusing him of trying to take her son's food. But it was just Wong Bin. He calmly explained that he wasn't there to take anything. In fact, he wanted to give them a loaf of bread. The woman loudly refused the offer, saying she wouldn't accept charity. Wang Bin tried to reason with her, saying there were other food options, and she could pick what she wanted, but she didn't listen and ran away. After that, Wang Bin started to notice something strange. Many people in the city were refusing to eat, even though they were clearly starving. Miao agreed that something was definitely off about this place and suggested they keep watching. Just then, a soldier approached Jinyi to let him know that several people wanted to join the expansion team. Zhang, who was with Jinyi, said he would send the volunteers tomorrow as planned. Jinyi reminded everyone that this mission could be dangerous, and they should think carefully before agreeing. One of the men asked if joining meant they would get bread. Jinyi confirmed that if they joined willingly, they'd receive bread. He told Zhang to hand it out to everyone present. When people saw the bread, they were overjoyed. It was real bread, and they couldn't believe their luck. To keep things fair, one of the men reminded everyone that only one loaf should go to each person. Jinyi told Zhang to watch the new recruits closely to make sure no one ran off. Before leaving, Jinyi also reminded Zhang about his earlier request, to send over some girls who wanted to relax and enjoy themselves. Suddenly, Jinyi noticed someone, and was clearly surprised by his appearance. Curious, Jinyi asked why he had come. Zhang, annoyed by Danju's silence, spoke to him harshly, reminding him he had been asked a question. But Jinyi calmly told Zhang to ease up. He said Danju seemed like a good guy and deserved to be treated with respect. Standing in front of Jinyi, Danju begged for help and promised to work extremely hard if Jinyi would agree. Jinyi told him to relax and speak clearly. Danju then explained that his sister was very sick and had been running a high fever for several days. He begged Jinyi to send a doctor to help her. Jinyi said the situation was simple to fix. He offered to take the sick girl into his home since he had enough food and medicine. But Danju hesitated. He couldn't bring himself to send his 15-year-old sister to live with Jinyi and didn't know what to do. Noticing his hesitation, Jinyi said he understood. Wanting to protect your family is only natural. But he also reminded Danju that he was a businessman, and his choices were based on his own interests and the chance to gain something. After thinking it over, Jinyi offered a deal. If Danju agreed to join the expansion team, Jinyi would send a doctor to treat his sister, Li Xiaolu. With no other options, Danju clenched his teeth and agreed, just to save his sister. Jinyi, clearly pleased, clapped his hands and set the time for the group to leave. Looking Danju in the eye, he warned him to show up on time and not to try anything sneaky. As the meeting ended, Jinyi told everyone to go. One of the guys, hearing Danju had signed up again, couldn't believe he was risking his life like that. Another person reminded him that Danju was doing it for his sister, even though joining the group meant serious danger. He said Danju had been lucky to make it back last time. There was no promise he'd be that lucky again. Trying to sound more hopeful, the second guy said that nobody actually wanted Danju to get hurt. Still, the mission ahead was risky. They'd be going into a city known to be full of trouble. When Danju got home, he tried to cheer Li Xiaolu up by promising a doctor was coming soon. He blamed himself for not being able to feed her properly, which led to her getting sick. Crying, Li Xiaolu begged her brother not to go, afraid something might happen to him. To calm her down, Danju lied and said the deal was just to work as a bodyguard for Jinyi. Then came a knock at the door, and Danju became cautious. When no one answered, someone broke through the weak door. It was Wang Bin. He apologized for the sudden entrance and promised to fix the door later. Danju raised his walking stick and asked if they had been sent by Jinyi. Wang Bin said no, they had nothing to do with Jinyi. They were only there to help with medicine. Miao saw Li Xiaolu lying in bed and quickly realized her fever was dangerously high. Danju didn't believe them. He thought they were making it up and trying to hurt Li Xiaolu. Worried, he stood between them and his sister, saying they needed to back off. He warned that while he didn't like causing harm, he'd defend his sister if needed. Miao, frustrated, scolded Danju for wasting time, saying every minute mattered if they wanted to help Li Xiaolu. Her words made Danju stop and think, maybe these strangers really were trying to help. Seeing that, Wang Bin calmly told Danju that they just wanted to help his sister. He promised they'd take care of her first and only ask for anything after she was okay. Danju hesitated, unsure who to trust. But his love for his sister pushed him to let go of his pride. He got down on his knees and begged them to save Li Xiaolu. When Miao touched Li Xiaolu's forehead, she looked worried. It felt like her fever was around 104 degrees Fahrenheit. She looked at Danju with disappointment and asked how he could let her get so sick. She couldn't believe he hadn't even tried to lower her fever. She then asked Wang Bin for fever medicine, and turned to Danju, asking him to bring her a bowl of water. Miao gave him clear instructions and told him to act quickly. While he went to get the water, she started treating Li Xiaolu to bring her temperature down. 5 minutes later, Li Xiaolu's fever finally dropped, and everyone in the room felt a wave of relief. Miao told Wang Bin and Danju that they could now come inside, and assured them that the worst was over. Wang Bin asked his friend if the girl was doing okay and wondered if Miao had helped her. Miao said he had done everything he could and that she should recover soon. Danju was really happy to hear that his sister's fever had gone down. He was super thankful to everyone who helped save Li Xiaolu. She meant the world to him. He even felt like his life now belonged to the people who saved her. Wang Bin found that a little surprising but told him straight up that they didn't help by accident. Wang Bin then told Danju to stand up first so they could talk properly. Danju didn't really get what they wanted from him, but he said he'd do whatever he could to help. Wang Bin explained that they had been in the city for a while and needed someone to fill them in on what's been going on. He asked Danju to share everything he knew in as much detail as possible. At first, Danju thought they were going to ask him to do something risky, like help someone sneak out or deal with a tricky situation. That's when Wang Bin introduced himself and Miao, who used to be a police officer. Danju promised to tell them everything he knew and mentioned that Li Xiaolu was the only family he had left. Wang Bin invited him to sit down and even handed him a bottle of cola as a small gift. Danju couldn't believe it. He asked if it was real cola and if Wang Bin was seriously giving it to him. Wang Bin told him to keep his voice down, joking that even walls might be listening. Danju decided he'd let his sister have the cola when she woke up since she really liked it. Wang Bin noticed that, even though Danju came off a little rough, he truly cared about his sister, and that kind of loyalty was rare nowadays. Curious about Danju's background, Miao asked what he did before everything changed. Based on Danju's quick reflexes and good shape, Miao guessed he used to be in the special forces. Danju confirmed it and explained that he had to step down after an injury. That's when Wang Bin understood why Danju's old team respected him so much. He asked if Danju got the scar on his face during his time in service. Danju explained that it actually happened in the north while dealing with a zombie outbreak after joining a group called the Expansion Team. Wang Bin asked if that group's job was to clear zombies and gather supplies. Danju said yes, but pointed out that there were about 2 million zombies up north, so it was nearly impossible to fully clear the area. Still, he added that Jin Yi, the team leader, had more than enough food, even for someone like him. Miao said that before everything changed, Jin Yi used to run a luxury real estate business, which is why people called them the Golden Team. Danju explained that Jin Yi used to pressure clients into signing bad deals and had already surrounded himself with a bunch of shady people even before the whole crisis started. He added that Jin Yi is totally into gold and kind of obsessed with having as much of it as possible. Miao said that Jin Yi wasn't just obsessed with collecting gold. Most of the furniture in his house, even his bathroom, was made of gold. She added that you could spend a whole evening just talking about all the wrong things Jin Yi had done. There were that many. While telling her story, Miao suddenly remembered the time she arrested Jin Yi and how he had tried to scare her with threats. He truly believed that his money and influence would help him get out easily. He even offered strange rewards to anyone willing to help him. Even while he was locked up, Wang Bin would often yell at Jin Yi, calling him a monster and promising that one day, he'd get what he deserved. Miao couldn't stop thinking about how, even in prison, Jin Yi still had power. Before everything collapsed in the world, Jin Yi managed to escape with help from his old crew and just continued doing what he always did, taking over. He somehow ended up in the city and started acting like a ruler. Danju asked Wang Bin if he wanted to stand up to Jin Yi, hinting that there were good reasons to do so. He mentioned that Jin Yi had gathered a lot of weapons, plenty of supplies, and even had a tank. Wang Bin fired back with a question. If Jin Yi had so much, then why didn't Danju just join him and give his sister a better life? Danju replied by saying he knew what everyone in town ate, except for Jin Ye's group. Wang Bin guessed it was meat soup, then got worried and asked if it was made from rats. Danju said he wouldn't say no to rats, but unfortunately, what was in the pot wasn't rats, it was something else. He explained that in this town, you can only get food by earning special coins from Mr. Jin Yi, and those coins only come after a full day of hard work. Jin Yi wanted complete control over the town and would do anything to get it. He set up a group called the Expansion Group, offering rewards like old bread from storage to people who helped clean up the city. Even people with disabilities had no choice, they had to join the fight against the undead. Things only became clear last month, when Danju himself had to join the Expansion Group because he had no other way to survive. It turned out that the real job for people with disabilities was awful. They were used as bait to lure in the Zombie King, who was one of the biggest threats around. These people would gather together to catch the Zombie King's attention, giving others a chance to deal with the situation. Wang Bin was shocked and asked what kind of creature this Zombie King was, and if there were really levels among the undead. Danju explained that the Zombie King was way stronger and faster than the regular ones, basically, super dangerous. Danju had a background in special forces, so he had great instincts and was in top shape, but even he freaked out when he realized he was just being used to attract the Zombie King. Thankfully, he managed to break away and escape. However, the victory didn't last long. The very next moment, a massive creature appeared in front of him. Overnight, the Zombie King became stronger than Danju, making him feel like a tiny insect in front of a huge beast. According to Danju, the Zombie King was different from the others, not just because he took people down, but because he seemed to actually enjoy it. This was the same creature that left a nasty scar on Danju's face, scratching him with its claws like it was using a dull blade. After that final attack, Danju used every bit of strength he had left to get away. Jin Yi was totally convinced that Danju had taken down the Zombie King, which is why he kept trying to convince him to join the expansion team again. Wang Bin was shocked that Danju even survived such a dangerous encounter. He immediately contacted the system, clearly frustrated that it had stayed silent the whole time. The system apologized and explained that it didn't have any info about the Zombie King yet, but said that it might show up in the next update. Wang Bin got angry and accused the system of hiding something. He even said that if he were in Danju's place, he probably wouldn't have made it out alive. Miao stepped in and reminded Wang Bin that he had forgotten to mention the most important detail about Team Eugenio's activities. Danju warned everyone that what he was about to say wouldn't be easy to hear. He then shared the shocking news that the people who were taken down by the Zombie King didn't just disappear, they were actually being used. Their bodies, along with those of regular zombies, were being boiled into some kind of soup and served to the locals. Wang Bin couldn't believe what he was hearing. He said the whole situation was insane. Right in front of his eyes, Jin Yi was turning into something unrecognizable. Danju admitted that for a long time, he tried to believe in Jin Ye's leadership, but once he realized what was happening, he couldn't stand the thought of his own sister eating that kind of food. So, he did everything he could to keep her safe. Danju had to survive by catching rats in the city and gathering wild plants outside of it, which eventually made his sister really sick. Wang Bin tried to comfort him and told him he did the best he could. Then, Wang Bin asked Miao to cook some thin millet porridge with sugar for Danju's sister. When the girl finally woke up, Danju asked with a bit of hope in his voice if they really had millet. Wang Bin told him not to worry, they had plenty of millet and other food too. He even asked Miao not to hold back on the sugar so it would taste better. Danju was surprised and asked where they got the sugar. Wang Bin then offered him a deal. He would keep Danju's sister well fed, and in return, Danju would help them deal with Jin Yi. Without thinking twice, Danju agreed. Wang Bin had saved his sister today, and now Danju was ready to put everything on the line for him. Wang Bin explained that to go through with their plan, they'd need help from a well-known person in the city. But for now, he didn't want to rush. He wanted to finish up other things first so he could fully focus on the big mission. Step 1, he said, was moving Danju's sister to a safer location. Wang Bin clearly explained the plan to Danju, and our heroes got started right away. That same night, a soldier from the security post came up to Danju and asked if he was planning to head out again to look for edible plants. Danju just asked the fighters to open the door, confirming what the guard had said. One of the fighters noticed that Danju's group was scheduled to be sent to another city tomorrow, and there was a chance they might not come back. That also meant Danju's little sister would end up going with Jin Yi. As he walked a bit further into Danju's area, he saw the dining room in front of him. Suddenly, someone appeared from behind, pointing a weapon at Danju and his teammate, asking them to explain who they were and what they were doing there. But when the person saw Wang Bin's clothes, Xiaoyu quickly realized who they were and asked what they wanted. Trying to stay calm, Danju said Wang Bin had sent them and showed the phone as proof. Xiaoyu immediately confirmed that Wang Bin had contacted her and given her instructions. She told Danju to come with her and not to worry, since she had already scouted the place. They finally reached the pickup spot, where a big, comfortable car was waiting. Nancy reassured Danju that his sister would be well taken care of. Danju was deeply touched and could barely hold back his emotions as he thanked her for her kindness. Then, Chengping asked Xiaoyu if Danju was really trustworthy since he seemed a bit too innocent. Xiaoyu replied that Wang Bin had left a note saying Danju was a dependable guy who could be trusted. Feeling more at ease, they all calmed down. A little while later, Danju returned to the settlement and asked the soldiers to let him back in. Eventually, he reached his destination. Now that Xiaoyu was safe, she looked genuinely happy in her boyfriend's arms. Meanwhile, Miao was surprised to see that Danju had been allowed in without any questions or checks. Wang Bin, realizing they had important things to take care of, quickly suggested coming up with a detailed plan. Jin Ye's apartment was on the top floor of a tall building that also had a storage area for equipment. The place was under constant watch, and strangers weren't allowed in. Over 20 people were guarding the entrance, and there were patrol cars driving around nearby. Even if someone got into the building, each floor had its own security setup. Wang Bin asked Danju if her experience with the building had anything to do with her being part of the expansion team. Then he shared his plan, how he and Danju might get into the building the next day, though he still wasn't fully confident it would work. Danju looked on quietly as the volunteers were being taken into the city, practically under full escort. Inspired by Danju's words, Wang Bin quickly figured out how to make the most of the situation. Danju carefully went over the number of people, their gear, and what weapons they had. But Wang Bin didn't seem worried at all. He casually asked Danju how easy it was to win over the people in the expansion group. Danju confidently said it was super easy. Those guys are mainly motivated by one thing, food. Then, Wang Bin pulled out a few pistols and asked if those would be enough to hold off the enemies. Danju was shocked and asked where he had gotten so many guns. With a bit of pride, Wang Bin explained that he had taken them from big city gangs. They were like trophies. He added that they still had plenty more weapons saved up for future members of the group. Excited by this news, Danju confidently said they were finally ready to face Jin Yi. But Wang Bin warned him to stay calm and be smart about how they move forward. Then, Wang Bin started thinking out loud, worried about leaving Aier with Miao and Xiao Yu. He could only hope they were safe. Just then, he saw the girls walking toward him. They were wearing the outfits they had planned for the mission. Xiao Yu smiled and asked if Wang Bin liked her new look. But when Wang Bin saw them in their police uniforms, ones that didn't look anything like real ones, he immediately told them to go change. He said those clothes were meant for something totally different. They were way too revealing to wear out in public, let alone during a mission. Wang Bin carefully pointed out that the bottom half of the costume was too tight and showed off too much. Xiao Yu responded, saying it would actually help them sneak into the enemy base more easily, especially if there were male guards at the entrance. The next day, Commander Li showed up, speaking in a loud and strict tone. He introduced himself as the leader of the expansion group and told everyone to remember that. He warned that from now on, everyone there would be under his command. And if anyone disobeyed or tried to leave without permission, he'd deal with it seriously. Right in the middle of his speech, Li noticed one of the soldiers had dozed off, and he instantly jumped on him. He said working with people like that would ruin his reputation. Another soldier watching looked on with disgust, thinking the guy who couldn't even stay alert wasn't cut out for this. Danju stepped in and said that a lot of the team hadn't even eaten enough to keep their strength up, so it wasn't fair to compare them to Li. But Li didn't like being challenged. He said he respected Danju, but he wouldn't put up with any backtalk. Danju tried to keep things cool and said he wasn't trying to argue, just pointing out a fact. But Li muttered under his breath that if Danju kept pushing it, things could get messy. Wang Bin quickly stepped in to smooth things over. He apologized for Danju and reminded him how important it was to stay united, especially in tough times. Taking Danju aside, Wang Bin advised him to avoid fighting with Li, promising they could deal with him later once they were out of the city. Danju understood and apologized for his reaction, suggesting they move on. Li then turned to Wang Bin and asked why he was just now seeing him. Was he new? He sounded suspicious and asked if Wang Bin was a bit too confident for someone new, jumping straight into the expansion group. Then he noticed the bag in Wang Bin's hand and made a sarcastic comment, asking if he was trying to sneak off with some gear for himself. Pointing to the bag, Li rudely ordered Wang Bin to open it right away and show everything inside. At that moment, Danju suddenly remembered there was a gun in that bag. After checking the bag carefully and not finding anything strange, Li got really frustrated. He started shouting and said that if he ever found out Wang Bin had taken something, there would be serious consequences. Then, announcing that it was time to start the mission, Li told everyone to check their equipment and get ready to head out. Once things calmed down, Danju quietly asked Wang Bin where the stuff from the bag he saw earlier that morning had gone. Wang Bin didn't give a straight answer. He just said it was a secret and that he'd explain everything at the right time. Meanwhile, Jin Yi decided to talk with his accountant, Zhang, to see how likely it was that the deal with Li would go smoothly this time. Zhang tried to calm Jin Yi down, saying things were different now. Back then, they didn't know about a powerful zombie leader in the area. But this time, a group was going to distract the zombie leader so that Captain Li and his team could grab the gold while no one was watching. Happy with the plan, Jin Yi rubbed his hands together, excited that his longtime dream might finally come true. Jin Yi then told Zhang that if everything went well, he wanted a golden statue of himself put up in town to show how important the mission was. He also promised to reward Zhang and Li generously, saying that if the gold project worked out, they'd never have to worry about anything again. Zhang thanked Jin Yi for his kindness and said he was glad to be around him. Switching topics a bit, Jin Yi asked Zhang if he was planning to enjoy himself later, hinting about the kind of fun he usually liked. Zhang smiled and said everything would be arranged perfectly. Just then, two attractive girls walked by, and all the guys on the street couldn't help but stare. The girls walked over to the man who handled job placements in the town. One of them, Miao, asked if he could help them find work. The manager, clearly impressed by how pretty they were, asked where they were from while trying to be as polite as possible. At that point, Wang Bin noticed that the deeper they went into the city, the more nervous Danju looked. Sensing this, Danju explained that this part of the city used to be one of the liveliest places in the north. But when everything started falling apart, many people couldn't escape in time and ended up turning into zombies. That's why the area had been mostly abandoned. Danju wanted to know when they'd start their mission, but Wang Bin said it wasn't the right time yet because Li's team was close by and could react badly if anything looked suspicious. Wang Bin told Danju to be extra careful and reminded him that their whole plan depended on staying smart. Just then, a soldier from Li's team walked over and warned them not to do anything stupid. He also said there was no point in even thinking about running away, because there was no chance of escaping. But the soldier softened a little and said he wouldn't tell Li about their conversation, as long as they didn't cause trouble. Wang Bin quickly promised they weren't planning to escape and that they were just being cooperative. The soldier didn't believe him and said he had spoken to a lot of people before who had the same look in their eyes, people who were always dreaming about escaping. He said this time things were different. Sir Jin Yi had offered a huge reward for staying loyal. Danju couldn't help but ask if the reward was for helping find some gold, and the soldier nodded, confirming it. He explained that as soon as he heard about the gold, he signed up to join the expansion group. According to him, the Northern Central Bank had a huge amount of gold stored inside. When everything first went downhill, gold was still considered valuable, so most of the banks in the city moved all their gold to this one secure location. Now there's a massive amount of gold there, but after things got worse, most people stopped caring about money and focused only on staying alive. That's when Genie got the idea to go after the gold again, offering big rewards for anyone who helped. Wang Bin realized that this gold information could be important, maybe even helpful for updating his system. Just then, a loud voice shouted at them, and one of the guards told Wang Bin and Danju to hurry up, threatening consequences if they slowed down the group. Wang Bin quickly apologized and promised to keep up. Once the situation calmed down a bit, Wang Bin quietly asked the soldier where he got the gold info and how trustworthy it was. The soldier said he traded a piece of bread for it, something that's considered a high price in times of shortage. Wang Bin also asked what kind of reward Genie was offering, and the soldier said it was just food, 10 chicken thighs, 5 chicken heads, and 1 chicken for each person who helped bring in the gold. Wang Bin could tell the soldier was being honest and said he'd give him a share of the gold, knowing he probably wouldn't be able to accept it anyway. Danju, after hearing all this, started doubting if their original plan could really work, especially because the area near the warehouse was known to be dangerous. But Wang Bin said they needed to shift the plan. Now, the priority was to get the gold and leave. They could deal with everything else later. Danju didn't argue and said he'd support whatever decision Wang Bin made. After that, the group continued heading toward the city, which looked totally wrecked. Even though it was daytime, they kept running into groups of wandering creatures. Wang Bin and Danju used simple weapons to defend themselves, trying not to reveal how strong they really were. The rest of the group was terrified and didn't even want to touch a weapon. The men from the team tried to keep their distance from the main group, probably because they were worried that using their guns might attract the zombies. Wang Bin figured that the team's members didn't really care about the travelers' safety and didn't want to waste their ammo on them. After getting through a lot of trouble, the group finally made it to the central bank in the northern part of the city. There were tons of zombies wandering around outside. No one had ever seen so many of them in one spot. As everyone stood there silently, clearly nervous, Li said he'd go check out the area first. When he came back, he told them to stay calm and said they just needed to grab the gold and leave quickly. Wang Bin calmly replied that he believed in the plan and encouraged everyone to follow him and Danju toward the bank. He tried his best to give everyone a little bit of confidence, even those picked to act as zombie bait. Then, Li suddenly told everyone to wear bulletproof vests with extra steel protection, claiming he had prepared them especially for this mission. He said the vests would help them stay safe, even if they ran into strong zombies. But Wang Bin wasn't sure if Li was being honest. He seemed like someone who always had his own plan and cared more about himself than the group. Li then told Danju he didn't need a vest and should stay behind, pretending it was to protect him. But Danju didn't want to be separated from his team. He offered his vest to Li and said he would go to the vault with everyone else. Danju was determined to stick with his friends no matter what. Li asked him if he was really going to go against orders like that. But Danju calmly said he was an adult, he made his own choices, and he wouldn't regret it. Li muttered something under his breath, saying it was a mistake to give Danju a chance. He thought people like him should be the first to go. Wang Bin gave Danju an approving look and told him he did the right thing. If Danju had listened to Li, he wouldn't have been allowed to go into the vault with the group. Wang Bin was sure Li had some shady plan, but decided to deal with that later. Meanwhile, back at the settlement, Luo was yelling at the girls to move faster, saying Mr. Jin Yi didn't like being kept waiting. Xiaoyu took the opportunity to tell Miao they should try to find out where Team Miao kept their weapons. Miao reminded them that Wang Bin had only asked them to find information about the location of the gold. Xiaoyu, however, felt like her skills were being wasted on such simple tasks. Meanwhile, Luo let Jinyi know that she had completed his instructions and brought in some new girls ready to start work. As she looked at the girls, Luo couldn't help but admire their beauty. Even she, as a woman, found it hard not to be impressed. When Luo walked into Jinye's office and saw Zhang casually sitting in a chair, she immediately asked what he was doing there and where the rest of the team had gone. Annoyed by Zhang's attitude, she asked again where Jinyi was. Zhang, trying not to leave her without an answer, casually said that Jinyi had kindly let him choose someone first. Luo didn't believe that at all and angrily called him a liar. Zhang, clearly interested in the girls, started comparing them like they were high-end products and even rated one higher than the others. Then he mocked someone, calling them short and laughing about how that person always got the best. But suddenly, one of the girls caught his eye. He had never seen someone so stunning before. Letting the other two go, he told the third girl to stay. But now that didn't matter. His risky plan could fall apart at any moment. Still, going to Jinyi's party without Xiaoyu didn't sit right with Miao. He couldn't leave his friend behind. Zhang firmly told Miao he could go, but Xiaoyu would stay. Miao tried to convince him that she could take care of herself, but Zhang got angry and said some rude things. He said he wanted to be with someone young and sweet, not someone like Miao. Getting frustrated, Miao snapped back, asking who dared to say Xiaoyu wasn't feminine. Xiaoyu, trying to calm her friend, told her not to worry and to focus on staying safe. She reminded her to be careful around Zhang and to ask for help if anything felt off. Zhang, feeling pleased, called Xiaoyu his baby and told her to start doing what he asked. But then, Xiaoyu ignored him and walked off somewhere else. Zhang was confused, watching her with a puzzled smile. Xiaoyu, stalling for time, suddenly suggested they play a grown-up game, one Zhang definitely wasn't ready for. His expression changed quickly once he realized what she meant by a completely different kind of game. This time, he was in for a real surprise. Meanwhile, Wang Bin and his team continued moving forward, carefully handling the challenges along the way. Wang Bin told Danju that the strange smell around them was getting stronger. Danju agreed. It was an awful mix that reminded them of something rotten. Then, they came across a bunch of severed human hands, and Wang Bin figured they had entered some kind of zombie hideout. One of the soldiers was confused. How could zombies be here when Commander Li had promised the area was safe? But just then, they noticed something strange at the end of the hallway that instantly grabbed their attention. Danju pointed something out to Wang Bin. He said the last door in their path probably led nowhere. But Wang Bin didn't want to take any chances. He went ahead and broke it down to see what was behind it. A soldier reminded him that Commander Li had ordered them to report anything unusual before doing anything. But still, he called everyone to help Wang Bin open the door together. Meanwhile, one of the soldiers criticized Commander Li for basically sending Danju into a hopeless situation. The commander didn't hide his frustration. He called Danju ungrateful and said he didn't know right from wrong. The soldier remembered some wild rumors about Danju having fought the zombie king himself but quickly said he didn't believe any of that. He clearly didn't trust Danju. Commander Li said Danju was tricky and probably up to something, but also admitted that it was only because of Danju's plan that they were able to lure the zombie king out of his hideout. Back at the door, Wang Bin happily told the group that they had finally broken through. Danju, worried about nearby zombies, told him to keep it down. He also noticed another big door ahead and called Wang Bin over, asking how they were going to open it. One of the soldiers said even explosives wouldn't work on a door that size. But Wang Bin, trying to keep everyone motivated, said he had a plan. Danju asked if they should get help. Then, seeing Wang Bin holding a bunch of weapons, he was shocked. It had been a long time since he'd seen that many, and now those weapons were super rare. Wang Bin casually said that this was just a small part of his stash. One of the volunteers asked if Wang Bin could share some so they could all be ready in case zombies showed up. Wang Bin said they were stronger than they thought and invited everyone to join his mission to stand up against Jinyi's unfair rule. Someone from the group said he had always felt Wang Bin and Danju were hiding something, and now he realized they were planning to challenge Jinyi. Wang Bin asked Danju to explain what he had seen for himself. Danju then asked everyone if they really thought Jinyi's system was helping them. He said the truth was far from what they believed. But then Danju stopped himself. He seemed unsure if it was safe to continue talking. Still, one of the volunteers got really upset after learning what the food they'd been given actually was. He said it was time to stand up and take action. Wang Bin told them that even though the truth might be hard to accept, it's the truth that can lead to real change. He asked them to trust him and promised that once they reached their goal, they could build a better life together. The guy looked at Wang Bin and said that if he kept his word, everyone would stand with him and bring an end to Jinyi's control. Wang Bin understood very well that hunger and hard work had made the people around them grow bitter toward Jinyi. Thinking ahead, Wang Bin came up with a plan and told everyone to step away from the door before the blast. He warned them that a big explosion was about to happen. But even after it went off, the door didn't have a single scratch on it. Danju couldn't believe it either and asked Wang Bin how they were supposed to open that kind of door. Then he realized why all the banks in the city stored their valuables here. Wang Bin guessed that the noise probably caught the attention of some folks outside. Just then, they noticed the door slowly starting to open. Danju told Wang Bin not to rush. Danju, excited, told everyone that they finally did it, the door was open, and all their effort had paid off. One of the volunteers said they shouldn't waste any time and should check how much gold was inside. But just as things seemed to calm down, Danju felt something was off. It got really quiet. Then, a soldier shouted in fear and warned everyone, a zombie was running toward them. Wangbin quickly figured out what was happening and told them to activate the flaming hand. Suddenly, a huge, hairy paw reached out from behind and grabbed the zombie before it could get any closer. Danju immediately recognized the hand. It was the Zombie King, a threat to all life. Wangbin had expected the Zombie King to be stronger and faster, but even this was enough to cause trouble. He remembered the Zombie King only went after humans, so why did he just grab one of his own? Maybe something had changed. Maybe now, the Zombie King had started going after other zombies too. Danju asked Wangbin if they were actually going to face the Zombie King, but Wangbin, clearly panicked, shouted at Danju to run and not look back. Without saying a word, Danju followed him. Everyone else ran too, and the situation got tense. Lee tried to sound confident and told his team not to let anyone escape. The soldiers said they were ready to follow orders, no matter what. Then Wangbin saw a window ahead, maybe a real chance to escape. It gave him a little hope, especially now that he was face to face with the Zombie King. He was shocked by how fast the creature was for its size. Realizing they wouldn't be able to leave easily, Wangbin decided to take a stand. As the Zombie King got closer, Danju yelled at Wangbin to hurry. But suddenly, Wangbin stopped and asked himself, why should they be scared of something that they don't even think about? He shouted that nothing in the world could stop him from getting out with the gold he came for. But right after saying that, he realized just how badly he had underestimated the Zombie King's speed and agility. For the first time, Wangbin truly felt fear. At that moment, one of the volunteers ran over to his teammates and said they had managed to get away. But suddenly, Commander Lee loudly told everyone to stay where they were and not move. With a firm tone, Lee said that anyone who tried to move would face serious consequences. The guy tried to explain that the Zombie King was coming after them and they needed to leave quickly, but Lee, clearly annoyed, reminded him that he was the one in charge and his orders were final. The guy wondered if Lee really didn't understand how serious the situation was. Seeing his team's nervousness, Lee thought of them as untrustworthy and weak. One soldier pointed out that the fugitives had much better weapons than theirs. Lee asked why they didn't use Molotov cocktails on them, but then seemed to realize that it might not be the best idea at that moment. The volunteer still had his weapon ready, but one of the boys reminded him that Wangbin was still inside, so he couldn't fire randomly. Looking back toward the tunnel, the soldier asked if the missing guy wasn't one of those who had just run away. Then, spotting the huge figure of the Zombie King, he shouted in fear for everyone to run. Lee was actually happy that the Zombie King had finally come out of the building and thought it could now be taken down. The volunteer asked his teammates to fire and stick close together. A soldier from Lee's group told all the volunteers to aim at the giant creature. Suddenly, one volunteer started asking for mercy for himself and his friends, clearly shaken by the sight of the Zombie King. Another guy shouted that regular weapons wouldn't work on such a strong opponent. The next moment, the monster grabbed the guy by the legs, and he desperately asked for help, but it was already too late. One of the volunteers decided to escape to save himself, forgetting that his team needed him. Meanwhile, another soldier prepared a Molotov cocktail to throw, but instead of getting close, he ended up completely caught in the flames. Lee gave the order to use Molotov cocktails on the creature, even if it meant putting his own squad at risk. Realizing the situation was getting out of control, Lee made the tough call to sacrifice part of his team to take down the monster. At the same time, Wangbin heard a voice telling him to snap out of it. The system warned him that losing in the game would mean the end of his real life. Wangbin accused the system of lying and not keeping its promise to help him, but the system replied coldly, saying that such features weren't part of its programming. Wangbin realized no help was coming and that if he didn't act, he could end up stuck here forever. Seeing Danju lying unconscious in the distance, Wangbin asked the system if he was still alive. The system said Danju was unconscious but stable, and warned that if Wangbin didn't take care of his injury soon, it could be fatal. He understood now that they had been used as pawns from the start, sent into a dangerous mission disguised as regular soldiers. Fighting the pain, Wangbin quickly thought about his next move. When he pulled a lighter from his pocket, the system warned him not to act without thinking. But Wangbin said he wasn't as weak as he looked. He remembered the time he had shared cigarettes with Chengping. Wangbin told him he still had half a pack left and had just forgotten about it. Wanting to cheer him up, he assured his friend there was enough and he didn't need to hold back. Chengping, touched by the gesture, thanked him for the support. Wangbin added that things would get better soon and they wouldn't have to value small comforts so much, because soon, supplies wouldn't be a problem anymore. Chengping said he also had something for his friend. The surprise was a lighter, not very useful for Wangbin since he didn't smoke, but Chengping quickly explained that he wasn't trying to make him start. He said it was actually his personal good luck charm that had helped him many times before. Wangbin sincerely thanked him for the thoughtful gift and promised to take care of it like it was priceless. Then Wong Bin realized he needed to stop his injury from getting worse, or he could be in serious danger. Looking around, he saw nothing useful to patch it up, so he knew he would have to take drastic measures. Gritting his teeth and bracing himself for the pain, he decided there was no other choice. In the next moment, he used the lighter to seal the wound so he could keep going in this fight. Despite the discomfort, Wong Bin was happy to find gold bars hidden in the area. As he moved through the dark hallways, he came across zombies who, in their previous lives, seemed to have worked as salespeople. Strangely enough, they were still trying to sell things, stuck in their old habits. Seeing their hopeless state, unable to ever be human again, Wong Bin felt genuine sympathy for them. After a short while, Wong Bin asked the system to check how much gold he had and whether it was real. The system told him that in order to upgrade, it needed to know the exact amount and asked for his permission to proceed. Without hesitation, Wong Bin agreed, hoping to unlock new skills and gear. Once approved, the system began the upgrade, promising a big boost in features. When it was done, his storage space increased and a top-level shop became available. However, when Wong Bin saw the shop, he was confused as to why some products were hidden. The system explained that everything was functioning as intended, described how the shop worked, and promised even more useful things in the future. Frustrated, Wong Bin demanded a special item or feature right away, but the system reminded him to calm down or his injury could reopen. After warning him again about the risk, the system invited him to check out the shop's full inventory. Thinking ahead, Wong Bin considered buying 10 miracle beans, knowing that even if he avoided a direct fight with the Zombie King, there was still the risk of infections from battle wounds. Since the Zombie King's skin was extremely tough, he realized that even a lot of ammunition wouldn't guarantee victory. There was also a book of random attributes that could improve his flame hand skill, but at the moment, getting close enough to use it was impossible. Suddenly, Wong Bin remembered another item that could instantly level up a skill, so he asked the system to get him the miracle beans and a beginner's experience pack. The system confirmed the purchase and reminded Wong Bin that after the next upgrade, he would be able to unlock even more advanced and powerful items. The miracle bean restored his energy to about 50%, giving him a better chance to keep going. The system also told him that his flame hand skill had been leveled up, and after using 50 beginner experience packs, the skill improved even more, boosting his odds in the coming battle. Just then, a zombie blocked Wong Bin's path, demanding that he hand over some kind of card. Another zombie kept bugging him, trying to get him to buy a bag, completely ignoring the fact that this was clearly not the right time for shopping. Wong Bin brushed off their requests and focused on what really mattered, the fight with the Zombie King. Meanwhile, Commander Lee watched in shock as his team members were quickly being taken out by an incredibly strong mutant. Summoning the last of his courage, Lee decided to face it head-on, still holding on to hope for a win. But he also knew that regular weapons like weapons or grenades weren't doing anything against it, so he went for a desperate move. Lee signaled for the mutant to come at him, showing that he was ready to fight and not backing down. In the middle of the clash, he shouted that he would keep going until the very end without retreating. Unfortunately, his words were cut short when the mutant landed a powerful hit to his face. The mutant was about to strike again, but something unexpected stopped it, an iron chain wrapped around its hand. Surprised, Lee wondered who had just saved him. He turned to see Danju, who had returned despite the danger. Lee exclaimed in disbelief, asking why he had come back and risked his life. Danju replied that it was too soon for Lee to be finished off and that he had saved him to settle the score for everything he had been through. Danju then angrily accused Lee and his men of being heartless, using survivors as bait for the Zombie King by making them wear vests filled with explosives. He swore to get payback and said he would fight until the very end. Lee coldly replied that he wasn't surprised by Danju's choice, since not everyone agreed to side with Lord Jinyi. The Zombie King's eyes locked on both Danju and Lee, filled with rage. In that moment, the two men put aside their differences, stood together, and attacked the Zombie King from both sides. At the same time, the volunteer had made up his mind. He was going to reach the gold reserves. He felt it was his only chance to start a new life. Since the start of the post-apocalypse, he had felt like a ghost, and now this seemed like a rare opportunity to begin again. Thinking back, he realized he had never really followed through on anything. After graduating from college, he wasted years hiding behind excuses, spending most of his time on computer games. By the time he was 40, he considered himself a failure and figured he would keep living like that forever, until the world changed and forced him to fight for survival. Now, he found himself screaming in fear as a mutated old man came closer. He begged the man to let him go, desperately trying to avoid being hurt. His mother shouted for him to run, knowing he couldn't survive a zombie bite. Using the last of her strength, she told him to take care of himself, letting go of any hope of saving him. She knew she couldn't protect her son anymore and had to release him into this harsh new world. The son, holding back tears but filled with determination, promised his mother he would survive no matter what. Just then, Wong Bin moved closer to the volunteer, who had already already accepted that he wouldn't make it through this nightmare. The volunteer asked Wangbin if there was really gold in the bank Mr. Jinyi wanted. He was worried his bread would go to waste and wanted confirmation. Wangbin told him the bank held over 20 tons of gold, more than enough for bread and anything else. The volunteer felt relieved and, in his mind, told his late mother about his success. He was happy to finally see something through to the end, even if it meant helping someone as ruthless as Jinyi. Wangbin, however, couldn't help but notice how the volunteer only thought about gold. To Jinyi, people like him were just disposable helpers in the struggle to survive, sacrificing their dignity and beliefs, only to be used and forgotten. Wangbin quietly promised himself he would free them from Jinyi's control and prevent any more humiliation. Meanwhile, Commander Lee shouted that he wasn't afraid of the mutant and would finish it with his chainsaw. Danju told the zombie Bill to go down, attacking from behind in hopes of ending the fight quickly. Gathering his last bit of strength, he drove a large iron spike through the mutant's hand. The mutant hadn't faced this kind of resistance in a long time and reacted with pain. Suddenly, a huge zombie hand appeared above Danju's head and grabbed him before he could get away. Barely holding back a cry, Danju braced himself for the end, but before it could happen, Wangbin rushed in to help. Without hesitation, he shouted at the mutant, reminding it of their earlier encounter, and activated his flaming hand ability. He challenged the mutant to dodge. Surprised that Wangbin showed no fear, the mutant tried to defend itself. Wangbin's strike landed hard, knocking the mutant to the ground and cracking the asphalt beneath it. The fight wasn't easy, but Wangbin managed to pull his injured friend to safety. Wangbin quickly asked Danju if he was okay and told him not to give up. Danju weakly said that Wangbin needed to leave because the zombie king was still around. Feeling his strength fading, Danju asked Wangbin to take care of his sister if she ended up alone. Trying to lift his friend's spirits, Wangbin told him to hang on and not give up without a fight. He gave Danju a healing fruit, saying he wouldn't let him go that easily. Within seconds, Wangbin saw the fruit working and asked how Danju felt. Danju smiled, saying his breathing was back to normal, his leg didn't hurt anymore, and his injuries had stopped getting worse. Danju then asked what Wangbin had used to help him, but Wangbin avoided the question and told him to stay put until he returned. Wanting to help in the fight against the zombie king, Danju offered to join, but Wangbin told him his injuries weren't fully healed yet. He asked Danju to stay hidden so he wouldn't get in the way, and promised to come back soon. Danju thought for a moment, saying he probably knew who Wangbin really was and that he had good reason to believe it. In his mind, he was sure Wangbin could do amazing things. Meanwhile, Wangbin, keeping his focus, promised himself he would get back at the mutant with triple the force. He tried to use his system to find out the zombie king's weaknesses, but the system said his level wasn't high enough to access that information. Not giving up, Wangbin checked his stats, 450 points of inner strength and 30 seconds of maximum speed using his fast run skill. He decided to end the fight within that time, using everything he had. He asked the system what would happen if he completely ran out of inner strength in the middle of a battle. The system answered quickly, and Wangbin realized there was no time to waste. As always, the system gave him encouragement and said it would support him whenever needed. The countdown began, with the system tracking every second until his inner strength was gone. Feeling the pressure, Wangbin activated his fire palm ability and rushed to attack, hoping to finish the zombie king as fast as possible. The system's voice grew louder, reminding him of the ticking clock. Wangbin was glad to see his attack had caused serious damage, and victory seemed close, but then the zombie king took the chance to strike back. The impact sent Wangbin flying to the side. The mutant's strength was shocking, and each hit felt like his body could barely take it. Seeing Wangbin's rough condition, the system advised him to use the miracle bean right away. The magic bean gave Wangbin back his strength and determination to keep going. The fight wasn't over yet. Wanting to plan his next move, Wangbin asked the system how much inner strength he had left. The system warned him it was very low, only 150 points. A quick calculation told him he had just 10 seconds to turn things around. Watching the zombie king closely, Wangbin noticed its tough skin had one weak point, the head. To land a decisive strike there, he would first need to hold the creature in place. He realized the zombie king's single-minded aggression made it predictable, so this was his chance. Grabbing a strong chain, Wangbin threw it around the creature's neck and told it would never break free. The countdown began, and the system activated his fast run ability, giving him one last burst of speed. With a loud shout, Wangbin struck with everything he had, determined to end the fight. But the chain wouldn't hold forever. He had to move fast. Suddenly, the system's voice cut in, warning that his inner strength was completely used up. His special ability had ended. Hearing Wangbin's shout in the distance, Danju sensed something was wrong and ran toward him. As he reached the area, he wondered if the fight fight was truly over. The first thing he saw was the zombie king lying motionless on the ground. Lee, speaking quietly, said that Wangbin had been the one to defeat it. He had never seen such speed and strength before. Turning to Danju, he asked who Wangbin really was, calling him not only strong but also as quick as lightning. Then Lee frowned, saying that during the fight, some of the zombie king's fluids had gotten into Wangbin's eyes, and now he might be in danger. Hearing this, Danju ran to help Wangbin and tried to get him to a doctor right away, but Lee shouted for him to stop, warning that it could be risky. At that moment, the system told Wangbin a virus had entered his body and explained the possible effects. A notification popped up. He had unlocked a hidden mission, something he had never encountered before. The system gave him two choices. The first was to refuse the mission and receive a special serum that would give him complete protection from the zombie virus. The second was to accept the mission and receive a different serum, one that would give him partial protection but also make him a half-zombie. This would boost his physical abilities but come with side effects. If he accepted, his mission would be to defeat every zombie king in the world, and the more he defeated, the more rewards and experience he would gain. To complete it, he would need to defeat 100 zombie kings, something that felt nearly impossible. If he refused, he would never be able to use a zombie's unique abilities again. The virus was starting to take effect, and the system pressed him to make a choice that could change his life forever. Wangbin wondered if he was really going to turn into one of the very creatures he had been fighting, but deep down he felt there was no other choice if he wanted to protect himself and others. He needed to get stronger. The harsh world after the disaster didn't forgive weakness, and Wangbin had to admit that his old life was gone. He told himself to stop doubting and make a choice. He promised that he would protect everyone and find the resources they needed to survive. Frustrated, he blamed the system for not warning him earlier about what might happen after the fight with the zombie king. The system replied that it wasn't asked about it, and now all Wangbin could do was make the best decision possible. Wangbin decided that if there was a way to become fully human again, he would try, even if the mission seemed strange. Gathering his resolve, Wangbin said he would accept the mission. Lee immediately noticed changes in him and said Wangbin was starting to transform. Danju, looking worried, called out to Wangbin and tried to calm him down, reminding him that Xiaoyu and Miao were still waiting for him. At the same time, more zombies were appearing nearby, which was alarming. Lee shouted to Danju that they needed to leave before it was too late, but Danju refused, saying he would never abandon the person who had saved him. Lee became angry at his stubbornness and tried to pull Danju away from Wangbin, but Danju said he was ready to face any danger and that his values would not let him walk away from his friend. The thought that he might one day have to stop Wangbin himself weighed heavily on Danju. Lee simply shook his head, thinking Danju was being reckless. Then Wangbin spoke, surprising Danju. He was still fully aware and had heard everything they said. Wangbin was touched by Danju's loyalty and told him not to worry, saying the transformation had been stopped. Just then, the system announced that Wangbin had unlocked a new mode that greatly boosted his strength and abilities. Curious, Wangbin quickly checked his new powers, which came from the virus. The system explained that these abilities couldn't be improved with experience books and would grow only based on Wangbin's level and the number of zombies he defeated. Excited about the new possibilities, Wangbin was ready to fight. Lee, seeing that he was fine, called for everyone to retreat quickly before they were surrounded by more zombies. As they ran, the number of zombies kept increasing, and it looked like escape might not be possible, but Danju noticed something strange. The zombies weren't acting aggressive toward them at all. He looked at the crowd of creatures in confusion, wondering what was keeping them back. Wangbin told Danju that the zombies were afraid of him because he had just defeated their leader. Since the old zombie king was gone, Wangbin had basically taken his place in their eyes. Danju thought this was unbelievable and wondered if Wangbin had been hit in the head too hard. Seeing his friend's doubt, Wangbin decided to show his new abilities. He used his new powers, things like controlling zombie minds and reading their thoughts, to command two zombies nearby. Danju got nervous and told Wangbin to be careful, saying they could face the creatures together. But Wangbin ignored him and ordered the zombies to kneel and follow his commands. Danju was stunned when they obeyed instantly. He even tried talking to them himself, but they completely ignored him. Wangbin then told the zombies to remove the explosive vests from the bodies in the area and pile them up. Danju quietly watched, still feeling like this was all unreal. Commander Lee, watching from a distance, realized with shock that Wangbin had not only defeated the zombie king but had also taken control over the others. Ignoring Lee's questions, Wangbin said he didn't care what anyone thought. What mattered was that certain people who treated others like tools would now face consequences. Lee stepped up to Wangbin and said right to his face that if he got the chance, he would end him on the spot. Then Lee pulled the trigger. Danju jumped back, holding his head, unsure why Lee had just fired. Wangbin calmly told Danju that he was fine. The bullet hadn't hurt him at all. The virus had formed a tough armor on his skin that could even block weapon fire. Lee stared in disbelief, realizing Wong Bin was just as resistant as the Zombie King. Feeling trapped, Lee shouted that he would never let himself be taken down by someone like Wong Bin. But Wong Bin said he wasn't planning to finish things quickly, he had other plans. With one strong push, Wong Bin sent Lee flying aside as if he weighed nothing. Coldly, he told Lee he would face the same kind of suffering he had caused to others. Realizing he had no way out, Lee begged for mercy, promising he wouldn't hurt anyone again. Danju walked up to Wong Bin and said he understood why Wong Bin wanted to burn the bodies so the zombies couldn't feed on them, but he didn't get why Wong Bin wanted to do the same with the Zombie King's body. Wong Bin explained that if other zombies ate the Zombie King's flesh, they would become stronger, which could cause serious problems. He also said that thanks to his new abilities, he could see the Zombie King's memories and even feel his emotions. It turned out that the Zombie King had once been human, a local boxing champion with many awards. He had a happy family, a wife, and children, and lived an ordinary life. But everything changed overnight when the post-apocalypse began. Like many others, he risked going out to get supplies for his family. He was excited to bring something special home for his wife that night, but when he returned, he was faced with a heartbreaking scene. That moment changed him completely. His fear turned into rage, and his will to live was replaced by a drive for revenge. Danju was moved by the story, especially since he had almost lost himself to anger after his own parents passed away. Seeing an opportunity, Lee tried to play on Wong Bin's sympathy. He said he understood his mistakes and claimed that Jin Yi would reward them both if they worked together. Wong Bin gave him a look of disbelief and asked if anyone still believed in fairy tales about Jin Ye's generosity. Right then, Lee noticed two hungry zombies coming his way. He panicked, begged them to leave him alone, and asked them to go after someone else instead. Wong Bin calmly said it was over and told Danju they should head back to the city. On the way, Danju asked what Wong Bin planned to do next. Wong Bin replied that they needed to stick to the plan. First, check on Officer Miao and Xiao Yu, and then work on bringing down Jin Yi and everything he stood for. Meanwhile, at Jin Ye's place, the guards brought in a group of new girls and told them to take care of him. Miao frowned as she heard the noise and chatter from inside. It was irritating and unsettling. Jin Yi laughed and promised one of the girls exciting things, but only later when he was ready. Miao watched with disgust as the people around him celebrated and enjoyed themselves, forgetting all sense of dignity or responsibility. She thought bitterly about how some risked their lives fighting zombies while Jin Yi lived in comfort. Jin Yi, still smiling, turned to look at the newcomers. One of the girls tried to get his attention by bragging about her skills, which made Miao uneasy. The shallow and selfish atmosphere in the room made Miao clench his fists, wanting to clear the place of such corruption. Jin Yi said he only liked natural beauty and told the girls to jump, saying the one who jumped the highest would get to stay with him for a whole month and enjoy a life of comfort. The girls started jumping, calling out and trying to outdo one another to win his favor. Miao felt his frustration growing with everything he saw, certain that Jin Yi would one day have to answer for his actions. Miao had already made up her mind. As soon as Rock fell under Jin Ye's control, she would make sure he faced a punishment that was both personal and drawn out. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu was putting her own plan into motion. She turned toward Zhang, who had just taken her to the warehouse, supposedly for her safety. Zhang quickly tried to defend himself, saying there was another entrance that led to the main weapons storage. Xiao Yu just waved him off, no longer surprised at how he always found ways to make excuses. When they entered, Zhang proudly showed off a large stockpile of weapons and ammunition. Seeing that Xiao Yu was impressed, he hinted there was something even more interesting hidden inside. Her eyes lit up with genuine curiosity. Pleased with her reaction, Zhang said he would show her everything, but only if she gave him a small kiss. Xiao Yu wasn't having it. She would only share that kind of moment with Wong Bin, and there was no way she'd give Zhang the satisfaction. She decided the easiest way to deal with him was just to get rid of his unwanted attention. Zhang then promised to reveal the most powerful weapon in the warehouse if she agreed to his deal. Feeling like he was in control, he waited for her answer. Just then, Danju's voice interrupted, and the arriving guards demanded the doors be opened so they could enter the secure area. The operator looked at Danju in confusion, wondering why only the two of them had returned and where the others were. Wong Bin didn't share the full truth and instead told a quick story about the Zombie King showing up unexpectedly. He added that Commander Lee and his men had met a heroic end while protecting the gold and survivors. Although the guards didn't entirely believe Lee had acted that way, Wong Bin invited them to see the gold bars they had brought back. The operator didn't even let him finish before ordering them inside. Gold was all that mattered. As they walked in, Danju quietly warned Wong Bin to stay alert and trust no one in this place. Wong Bin nodded, assuring his friend that it would all be over soon. In the center of the room, next to the pool, Jin Yi was surrounded by women and playing with an expensive Rolex watch. He tossed the watch into the water, saying that whoever grabbed it first would get to spend an entire month with him, enjoying a life of comfort and luxury. Miao watched the scene unfold, thinking to herself how disgusting it was that Jin Yi only seemed to care about his own selfish desires. Suddenly, an unfamiliar woman came too close. With a proud tone, the woman introduced herself as Jin Ye's partner and said she wanted to meet Miao. Acting as if she were just an ordinary girl, Miao changed her tone to sound more polite in front of someone with influence. The woman, meanwhile, was sizing Miao up and quickly decided she wasn't like the other girls around. Miao realized she had let her guard down a bit, and this woman might be suspicious. But then came a surprise. Instead of doubting her, Jin Ye's partner actually complimented her, saying she seemed more trustworthy than the rest. She believed Miao didn't act just for short-term gain, which made her a good candidate to work with. She said she needed someone reliable on her team, as it's easier to keep control when surrounded by loyal allies. Looking Miao in the eyes, she invited her to become her right-hand person, promising a safer and more comfortable life. Miao pretended to be shy about it, not wanting to scare this overconfident woman away too soon. The woman then raised a glass to toast their future cooperation and asked for Miao's name. Without hesitation, Miao gave it, hoping to gain more trust and get closer to Jin Ye's inner circle. Not long after, Jin Ye's secretary saw the group arriving and said it wasn't a good time since Jin Ye was busy. But Wang Bin calmly explained that they had brought gold bars, something Jin Ye would definitely want to hear about. Danju quietly tugged on Wang Bin's sleeve, wondering if this was really part of his plan. Wang Bin continued, saying Jin Ye valued gold above all else, and they had plenty to offer. Luo, however, laughed and told them they clearly didn't understand the situation. Jin Ye already knew they were coming. He had a strong network of informants and had been aware of their movements since their very first day in the settlement. Jin Ye then fixed his gaze on Miao, remembering that she was the one who had once locked him up years ago. He gave a sly smile, clearly confident he now had the upper hand. Wang Bin was a bit frustrated, realizing Jin Ye's memory was sharper than expected. Luo then boasted that Jin Ye also knew Wang Bin had been the one to take down the Wild Sharks gang. She mockingly said they wouldn't last long and that soon Jin Ye would be celebrating their defeat. Wang Bin tried to explain that she had it all wrong, but before he could continue, she cut him off sharply. With pride, Luo announced that everything was happening exactly as Jin Ye had planned, and that Jin Ye was the true mastermind behind it all. Wang Bin was stunned. The whole time, Jin Ye had been toying with them, and now it seemed he was planning to lock him away. Looking around, Wang Bin noticed something odd. In a place like this, there were no guards except the two who had brought him in. One guard told the other they should take the prisoner back to his cell, but the other said that since Sister B was with Jin Ye, everything was under control. Wang Bin quietly told himself that Jin Ye would regret treating him this way. Suddenly, two hooded figures appeared at the doorway, keeping their faces hidden. Wang Bin called out to the ones who had dragged him here and chained him to the wall, but they didn't respond. Then Jin Ye's familiar laugh filled the room as he announced that the show was about to start. Jin Ye began telling a story from before the post-apocalypse, back when he was a powerful businessman dealing with a thief. He said that even though he didn't look at it, he was actually very clever, and that no one who crossed him ever got away with it. Then, after striking his whip against the ground, he told the prisoner to wake up because the performance was beginning. The whip came down hard on Wang Bin, but Wang Bin only gritted his teeth. Thanks to the virus strengthening his body, he was able to endure it, though without it he might have passed out. Trying to stall for time, Wang Bin asked why Jin Ye had gone to all this trouble instead of just negotiating directly. Jin Ye laughed again and said that Wang Bin should be the one to talk terms. Wang Bin loudly offered to hand over all the gold if Jin Ye would just stop this, but Jin Ye wasn't interested in the gold. He was enjoying the game. After he'd had his fun, Jin Ye told his people to turn on the lights, revealing another person tied up. It was Miao. Jin Ye ignored Wang Bin's protests and calmly said he wanted to have a little talk with Officer Miao, just like old times. The door opened, and two model-like women walked in wearing weird clothes. Wang Bin angrily called Jin Ye a coward, but Jin Ye, clearly enjoying himself, told the women to show affection toward Miao. He laughed and pointed at Wang Bin, asking how it felt to watch this. Wang Bin's mind raced with worry, realizing Jin Ye might be planning something inappropriate toward Miao. Meanwhile, the guards escorting Danju shouted at him to move faster. Danju bitterly understood that his plan had failed. They were trapped. Knowing Jin Ye's personality, he was sure they wouldn't be let go easily and would likely face a drawn-out punishment. His thoughts were a mess, especially because he wasn't only worried for himself but also for his sister, who would now be left on her own. He didn't understand why Jin Ye had assigned him 4 guards, and that uncertainty made things worse. Then, without warning, a loud roar shook the entire building, catching both Danju and the guards completely off guard. Zhang, who was tied to the barrel of a tank, suddenly started screaming for help. When the guards didn't respond, he got angry, realizing no one was going to rescue him. Some of the guards even ran off. Nobody wanted to deal with what he called a death machine. Zhang shouted that they would regret it and that his team would personally come for them. Then, a familiar face appeared from the tank's hatch. Danju saw it was Xiaoyu. He couldn't believe it. She was cute but somehow driving this massive tank. She quickly asked where Wang Bin was and what had happened to him, saying that saving her partner was her main goal. Danju gave her a quick update. Wang Bin was being held by Jin Yi, and they needed to act fast. Meanwhile, Sister B teasingly showed Miao a syringe filled with some liquid, saying it was specially prepared for her. Wang Bin, who had been watching everything, yelled at Jin Yi again to let him go and leave Miao alone. He felt frustrated because all the strength he once had from fighting the Zombie King was now gone, leaving him powerless in this situation. Jin Yi walked up to Wang Bin and started talking about his past, complaining about how unfair life had been. Back when he had a lot of money, he said, he still had to limit himself to basic pleasures. But now, in the post-apocalypse, he felt like a king who could do anything. Wang Bin listened with disgust, wondering how someone could be so selfish. Jin Yi then told him that he was now the 5th toy in his collection and that a new game was starting. Of course, Wang Bin had no intention of staying here. He was looking for any way to escape. Jin Yi's eyes lit up as he watched the serum being poured onto Miao's neck. Sister B proudly said it was a rare substance that could stir up strong emotions, and she was eager to see how it would work. Miao shook her head and begged them to stop. One of the women walked up to her and gently ran her hand along her body. From across the room, Jin Yi suddenly shouted in frustration after failing to bite Wang Bin's ear. Wang Bin tried to use one of his new zombie abilities that helped with controlling anger, but to his surprise, his body strengthening skill wasn't working. This worried him. When he checked his anger meter, it showed only 80 points left out of 400. The system explained that anger naturally went down during calm moments and needed time to recharge. Wang Bin knew that if it got too low, he would lose his viral shield, leaving him vulnerable. The system tried to cheer him up, saying the more hits he took, the faster his strength would return. Wang Bin, trying to process everything, came to a frustrating realization. Even though his body was protected from serious harm, the pain from the hits didn't go away. Jin Yi, clearly enjoying having such a tough toy, rubbed his hands together and said they still needed to find someone else who could handle that many hits. Sister B gave a sarcastic smile and said it looked like the medicine was starting to affect Miao, so now the fun could begin. Wang Bin had only one thought. What exactly was this person planning to do to Miao? The girl brushed some hair from her face, then told Miao to get ready for the game. A loud crack from a whip sliced through the air, landing on Miao's skin. She let out a pain sound, and a red mark appeared on her back. Wang Bin could only watch. Sister B, clearly pleased with Miao's reaction, said she had many more new experiences to give her. Seeing the marks on Miao's back made Wang Bin's chest tighten with frustration. The system then notified him that his anger level had gone up by 2 points, and his protective shield was working as expected. Jin Yi seemed impressed. Not many could withstand his hits for so long without giving in. Still, Wang Bin knew that while the virus in his body could help protect him, it couldn't stop the pain completely. His thoughts were racing, but no solution came to mind. Meanwhile, outside, another tense scene was playing out. One of the guards aimed his weapon at Danju and said he was too bold for trying to steal a tank from Jin Ye's group. Danju lifted his head proudly and said he had no choice but to stand up for himself and for dignity. Speaking to the crowd, he urged the townspeople to unite against their common enemy, saying they could protect themselves if they worked together. The guard then ordered his team to attack the tank with a grenade launcher, saying it was time to finish off these rebels. One man warned that Zhang was inside the tank and could get hurt, but the leader of the security team replied that if Zhang, the accountant, was gone, their pay and living conditions would improve. After hearing this, he told them to fire and stop wasting time. One soldier confidently said he would show everyone what Jin Ye's army could do. The explosion echoed across the area, but to everyone's surprise, the tank wasn't damaged at all. The guard commander yelled at his team, accusing them of not doing their jobs. Danju then gave a victory speech, saying the people had united against one enemy and that Jin Ye's control would soon end. But not everyone agreed. One man muttered that fighting Jin Ye was too costly and probably wouldn't work. For now, their goal was just to get their friend out safely. They didn't have the strength or motivation to take on Jin Ye's whole group. At least working for him meant having food and supplies, which was better than struggling outside the city. Danju tried to convince the group, but they just compared it to chewing on a piece of meat, pointless and not worth it. One boy replied bitterly that it was better to live quietly than to waste his life in a hopeless fight. Danju felt shaken inside. Maybe they were right, and their words made sense. Finally, realizing he couldn't change their minds, he wished them luck and left them alone with their thoughts. Xiaoyu, climbing through the tank's hatch, asked Danju if he was ready to move, saying they had to hurry. Wang Bin couldn't protect himself from Jin Ye's control forever. She even said she'd personally deal with Jin Ye if he so much as bothered Wang Bin. Meanwhile, Sister B looked over the exhausted Miao and concluded that the medicine had worked. Now, instead of reacting with pain, Miao would supposedly welcome every touch. Seeing Miao's fear, Bee leaned in and told her there was nothing to be afraid of in these games, getting so close it sent shivers down Miao's spine. Miao tried everything she could to get away, but nothing was working. In a low voice, she told Wangbin she was about to collapse and really needed his help. Genie stared at Wangbin in disbelief. He had been hitting him for half an hour, but Wangbin had no serious injuries, only torn clothes, not a single mark, and not even a scratch. Genie clenched his fist and struck again, but Wangbin didn't make a sound. The system then told Wangbin that his protection level had increased, though he still needed 200 more hits to fully restore his antivirus shield. Feeling stronger, Wangbin shouted at Genie, asking if he was done or had more in mind. Wangbin cut off Miao's panic, saying she'd been through enough and that if the situation were reversed, he wouldn't show mercy. He warned them they would soon learn what it was like to face someone who could take a hit and fight back. His determination came from the anger he felt over Miao's suffering. She wasn't just a friend to him, and he wanted to make things right. Miao was shocked, realizing their bond went deeper than she thought. Genie stepped back in fear, worried that Wangbin might break free at any moment. Bee reassured Genie that no one had ever broken the special restraints before. But Wangbin was already standing tall, clearly close to escaping. The others could see something was changing in him, though they didn't yet know what it meant. Miao watched in disbelief. She couldn't imagine Wangbin having such power. She felt a strange and unfamiliar sensation take over, her breathing quickening and her heart pounding. Embarrassed and overwhelmed by weakness, she still called out to Wangbin for help. Genie, now desperate, shouted for his bodyguard to finish Wangbin immediately. Wangbin shouted that he would deal with Bill himself, calling him out for his awful habits. Taking a deep breath, Wangbin tried to activate his viral shield. For a moment, he saw the frightened faces of his opponents, but the system told him his energy wasn't high enough. His anger meter was still too low to fully power the protection. Then suddenly, after an incoming strike, his anger level spiked, and the shield activated, covering his body with strong armor. One of the girls noticed her special ring's needle had broken and couldn't believe it. Genie, clearly shaken, said they couldn't handle Wangbin on their own. Another girl decided to use her last resort, a move she believed no man could resist. But Wangbin, remembering what they had done to Miao, shouted at them for being heartless and promised to make them face the same kind of treatment they had given her. He said they had gone too far and wouldn't get another chance. The girls rushed in, warning him to think about his odds. One of them, smiling, said she'd make sure he'd never be the same again. But Wangbin charged forward, striking Bee hard enough that she couldn't continue. Seconds later, both attackers were on the ground. The second girl tried to get up and threatened him, but Wangbin blocked her move and ended the fight with a quick kick, putting a stop to her control over the situation. Still fired up, Wangbin decided they would now play by his rules. One of the captives begged for mercy, saying she hadn't harmed him or his friends. Wangbin told her to be quiet and think about her actions. Meanwhile, Wangbin's remaining friends were stuck in a tough battle under heavy enemy fire. Zhang tried to stop the attack by reminding them of his status and warning about the influence of his allies. Danju told Xiaoyu to take cover, knowing they couldn't hold off such a large, well-armed group for long. Realizing the situation was hopeless, Danju decided to stay behind and slow the attackers so Xiaoyu could escape. He pointed her toward the fire escape and led her toward Jin Ye's apartment, promising to cover her retreat. Xiaoyu doubted he could handle the enemy alone, but Danju admitted he couldn't promise safety. The priority was saving Wangbin from the people holding him. As she left, Xiaoyu looked back with gratitude at her friend, who was willing to risk everything for his team. Danju told her he would do everything possible to help her and Wangbin, urging her to hurry while he still had enough strength to hold off the attackers. Zhang, meanwhile, was starting to feel his energy running out, fully aware of how close the danger was. After the intense shootout suddenly stopped, the group grew alert, wondering what to do next. Maybe the attackers, scared by Danju's strong pushback, had run off and were now hiding inside the building. Danju prepared himself for the worst, determined to face it with dignity, like a true friend protecting his team. He promised he would stand his ground until the very end, not letting the enemy get past him. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, having pushed through her fear, was almost at the top of the stairs and felt like the danger might be over. But suddenly, a squad of armed soldiers blocked her path, accusing her of trespassing and opening fire. Surrounded with no way out, she tried to think fast about how to escape the trap. She silently hoped that Wangbin and Miao were safe. Trying not to panic, she promised herself that one day she would make up for the pain these people had caused, though she tried to keep her anger in check. Wangbin, still feeling no sympathy for their captors, wanted them to understand the pain they had caused others. But he also realized his emotions might be pushing him too far. First, he focused on freeing Officer Miao. Relieved to see she was unharmed, he calmly began untying her hands and loosening the ropes. Once she caught her breath from the shock, Miao couldn't stop looking at Wangbin, impressed by his determination and bravery. At that moment, one of Jin Ye's allies charged at Wangbin to stop him. Jin Yi, furious, grabbed his weapon, wanting to personally settle things with Wong Bin and prove his strength. He pulled out his secret weapon, a gold-colored machine weapon. Seeing it, Wong Bin understood that Jin Yi would stop at nothing. Jin Ye's partner pushed him to take action right away. With a confident laugh, Jin Yi opened fire, certain he would finish Wong Bin in seconds. Then, Wong Bin noticed the lifeless forms of Jin Ye's own allies and realized what kind of person he was dealing with, someone who treated even those close to him as disposable tools to get what he wanted. The incoming shots fueled Wong Bin's shield, making it even stronger. He knew that if things didn't change, both he and Miao could be in serious danger. So he pushed his power to the limit, boosting his speed as much as possible. Rushing forward, Wong Bin broke through the weapon fire and caught Jin Yi by surprise, leaving Jin Yi questioning if he was even facing a normal human anymore. Jin Yi screamed in fear, calling for help, as he saw an angry Wong Bin walking toward him. Wong Bin couldn't forgive Jin Ye's betrayal and said he would have to face the consequences of his actions. Jin Yi, desperate, promised to give Wong Bin anything he wanted if he could just be spared. But Wong Bin didn't feel sorry for him, reminding Jin Yi about the people he had forced into slavery and sent to their doom. He also accused Jin Yi of giving Officer Miao a harmful drug and trying to do the same to him. Regretting his actions, Jin Yi begged for mercy, promising to change and never hurt anyone again. Even though Wong Bin was still angry, he decided not to finish Jin Yi himself. Instead, he believed Jin Yi deserved a different kind of punishment, to be handed over to the very people he had mistreated, leaving him powerless and unable to harm anyone again. With a quick motion, Wong Bin broke the ropes holding Officer Miao. He blamed himself for the suffering she had gone through and told her they should leave this terrible place right away. Miao was relieved that her rescuer was Wong Bin, someone she trusted completely. Wong Bin, still feeling the virus affecting his thoughts, decided to save deeper conversations for later and focus on getting out safely. But Miao was still feeling the effects of the drug and admitted that it was making her extremely uncomfortable. She asked Wong Bin for help, saying she couldn't hold on much longer. Wong Bin encouraged her to be patient and try to fight the drug's influence. Miao, however, told him to just give in so the discomfort would end. Wong Bin confessed that he had always liked her, and in that moment, he couldn't resist his feelings. They shared a kiss, forgetting everything else around them. Meanwhile, the bandits surrounded the building and told Danju to give up, convinced he had no ammunition left. They warned him to come out, reminding him of his fallen friends. Zhang, tied to a tank, mocked him and asked why they didn't just enter if they were so confident of winning. But then an unexpected shot hit Zhang in a vulnerable spot. Danju calmly told the bandits that he still had bullets left and that the last one was meant for their leader. The bandits didn't believe him and prepared to attack. Realizing his strength was fading, Danju passed the fight to Wong Bin, hoping he would return quickly. With a heavy heart, he knew he could no longer protect his sister or fulfill his promise to his family. In his final moments, he said goodbye to his parents, believing he would see them again. The bandits once again called on the defenders to surrender, promising a quick end to the conflict. But Xiao Nan, determined to fight, stepped up and showed the shooting skills he had learned while training with Wong Bin. Xiao Nan felt confident because of his skill with weapons that could easily make the enemy nervous. Xiao Bao, worried about his brother, shouted to warn him that there were far more enemies than they could handle. Just then, Danju was relieved to see Wong Bin's team arriving and began to hope they could get out soon. The bandit leader quickly ordered his men to fire at the approaching vehicle to stop it from getting closer. Chengping warned his group that things could get rough. Under heavy fire, Zhang realized this was why Wong Bin had been acting so bold. He had backup coming. Asked where Wong Bin was, and someone explained that he had gone deep into enemy territory, leaving Danju to hold the rear. Chengping, eager to find the gold and reconnect with Wong Bin, suggested sneaking into the enemy's base. To Danju's shock, his younger sister Li Xiaolu was among the new arrivals. He couldn't understand how she had ended up in such a dangerous place or why she would take that risk. Chengping reassured him, saying they had heard the explosion and couldn't just stand by, so they came to help even though it was risky. Meanwhile, the team took cover and prepared to push back the attackers. Despite the heavy weapon fire, Xiao Nan kept joking and asked if the enemies were tired of wasting ammo. Xiao Bao teased Xiao Nan, reminding him that his shots still weren't doing much against so many opponents. After thinking about the situation, Xiao Bao suggested waiting for a better moment to counterattack. He added that ammo wouldn't be a problem now that Wong Bin was with them. For Xiao Bao, the whole exchange with the bandits felt like just another hunt, and they were used to it by now. Danju felt proud of everyone's bravery and glad he had joined forces with Wong Bin. At the same time, Xiao Yu reached the top floor, trying to find Wong Bin and Officer Miao, whose voices she could hear from one of the rooms. The halls were full of fallen enemies, and the air was heavy. Hearing Miao's voice, Xiao Yu rushed forward, sure she was close. She entered the room and froze at what she saw. Several people were lying motionless, including two young women she didn't recognize. Among them was Jin Yi, who looked like he wasn't moving, but when she checked, she realized he was just unconscious. Then she spotted a strange object she had never seen before, with unusual marks on it, and tried to figure out what it was. Just then, Miao, looking exhausted, asked Wang Bin to stop what he was doing. When Xiaoyu finally saw them, she was shocked. The room was full of gold, and she briefly thought Wang Bin would be happy about it. Miao, looking drained, told Wang Bin she couldn't go on. Xiaoyu, not understanding the situation, saw Wang Bin and Miao in a position that looked suspicious. Miao quickly tried to explain, but Xiaoyu said she had seen enough and didn't want to hear excuses. Fighting back tears, she told Wang Bin that everything between them was over. She accused him of being with her while also being involved with someone else, and decided to walk away. But before she could leave, Wang Bin blocked her path, saying with a smirk that she couldn't just walk out on her own. Xiaoyu was so taken aback by his words and attitude that she began to wonder if he was the same person she once trusted. Miao, realizing how dangerous things had become, quietly told Xiaoyu to get out before it was too late. She whispered that Wang Bin had changed so much that it was hard to believe he could ever go back to how he used to be. Wang Bin blocked the way out with a mocking laugh, saying no one could leave until he got what he wanted. Their only hope was that he could fight off the virus and think clearly again. Outside, the sound of non-stop weapon fire showed that the conflict was still going strong. Chengping realized the enemy now had more people, which made their chances of getting out safely much smaller. Danju saw how aggressive the enemies were and braced for the worst. The opposing soldiers mocked the defenders, telling them to come out and face the end bravely. One of Jin Ye's soldiers stopped firing and told his teammate to keep fighting. Angry at the hesitation of his own group, the soldier told them to either join in or leave. Pointing his weapon, he ordered people to move away from the building, saying they were clearing out troublemakers inside. The crowd, already fed up with unfair treatment, refused to back down and started to argue fiercely. A woman stepped forward, reminding Jin Ye that he had promised to share supplies in the morning. When the crowd began complaining about the lack of food, the soldier tried to calm them down, asking them to wait until the area was safe and promising they would all get something to eat. But then one soldier noticed a bag near Xiao Nan's feet, which might have contained rice. Seeing their interest, Xiao Nan spoke up, saying these were the people who had taken the community's food. He claimed Jin Yi and his group had been hiding supplies and even planned to harm people. To prove it, Xiao Nan showed the rice and dried meat they had gotten from the bandits. The soldier called him a liar, but the crowd's anger grew. Xiao Nan added that Jin Yi had been starving them on purpose by giving out spoiled soup. Just then, a stray bullet nearly hit Xiao Nan, forcing him to take cover. The soldiers kept denying everything, saying they ate the same food as everyone else, but the crowd no longer believed them. Desperate for fair treatment and fresh food, the people joined together and rushed at Jin Ye's group to take the supplies. Xiao Nan saw this and was pleased his plan was working. The first part of creating chaos between the soldiers and civilians had been weapon. Chengping, excited, felt this meant the next phase of their plan could start soon. Meanwhile, Wang Bin finally regained control of himself and realized with regret that he had acted wrongly toward Officer Miao. Disclaimer: this is purely a fictional story, made for entertainment only. Don't be influenced to hurt anyone's emotions or don't do squeezing before marriage. If you still go ahead, it's completely your own responsibility. He blamed the virus for clouding his judgment but still felt ashamed. He worried about what Miao would say when she woke up and how he could explain his behavior. The system inside his mind told him not to hold back his natural needs too much, warning that ignoring them could have serious effects, even possibly turning him into something worse. Wang Bin, shocked, asked the system why it hadn't warned him about this earlier. The system replied that nobody had asked, and added that having two attractive companions wasn't a bad thing. It suggested that Wang Bin find a partner in real life so he could naturally lower his stress when needed. Frustrated, Wang Bin told the system to finally reveal everything it was hiding. The system refused to share all its secrets, saying he would have to figure things out himself, and reminded him about the large amount of gold in the room. Wang Bin stopped arguing and asked it to calculate the total weight. After a quick check, the system said it was exactly 42 kilograms. Wang Bin quickly estimated its value and realized it could disrupt the entire economy if revealed. Such wealth would attract attention from both the authorities and less friendly groups, so he would need to be careful about how to handle it. The system told him not to overthink it and suggested just playing the lottery, saying he'd be guaranteed to win a big prize with that kind of capital. Wang Bin felt disappointed, realizing the system had misled him again. Just then, Xiao Nan spotted Wang Bin at the end of the corridor and happily ran over to share the news. Wang Bin asked why he had left his post, since the bandits were still a threat. Xiao Nan quickly reassured him that they had already taken care of everything outside. Danju, still concerned about Xiaoyu and Officer Miao, was relieved when Wang Bin said they were fine and simply resting. Danju reminded Wang Bin that this was the perfect time to quietly leave during the chaos. Wang Bin agreed, saying they would take the gold and go right away. Seeing Wang Bin unharmed, Chengping was excited and congratulated him. Glancing at the sleepy faces of Xiaoyu and Miao, Chengping smirked and joked that the night must have been eventful eventful. Wangbin gave a tight smile and agreed it had been a busy night. In the background, they could hear the sounds of the ongoing conflict and people shouting for Jin Yi and his group to be dealt with. Xiao Bao was surprised that people could act so desperately over simple survival and a bit of rice. Chengping, still annoyed, commented that they hadn't been able to take the tanks because no one knew how to use them. That gave Wangbin an idea, and he asked the system if the tanks could be stored in virtual space. Meanwhile, Danju looked at his younger sister Li Xiaolu and apologized for having to hide again. Li Xiaolu reassured him, saying she would always be there for him, and that thanks to Wangbin they were now safe and no longer had to worry about going hungry. Even with her optimism, Danju still asked if she ever felt afraid of living with constant danger. Encouraged by Li Xiaolu's words and impressed by her bravery, Wangbin welcomed her and her brother Danju into his team. Danju, feeling honored that Wangbin treated them as equals, promised to follow his lead and trust him completely. Wangbin, however, felt a little awkward that Danju, who seemed older, kept calling him brother, and asked him not to do that. Danju quickly explained that he was actually only 18. Wangbin was surprised, thinking that joining special forces at such a young age was impossible. Danju admitted that he had exaggerated his story and apologized to everyone. Li Xiaolu teased her brother, saying it was obvious he had never had a girlfriend before. Meanwhile, outside, a crowd demanded that Zhang hand over Jin Yi so they could deal with him. Zhang agreed, knowing Jin Yi had nothing left to lose, but Jin Yi suddenly regained consciousness. He tried to recall what had happened and figure out how to fix the mess he was in. Not seeing his captives anywhere, Jin Yi first thought they had escaped, but soon, realizing something was off, he rushed to his gold stash, only to find it completely empty. It hit him that he had been robbed, leaving him with nothing but false promises to those who depended on him. As the crowd stormed into the room, the leader accused Jin Yi of breaking their deal and demanded to know why they still hadn't received the food he promised. Shocked by their boldness, Jin Yi angrily shouted that he was the one providing them shelter and food, and warned that they'd go hungry if they didn't stop protesting. He accused them of wanting to take his place, and in frustration, announced that food prices would be doubled. This made the crowd even more upset, as it meant they would have even less to eat. Wanting to end the argument and start searching for his missing gold, Jin Yi ordered everyone to leave. When no one listened, he tried to intimidate them. Just then, he noticed a woman in the crowd who looked unwell. She trembled, saying her son was starving and needed more food. To Jin Yi's shock, she began showing signs of turning into a zombie. Witnesses guessed this might be from a strange ingredient in the soup. Zhang then admitted that, on Jin Ye's orders, he had added zombie meat to the soup, thinking it was harmless to healthy people. Realizing the seriousness of Jin Ye's actions, the crowd decided that everyone involved in making the tainted food should be punished. They chose to leave those people in the room with Jin Yi, so the very zombie created because of him would be the one to deal with him. Jin Yi desperately called for help as the zombies closed in, but it was already too late for him. A week later, Wangbin's team had left Jin Ye's base and was traveling in search of a safe settlement. At the same time, another group, a military unit led by Commander Zhao Chang, continued their mission inside the quarantine zone. Zhao Chang, 30 years old, was known for her calm thinking and bravery, so her soldiers trusted her completely. While driving, the team's driver warned of danger ahead. A group of zombies was blocking the road. Zhao Chang quickly ordered her soldiers to get ready, handing out weapons and extra supplies. Seeing how many zombies there were, she realized they had walked right into an ambush. One soldier suggested retreating under cover, but Zhao Chang firmly refused, saying her team never abandoned their own during a fight. Zhao Chang soon noticed something unusual. The zombies were faster, stronger, and far more aggressive than the usual kind. Then, a huge figure appeared among them. One soldier panicked, thinking it was the zombie king, and warned Zhao Chang. She told the best shooters to focus their fire on the giant, hoping to bring it down. But the bullets had no effect. Its skin seemed as tough as armor. After a closer look, Zhao Chang saw that while the creature was terrifying, it wasn't the zombie king. She encouraged the team to stay calm and keep attacking. One skilled soldier managed to take down the mutant with a precise strike to the head, ending it instantly. Leader Lu, another soldier, noticed that right after this, the other zombies became much weaker and slower. Zhao Chang guessed that the mutant had been controlling them, and once it was gone, they turned back into ordinary, mindless zombies. Motivated by their commander's words and boosted by the win, the soldiers pushed forward. Even though the enemy still outnumbered them, they fought confidently, until they found themselves surrounded again. Back at the base, life was much calmer. The children were laughing, playing, and splashing around without a care. Meanwhile, Chengping was teaching the kids how to handle a rifle safely, explaining the basics of military training in a patient and friendly way. Xiaonan reminded Wangbin about his promise to teach them how to swim. Wangbin told them to wait a bit since he first needed to help Nancy make dinner for the hungry team. Wangbin couldn't help but notice that Xiao Yu and Officer Miao had been staying in their rooms, avoiding him. He still felt uneasy after that night when things got awkward, and he knew the girls probably remembered it too. Xiao Yu had struggled to pull away from his hug back then, and in that moment, she felt like she was seeing a different different side of Wong Bin, not the person she had once liked. Since then, she had lost her appetite and even asked Nancy to bring food to her room. Miao, on the other hand, felt guilty. Gathering her courage, she went to talk to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu seemed surprised and could tell the conversation might be uncomfortable. Miao hesitated, but then started to bring up the situation between her and Wong Bin, saying it was better to clear the air rather than avoid it. Xiaoyu quickly stopped her, asking her to forget about it entirely. Miao apologized right away, saying she never meant to come between her and Wong Bin. Xiaoyu told her she didn't blame her, but admitted she was worried her relationship with Wong Bin would never be the same. Seeing how upset she was, Miao suggested they have an open conversation and talk through everything. Meanwhile, everyone else was gathering at the table, chatting about the latest news. Nancy called everyone over for dinner, teasing Chengping about being ready to eat all the food himself. Wong Bin enjoyed his beer, glad they could finally eat and rest in peace. Danju noticed the beer and asked to share. Wong Bin laughed and handed him one, saying it was totally normal for someone his age to want a drink. Danju took a sip, closed his eyes, and enjoyed the familiar taste he hadn't had in a long time. To him, these little moments were what freedom was all about. He felt genuinely happy, just like Jean, who decided that life should now be full of bright and positive emotions. Xiao Bao smiled, remembering the first time they tried Wong Bin's cooking and how they had felt the same joy back then. Danju then suggested having a special dinner to celebrate their new teammates and Wong Bin officially joining in. Nancy liked the idea and asked Chengping if he wanted another beer. Chengping thanked her and then turned to Wong Bin, asking if he was going to leave them again for 7 days. Danju was surprised and asked what he meant. Wong Bin hesitated, then explained he had to leave for a week to take care of something important. Danju nodded and said he trusted him completely, promising to look after everyone while he was gone. Wong Bin thanked him for his support and gave him some advice. Chengping then invited Wong Bin outside for a smoke. Wong Bin agreed, appreciating the gesture, though after a few strong puffs he coughed and admitted he didn't actually smoke. Chengping laughed, patted him on the shoulder, and joked that he seemed to be quite popular with the women lately. Wong Bin, a bit embarrassed, asked how he knew. Chengping, smiling, said that everyone already knew about his stories and that it was no secret he had a soft spot for Miao. Chengping tried to calm Wong Bin, saying that feelings between young people were completely normal, even joking that Wong Bin reminded him of himself when he was younger. Hearing this, Wong Bin almost told Chengping about what had happened with Miao, but decided to stay quiet. Not knowing what Wong Bin was thinking, Chengping kept talking about Miao. He said he had been her mentor and always treated her like his own daughter. According to him, Miao had always looked cold on the outside, but deep down, she was sensitive and just wanted care. Because of past family troubles, she was afraid of showing weakness to people she cared about, so she chose to hide her real feelings and avoid romance. Wong Bin was surprised to hear this because he thought someone like Miao would naturally have admirers. Chengping laughed and said her icy image actually scared people away. The talk shifted to Xiaoyu, and Chengping said he could tell she really liked Wong Bin. Wong Bin tried to change the topic and asked if Chengping had talked about him with Miao. Chengping explained that when he mentioned Wong Bin and Miao earlier, he was just joking, since everyone already knew about Wong Bin's connection with Xiaoyu. Wong Bin still wanted to understand what Chengping meant about his popularity with women. Chengping replied that Xiaoyu had invited Wong Bin for a serious talk, and he encouraged him to let go of old thinking and enjoy life while he could. Wong Bin didn't like the suggestion of being with 2 women at the same time and told Chengping it wasn't right, but Chengping insisted that sometimes, in uncertain times, it was best to follow the heart. He said he only wanted to help Xiaoyu be happy, since she had found someone she truly liked. Before ending the talk, Chengping told Wong Bin to think about it and hoped he wouldn't regret his decision. Meanwhile, Wong Bin found himself wondering how both Xiaoyu and Miao might react to such an idea, not knowing they were already talking about him. Miao defended Wong Bin's earlier behavior, saying he wasn't in control of himself at the time, and asked Xiaoyu not to blame him. Xiaoyu admitted she still felt uncomfortable about it, but Miao reassured her and told her not to push him away. Gathering courage, Xiaoyu asked Miao if she had feelings for Wong Bin. She quickly added that she wasn't asking because she wanted to keep him for herself. If Miao liked him, she was willing to share. Miao denied having feelings, saying she wasn't the kind of person who fell in love, especially not with Wong Bin. She suggested they drop the topic and leave the past behind. Still, Xiaoyu felt Miao might secretly like him. Not long after, Wong Bin said goodbye to everyone and asked Danju to look after things while he was gone. Danju agreed right away, and Wong Bin told them not to worry, promising to return soon, then suddenly slipped out so fast that Danju was left wondering how he disappeared so quickly. Xiao Nan, who was there at the time, told Danju that this wasn't the first time Wong Bin had disappeared like that. He explained that even though they still didn't know exactly how it happened, they were sure he always came back after 7 days. Putting the pieces together, Danju guessed that Wong Bin had some kind of special ability and promised to keep it a secret. Meanwhile, Wong Bin found himself back in the real world, where his friends were already busy working on opening a jewelry store. After seeing how much progress they had made, Wong Bin praised them for choosing a busy shopping area area and for how quickly the renovation was going. Hong Fei explained that renting a shop in such a prime location cost a lot, but he made sure the renovation matched Wang Bin's requirements and avoided making the store look overly fancy. Wang Bin reassured everyone that the money they had already spent would be worth it once the store opened and built a good reputation. Li Ping then reminded Wang Bin about Wen Qiang, who had recently invited them all to meet at Hong Fei's place. Li Ping had learned more about their new acquaintances. They weren't just wealthy students as they had thought before. Wen Qiang had graduated from Harvard with honors, started his own company in Silicon Valley, and made millions creating innovative software. Li Ping also shared that Lu was even more impressive. He came from a powerful family, was skilled in many areas, and graduated from a top university just like Wang Bin. Lu ran a business in the gemstone industry and even had a private security team protecting mining sites in Africa. Knowing this, Wang Bin started thinking about how he could work with Lu to get high-quality equipment. He remembered their first meeting and felt sure there was more to them than their simple appearance suggested. Li Ping explained that he got closer to them after asking Wen Qiang for help with a jewelry software project. After hearing Lu's business proposal, Wang Bin agreed to meet in person and invited them over. Soon after, the friends arrived at the meeting place, where Lu was already waiting to greet them. Wang Bin was impressed by Lu's villa. It was grand but didn't have the flashy, over-the-top look that many rich people's houses had. It looked strong and secure, and Wang Bin couldn't help thinking about having one like it. Lu welcomed them warmly, offered Wang Bin a tour since it was his first visit, and then told his staff to prepare guest rooms and start on a big dinner. One of the staff members agreed and went to work right away. Seeing Wang Bin looking unusually pale, Lu asked if he was feeling okay. Wang Bin tried to play it off, saying it was just a headache from being tired. The staff member offered to bring the house doctor, but Wang Bin quickly declined, saying he just needed some water and rest. Still worried, Lu insisted on giving him some migraine medicine. Hong Fei, knowing the real reason behind Wang Bin's headache, joked that it was probably from his complicated personal life. Meanwhile, Wang Bin quietly asked the system to connect with him right away and explain what was going on. The system, as usual, reminded Wang Bin that his urges would only get stronger each time and told him to find a way to deal with it. Feeling frustrated, Wang Bin asked if there was any way to control it besides giving in. The system bluntly said there wasn't. The only option was to regularly meet with someone. Around that time, the girls introduced by Lu mentioned that they were always happy to help their hosts with anything. Realizing there were many attractive girls nearby, Wang Bin quickly looked away, hoping they wouldn't notice his reaction. As he continued the tour, Wang Bin admired the villa's luxurious design and admitted to himself that this was the first time he truly understood what high-end living looked like. He guessed that the money spent here could have built several five-star hotels. Lu proudly showed his art collection, including a rare vase, a famous sculpture, and a stunning set of vintage cars. Alongside the cars, Lu also had a large collection of antique and modern equipment, from decorative blades to collectible pistols and shot weapons that most collectors could only dream of owning. While Hong Fei and Li Ping weren't that interested and preferred to check out the new program Wen Qiang was working on, Lu thought Wang Bin might appreciate his personal collection more. He handed Wang Bin a centuries-old piece in perfect condition, but since Wang Bin didn't know much about antiques, he admitted he couldn't really judge its value. Instead, he showed interest in modern gear. Surprised, Lu confirmed that he did have something like that. Before showing it, he asked Wang Bin to keep everything secret. Using facial recognition, a hidden door opened, revealing a private room. Lu called it his toy room for big boys, and proudly showed off his neatly arranged collection. Wang Bin admired the scale of it while staying careful not to reveal too much. Lu then handed him a rifle to try. Wang Bin thought it was a shame that such high-quality pieces were just for display. Hearing that, Lu explained that while he couldn't take them outside, he did have a fully equipped indoor practice area in the villa, which he used regularly. Wang Bin was surprised to hear that and listened as Lu suggested hosting a friendly shooting competition. Lu even proposed a bet: if Wang Bin won, he'd get a Ferrari; if he lost, he'd have to agree to any reasonable request from Lu. Thinking back on what Lu had asked of others before, Wang Bin felt confident he could win. He agreed but made it clear there should be no cheating. Lu laughed and asked if Wang Bin was really that confident in his skills. Watching Lu warm up, Wang Bin realized he was actually very skilled. Wang Bin quietly contacted the system, bought 20 experience books with all his gold, and immediately used them. The upgrade worked wonders. His accuracy, range, and speed all improved noticeably. Wang Bin commented that his results could have been even better if he had trained more. Lu noticed that this was enough for Wang Bin to feel the excitement of their friendly rivalry. Since Wang Bin hadn't practiced in a long time, he couldn't quite repeat his past performance, but Lu said it was still enough to feel the pressure of the competition. Things were getting intense, and Wang Bin knew he needed to focus and take it seriously. Lu laughed, saying Wang Bin was really good but still not quite at his level, and that his Ferrari was almost out of Wang Bin's reach. Then, Wang Bin hit the target and felt a rush of triumph. As he raised the weapon again, his body naturally moved into the perfect shooting stance, and his vision became unusually sharp. Every detail stood out clearly. Wang Bin felt an incredible sense of confidence, as if the target itself was helping guide the shot. Without hesitating, he kept going. Watching Wang Bin's perfect form, Lu wondered what technique he was using. With each shot, Lu's respect grew. He realized he was up against a truly skilled opponent. When Wang Bin finished, he asked if he had won. Lu didn't hide his surprise and admitted defeat. He said he had no idea how Wang Bin had managed to do so well, joking that it almost felt like magic. Lu complimented Wang Bin's talent and admitted that his strong start in the competition had thrown him off. Wang Bin realized he might have shown too much skill and could risk raising suspicion if he kept it up. Accepting his loss, Lu handed over the Ferrari keys and congratulated Wang Bin, saying he hoped they could become even better friends. He genuinely liked Wang Bin and felt lucky to have met him. Wang Bin felt the same way and offered to help Lu with anything. Lu hesitated and said the matter was sensitive, so he wasn't sure if Wang Bin would want to get involved. Wang Bin told him not to worry and to just explain. Lu then admitted he wanted to settle a conflict with the family of someone named Li and needed Wang Bin's help. Hearing the name, Wang Bin paused and asked if it was the same family he was thinking of. He was surprised that Li's family were Lu's rivals, and suggested it might be a different Li. Lu explained that the problem wasn't with Li himself but with his older brother. Li was the result of a relationship outside of marriage and didn't have influence or power, so he couldn't be considered an enemy. The real leaders of the Jinbi group, who were involved in both legal businesses and hidden activities in the city, were Li's father and brother. While Lu had enough strength to stand up to them, doing so would come at a high cost. Wang Bin thought about Lu's words and realized that Lu had probably guessed who he was from the very start. Lu explained that the real reason for their conflict wasn't an old grudge, but a woman, the only daughter of her family, whom Lu cared about deeply. They had been happy together and planned to spend their lives with each other. But things changed after they met Liao, the future head of the Jinbi group. At the time, the Jinbi group was just starting to grow, so they couldn't have guessed how much Liao would affect their lives. Liao's main goal back then was to take down Ying's family, and fate seemed to make that easier by bringing them closer. Lu's girlfriend and Liao became friends, which Liao used to set up a plan. Pretending it was just a friendly hangout, Liao slipped something into Lu's drink and arranged for another woman to be there. Then, right on cue, Ying walked in and saw the scene. The woman with Lu told him that her guest had arrived, and when Ying saw everything, she didn't believe any of Lu's explanations. She ended the relationship. Liao then took advantage of the situation by helping Ying's family with their financial troubles and winning her trust. Despite Lu's efforts to stop it, Ying eventually accepted Liao's attention, partly out of spite, and they ended up getting married. Lu was crushed and caused a scene at the wedding, which damaged his standing in high society. After some time, his anger faded, and he decided to move to Africa to start fresh. Hearing all this, Wang Bin asked about Ying and what had happened to her since. Lu said he might have worried less if he had trusted Liao's intentions, but from the start, he could see that Liao and his father were aiming to control all the major businesses in the city. Then, the president of the group died in a suspicious car accident, and members of Ying's family began passing away one by one in various accidents. Lu couldn't just sit and watch, and he wanted to take action to protect Ying and her family, even if it meant putting himself at risk. But his own family opposed the idea and warned him not to get involved, even threatening to cut off their support and force him to leave if he tried to start a conflict with Liao's family. With no other options, Lu decided to turn to Wang Bin for help. He said he truly believed in Wang Bin's abilities and hoped he wouldn't say no. At that moment, Hong Fei asked Wenxiang what was going on because he heard loud voices in the room. Meanwhile, Lu explained to Wang Bin that his brother had stopped him from confronting the Liao family, but he still wanted to show that he was serious. Lu admitted that after meeting Wang Bin, he started learning more about him. He said he was impressed by the story of how Wang Bin had once faced two leaders of the Black Tiger gang alone and quickly built his fortune. He added that he had never met anyone like Wang Bin in the city. Finally, Lu promised that if Wang Bin helped him with his plan, he would give him full financial and moral support, along with a generous reward. Wang Bin realized that in the past, he wouldn't have gotten involved in conflicts between two families. But now, something inside him was pushing him to take the risk. His gut told him that the bigger the risk, the bigger the reward. Still, he wasn't completely sure what Lu's real goal was. Wanting Wang Bin as an ally, Lu promised to grant any request in exchange for his help. Wang Bin liked the idea of leading his own group, so he decided to go for it. He felt a rush of excitement and even pictured himself as the one in charge of the whole city. Lu, curious about Wang Bin's thoughts, asked if he really wanted to take over the Jinbi group. Wang Bin didn't want to wait for Li's family to make the first move. He wanted to act before they could. He felt strongly about ending the conflict on his own terms. Lu noticed how much Wang Bin's presence had changed. Not long long ago, he had seemed like an easygoing guy, but now he carried an air of confidence and strength. Lu promised his full support and agreed to help Wong Bin deal with Li's family. They now had a shared goal, sealing their partnership as two young leaders ready to work together. Lu asked Wong Bin to take the lead and said he was sure their teamwork would bring good results. Later, they enjoyed some downtime at the hot springs in Li's mansion. Wong Bin appreciated the peaceful luxury and wasn't used to this kind of relaxation. Li Ping came out of the spa area and invited Wong Bin to have a drink, while Hong Fei invited friends for a massage. Li Ping was pleasantly surprised that Hong Fei had arranged health treatments for everyone. Wong Bin, however, didn't join them. He preferred to stay and enjoy the calm of the hot springs. Just then, Wong Bin was surprised when a woman named Monica appeared. She said Lu had sent her to keep him company. Wong Bin reminded her that this was the men's area and asked her to leave. He felt a bit uneasy and didn't want any trouble. Monica explained that it was actually a shared area, not just for men, and mentioned that Lu had said he was looking at her earlier. She told Wong Bin that she had been asked to make him feel comfortable and that he could ask for anything. Wong Bin quickly turned down the offer, saying he didn't approve of that kind of behavior from staff. Monica replied that the employees at her home were paid well and were expected to follow the owner's requests, which sometimes included taking care of guests. Monica's light touch made Wong Bin feel a mix of emotions that were hard to ignore. Sensing this, Monica suggested he be more open with her. Gathering his thoughts, Wong Bin gently moved her aside and said he didn't need that kind of attention. He decided to let her be and started to leave, but Monica quickly followed, sounding nervous. She asked him not to go, afraid Lu might think she hadn't done her job well. Monica begged Wong Bin to stay for a little while so she could explain everything to Lu later. She invited him to sit with her for a bit before leaving. Wong Bin tried to keep his composure, but another light touch from Monica made it hard to hold back his feelings. His mood suddenly shifted, and he became frustrated. Monica, caught off guard, tried to calm the situation, but Wong Bin wasn't listening. He told her she could leave if she wanted, but it would be up to her to find a way. Disclaimer: this is purely a fictional story, made for entertainment only. Don't be influenced to hurt anyone's emotions or don't do squeezing before marriage. If you still go ahead, it's completely your own responsibility. By morning, someone unexpectedly walked into Monica's room, clearly expecting something dramatic. Monica hinted that her night had been eventful, though she tried to stay composed. Lu, noticing her mood, asked where Wong Bin was and why she had been with him. She tried to give vague answers, saying Wong Bin had left early, but Lu's suspicion grew. It turned out Wong Bin had decided to drop his earlier plan for revenge at the last moment. Then his message came in: he would be away for 2 days but return soon. Lu was pleased, as it meant their plan against the Liao family could move forward without delay. Elsewhere, people admired a sleek sports car parked nearby, some even wanting photos with it. Wong Bin arrived, politely apologized for being late, and asked his teacher how long he had been waiting. The teacher, with a hint of humor, teased him about the carelessness of young people. As a little test, the teacher tossed a cup of tea toward him. Wong Bin confidently said he could catch it, but at the last second, the cup shifted in the air and tapped him on the forehead, leaving a warm mark. The teacher told Wong Bin to get ready so he could test the skills he had been working on while away. Even though his forehead still stung from the earlier hit, Wong Bin was determined not to fall for another trick. But the teacher easily blocked his move, showing how skill was more important than just using raw strength. The quick counter left Wong Bin in so much discomfort that he asked the teacher to stop, admitting the lesson was fair. Shaking his head, the teacher said Wong Bin's training clearly hadn't been tough enough. Feeling a bit bad for being too strict, he also blamed himself for pushing too hard, which he thought might have made Wong Bin feel unwell. Wong Bin excused himself, saying he suddenly needed to step away, and the teacher calmly explained that relying on uncontrolled strength was only making things harder for him. As a peace offering, the teacher handed Wong Bin a cup of fragrant tea and suggested they talk more once he felt better. Then, with curiosity, the teacher asked about the people Wong Bin had met in the past 2 days. But he couldn't help noticing a strange, heavy energy coming from Wong Bin, very different from the natural strength he had before. Wong Bin claimed it was just a mild cold, but the teacher looked more and more serious, saying it didn't seem like a normal illness. He even said the energy reminded him of something lifeless. Suspicious, the teacher asked directly if Wong Bin had been secretly practicing a forbidden technique. Wong Bin quickly thanked him for the trust, promised loyalty, and said he would never touch anything that could harm him. The teacher agreed to let him learn new skills, but warned him not to go near dangerous ones. To help remove the negative energy, the teacher told Wong Bin to get ready for a cleansing ritual. Wong Bin wasn't sure what to think, but the teacher encouraged him to stop worrying and focus on the process. Then, the teacher began sending streams of positive energy into him, trying to push away the dark feeling. The process was intense, and the teacher eventually switched to a different method that was safer but uncertain. Finally, the teacher sent a powerful surge of pure energy through Wong Bin's body, making him feel as if a huge weight had been lifted. He wasn't sure if it was real or his imagination, but then another warm and gentle wave of energy flowed through him, replacing the discomfort with a light, freeing sensation. Wong Bin was surprised to realize that another person's energy doesn't just disappear, it changes. But instead of leaving, the dark energy had merged with him, becoming part of him. Just then, he heard the system announce that he had gained a new skill. Still in shock, he couldn't believe his luck, since the new power came without him having to do anything. Worried about his teacher, Wong Bin quickly asked what the cost of his healing had been. Smiling tiredly, the master said the amount of energy he used was small and wouldn't harm him. He explained how he had sealed the harmful, chaotic energy inside a strong layer of life force, giving Wong Bin both protection and access to new inner strength. Feeling guilty for taking his master's energy, Wong Bin offered to give it back, willing to go through any discomfort to remove the harmful energy and make things right. The master just smiled at his innocence and said that even with a third more power, Wong Bin was still far from real mastery. What mattered most was his mindset. The teacher warned him not to stray from the right path and to focus on improving his spirit. Wong Bin was touched by the concern and promised never to repeat his past mistake, dedicating himself to learning martial arts alongside his master. Encouraged, the teacher predicted a bright future if he kept working hard. But before they could continue, the master glanced around and pointed out that standing half-dressed in public wasn't a good look. People were already whispering as they walked by. Smiling awkwardly, Wong Bin asked about the rest of the day's plans, and the teacher suggested moving to his home. When they arrived, Wong Bin saw that his master lived in a large, elegant house filled with antiques, fine furniture, and a peaceful garden with a pond and gazebo, a clear sign of his high status. The master shared stories of his life, full of challenges and turning points, and how he now lived alone after his wife passed away and his children moved away. As soon as they stepped inside, the teacher began training him again. But Wong Bin's mind kept drifting, thinking about how in the post-apocalyptic world time passed differently, and how he could use that to train in secret and impress everyone with his progress. Noticing his distraction, the master reminded him to stay focused, and Wong Bin quickly apologized, saying he was paying attention. The lesson was cut short when Lu called to say the package Wong Bin had requested had arrived. Opening it, Wong Bin examined the thin, light clothing material and doubted it could protect him. Lu explained that it could block not only animal attacks but also bullets, with tests proving its strength. While getting hit would still hurt, the risk of serious harm was low. Proud of his work, Lu told Wong Bin to keep the deal quiet. Wong Bin remembered another favor he had asked Lu before, and was surprised when no one answered the door. Outside, instead of just an armored car, there was a full military vehicle, which made him uneasy. Lu tried to calm him down, saying that in times like these, nothing was safer than a vehicle like that. After saying goodbye and promising to meet again soon, Wong Bin went on with his day, still thinking about how to settle things with his enemies. Before heading back to the bunker, he decided to get something to eat. Ever since being affected by the strange virus, his appetite had been non-stop, like an empty space inside him that food couldn't fill. What worried him most was how his tastes were changing. He found himself strangely drawn to raw food and had to fight the urge to give in. To keep control, he stuck to simple, light meals, even though they didn't truly satisfy him. Holding on to these habits made him feel like he was keeping his human side intact for a little longer. When he returned to the dangerous post-apocalyptic world, the house was strangely silent. The emptiness made him uneasy, and each passing moment confirmed his worry. Then, he noticed a note on the table. From the handwriting, it was from Nice. She explained that her group had met a military unit that was evacuating survivors and decided to go south with them. Xiaoyu mentioned they had been searching for this very meeting point. Miao refused to leave, waiting for Wong Bin, which frustrated the soldiers. They warned it was too risky to stay, as the creatures had recently become much stronger, and insisted the group join them. To avoid showing their real abilities, everyone agreed to go. Grateful for the armored vehicle, Wong Bin hit the road right away, thinking about his friends and the people he cared about. The sound of the engine drew creatures from all directions, but they stayed away, as if sensing something about him that made them too afraid to approach. He felt confident. Finally, he could keep training and challenge himself. Regular enemies no longer felt like a threat, and it was almost boring dealing with them so easily. Meanwhile, at the base, life was different. A tired man managing food supplies asked the crowd to wait their turn. Nancy gently encouraged Xiao Ku to eat more and smiled while patting her head. Chengping thought about how generous meals used to be compared to their small portions now. Xiao Nan, craving meat, forgot how recently they had been close to starving and mentioned how easily Wong Bin used to get supplies. Chengping quickly shushed him, worried someone might overhear and misunderstand. Xiaoyu also reminded Xiao Nan that it was important to stay quiet around strangers. Feeling guilty, he silently finished his porridge, until he noticed Li Xiaolu holding something special she hadn't touched in a long time. Li Xiaolu said that Wang Bin had given her the ham sausage, and now she wanted to share it with Xiao Nan. Feeling embarrassed by such kindness, Xiao Nan politely refused, saying he didn't think he deserved it. He suggested giving it to Xiao Ku instead, since she was the youngest in their group. Wanting to stay strong as Wang Bin's student, he stuck to his decision and didn't take the food. Nancy nodded in approval and asked Xiao Ku to thank her older brother for his thoughtful choice. Chengping looked at Xiao Nan with pride, seeing his strength and maturity even in tough times. The soldiers were doing their best to care for the civilians and help however they could. The group remembered a recent night when there had been a dangerous creature attack and a raid on one of the food trucks. Miao sadly mentioned that many soldiers had been lost. Chengping suggested a way to improve things, sharing some of their own supplies with the soldiers. Miao and Xiaoyu took a bag of rice and went to find the commander to show their support. Meanwhile, Zhao Chang, the tired commander, was reviewing the losses from the past day. Leader Lu felt sorry for her, so he brought her a cup of hot oatmeal and asked her to take a short break. He worried that overworking might harm her health. Zhao Chang accepted the cup with gratitude and admitted she needed rest, but the growing list of fallen soldiers weighed heavily on her. She couldn't understand why the creatures had suddenly become so strong when they had been easier to handle before. Leader Lu agreed that losses could happen in any conflict, but said it was hard to fight when they lacked clear information about the enemy. Their conversation was interrupted when Xiao Yu and Miao arrived with their offer. They explained that they couldn't just watch the soldiers go hungry and wanted to share some of their food as a sign of respect and solidarity. Even Leader Lu, who was usually calm, showed surprise at the gesture, and Zhao Chang was at a loss for words. Miao said the gift was not charity but a way to help each other through hard times. Zhao Chang thanked them for their kindness but firmly declined, saying soldiers could not take food from civilians. She reminded them that the safety and well-being of the people came first, and protecting the community was their main duty. Leader Lu agreed with her and reassured the girls that the military could be trusted. Miao mentioned again that their jobs were similar, which made them allies in this uneven struggle to survive. Just then, a loud, annoyed voice from one of the refugees interrupted the conversation. The leader of a small group, feeling lucky after winning a questionable card game, was talking and laughing with a friend. Zhao, one of his crew, nervously approached him and whispered something. Trying to hide his excitement, Zhao said he had just seen something surprising. The soldiers, who usually only ate porridge, actually had hidden supplies. Miao kept talking to Zhao Chang, mentioning that she had once served in the police and understood the value of military service. Wanting to end the discussion quickly, Zhao Chang reassured the girls of her honesty and dedication. She allowed them to leave the rice behind so it could be given to the refugees. She then ordered Leader Lu to take the bag and distribute it to those in need. Leader Lu saluted and quickly carried out the order. Zhao's story seemed to confirm rumors that the soldiers had a good amount of rice stored away. The refugee leader's eyes lit up. He was already planning how to use this to accuse the soldiers and take the supplies. Soon, voices grew louder as accusations flew, claiming the soldiers couldn't be trusted and might abandon the camp. Leader Lu angrily denied the claims, defending his fellow soldiers' honor. The argument grew more intense, and Miao realized that if it didn't stop soon, things could get out of control. Xiaoyu finally lost patience. She shouted that no one was allowed to insult her friends or threaten their safety. She pulled out a weapon and warned everyone not to push her. The camp went silent in shock. No one had expected the quiet, gentle girl to be armed. The gang leader seized the moment, telling his crew to get their weapons. Zhao mocked her, saying one weapon wasn't enough to protect herself and daring her to use it. Before she could react, Zhao Chang's firm voice cut through the noise. She told Xiaoyu to put the weapon away and asked everyone to calm down, saying she would handle it. Recognizing the gang leader as the troublemaker, Zhao Chang tried to appeal to her pride. She asked if she was willing to take full responsibility for protecting the food. The leader hesitated, mumbling excuses, while Zhao quickly agreed out of fear of getting in trouble. Leader Lu chuckled, saying their bragging meant nothing. Xiaoyu was still upset by their arrogance, while soldiers nearby watched the scene, curious about how it would play out. Hearing the commotion, more people from the camp came out to see what was happening. The commander gave the gang leader a simple way to settle the argument. Whoever wins a fair match gets the rest of the supplies. The leader quickly said he wouldn't fight a woman, not wanting to be called a coward. Zhao Chang calmly told him that today he would be her opponent no matter what and suggested they avoid weapons or tricks. The rule was simple: whoever touches the ground first loses. Zhao hurried to encourage the nervous leader, whispering that he couldn't possibly lose and that they'd be celebrating soon. He got so excited that he nearly shouted about the leader's amazing strength, saying it would be enough to send the soldiers running. Finally, the leader agreed, smiling confidently, and told Zhao Chang he'd be nice to her. No one expected what happened next. In a flash, Zhao Chang made a quick move, and before anyone could blink, the gang leader was on the ground. The crowd went silent in shock. Was this woman really stronger than the gang leader? Xiaoyu couldn't hide her admiration, impressed by Zhao Chang's skill and speed. Leader Lu, proud of his commander, smiled as he heard the compliments people gave her. Zhao Chang ignored the fuss and spoke to the crowd about the importance of trust and teamwork, saying that without them, they wouldn't survive. She reminded everyone that soldiers carry a heavy responsibility, and unfair accusations only make things harder. She promised again to protect the civilians and lead them to safety. Clearly impressed, asked Zhao Chang to take her as a student and teach her those quick moves. Miao quickly told her to let Zhao Chang rest and not bother her with unnecessary talk. Curious, Zhao Chang asked Xiaoyu if she had any fighting skills, and when she learned both girls had combat training, she was pleasantly surprised. A friendly woman then introduced herself and invited them to get to know each other better in a casual way. Meanwhile, the base felt calm, almost like a small celebration, but no one knew a new danger was approaching in the dark. Under a bridge, something huge, looking like a giant green toad, was moving slowly. It ignored the group of zombies around it, as if they were nothing. Suddenly, a long tongue-like appendage shot out of its mouth, grabbed one zombie, and a small creature jumped from it, biting the zombie's neck. Within moments, the zombie was moving again, but now under the control of the parasite instead of the usual infection. This giant toad seemed like the new ruler of the zombies, turning more and more of them into its puppets as it went along. Back at the base, the guards stayed alert. One soldier complained about being tired and wanting to sleep, while another thought about how he used to enjoy quiet moments with coffee and smoke. They talked about how they didn't appreciate the peaceful times before. Suddenly, one of them spotted movement in the distance and raised his weapon. He asked his partner if he saw it too, and got a nod in reply. A well-placed shot stopped a lone zombie, but something about it made the soldiers uneasy. Another soldier, watching, shook his head in disbelief. Moments later, he sounded the alarm. A massive group of zombies, led by the giant toad, was heading straight for the base. Everyone wondered how such a large horde could appear here, especially in the middle of the night. Without wasting any time, Zhao Chang started organizing the defense, trying to figure out just how big the threat was. Leader Lu, overwhelmed by the situation, reported that they had spotted the enemy too late, and now the creatures were already attacking their first line of defense. Zhao Chang asked for an estimate of their numbers, and Leader Lu guessed there were at least 1,000, and more were showing up by the minute. Zhao Chang told him to lead the refugees to safety while she and her team stayed behind to slow the attack. Still shaken, Leader Lu hesitated and brought up the evacuation plan again. Zhao Chang, realizing he wasn't thinking clearly, firmly repeated her order for him to leave right away. He quickly gathered the soldiers and began leading them to retreat with the rest of the group. A young woman held her son close, watching the tense scene ahead. Danju felt a wave of hopelessness, wondering how many more people these creatures would endanger. The soldiers, used to constant movement and danger, carried out Zhao Chang's commands with focus. Chengping believed that facing ongoing risks was better than living under someone like Jin Yi. Danju worried about his friends who had stayed behind and didn't understand why they hadn't evacuated. His uncle explained that Xiaoyu and Miao had chosen to help the soldiers hold the line. Danju immediately wanted to go back and support them. The fighters were told to fire only if there was a real risk of the creatures breaking through the barrier. They needed to use their ammo carefully, aim accurately, and follow Zhao Chang's orders. She reminded them to stay calm and believe that reinforcements would arrive soon. When strange, mutated creatures appeared, things became even harder. One of them broke through the barricade, becoming the main target. The soldiers quickly realized that regular ammo had little effect on it. Zhao Chang, knowing its weak points, told them to aim for the large swollen spot on its body instead of the head. Another wave of creatures began attacking from the side. Zhao Chang told her team to hold their ground and keep aiming for those weak points. She also warned them about the creature's surprising speed and agility. Suddenly, an unfamiliar vehicle drove straight into the center of the fight, knocking down one of the creatures on impact. Zhao Chang was shocked to see Xiaoyu in the driver's seat. Worried for her safety, Zhao Chang told her to leave immediately, but Xiaoyu refused, reminding her of her promise to help during tough times. Zhao Chang noticed the unusual weapon in Xiaoyu's hands and hoped it could make a difference. Then Miao stepped forward from cover, proudly showing her police badge and saying she was ready to help protect everyone. Zhao Chang reminded Miao to be careful with his limited ammo, but Miao shouted back that he still had enough for a long fight. Realizing they couldn't hold their position in the open, Zhao Chang ordered the soldiers to pull back. She was surprised to see that the danger wasn't just from the mutated creatures. An unknown heavy vehicle had arrived, and the explosion from its shell caused chaos among the troops. The blast left a huge crater in the middle of the battlefield. Xiaoyu happily announced that it was Wang Bin who had made the precise shot. When Wang Bin saw the creatures surrounding the girls, he got angry and drove his armored vehicle straight toward them, planning to run through the group. After taking a closer look, he realized these were a special type of creature he had never faced before. He tried using his ability to control them, but then noticed signs of parasite activity on their bodies, apparently under the control of a strange frog-like creature. This meant they couldn't be directly controlled, making the situation harder. Wong Bin then came up with a different plan. Instead of controlling the creatures, he would try to control the parasites inside them. Focusing on their biorhythms, he pushed his powers to the limit. Xiao Yu watched while Miao, without waiting for orders, ran into the middle of the battlefield. Miao paused there, noticing the creature's behavior suddenly changed. In less than a minute, the ones that had been rushing to attack suddenly stopped. Wang Bin's voice rang out, giving the creatures new orders to turn on each other. The soldiers couldn't believe what they were seeing. Taking advantage of the confusion, the commander told the troops to fire at the weakened enemy before the chance was gone. Seeing Miao in the middle of the fight, Wang Bin invited him to ride in the armored vehicle and fire from there. While talking to Miao, Wang Bin noticed that the officer still seemed upset with him and figured they would need to discuss it later. He also found himself distracted by her presence. As the battle continued, the commander admitted they didn't have enough firepower to win. Zhao Chang, still waiting for reinforcements, asked if anyone had access to stronger weapons, realizing only a major military base could provide what they needed. When the main mutant was taken down, the rest of the creatures scattered in fear, running in all directions. Zhao Chang looked over the battlefield and concluded that all of them had just been pawns controlled by the mutant. The way they suddenly turned on each other caught her attention, and she decided to report it to her superiors. Xiao Yu sighed with relief when she saw Wang Bin and ran over, happy that he had found them. She whispered that she had always believed they would arrive in time to help. Wang Bin took the chance to explain his strange behavior earlier, saying it was because of the effects of Jin Ye's drug. Xiao Yu listened for a while, then stopped him, saying she already knew everything about Miao and had forgiven him long ago. She told him she understood how vulnerable he had been and that he was just caught in bad circumstances. Wang Bin felt grateful for her kindness, but he still couldn't shake his guilt over what had happened and the thoughts running through his mind. Xiao Yu told him again that she didn't hold anything against him and that they could still be happy together no matter what. Wang Bin tried to argue, saying he didn't deserve that after everything he'd done. When she suddenly asked if he had feelings for Miao, he was caught off guard and didn't know what to say, worried about upsetting her. But Xiao Yu quickly reassured him, saying she could see how sincere Miao was toward him and that she wouldn't stand in the way. Wang Bin was amazed by her words, and his mind instantly pictured a future where he lived with both of them. He tried to keep calm and not let his expression give him away. Just then, Zhao Chang walked up, apologized for interrupting, and introduced herself as part of the security zone team. Wang Bin quickly switched to a professional tone, introduced himself back, and politely thanked her. Judging from her build and calm manner, he figured she wasn't a threat. Zhao Chang thanked them for their help and asked Wang Bin to talk in private. He agreed, excused himself from Xiao Yu and Miao, and followed her. He glanced at her, trying to guess what she wanted to say. Not far away, Zhao Chang again thanked Wang Bin, Xiao Yu, and Miao for saving her. Miao replied for everyone, saying it was their duty to protect civilians, and added that it was an honor for the military to work alongside such heroes. Concerned about the journey ahead, Xiao Yu hesitantly asked how far it was to the security zone. Zhao Chang said it was 400 kilometers. Wang Bin then asked about the safety of their destination, and Zhao Chang assured him it was one of the safest and best maintained zones, with strong security measures to keep the risk of a creature attack very low. After thinking for a moment, Wang Bin asked which zone was closest, and Zhao Chang immediately said it was in the city of Fuyou. Miao then asked about her mission, and Zhao Chang explained that a transport vehicle had already been sent and would arrive in 6 months, able to carry no more than 30,000 refugees. When Zhao Chang explained things, Wang Bin felt more at ease, realizing it was possible to reach Fudu in time. Seeing his concern, Zhao Chang quickly assured him that the place they were headed to was very safe. She described it as a fortress with tall fences, guards, and even farmland where they grew vegetables, so no one went hungry. She added that over 100,000 people were already living there. Looking straight at Wang Bin, Zhao Chang suggested they team up to make the trip safer. Wang Bin knew it was the only sensible choice, so he agreed and finally allowed himself to relax. Zhao Chang, however, was still cautious about Wang Bin's unusual skills and kept a close eye on him. She even refused when he offered her a cola, telling him to save it for trade since, in times like these, everything had value. Wang Bin was surprised. Cola was rare, yet Zhao Chang didn't seem tempted at all. Miao, watching the exchange, respected Zhao Chang even more for her discipline and sense of duty. That night, the settlement was quiet except for the guards. Their attention was drawn to the armored vehicle Wang Bin had found, which impressed them with its power and security. Commander Leader Lu admitted he would love to drive such a machine without worrying about running into a horde of creatures. When Zhao Chang introduced Wang Bin to him, Leader Lu was surprised to learn he was new to the group. Curious, Leader Lu asked where Wang Bin had found the vehicle. Wang Bin said it came from an old industrial site. Leader Lu wanted one for himself and pressed for the exact exact location, but the other soldiers tried to calm him, saying Wangbin might not even remember the way. Sensing the conversation was going in circles, Wangbin excused himself, leaving the commander still suspicious that there was more to the story. Despite this, Zhao Chang believed Wangbin wasn't a danger and might actually be the key to getting everyone safely to their destination. Meanwhile, after a long night without sleep and a tiring march, Chengping just wanted to eat. Xiao Yu told him that little Nancy and Xiao Bao were already cooking porridge for the group. Chengping grumbled about wanting meat instead, saying porridge alone wasn't enough. Then he noticed Wangbin wasn't around and asked where he was. Right then, Wangbin walked into camp, making Xiao Nan's face light up. The boy ran to him, shouting how much he had missed him. Danju, who spotted him first, happily told the others he was back, admitting he had feared Wangbin might have been left behind and forced to make the trip alone. Wangbin thanked everyone for their hard work and pointed out how much effort they had put into getting through the tough journey. He started thinking that time might pass differently in the regular world compared to this new reality, and that this could cause problems later. For a moment, he also found himself thinking that no matter what happened in the future, Xiao Yu and Miao would still be the people he cared about the most. When he felt like someone was watching him, Wangbin turned around and told his friends he had a nice surprise for them. Wanting to cheer them up after the trip, he invited them to a store where they could have some privacy so he could share the gifts he had brought. But when he saw Miao getting ready to leave, he asked where she was going. He told her she had a surprise waiting, but Miao politely said no and explained that she wanted to help Nancy and Xiao Bao prepare dinner. Her distant attitude caught Wangbin off guard, and he wondered if she still hadn't forgiven him for past mistakes. Meanwhile, excitement was already building in the tent. Xiaonan opened the container Wangbin had brought and found ice cream inside. Overjoyed, he quickly asked for a serving, saying it might melt and that he'd been craving it for a long time. Wangbin told everyone to stay calm and reminded them not to share the treat with others or it might run out. Xiao Yu decided to call Nancy and Xiao Bao so they could also enjoy it in the hot weather. Danju, curious about where the ice cream had come from, Wangbin explained that the container had its own cooling system, so the ice cream wouldn't melt until evening. Around this time, Zhao asked his boss what he thought was going on in Wangbin's tent, but the boss didn't seem interested and just said they weren't doing anything unusual. Meanwhile, Nancy carried out hot porridge from her shelter, warning everyone to be careful so they wouldn't burn themselves. Wangbin was glad he could finally rest after the stress of the past few days, but as he remembered his encounter with the strange creature, he became more certain it was no ordinary zombie. It was more like a leader that controlled the others. Not knowing what other abilities it might have made him uneasy, the system had given him the task of finding and finishing this creature, but he still had no idea where to even start looking. His thoughts were interrupted when Miao came over and asked to talk in private. Wangbin stepped out of the armored vehicle, thinking that would be better, but Miao stopped him and said she'd rather talk inside, away from curious eyes. The quiet in the vehicle felt heavy, so Wangbin tried to start the conversation, but his words only made things more awkward. Then Miao suddenly asked if he really planned to spend the night in the car. Wangbin explained that the tents were too cramped, so he thought the armored vehicle would be more comfortable. Miao, concerned about his health, suggested he stay with the others because the car could get cold at night. But then, unexpectedly, the mood between them shifted, and they shared a quick kiss. Miao pulled away right away, saying they had gone too far and that it wasn't right. Confused, Wangbin reminded her that she had feelings for him too, but Miao said that liking someone wasn't a reason to ignore her principles. She wanted to sort out their relationship now, but Wangbin didn't think talking was necessary. He felt her actions had already said enough. Miao then asked directly if his feelings for her were more than just friendship. Wangbin said she meant much more to him, but in his mind, he valued her the same way he would value a child. Miao thought for a moment, then spoke about her dream of a happy future, which now felt impossible. She became upset and blamed Wangbin for ruining those hopes. Wangbin tried to calm Miao and asked her to hear him out. She agreed that he had played a role in her plans falling apart, but she didn't believe it was something that couldn't be fixed. Wangbin promised that he would do everything he could to make her the happiest person in the world, and in the moment, he told Miao that he loved her. Even with those heartfelt words, Miao still had doubts. When Wangbin considered telling her about his past, he hesitated and asked the system if it was a good idea. The system warned him to think twice, as sharing too much could affect what happened later. But Wangbin felt he couldn't hide the truth from someone so close to him. After taking a moment to gather his thoughts, he told Miao that he wasn't exactly the person she thought he was. She didn't push for details, showing that she understood, and said there was no need to rush into such confessions. Her feelings wouldn't change. Touched, Wangbin reassured her again and promised to take care of her. Miao gently reminded him that they had known each other for a long time and wondered why he still spoke so formally. When he asked how she would like him to address her, his mind was already thinking about how being close to her seemed to keep the dark energy inside him from reacting. Emboldened, he asked if he could kiss her again, like before. She quietly said yes, but stopped him for a moment to make sure he was comfortable with where they were. Wangbin said he was fine and promised he would never pressure her. Miao explained it wasn't the place that bothered her, but that she wanted him to be more thoughtful and gentle than before. Wangbin agreed and promised to be different this time. As they got closer, Xiaoyu suddenly appeared, asking if Wangbin was alone. Thinking he might be bored, she said she had come to keep him company, but when she noticed Miao inside, she quickly apologized and offered to leave. Wangbin told her she was welcome to stay, and when Xiaoyu hesitated, he encouraged her again. Disclaimer: this is purely a fictional story, made for entertainment only. Don't be influenced to hurt anyone's emotions or don't do squeezing before marriage. If you still go ahead, it's completely your own responsibility. From a distance, Commander Leader Lu noticed them getting into the armored vehicle together and saw the car shifting slightly, deciding to inform his superior. Commander Leader Lu thought something suspicious was going on, but Zhao Chang firmly told him to mind his own business and get back to his post. The next morning, at sunrise, the main group set out toward their destination. Even though the weather was hot, everyone was in high spirits and looking forward to seeing their families again. While they were traveling, Xiaoyu suddenly complained that her ice cream was melting in the heat. Miao, watching her, joked that she was eating it in a rather playful way. Xiaoku, who was sitting nearby, offered Xiaoyu a taste of her cherry-flavored ice cream, saying it was really sweet and she would definitely enjoy it. Xiaoyu happily agreed and said she wanted to try more of it. When Miao noticed a young boy watching them, she told him not to stare. Xiaonan, feeling a little offended, said he didn't understand why. It was just ice cream, and he wanted some too. Wangbin then reminded Xiaoyu to sit more properly while eating. Xiaoyu was confused, saying that she always ate ice cream like that and didn't see the problem. Just then, Danju ran over to Wangbin, saying he had important news. Before hearing it, Wangbin asked how much longer until they reached their meeting point. Danju said they would soon cross a bridge, and right after that, they'd arrive at their destination. Knowing there might be an encounter with the Zombie King, Wangbin decided to stay quiet and avoid drawing attention. Commander Leader Lu also mentioned they were close and would finally be able to rest soon. Zhao Chang reminded everyone to stay alert, even though they were almost there. She was exhausted, her legs barely moving, and dreamed of lying down to recover. When it suddenly started raining, Zhao Chang grew worried. It would now be harder to reach their goal. The group tried to cheer each other up, repeating what the soldiers had said about arriving soon. Zhao, however, rudely called an older woman in front of him slowly and told her to move aside, adding sarcastically that she shouldn't even go since she might not make it. Zhao Chang overheard and asked if she was okay, then told everyone the road had become slippery from the rain and to be careful. She offered the woman a spot in her car so she could travel more comfortably. The woman thanked her but refused, saying she didn't want to take a protector's place. Wangbin smiled and told her she shouldn't feel embarrassed about accepting help. Seeing that the rain wasn't letting up, he pointed out that if she stayed behind, she might end up in danger from zombies. Zhao Chang asked Wangbin to help her take the stubborn older woman to her truck since it was closer. Wangbin agreed right away, but just then, Danju appeared in the distance. Realizing they wouldn't be able to convince the woman, Zhao Chang asked Danju to carry her to the car instead. Danju kindly asked the woman to hold on tight, then helped her inside. Watching them, Wangbin quietly thought to himself that Zhao Chang really had a cool, calm personality. She could even say thank you without showing much emotion. Suddenly, Zhao Chang felt she had twisted her ankle, but she decided to ignore it. Wangbin, worried, asked if she was okay and offered to help. Zhao Chang, hiding the growing pain, said she was fine, just a bit tired and hadn't slept well. Wangbin offered to let her lean on him as they walked. When he touched her, he felt she was unusually warm and noticed her face was red, which made him think she might have a fever. Zhao Chang brushed off his concern, saying she was just feeling a little off and it wouldn't last long. She firmly told him not to draw attention to her. Wangbin understood, she didn't want to seem weak in front of the others, but he could see she wouldn't last much longer without rest. Just then, one soldier shouted happily that he could see the bridge ahead, meaning they were almost there. Another confirmed it with excitement, saying they had finally made it and calling for everyone to follow. Tired but hopeful, the group encouraged each other, saying their safe place was near. Commander Leader Lu thought he saw reinforcements waiting for them in the distance. Wangbin, though, was too tired and anxious to feel fully relieved. Part of him imagined the comfort of rest, safety, and good food, but another part was uneasy. It all seemed a little too easy. He decided to use his ability to sense danger, and what he saw made him stop in his tracks. There weren't any reinforcements at all, just scarecrows made from straw. Looking closer, he spotted a pile of old cars blocking the road. Wangbin realized they weren't dealing with ordinary zombies this time, but someone planning ahead, someone who had set a trap on the bridge, leaving no way to turn back. And then, As if to confirm his fears, the group spotted 2 strong zombies approaching from behind. One soldier said in shock that they had been trapped and this might be the end for them. Before Commander Lu could recover from this news, a message came saying they were being surrounded from 3 sides at once. Commander Lu realized with horror that this time they were not facing simple enemies, but a huge group of mutated zombies. The soldier, choking under the deadly grip of the mutant, tried to ask for help because he could no longer do anything himself. Zhao Chang gave orders calmly, telling the first squad to stay with her to defend the rear and the other 2 to handle the enemy to their right and left. Commander Lu called everyone to order, reminding them of the need to follow orders strictly. Zhao Chang noticed strange behavior from the zombies. Instead of finishing and eating people on the spot, they grabbed them and dragged them somewhere. At that moment, the mutants were chasing 2 boys from the local gang at full speed and almost caught them. Zhao, who was caught by the mutant, called out fearfully to his friend, begging him not to leave him to pass away. The leader, unlike Xiao, only thought about how to save his own skin, even if that meant sacrificing him. While running away, the cowardly leader convinced himself that he had chosen the only right path and that he was sure to survive. At that moment, the woman shouted anxiously to the fleeing leader, asking him why he had taken her daughter. Realizing the mutant was catching up, the guy threw the baby at it and said he would give it to him, but asked it not to touch him. Seeing this, Zhao Chang, furious, immediately ran to save the child from the claws of the hungry monster. Pointing the baby to one side, Zhao Chang told the child to run to his mother without looking back. At that moment, Zhao Chang realized her strength was running out and she simply would not be able to complete that mission. Suddenly, Wang Bin appeared next to her and tried to reason with her. Zhao Chang saw Wang Bin and asked him how he had gotten there, since a short time ago he was at the front of the column. Noticing a huge zombie right in front of them, Wang Bin hurried to attack. With one skillful hit, he destroyed the parasite in the zombie's body that had been controlling it all this time. Zhao Chang could hardly believe what she saw when she watched Wang Bin taking down the zombies one by one with his own hands. After finishing the enemy, Wang Bin turned to Zhao Chang with concern and asked if she was okay and could continue on her own. Zhao Chang, grateful, told Wang Bin she was fine and would find strength to keep going. Realizing that in a short time Zhao Chang would simply collapse from exhaustion right in front of his eyes, Wang Bin offered to lean on him. Wang Bin noticed a deep wound leaking fluid on her back. That monster must have touched her with its claws. Worried that the zombie virus might have entered her body through the wound, Wang Bin mentally asked the system to check how serious it was. After checking Zhao Chang's condition, the system reported that there was no virus in her body, but overwork had caused her temperature to rise to 40 degrees. For Wang Bin, this temperature was no small thing and in this situation it only made her tough spot worse. Zhao Chang weakly asked Wang Bin to leave her and run to save the others, saying she felt guilty toward them. Zhao Chang blamed herself for putting her teammates in danger and only hoped they would make it to the meeting point. Wang Bin tried to calm the upset Zhao Chang, assuring her that other soldiers were helping the people and that soon everyone would be safe together. Gathering the strength she had left, Zhao Chang whispered that she was very worried about the fate of the captured people and expressed her hope that Wang Bin could help them. Zhao Chang saw a zombie sneaking up behind her and screamed in fear, warning Wang Bin of the danger. Reacting instantly to Zhao Chang's warning, Wang Bin focused and activated his inner vision ability, trying to figure out who was behind the zombie puppet. Wang Bin realized the mutant was being controlled from far away and felt curious about who was so powerful that they could control so many remotely. And then he saw it, a huge and gross toad that, like a puppeteer, was controlling all the zombies on the bridge. Wang Bin even thought he heard the hungry voice of the toad, demanding that he bring it fresh human meat. Toad kept giving orders to his underlings, telling them to capture all the surviving people on the bridge. Overwhelmed by animal hunger, the toad started screeching loudly, asking them to bring every single one. At that moment, Wang Bin realized all the problems came from the zombie king. Zhao Chang came to and calmly told Wang Bin that she had long noticed his strange behavior and the way he looked at the zombies. Burning with curiosity, Zhao Chang demanded to know what the heck was going on. Wang Bin, looking at Zhao Chang with honest eyes, told her not to worry because he was on her side and promised to tell her the truth later when the situation calmed down. Seeing Wang Bin's tension and that he wasn't even hiding his strength, Zhao Chang gave in and said quietly that she trusted him. One of the soldiers whistled in shock when he saw the mountains of junk in front of them. How were they supposed to get past all that? Commander Lu ordered a search for explosives, saying they needed to act fast because their teammates were still in conflict. The soldiers raised their hands and replied that they had nothing to help with, since they had used up their last charge in the previous fight. Seeing no other way out and boiling with helplessness, Commander Lu ordered his brothers in arms to clear the debris with their bare hands. At that moment, Xiao Yu, out of breath, ran up to him and shouted that they had a heavy weapon that would help solve this problem. Commander Lu ran happily to her and asked why he hadn't told her about the weapon yet. Xiao Yu asked that we stop the useless arguing and get to work without wasting a minute. Commander Lu nodded to Xiao Yu and once again encouraged the soldiers, assuring them they would arrive very soon. The next moment he realized the soldiers were already prepared. And warning about the blast, he ordered loudly that everyone move back to a safe distance. People held their breath as they watched car fragments fly in all directions after the missile hit. A cheer of joy came from the crowd because the hit was precise and the barrier was destroyed. Xiao Yu, with a slight smile on her lips, said that now it was her turn to show her skills and with undisguised pride started the engine of her creation. After assessing the seriousness of her approach to the problem, the soldiers couldn't help but exclaim in unison. At that moment, Danju had already given the order that we could start moving. Having made sure the path was clear, Commander Lu ordered to keep advancing and follow him. Noticing Xiao Yu's return, one of the soldiers asked her the reason she had left the battlefield. Xiao Yu, making some casual comments, explained that she couldn't abandon Wang Bin and was obligated to help him. She highlighted Wang Bin's skill and professionalism in taking down zombies, pointing out that he was also human and his resources weren't endless. Watching from the barrier, she noticed Wang Bin's incredible charisma and watched with pleasure the spectacular counterattack. Wang Bin warned the people around him about the danger and ordered them to get away right away. Full of anger, he turned to the stupid zombie and ordered it to let the people go immediately. Seeing the zombie's desire to hide from Wang Bin's anger, he angrily promised to catch it and twist its neck. Zhao Chang gave orders, trying to act quickly and clearly. The little guy Xiao Nan, declaring confidently that he knew the shortcut better than anyone, led the crowd after him. One of the soldiers decided to make sure the young warriors really knew how to handle weapons. Offended by so much distrust toward himself, Xiao Nan replied loudly that they shouldn't worry about that. Upon getting a yes answer, the experienced fighter ordered everyone to open fire to finish. Wang Bin watched with regret that only a few of them managed to escape the other side and most people stayed in the claws of the monsters. Zhao Chang honestly admitted to the boy that without him everyone would definitely have passed away there. Nodding to Zhao Chang, Wang Bin agreed with the need for a quick retreat to save at least himself and those still alive. Commander Zhao Chang ordered the soldiers to retreat without forgetting the injured and those who needed help. Wang Bin, after giving instructions to Xiao Yu, took responsibility to continue the chase and promised to destroy the bridge. Zhao Chang watched closely as Wang Bin pulled kilograms of explosives from what at first glance seemed like a normal bag. With a slight smile, Wang Bin replied that it was a magic bag and anything could be found in it. While placing the final charge, Wang Bin ordered everyone to leave the bridge right away, since only a few seconds were left before the blast. Shouting for everyone to run without looking back, Wang Bin hurried after those retreating. Once at a safe distance, Wang Bin thought they definitely couldn't escape that amount of dynamite. Before he had time to think it over, the Zombie King suddenly appeared in front of him out of nowhere. Without a word, the Zombie King stretched out its paw and, like a match, put out the fire. Wang Bin was furious about this turn of events, but had to admit this creature was still smart. At that moment, the Zombie King ordered its walking puppets to destroy every single one of them. Wang Bin heard the system's words that there was a parasite source nearby blocking his powers. In panic, Wang Bin turned to the system and asked what they should do now. At that moment, Xiao Yu was already running toward him, giving orders to the soldiers to open fire and aimed her weapon right at the pile of dynamite planted. Zhao Chang, overcoming the pain, calmly ordered the fighters to continue their retreat, without forgetting to help the weaker ones. The dynamite was close to the giant toad and the bullet was almost at its target. A deafening blast happened that made everyone's ears ring and flames of fire wrapped around the huge mutant. Loud cheers were heard among the crowd because now they had hope of rescue. The boy Xiao Nan, coming to, reported that he almost shot one of their own. Wang Bin pointed out that now with such an excellent team of shooters they were in no danger. Wang Bin ordered Zhao Chang to move forward and leave that cursed place as fast as possible. Gathering all her strength into a fist, Zhao Chang nodded and with a hoarse voice shouted to her teammates to wait for her a bit. Suddenly, a huge green tentacle appeared right from under the ground and, wrapping around Zhao Chang, dragged her toward the water. Wang Bin ran forward hoping to catch the mutant before it managed to take Zhao Chang with it. Commander Lu ordered Wang Bin not to hesitate for a second because no one else but him could help her. Xiao Yu was surprised by the toughness of these monsters and couldn't understand how it survived the blast. But Wang Bin wasn't used to giving up and interrupting Zhao Chang, replied with a firm voice that he would definitely save her. Repeating his promise, Wang Bin headed toward the cliff. He was ready to do anything to save her. Zhao Chang, not expecting this from him, tried to stop him by saying he was wasting time. Without thinking twice, Wang Bin jumped off the bridge after the girl without fear of the strong river current. The soldier from above shouted that everything was lost and their savior seemed already gone. Feeling panic coming on, the soldier reported the incident and warned that it was impossible to save him in such a turbulent current. Commander Lu didn't know what to do now or how to save both young people. Upset by the pain, Xiao Yu decided to start the search with everyone else. Miao reminded everyone that Wang Bin was not an ordinary person and that he would definitely make it because he had surprised them repeatedly with his strength and cleverness. Cheng Ping, wanting to cheer up those present, fully supported her words, adding that they had to hold on and not lose composure. Cheng Ping decided to take the initiative in his hands and started giving orders. Having regained a bit of sense, Commander Lu admitted to Cheng Ping his weakness, since he had never been in such a tough situation before. Miao ordered everyone to retreat to to their deployment spot and tried to calm the upset Xiaoyu. At that very moment, emerging to the water surface, Wang Bin gasped for air. Looking around and not finding Zhao Chang by his side, he hopefully turned to the system for help. After hearing Wang Bin's request, the system gave him the option to choose a method to search for the missing person. Assessing the situation seriously, Wang Bin realized that going against the current was simply unrealistic and would take too much time, which they didn't have anyway. Suddenly, the system interrupted his thoughts with its own suggestion on how he should act in that situation. Wang Bin decided to take the risk and accepted another experiment with hope. The system confirmed his readiness to launch the lottery and wished him luck, though the system's voice radiated coldness and indifference. Wang Bin, who didn't believe in luck, was ready to do anything to save Zhao Chang, even trusting some lottery. At that moment, Zhao Chang, slowly sinking to the bottom, suffocating from lack of oxygen, thought her enemy was a huge and incredibly strong zombie king. Facing passing away, she remembered her past fights with these creatures and noted with regret that this was her first encounter underwater. Zhao Chang gave up on her fate, realizing it was unlikely she would get out of that mess alive. Facing passing away soon, memories flooded back, forcing her to relive all the brightest events of her life. It seemed like just a short time ago she had her parents and her beloved man in her life, the one she was ready to give up everything for, and now she was suffocating and passing away. The fight they had put up to protect the fleeing and scared people passed before her eyes. Jigang, that was her lover's name, gathered the rest of his strength and tried to hold off the monster approaching him, but it was probably already too late. Finding a leaking wound on Jigang's arm, Zhao Chang asked with horror if he had been bitten by one of the infected. Jigang himself could not say for sure if he had been bitten or not, but the scary chance of turning into a mindless monster chilled his soul. Trying not to panic, Zhao Chang insisted he needed to get to the hospital right away, which was probably somewhere nearby. Jigang, seeing how much fluid was flowing from the wound, understood there was no rescue and prepared for the worst. He reminded Zhao Chang that they had seen more than once how their teammates, after being bitten by a zombie, turned into monsters. Zhao Chang, however, did not give up and convinced Jigang that their meeting place had everything needed to clean the fluid of the virus. With desperation in her voice and tears in her eyes, Zhao Chang begged Jigang to fight for his life and return with her to the base. She had just lost her parents in that fight against the zombies, and the idea that Jigang might pass away too was unbearable. Jigang, realizing turning into a monster was unavoidable, wanted to pass away with dignity, keeping his soldier's honor. The firmness and determination with which Zhao Chang spoke, her unwillingness to leave her beloved, touched Jigang, and he reluctantly agreed to go with her. The idea of having to walk that path alone, that the person who had always been her support and protection would no longer be by her side, terrified Zhao Chang. Jigang, feeling responsible for the girl's fate, seeing her unlimited love and devotion, decided to make one last try. They returned holding on to the fragile hope that they might find help at the meeting place. Zhao Chang, believing in Jigang's strength of spirit, in his ability to resist even a deadly virus, stubbornly kept hope in him. Without wasting a minute, realizing time was against them, they hurried to reach the base. Knowing full well that Jigang might be mistaken for an infected person, Zhao Chang promised to take all the blame. Feeling that passing away was unavoidable, Jigang decided to tell Zhao Chang something important to him. Saying goodbye to his beloved, he asked her not to blame herself and to keep living life to the fullest. Jigang, assuring the girl she was sure of herself, urged her not to worry about his fate. The next moment a shot was heard and Jigang's lifeless body fell limp to the ground. Zhao Chang's world collapsed. She was completely alone, and the only way out for her seemed to be following her beloved to the other side. Suddenly, something strong grabbed her hand and pulled her out of the water, keeping her from drowning. Wang Bin promised that as long as he was nearby, she had nothing to fear and dragged her to the surface at high speed. Coming to, Zhao Chang mistook her rescuer for a hallucination. It was too unreal in this scary reality. Wang Bin turned sharply and anger showed in his eyes. He severely ordered the terrible webfoot monster to release the girl right away. With a super quick move, without thinking, he cut the gross and sticky tentacles tangled around Zhao Chang's body. Now she was free from the zombie king's claws, but time was still working against her. Ignoring the fleeing monster, the boy focused fully on helping Zhao Chang. He managed to place a tracking device on the monster's body, so there would be no issues finding it. Wang Bin aimed the dart with millimeter precision at the most vulnerable spot, hoping the sensor would stay firmly attached to the monster's body. Pleased with his accuracy, the boy smiled. Now every move of this guy would be controlled. Then he picked up Zhao Chang's limp body in his arms and hurried to the surface without stopping to encourage the girl. Carefully, like she was a fragile porcelain doll, Wang Bin pulled Zhao Chang out of the water at high speed, laid her on the grass and shook her by the shoulders, urging her to open her eyes. His voice trembled with emotion. Wang Bin feared the girl was passing away right in front of his eyes and did not know what to do. Suddenly, the boy remembered the magic beans he had bought in hopes they could bring back to life even soldiers with fatal injuries. After Wang Bin placed the bean between Zhao Chang's lips, he ordered her again to wake up. Time seemed to stop. There was no response and desperation took over Wong Bin. It really was too late and the miracle beans were useless. He threw his head toward the sky in horror and shouted, blaming himself for not arriving in time. At that moment, the cold voice of the system suddenly brought him back to reality and ordered him to open the girl's mouth. Not understanding what the system wanted from him, Wong Bin kept looking at Zhao Chang. Suddenly he realized the magic bean was still on her tongue and was glad to notice his mistake. A feeling of relief washed over him. There was still a chance to fix everything. The girl was unconscious and could not swallow the bean, so he had to push it down her throat himself. Mentally he apologized to Zhao Chang for having to pass the bean from his mouth to hers, but convinced himself he was only doing it to save her. Wong Bin tried not to think about how it looked from the outside, because the only thing that mattered was the result. Shame washed over him while Wong Bin imagined his teasing friend's reaction if they found out what he was doing there. Zhao Chang slowly started coming back to reality as if emerging from deep waters. Seeing her eyes open, Wong Bin smiled with relief. He had managed to pull her from the claws of passing away. Trying to focus and sort her thoughts, the girl looked around and asked if they had managed to handle the monster. Wong Bin replied that the monster had been immobilized and they could return to the base and report their success. Trying to remember the last minutes, Zhao Chang blushed remembering how clumsily she had been rescued. Even more embarrassed by his words, Wong Bin started assuring her hesitantly that he had not pursued any selfish goal, but only wanted to save her. When she finally came to her senses, the girl blushed and politely asked him to remove his hand from her chest. He, completely lost and mumbling an awkward apology, immediately did as she asked, explaining it as a habit. Feeling in debt to her rescuer, Zhao Chang tried to express her sincere thanks for his miracle rescue. She was tormented by the fact that Wong Bin had to disobey orders and take risks because of her. He hurried to calm her, saying she was not at fault for anything, that was just how things were. After confirming Zhao Chang felt better, Wong Bin suggested following the monster's trail to counterattack. Without doubting for a second that Zhao Chang would not refuse to take that dangerous trip, he took a step forward with decision. He wanted to believe they would be able to rescue all the captives and return home safe and sound. The more they walked side by side, the more Zhao Chang convinced herself that Wong Bin was very reliable and calculating. Having fully trusted him, the girl decided not to break the deal and not ask about his past, but simply accept him as he is. After staying silent for a few minutes, the girl carefully asked him for a small but very important favor for her. The man agreed right away, but asked to hear exactly what was required of him before making a promise. There was deadly tiredness in her voice as she said her request to be finished if she turned into a monster. Zhao Chang insisted he not hesitate, because for her being a monster was worse than passing away. What seemed like a monstrous crime to him was a tough need for her. A soldier who had been through fire, water, and copper pipes. Zhao Chang stressed that a soldier must always be ready to pass away to fulfill duty and save civilian lives. Horrified by the idea of turning into a mindless monster and tearing apart people, Zhao Chang started persuading Wong Bin to promise her this. He reluctantly agreed, trying to make his voice sound firm and sure. Zhao Chang, breathing deeply, promised to do everything in her power so that promise would not have to happen. She sincerely thanked Wong Bin, adding that she considered him a true friend and a very kind person. Seeing the bright smile on the girl's face, Wong Bin hesitated and declared incoherently that she was much more beautiful with a smile. Surprised by him trying to compliment her, Zhao Chang smiled coldly and snapped that he should not use forbidden techniques. As they got closer to their goal, Wong Bin suggested they first find and neutralize the monster so it no longer posed a danger to them. Suddenly, the device in his hand vibrated, showing they were moving in the right direction. Judging by the map, the monster was moving at an incredible speed toward their base. Seeing the confusion in the girl's eyes, Wong Bin smiled reassuringly with the help of his accelerator. It would not be hard for him to catch the runaway. After examining the unusual object more closely, Zhao Chang guessed that was what helped Wong Bin save her so quickly and immediately demanded he give her the same. Smiling at her enthusiasm, the boy explained that those things were not sold in stores and he had gotten them with great difficulty. Finding out there was no other choice, shamelessly he offered to hug her tighter and fly together, since the device was made for one person. And it was not that he could not do it, but her appearance distracted the young man a lot. Zhao Chang looked closely at her clothes and, finding nothing strange, asked Wong Bin, puzzled, what was wrong. He murmured quietly in response that he needed to focus on driving and no unnecessary detail, like her beautiful female shapes, should distract him. A few minutes later, after putting on a dry uniform, the girl stood up proudly and ordered Wong Bin to get going. She looked surprised. The clothes fit her like a glove and did not even restrict her movements. Smiling in response to his words, the boy noted that the bulletproof vest looked very impressive on her. Meanwhile, the zombie king had already reached its shelter and growled with satisfaction, inhaling the smell of fresh meat. The people, scared to pass, hid where they could and silently asked for help, realizing there was no place to expect rescue. The young woman imagined with horror how vile monsters would tear apart her mother's body and prayed to the sky to prevent that from happening. The unpleasant and screeching voice of the giant toad interrupted her prayer, ordering her to quickly bring some of the prisoners, the one he had been waiting for so long, and hunger was already tormenting him. Meanwhile, Meow looked doubtfully at the torn piece of fabric. Was this really all that was left of Commander Zhao Chang's uniform? Xiao Yu stopped her friend with a gesture and pointed to the drops of fluid, which meant they had been there quite recently. Lu looked with horror at the remains of the uniform and the fluid stains, but neither Wang Bin nor Zhao Chang were nearby. Cheng Ping, clenching his jaw and trying to control the anxiety overwhelming him, presented the only proposal, in his opinion reasonable. If this search also gave no results, they decided they would have to return empty-handed. Meanwhile, looking closely at the navigator screen, Wang Bin discovered the signal led to an abandoned factory on the city outskirts. Deciding not to waste time discussing, Wang Bin headed confidently to check the source of the smell personally. Once down, Zhao Chang noticed a strong metallic smell that could only mean one thing. Fluid had spilled somewhere. The smell got stronger as they approached the pit opening at the end of the barracks, and Wang Bin gestured to his comrade to look inside. The nauseating stench coming from the pit almost made Wang Bin lose his composure. It was so gross. The stale air was full of decay smell, which reminded Wang Bin of rotten meat left in the sun. This was exactly what it smelled like in the lair of the previous zombie king that Wang Bin had to face. Wang Bin's intuition told him they were in the new zombie king's lair, and he was right. Realizing time was short, Wang Bin ordered Zhao Chang to go look for survivors while he prepared for the fight. Zhao Chang and Wang Bin dodged the huge mutant's hit, managing to avoid it at the last second. Zhao Chang was tormented by doubts about whether Wang Bin could handle the horde of monsters filling the lair alone if she went to search for the captives. Out of nowhere, a huge number of zombies appeared in front of Wang Bin, ready to tear him apart. Knowing it would not be an easy path, Wang Bin prepared for a long and tiring fight. He thought about his relationship with Captain Zhao Chang and what they would become to each other after this whole nightmare ended. Zhao Chang, without hesitating a second, declared that after the nightmare they had lived through, they could only become loyal teammates. If Wang Bin were not so devoted to his girlfriend, he would definitely try to win the heart of such a brave and determined woman as Zhao Chang. After giving Zhao Chang one last word of encouragement and wishing her luck, Wang Bin jumped into the thick of the fight. At that moment, the nerves of a young man tired from the endless trip were at their limit, and he expressed his unhappiness with the slow pace of movement. Unable to stand it anymore, the boy turned sharply to the nearest soldier and demanded an explanation of why they were running like sleepy flies. Hearing a noise getting louder coming from the end of the column, the young woman asked anxiously what was happening. A murmur of indignation went through the crowd as people started suspecting the slowdown was because the older people could not keep up with the others. Tired of the attacks, the soldiers shouted that they were waiting for a commander who could survive. Not used to that treatment, the boy responded to the soldier with sass, adding a comment aimed at the military guy. The man, trying to seem brave, reminded the soldier defiantly that he had no right to raise a hand against a civilian. Without letting up, the guy tried to get the attention of the whole column, shouting accusations at the soldier as if he was going to hit him. Suddenly, he declared loudly that they were going to hit him for a simple and harmless question about the delay. The guy, sharing the unhappiness of many, decided to back the boy and asked loudly why they had to slow down. As the conflict got worse, there were open accusations against the military and people decided their lives meant nothing to the soldiers. Xiao Nan, watching the drama unfold, cursed mentally at those who started this mess. In a fit of anger, the young man threatened the soldier with force, declaring that after reaching a safe place, he would write a complaint and seek legal action. The boy, feeling capable of anything, started making threats, promising to tell everyone how cruelly the soldiers treated them, without valuing their lives. Suddenly, an older woman stepped into the conversation, ordering the boy to be quiet and not cause panic. The old lady called everyone to order and reminded them how the soldiers selflessly protected the people during the whole trip. The old lady, turning to the troublemaker, reminded him that they were only alive thanks to the courage and sacrifice of the soldiers who risked their lives to save them. She advised those not happy with the slow pace of movement to go faster on their own, but without the help or protection of the military. Fixing a sharp look on the shouter, the old lady asked sarcastically if he was scared of passing away, since he was rushing forward so much. The woman admitted calmly that she stopped only because she wanted to wait for her commander, Zhao Chang, who might have survived too. The woman's words were the last straw for the man, who lost control of himself, lunged at the old lady in a fit of fury. At that moment, Lu stepped into the conflict, grabbing the boy's hand instantly and not letting him make any mistake. Lu's voice trembled with anger as he spoke to the kid, threatening him with force for trying to hit a defenseless woman. Feeling the steel grip and seeing the serious anger in Lu's eyes, the kid shook with fear and started begging to be let go. Xiao Bao watched with relief that for the most part people had not lost their sense of compassion. Letting go of the man's hand, Lu called that man a coward who was only capable of insulting the weak and shaking before the strong. Trying to resolve the conflict quickly and forget the unpleasant incident, the soldier invited the old lady to get in the car. Before returning to his duties, Lu sincerely thanked the woman for defending the soldiers. Standing to one side, the boy thought with annoyance that he had managed to embarrass himself in front of the whole crowd due to his lack of control. The soldier, visibly calmer after the old lady's words, commented that it had been a long time since he heard words of support from civilians. Self-pity instantly gave way to anger and the stuck-up boy cursed everyone, promising payback for the humiliation. Xiaonan watched the column as it moved away, thinking about his brother and his teammates, hoping they were okay. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a sharp sound that left no doubt a shot had been fired somewhere very close. Before he could understand what was happening, the soldier shouted, grabbing his neck where a bullet had just gone through it. Realizing the jokes were over, the guy tried to reason with the shooter and make him lower the weapon. Seeing the commander was out of action, the boy decided to take control of the situation. Despite the sharp pain, the soldier, gathering the strength he had left, promised the jerk a harsh payback. Suddenly, the guy, using the girl as a human shield, shouted and ordered everyone to stay still. The soldier murmured curses with difficulty toward the jerk who could use a child as a human shield. Speaking to the commander who was losing consciousness, the soldier asked him to hold on, assuring him they would soon reach a safe place. The soldier's voice got weaker and weaker, but he kept persuading the commander to fight for his life and not close his eyes. Panic broke out among the crowd. People looked with horror at the leaking soldier, not knowing how to help him. The soldier cursed the attacker with all his strength, calling him scum and crazy who had doomed everyone to passing away. Crazy with fear, the kid started shouting that he was tired of this life and the endless orders. Xiao Bao, trying to reach the upset man, ordered him firmly to lower the weapon. The kid's gaze landed on little Xiao Bao, who looked at him with clear contempt, which only increased his anger. Just as the kid was about to go after Xiao Bao, Xiaonan suddenly aimed his weapon right at the kid's head. The guy thought he was trying to scare him with a toy gun, but quickly realized his mistake. Though it was already too late, because the next second the boy pulled the trigger and finished those brains. One of the fighters noted mentally that this boy was not shy. In the first seconds, Xiao Bao stayed still, unable to believe what was happening. Was that Xiaonan's act? Xiaonan nodded calmly and added that he did not care who was in front of him. Even the emperor did not deserve mercy if he threatened his sister. Looking at Xiaonan with wide eyes, Xiao Bao whispered that she finally saw a real man in front of her, strong and determined. Meanwhile, the injured commander lived his last minutes trying to calm the old lady, who blamed only herself for everything. The soldier told her she was not at fault and asked her not to torment herself in vain. Xiaonan sighed deeply, realizing the squad had lost its two leaders and hoped for the quick return of Wang Bin and Zhao Chang. Meanwhile, Wang Bin, sparing no effort in the fight, kept taking down zombies one after another like a tireless machine. Zhao Chang barely recognized her teammate in the leaking warrior, looking with amazement around the battlefield covered with monster bodies. She could not understand how Wang Bin had managed to face so many zombies alone without getting a single scratch. Suddenly, Wang Bin tensed up, sensing a subtle but unknown movement in the depths of the cave. Another encounter awaited them. After telling Zhao Chang to pull a weapon from his backpack, Wang Bin ordered her to go with the people and not hesitate. He himself would handle the zombies. Realizing they could not survive together, Wang Bin decided to act alone because every minute counted. Seeing the mutated toad in front of him, Wang Bin smiled and turned to it mockingly. There was no time to waste and Wang Bin encouraged Zhao Chang, ordering her to run and not look back. Giving Zhao Chang time to reach a safe distance, Wang Bin shouted to her that he would definitely return as soon as he handled the mutant. Zhao Chang stayed there hesitating for a few more seconds. Then she nodded and ran forward, following her teammate's order. Wang Bin focused all his fury into one hit, directing it straight at the enemy's heart. But suddenly Wang Bin groaned in pain, feeling several stings in his legs. Feeling a burning pain, Wang Bin jumped in place and promised the monster a painful end for its rudeness. The mutant's voice was calm and sure. It told the kid he was already infected and would soon become one of its slaves. Wang Bin was amazed. He had never met a conscious zombie king, capable not only of thinking but also of speaking. Shaking off his shock, Wang Bin attacked with renewed energy, confident that the monster could not defeat him. Looking at his opponent, the zombie king could not understand if this guy was really the same mutant as him. Confirming the monster's words, Wang Bin smiled and replied that he was also the king of the zombies. Not wanting to waste time on empty talk, Wong Bin demanded the mutant continue the fight and show him all its power. Wong Bin was eager to finish it and go find Zhao Chang and any captured survivors, but the zombie king also did not want to give up and prepared another little surprise for Wong Bin. Instead of the expected attack, the zombie king suddenly started shaking strangely, beginning to make gurgling sounds and seemed to shrink in size. Laughing mockingly, the mutant invited Wong Bin to enjoy the show and added that he would regret his arrogance. Wong Bin felt invaded by animal terror seeing the mutant's body explode into dozens of small copies, all trying to attack him. Stunned by what was happening, Wong Bin had no time to dodge the attack, feeling a burn on his neck like from a drop of acid. Realizing with horror the danger he had underestimated, Wong Bin felt the acid eating his skin. It was still too early to relax. These strange frogs did not seem harmless at all. The mutant promised Wong Bin a quick end and added that it would take his lifeless body for its collection. Right before Wong Bin's eyes, the mutant frog suddenly shattered in front of his eyes. The gross liquid that shot out from the exploding frog hit Wong Bin and its nauseating smell spread all over the factory. Wong Bin's body seemed paralyzed, taking away his ability to move or resist. The sinister mutant announced smugly that it was him who had paralyzed Wong Bin with its poison and that now he would finally finish him. The appearance of more and more monsters sank Wong Bin into desperation. It seemed this would have no end. Wong Bin did not get discouraged and was ready to face the zombie trying to reach him from behind. He grabbed the zombie and prepared to finish it with one hit, but this time he would use all the power of his abilities. Wong Bin, gathering all his will into a fist, decided to use his secret flaming palm ability to destroy the monster. Imagine Wong Bin's surprise when he saw this zombie had not one but two tongues. In an instant, the sticky tongues of the zombies grabbed Wong Bin's neck tightly, squeezing his throat even harder. Taking advantage of Wong Bin's confusion, the cunning mutant decided to attack his helpless teammate. The kid realized with horror the sneaky plan of the frog meant to stop him and handle Commander Zhao Chang. Wong Bin had to do everything possible to prevent the coward's plan of the monster from coming true. Despite the tiredness and pain, Wong Bin started feeling his growing strength and this gave him confidence. Gathering his strength, Wong Bin shouted to the fleeing frog that he would not let it go without finishing what he started. Wong Bin remembered the lessons from Master Li, who taught him special techniques to fight such monsters. Breathing with difficulty, the mutant croaked that it would not give up without a fight and intended to finish Wong Bin. The fight continued and Wong Bin noticed with horror that the mutant was growing new tentacles, making it even more dangerous. Wong Bin's patience finally ran out, and he decided to finish the mutant frog once and for all. Furious, Wong Bin lunged at the mutant and skillfully grabbed it by the tongue so this time it could not escape anywhere. The next second, with a strong move, he pulled the tongue toward him and tore it off. Wong Bin was eager to see all the mutant's moves, confident he could resist any threat. The guy turned out to be much stronger than the mutant expected, because Wong Bin, despite his injuries, kept fighting. It was hard for Wong Bin to dodge the frog's attacks, which was much more dangerous than the previous zombie king. Suddenly, Wong Bin felt a sharp pang of hunger and knew that feeling could make him lose his mind. Gathering his will into a fist, Wong Bin fought to control his relentless hunger before it was too late. He remembered the master's instructions, who taught that a strong enemy can be defeated with cleverness, and started making a plan. The giant monster approached Wong Bin at dizzying speed, ready to crush him into a pancake. Wong Bin decided to use the monster's approach and give it a crushing hit. When the toad crashed into Wong Bin, he used his body strengthening ability and faced it like a living shield. The monster was confused. It seemed to it that Wong Bin's body had momentarily turned into a spring. Before the monster had time to recover, Wong Bin's deafening hit threw it a huge distance. The mutant went through the factory roof and flew in an unknown direction, disappearing from sight. Chengping suggested that most likely the missing Wong Bin was located somewhere in the plant territory. Hearing a noise coming from the building, Xiaoyu thought it might be Wong Bin. Wong Bin had managed to control his agonizing hunger for a while and now hoped to hold out as long as possible. Seeing the mutant return, Wong Bin turned to it. He really wanted more. Wong Bin repeated to the mutant that it was no match for him and did not let it attack again. The angry monster growled that it would show Wong Bin its true strength and power. At that moment, Zhao Chang noticed there were people in a cage shouting with all their strength asking to be saved. Seeing Zhao Chang, the hostages recognized her and started begging her to let them out of the cage. Trying to calm the hostages, Zhao Chang shouted to them that help was on the way and soon everyone would be freed. Zhao Chang looked around trying to find a way to open the cage with the prisoners. Zhao Chang ordered the hostages to move farther inside the cage and broke the lock with a few shots. The cage door opened and the freed captives ran out. Pointing the way to the exit, Zhao Chang shouted to them to be careful and run as fast as they could. Zhao Chang explained in detail to the hostages how to reach the main forces, where they were already waiting for them. One of the soldiers told Zhao Chang that they had also found people in another room of the plant. Without wasting a minute, Zhao Chang gave the order to the squad to follow her and rescue the remaining hostages. Wong Bin saw through the mutant and realized this time it would not get away with it. The mutant whispered tiredly that it was not scared of passing away because it had been empty inside for a long time. Thinking out loud, the mutant pointed out that it would become a scapegoat even if it survived this mess. Wang Bin asked the mutant mockingly if it would use its long tongue in the fight again. Then Wang Bin, with a quick move, caught its tongue right in front of its face. He was no longer scared of anything. After that, he threw the mutant to one side with a strong move, without letting go of its long tongue. Wang Bin prepared to use his trump card, which was his superpower of the flaming hand. With a move of his hand, Wang Bin gave a crushing hit directly to this monster's forehead, without leaving it any chance. After this, he hit the weakened monster with several powerful hits to make sure it never attacked again. He defeated another zombie king, and this frog definitely could not wake up. The system's voice echoed in Wang Bin's head, and defeating the zombie king brought him closer to completing his mission. Taking down a powerful zombie was not in vain. The system rewarded Wang Bin generously with upgrades in several important skills. The system reported another good news from now on. Wang Bin had access to the new skill of the finished zombie king. Wang Bin's delight had no limits, since his new skills would give him amazing possibilities in the fight. By getting new skills, Wang Bin felt like a real superhero. Meanwhile, the system reminded him of an important detail to use these skills. He needed to feed on anger. Wang Bin tried to remember how much gold he had already spent, but his thoughts were cut off by the earthquake impact. Feeling the ground shake, Zhao Chang shouted, asking everyone to leave the collapsing building right away. Zhao Chang thought anxiously about Wang Bin, hoping he was okay. Suddenly, from a deep hole formed by the earthquake, Wang Bin heard a child's voice asking for help. Having recovered a bit from the hit, Wang Bin encouraged the child, promising loudly that he would save him. At that moment, a giant hand of an unknown creature appeared from the darkness, making Wang Bin shiver with surprise. Wang Bin looked at the stranger with horror. It was a giant creature, like a small child. A huge hand went toward Wang Bin with the intent to crush him in one hit. Before he could dodge it, Wang Bin found himself crushed by the heavy paw of the monster. Suddenly, the giant noticed to one side the body of the dead monster that Wang Bin had fought before. As it turned out later, this monster finished by Wang Bin was the father of a giant baby and brought it food. Recognizing its father as the finished monster, the giant baby took it in its arms and cried bitterly. Wang Bin tried to recover from the crushing hit of this monster. His body hurt unbearably. Wang Bin looked at the giant and realized that the huge child was the son of the same mutant frog he had fought recently. So this frog had been catching people all this time to feed its giant baby. It was necessary to find out as much information as possible about this monster, so Wang Bin turned to the system. Unfortunately, the system could not provide any information about this type of zombie, only pointing out that it was very strong. Needing to recover quickly after the fight, Wang Bin decided to eat the magic bean he had in his pocket. Wang Bin started digging frantically through his things, hoping to find at least one precious bean. Noticing the movement, the giant monster jumped toward Wang Bin, wanting to crush him with its weight. A powerful paw grabbed Wang Bin tightly and started squeezing harder and harder. Wang Bin turned to the system desperately, asking if he still had any anger left. The system reported the news that anger reserves were almost gone and that Wang Bin would do better to run away. Not willing to give up without a fight, Wang Bin kept looking for the magic beans that could restore his strength. The huge mutant got close to Wang Bin and right in its palm a mouth with teeth started opening suddenly. At that moment, Wang Bin gave up on his fate, realizing he would soon become lunch for that monster. In the last moments of his life, the faces of his loved ones appeared before his eyes, but suddenly the soldiers, not wanting to give up on Wang Bin, opened fire on the monster, trying to destroy it. However, the monster kept holding Wang Bin in its paw, as if its thick skin made it invulnerable. Seeing that the bullets had no effect, Zhao Chang decided to take a risky step. Zhao Chang lunged directly at the mutant's head with a lightsaber in her hands. To her delight, luck was on her side. The sword hit the giant mutant right on the top of its head. Zhao Chang understood that the pain of this huge creature was terrible, but it brought this nightmare on itself. She was determined to protect Wang Bin until her last breath, even if she had to pass away to do it. With a quick hit that reminded of a furious cat's lunge, Zhao Chang cut the mutant limb that still held Wang Bin. The cut hand, with Wang Bin still clinging to it, flew down and Zhao Chang ran after it. Zhao Chang ran to Wang Bin to check his condition after the horror he had experienced. The extraordinary power of the lightsaber that Wang Bin trusted her with allowed Zhao Chang to give a devastating hit. The monster froze for a moment, as if stunned by the unexpected loss, and an ominous silence fell, but horror showed on the fighters' faces when new tissue started forming quickly in place of the wound. The monster had terrifying regeneration before the stunned group's eyes. The mutant's cut arm was completely restored. At that moment, one of the soldiers realized the mutant now also wanted to finish Zhao Chang. Realizing the danger, he shouted desperately, begging her to run before it was too late. Zhao Chang dodged it at the last moment, barely avoiding being caught by the monster's giant paw. A sudden roar tore the air when arriving reinforcements fired a heavy projectile directly at the monster's body. Lu, the man in charge of the shot, breathed with relief seeing the projectile hit its target precisely. During all that time he was beside himself, worried about Zhao Chang's fate, and now he was glad to see her safe and sound. Despite the joy of having reinforcements, Zhao Chang reminded everyone about Wang Bin, who needed help right away. Xiao Yu leaned over her injured teammate, trying to bring him back and stop the leaking. Miao watched horrified terrified at Wang Bin's pale face, fearing the injuries could be fatal. After a moment that seemed like eternity, Wang Bin opened his eyes. Still not fully understanding what had happened to him, Miao, Xiaoyu and Zhao Chang, risking their own lives, distracted the monster's attention, covering their friend's retreat. Danju understood that in this situation it was necessary to buy time and gave the order to fire at the monster without stopping. The soldiers hurried to follow the order, and soon the air filled with the roar of shots and grenade blasts. The monster roared with rage, but seemed invulnerable, and soon the soldiers started running out of ammo. At that moment Xiaoyu made the decision to return, knowing her medical skills would be useful in this fight. Wang Bin felt uncomfortable because his shoes were heavy and asked someone to take them off so he could walk better. Xiaoyu volunteered to help, and soon the sneakers were discarded to not interfere with Wang Bin's movement. With difficulty catching his breath, Wang Bin begged Xiaoyu to help him return to the place where they fought the monster. He remembered his cube that contained magic beans, but Xiaoyu did not see it. Xiaoyu frowned, trying to understand what he was talking about and why he was so set on returning there. Suddenly, Wang Bin remembered the cube was invisible to Xiaoyu and that he would have to reach it himself. Overcoming the pain, Wang Bin begged Xiaoyu to help him get to the place where his only rescue was. He knew his words sounded crazy, but he tried desperately to convince Xiaoyu that otherwise they were doomed. A heartbreaking scream was heard when the monster's huge foot crashed against a group of soldiers who could not dodge it. Bones broke like dry branches. The fighter screamed from unbearable pain, but did not lose consciousness. Cheng Ping, without hesitating, ran to help, promising he would pull his teammate from under the debris. The soldier asked Zhao Chang loudly what their next orders would be for her subordinates. Realizing the madness of continuing the confrontation, Zhao Chang ordered an immediate retreat. They ran through the destroyed hallways, not daring to look back, driven by fear and desperation. Miao shouted that the monster had gone completely crazy and was now destroying everything in its path. She was scared the monster had inhuman speed and would soon catch them. Zhao Chang, noticing the danger at the last moment, managed to push Miao away from the falling debris. She ordered everyone to leave the plant right away, realizing that in one more minute it could be too late. Miao turned around and saw that Zhao Chang was okay, and thanked her loudly for saving her. Cheng Ping called his teammates who had already reached the exit, encouraging them to keep going, feeling an imminent collapse. Zhao Chang shouted at the top of her lungs, trying to warn Xiaoyu of the danger hanging over her. The monster's huge foot crashed against the ground and a cloud of dust hid everything around. Cheng Ping, holding back growing panic, ordered everyone to stay in their places until the dust cleared. Deep down, he believed Wang Bin was alive and had managed to protect himself and Xiaoyu from a fatal hit. Seeing what happened, Wang Bin roared with rage. The monster had dared to attack the most precious thing he had in his life. Taking the monster's leg with all the strength he could gather, he lifted it. Wang Bin then unleashed a wave of pure energy toward it, the final weapon in this desperate fight. Zhao Chang used the moment to move the fighters away from the dangerous place before the monster came to its senses. Despite her teammates' persuasion, Wang Bin decided firmly to stay and fight it to the end no matter the cost. Miao, realizing the forces were uneven, tried to convince everyone of the uselessness of keeping resisting. Zhao Chang was sure the rescue operation was over, since all survivors had been saved and there was no need to take more risks. Wang Bin, overwhelmed by anger, decided to ask the system about the amount of rage he had left, which gave him incredible strength. The system warned that using the power of rage had greatly used up Wang Bin's rage reserves. Wang Bin, nervously counting the remains of his rage, understood that 80 points was not much, but believed activating the protective shield would give him a chance to win. Despite the danger, Wang Bin felt the need to stay, and though he could not explain his reasons, his intentions were unbreakable. With full determination, Wang Bin urged Zhao Chang and the others to leave the dangerous place right away, trusting him completely. Zhao Chang could not believe what she heard and saw. Wang Bin was going to stay alone with the monster, and her heart sank with fear for him. Zhao Chang's voice rose to a shout. She could not understand what had led Wang Bin to make such a crazy decision. Zhao Chang threw a desperate look at Miao, because Wang Bin's girlfriend should have made him see reason and not let him sacrifice himself. To Zhao Chang's surprise, Miao stayed calm, explaining this by her deep respect for her beloved's choice. Miao knew Wang Bin did not throw words to the wind. If he decided something, he would stand firm to the end. Zhao Chang understood the danger of the situation. Wang Bin's chances of surviving a fight with the monster were tiny. Miao, seeing arguing was useless, decided not to waste time and ordered Zhao Chang to retreat with her right away. On the way out, Zhao Chang shouted to Wang Bin the promise that upon returning to the base she would personally invite him to join their ranks. Zhao Chang saw incredible potential in Wang Bin and dreamed of fighting side by side with him, so she promised to make him her teammate. Wang Bin just chuckled in response, joking that first they needed to return alive and only then talk about future plans. Turning to Miao, Zhao Chang admitted she had been right to call Wang Bin an unusual person. As soon as the last silhouettes of the rescue team disappeared from sight, Wang Bin turned to the monster, feeling the familiar feeling of battle run through his veins. Looking defiantly at the giant monster, Wang Bin wanted to make sure the beast was ready for the fight. Wang Bin's words, full of contempt and rage, aimed to provoke the monster to attack. Looking at the monster's open mouth, Wang Bin decided to use a risky plan that consisted of going inside its throat. Holding his breath, Wang Bin realized the outcome of this crazy adventure would be decided in the next seconds. Up close, the monster seemed even more gigantic and gross. In an instant, the monster's jaws snapped shut, leaving Wang Bin in complete darkness. And now he could only guess where he had ended up. Wang Bin was immediately hit by a wave of unbearable stench that took his breath away. Seeing many small holes in the stomach walls, Wang Bin realized with horror that these were glands secreting stomach juice, and panic took over him. The caustic acid had already started eating his clothes, and Wang Bin looked hopefully at the antivirus shield indicator that was quickly losing charge. Without wasting a second, Wang Bin gave a mental order to the system to activate all the explosive devices stored in his virtual inventory. The system tried to talk Wang Bin out of this risky move, warning him that such an amount of explosives could finish not only the monster but him too. Without hesitating a moment, Wang Bin gave the final order, ordering the system to increase the antivirus shield defenses to the maximum. A moment later, the monster shuddered from a deafening blast that echoed inside its huge body. The monster had no idea the prisoner in its stomach was capable of such a desperate attack. Seeing the huge plant shake from the blast, Miao was beside herself with excitement. Wang Bin's fate was still unknown. Thick gray smoke completely hid the explosion spot, making it impossible to see anything through the fog. Taking his first breath of fresh air, Wang Bin realized with relief that the viral shield had passed the test and he was now safe. A sharp pain went through my whole body. My skin burned like it had been set on fire. I lost my hearing, and darkness still flickered in front of my eyes. Though Wang Bin survived this adventure, the system gave him disappointing news. His eardrums had burst, his eyes had gone blind, and his body had been hit by an unknown virus. Wang Bin did not panic because he still had the miracle bean that could save his life and heal any injury. Feeling the healing energy covering his wounds, Wang Bin realized with confusion that his vision had not fully returned. He saw everything through a fog veil. The system calmed Wang Bin, explaining that the miracle bean would take time to work because his injuries were too serious. Wang Bin complained with annoyance that the beans should have given him back his healthy look right away. When Wang Bin had trouble focusing his vision and seeing the silhouettes of people in front of him, he decided his friends had arrived. While trying to call his teammates, Wang Bin could not understand why they were not scared of such a powerful explosion and had already managed to reach him. Suddenly, looking at the faces, Wang Bin realized he recognized the man he had met before. Yes, there was no doubt. In front of him was the same man who had taken such a desperate step to save his son. The man's face lit up with a shadow of guilt and pain and, turning to his son, he asked forgiveness for the act that circumstances had forced him to do. Having turned into a mindless monster, the man still protected his son without letting anyone hurt him. Though the man's mind was clouded, his fatherly instinct stayed unchanged, whispering words of comfort to his son, promising never to leave him. The virus took control gradually, erasing his human form and turning the loving father into a ruthless monster. Wang Bin had no doubt this man was the Zombie King. Overwhelmed by guilt, Wang Bin apologized, since he had no idea the Zombie King was simply a heartbroken father and not a mindless monster. With a broken voice, the man thanked Wang Bin for freeing them from the suffering that had tormented them in the living world. The suffering finally left the man's face and now he found the peace he had waited for so long. Coming to, Wang Bin realized the soul image was only a hallucination caused by the virus action and the sneaky system. Wang Bin was upset. The system was playing with his feelings, making him suffer, and he no longer wanted to be a pawn in its cruel games. As if not hearing him, the system announced happily that for defeating the Zombie King, Wang Bin would get a new useful skill. After checking his new stats, Wang Bin noticed he had not only gained self-healing, but also greatly improved his other skills. Finally, the terrible experience ended and Wang Bin ran to find his friends, worried about how they had survived the devastating explosion. While Wang Bin checked his inventory, he got rid of unnecessary things, calmly realizing he no longer needed to hold on to all the junk. Xiaoyu's heart broke with anxiety and leaving everything, she ran to look for Wang Bin, praying he was alive. Hearing a painfully familiar voice, Xiaoyu froze. Not believing her luck, Wang Bin was really alive. Wang Bin happily ran to meet Xiaoyu and Miao, assuring them he was okay and had returned to them. Xiaoyu immediately called Zhao Chang to share the good news. Wang Bin had survived. As soon as Xiaoyu saw Wang Bin safe and sound, her eyes filled with tears of joy and her heart sank with overwhelming emotion. Wang Bin hugged Xiaoyu, calming her, assuring her the worst was over and they could finally relax. Feeling Wang Bin's heartbeat, Xiaoyu finally found peace and let go of the fear that had taken over her soul. Looking tenderly at the worried faces of his beloved girls, Wang Bin admitted that even if he had to crawl to them, he would still return. Looking at Wang Bin, Xiao Yu noticed his hair had gotten shorter and in a joking tone, asked if a monster had given him such a stylish haircut. Watching the touching scene, Chengping pointed out with irony that it is always painful for singles to see lovers' happiness. Wang Bin, inspired by the victory and meeting friends, ordered the retreat. His mission was complete and it was time to return to the base. Tiredness was taking its toll, but the survivors kept going with enthusiasm, knowing the worst was over. During the team's absence from the base, a conflict happened that grew into shootings and caused several deaths. As the meeting place got closer, strength and faith in the best returned to the exhausted travelers. Finally, after so many days of walking, the team reached their longed-for goal. Overwhelmed by joy and relief, the survivors could not wait to reach a safe place. Zhao Chang looked around the familiar area and smiled, noticing nothing had changed since her last visit. The size of the 7th zone of the meeting place left a lasting impression on SC. Wang Bin was also impressed by the size of the meeting place. It turned out to be much bigger than he had imagined. The high walls and fortifications inspired a feeling of calm and safety. Now one could relax and no longer fear monster attacks. Despite the friendly atmosphere, some strict soldiers guarded the entrance vigilantly, checking the newcomers. The crowd was upset, not understanding the reasons for such a strict search. To calm those gathered, Lu explained it was a standard procedure and very soon they would check them and let them in. Zhao Chang, wanting to speed up the process, ordered the newcomers to line up for inspection. Wang Bin liked the order and discipline established here, which gave him confidence he was safe. Chengping thought with relief that they would finally have a roof over their heads and could rest a bit. Xiao Yu did not care where she went. The main thing was her loved one was nearby. Suddenly, one of the soldiers shouted with joy when he saw an armored vehicle among the crowd. The soldiers watched with clear interest the unusual vehicle they saw for the first time. It amused Wang Bin this extra attention, because it was a normal car model. Intrigued by the car's story, the soldiers approached Wang Bin with questions. When the soldiers asked, Wang Bin replied calmly that he had found the armored vehicle in an abandoned factory they were lucky to discover during their travels. The soldier looked at Wang Bin with disbelief. He could not believe such valuable transport could be found just like that. Thinking Wang Bin was hiding the truth, the soldiers decided to take the armored vehicle for their own use. Feeling their power, the soldiers told Wang Bin arrogantly that the car now belonged to them and it was better not to argue with him. One of the soldiers with a gas mask aimed his weapon at Wang Bin, reminding him they were risking their lives to protect common people. Seeing the weapon aimed at Wang Bin, Xiao Yu decided right away to defend her loved one. Not expecting such pressure, the scared soldier tried to fight the angry Xiao Yu, which drew Zhao Chang's gaze. Xiao Yu's voice trembled with anger and made clear she would not tolerate disrespect toward her loved one. Feeling the support of his teammates, the armed soldiers aimed their weapons at Xiao Yu, threatening to finish her if she did not back off right away. Seeing the aggressive behavior of the soldiers, reinforcements arrived right away aiming at the offenders, and the soldiers ordered them to lower their weapons immediately and calm down. The soldier, confused, aimed his weapon and angrily asked the strangers where they got it and what they were planning. Watching more closely, the soldier realized these were not common civilians, but someone more dangerous, and hurried to call reinforcements. Xiao Nan, full of determination, declared he did not care how many enemies he had against him. He was not scared to fight. Danju, sharing his little teammates' determination, declared they would not let harm come to them. At this point, Officer Sergeant, trying to calm the conflict, asked everyone to calm down and not make the situation worse. He remembered that owning a weapon in a post-apocalyptic world is common and not worth bothering about. Miao noticed an important detail among those who arrived. There was a man who looked like a high-ranking officer. Sergeant stressed that the weapons were given to the soldiers to prevent emergencies, not to attack civilians. Ending the conversation abruptly, Sergeant demanded such incidents not happen again. Then, changing the conversation tone, Sergeant greeted Zhao Chang happily, whom he had not seen for a long time. Zhao Chang, not understanding what happened, curiously asked the reason for the conflict. Sergeant, while praising the young ones for their bravery, reminded them of the need to behave with more restraint. Wang Bin thanked Sergeant for his wise advice and for helping them avoid trouble. Sergeant pointed out modestly that he was just trying to keep the peace and that the soldiers would not go easy on them. In case of conflict, Xiao Yu, showing her fighting spirit, threatened the soldiers with force if they attacked again. Sergeant smiled and praised Xiao Yu's courage, pointing out that in current times, without courage, it is easy to become a victim. Zhao Chang, wanting to soften the impression of the conflict, told Sergeant that the young ones helped her and her squad avoid complete wipeout. Introducing Miao, Zhao Chang highlighted her police experience before the apocalypse and her exceptional aim and agility. Next, Wang Bin was introduced as a true master of shooting and martial arts, owner of uncommon talents. Zhao Chang announced proudly that thanks to the help of Wang Bin and his teammates they were able to destroy 2 zombie kings. She added that all the soldiers in her unit were immensely grateful to Wang Bin for saving them. Wang Bin, hearing the praise directed at him, modestly kept quiet about the fact that he alone faced the zombie kings, because his real goal is gold. Sergeant pointed out respectfully that facing 2 zombie kings and surviving was not an easy task. Zhao Chang, despite successfully completing the mission, could not forgive herself the loss of her teammates, blaming herself for everything. Sergeant, trying to comfort Zhao Chang, assured her that just completing such a hard task successfully was already a great achievement. Turning to Wang Bin, Sergeant commented that it was the first time he saw Zhao Chang speak so highly of someone and invited him to join the army. Sergeant assured that with his talent he would get the platoon commander position right away. Wang Bin, trying to dodge the offer, murmured with uncertainty that he was not made for the army. Continuing to play the role, he added timidly that Zhao Chang was probably exaggerating his skills and he would become a burden for the army. In fact, Wang Bin was worried about a completely different problem. How could he search for gold while locked in a military base? Sergeant, seeing Wang Bin's hesitation, assured him it was just a proposal and asked Zhao Chang to get them a 3-room apartment. Zhao Chang, holding back her sudden irritation, agreed obediently to follow Sergeant's order. Miao shared her doubts with Wang Bin. It seemed to her that Zhao Chang was unhappy about something. Sergeant, saying goodbye to Wang Bin, expressed his hope for a quick meeting, leaving the young man alone with his thoughts. Zhao Chang, claiming urgent matters, left hurriedly without hiding her disappointment. Wang Bin felt guilty for refusing to join the army, since he had promised Zhao Chang to fight shoulder to shoulder. Soon, the commander escorted Wang Bin and his friends to the place where they started settling in. The army concentration zone was safely hidden behind a mountain and at first glance seemed plain and lifeless. However, inside there was a well-fortified base, surrounded by high mountains that served as natural defense against invasion. On top of each mountain there was a watchtower equipped with powerful weapons, capable of repelling even the largest horde of zombies. The 3-room apartment the army provided them, though not luxurious, was clean, comfortable, and even had electricity. One of Wang Bin's greatest joys was the shower room with hot water supplied for 1 hour every night. Though they could no longer freely use their loot in the base, everyone was happy to have a safe shelter after long months of wandering. Xiao Yu, not hiding her feelings for Wang Bin, asked how they would divide the rooms and hinted at her desire to live with him. Cheng Ping, with his typical wit, suggested the 3 of us take a room with a bathroom for ourselves. Danju, Wang Bin accepted Cheng Ping, offer gratefully, satisfied with this arrangement. Lu joked with envy about the wonderful nights waiting for Wang Bin in the company of 2 beauties, wanting to stretch his legs after a long trip. Wang Bin asked Commander Lu if there was a training area in the base. Lu was surprised by his enthusiasm to start training right after arrival and asked if he was going to challenge someone to a duel. Instead of answering, Wang Bin unexpectedly offered to teach martial arts to Danju. Danju, who had always dreamed of mastering fight techniques, accepted with excitement. Lu, seeing the young one's excitement, quickly gathered a group of soldiers who wanted to watch the training. Miao, looking forward to an exciting show, got comfortable among the viewers. Wang Bin, noticing the crowd that had gathered, felt uneasy about losing in front of so many people. It would be a real embarrassment for him. Ignoring Wang Bin's nervousness, Lu announced loudly to everyone present that this guy had finished the zombie king with his own hands. One of the soldiers, upset by Lu's words, started objecting heatedly, denying the chance of such a battle outcome. The other soldiers also expressed doubts about the truth of Lu's story and started discussing Wang Bin's physical features out loud. Wang Bin, tired of the teasing and gossip, decided to end it all and show his strength with actions. He invited Danju to start training, promising him that this time he would not hold back. Danju, very serious, asked Wang Bin not to go easy on him during the match. From the first seconds of the fight, Wang Bin realized Danju's speed left a lot to be desired. Danju, trying his best, attempted to catch Wang Bin, but he easily dodged all his attacks. The soldiers watching the fight, contrary to what was expected, were impressed by Danju's technique and skill. Wang Bin, pleased with his student's effort, praised him for his good physical condition. Xiao Yu, who had been watching the training with open admiration, noted that Danju was almost as skilled as Wang Bin. Even the cold-hearted soldiers who at first doubted Danju's skills had to admit his strength. Wang Bin, feeling the excitement, decided to give Danju a chance to prove himself and stop the next attack without as much skill. Realizing he had underestimated his opponent, Wang Bin focused and decided not to give Danju any more room to move. One of the soldiers watching the match was very surprised by Wang Bin's unexpected move. Miao saw that Wang Bin was using a soft Tai Chi technique that let him neutralize a stronger opponent. Lu smiled and praised Wang Bin for his mastery of martial arts. The win was quick and complete, but Wang Bin feared he had hurt Danju. Danju, getting up, spoke with excitement about the feelings he had experienced and begged to reveal the secret of such an effective technique. Wang Bin admitted with laughs that he had long wanted to teach Danju the basic principles of Tai Chi, but never found a good chance. Despite Wang Bin's clear superiority in the match, there were those who refused to admit his strength. The soldiers kept insisting the duel was just a setup and impossible in real life. Xiao Yu, upset by the unfair accusations against Wang Bin, was ready to defend him. Lu, angry with his subordinates for disrespecting the guest and doubting his skills, demanded they apologize to Wang Bin. The soldiers kept holding to their opinions and refused to take Wang Bin seriously. Plus, they openly showed their unwillingness to serve with Wang Bin and his teammates in the same unit. Lu, upset by his subordinates' rudeness, threatened them with harsh punishments for showing disrespect to superiors. Wang Bin hurried to calm the angry commander, pointing out the soldiers' doubts were totally understandable. He suggested a simple and effective way to settle the dispute. "We need to have a show fight." Two of the most eager guys accepted with excitement to teach Wang Bin a lesson, confident in their easy win. When one of the soldiers was about to attack Wang Bin, he suddenly stopped him. The soldier decided right away after that Wang Bin had finally lost his nerve and would back out of the fight. However, to everyone's surprise, he only asked if there were others who wanted to test themselves in battle with him. One by one, several more soldiers, deeply moved by his words, stepped forward. Soon, an impressive crowd of 10 strong and experienced fighters lined up in front of Wang Bin. Danju, worried about this turn of events, tried to warn Wang Bin not to take a dangerous step. Xiao Yu was also worried about the fight's outcome. It seemed unbelievable to her that Wang Bin could defeat so many opponents. At the same time, her faith in Wang Bin's strength and agility was so great that it did not let doubts win. The soldiers, eager for action and confident in their superiority, surrounded Wang Bin with teasing and threats. He, wanting to end this farce as quickly as possible, suggested they all attack him at the same time. The soldiers, upset by his rudeness, without thinking twice, jumped into the fight. Lu, watching from the side, waited eagerly for the fight to start, wanting to see Wang Bin's real skills in action. At the same time, in another part of the base, the commissioner examined a piece of clothing with a magnifying glass. The officer standing next to the commissioner, not understanding what he was trying to see in that seemingly ordinary fabric, asked the reasons for his interest. The commissioner explained he was impressed by the material's quality and turned to Zhao Chang, asking about the origin of such an unusual piece. The commissioner concluded that Zhao Chang's new friend was clearly not as simple as he seemed at first glance. Lu tried to convince Commissioner of Wang Bin's extraordinary strength, who not only had impressive fight technique but also fought the Zombie King with his own hands. The commissioner pointed out with reserve that if Lu's words were true, then Wang Bin really was an uncommon talent. The officer declared with excitement that with Wang Bin's arrival their army would be twice as strong and they could overcome any obstacle. He looked hopefully at Commissioner and suggested finding a way to get Wang Bin to join them. The commissioner replied with some hesitation that he was not ready to fully trust Wang Bin yet, though he did not deny seeing potential in him. The officer, smiling mischievously, commented that he knew the commissioner inside out and understood his secret wishes. He turned decisively to Lu and tasked him with finding a chance to organize a competition for Wang Bin, to check his real abilities. Greetings. The officer admitted he himself was eager to see the mysterious Wang Bin's power. After some time, there were already fighters around Wang Bin, whom he had easily defeated during training. Wang Bin, set on showing his strength, challenged all the doubters to start a duel. Danju, surprised by Wang Bin's skill, exclaimed that now he saw him as his mentor. Xiao Yu, looking at Wang Bin with admiration, asked him to teach her his fight art. Wang Bin replied modestly that she should not exaggerate his strength too much, since he had only used a small part of his potential. Lu asked Wang Bin not to scare them with his words, since his strength was already clear. One of the soldiers looked with envy at Wang Bin, surrounded by two beauties, and did not understand how he had earned such luck. Wang Bin smiled and suggested he should not feel jealous, hinting that he himself had a chance to achieve the same. Zhao Chang looked at Commissioner triumphantly, reminding him she had warned him about Wang Bin's unique skills. Commissioner, convinced of Wang Bin's strength, declared he had a truly exceptional talent in front of him, whom he had to win over to his side at any cost. According to the latest information, the zombies have become much more aggressive, which means people like Wang Bin are needed to protect civilians. Zhao Chang said with annoyance that the commander had already offered Wang Bin to join them, but he refused and they had no right to force him. The commissioner thought that maybe Wang Bin would agree if they offered a generous reward. He turned to Zhao Chang and, knowing she knew Wang Bin well, tasked her with convincing the guy, promising to fulfill any of her wishes. Zhao Chang said she felt Wang Bin did not need anything, since he even invited her to a coke. The officer raised his eyebrows surprised and asked if Wang Bin really had a rarity like cola, since in post-apocalyptic conditions that makes him a really rich man. Zhao Chang, with a mischievous smile, suggested they think for themselves what could interest such an extraordinary person as Wang Bin. Wang Bin, entering the room where they were supposed to spend the night, noticed there was suspicious silence, as if everyone was already asleep. Xiao Yu calmly confirmed his guess, explaining everyone was tired after training and had been dreaming for a long time. Wang Bin, turning to Meow, who was already heading to the bedroom, asked her not to hurry, since they had not yet had time to discuss plans for the evening. With hope in his voice, he suggested the girls go to bed together, hinting at a romantic continuation of the evening. Meow, smiling mischievously, commented that he still had no idea how things really were. With a teasing voice, she announced that she and Xiaoyu would sleep in the bed, but he would have to settle for a spot on the floor. Wang Bin made a surprised face and complained that the floor was too cold and he was scared of catching a cold. Meow reminded him he had dealt with the zombie king with his own hands and now was scared of some draft, and added she had no intention of believing his excuses. Xiaoyu did not agree right away with her friend and still suggested letting the guy into their room. Meow replied asking if she was scared that if she let Wang Bin sleep with her next time, he would bring a new girl with him. With suspicion in her voice, she noted that Wang Bin looked at Commander Zhao Chang in a special way, and who knows, maybe he liked her for a long time. Wang Bin declared upset that there could be no talk of any indecency, since both he and Commander Zhao Chang were decent people. Xiaoyu winked at her sister and added that she herself had seen him looking lustfully at Commander Zhao Chang, which meant he would do well to get a punishment. Meow, trying to change the topic quickly, told Xiaoyu she had asked Nancy to bring them some hot water for bathing and suggested she go first into the tub while unpacking. Wang Bin murmured with annoyance that he did not want to sleep on the floor and might feel very offended by that treatment. Xiaoyu, entering the bathroom, announced quietly that there was very little hot water left and maybe not enough for all three. She suggested Meow wash together to not waste water. Meow, with a mischievous smile, picked up Xiaoyu's idea and said loudly that since there was not enough water, they would have to wash together. Wang Bin replied with a satisfied smile that he would not mind having that company in the bath. Meow understood the guy's hint and threatened to finish him if he dared to come in. Wang Bin asked with an offended voice why they treated him with such cruelty. The next morning, when everyone was ready for training, Wang Bin and Meow found themselves face to face on the training field. Meow, set on teaching Wang Bin a lesson, shouted defiantly at him to attack and not expect mercy. Wang Bin, looking seriously at Meow, replied that he would not give in either, even though she was his girlfriend. Xiaoyu cheered Meow, urging her to teach Wang Bin a lesson and show him not to play with girls. Wang Bin, smiling, assured Xiaoyu not to worry because he would give his all and challenged Meow to attack him. After the first minute of fighting, Wang Bin, dodging Meow's hits, admitted she was in excellent physical shape. However, he noted she acted quite slowly and had many weak points. The next moment, Wang Bin shouted in surprise, since he did not expect at all that Meow could be so quick and agile. Meow's next attack was quickly noticed by the girl and she even managed to stand on a bridge to dodge it. Before he could react, Meow gave him a crushing kick to the chin. Xiaoyu, rejoicing at her sister's success, shouted that she was doing great. Wang Bin, trying to recover from the hit, admitted he had underestimated Meow and she had taken him by surprise. With a reproachful voice, he asked why she was so cruel to him being his boyfriend. Meow, looking proudly at Wang Bin, replied it was his fault because you cannot underestimate an opponent, especially if it is a girl. Wang Bin, getting up from the ground, said thoughtfully that fighting like this was boring and they needed to think of something more interesting. Meow, interested, asked what he proposed instead of usual sparring. Wang Bin, with a mischievous smile, suggested Meow play a wish game. The bet was that if Meow could hit Wang Bin, he lost. And if Wang Bin could touch Meow 3 times, she would be his that night. Meow, blushing with indignation, called Wang Bin a pervert, saying he constantly thought only about those things. Xiaoyu, wanting to teach Wang Bin a lesson, convinced her sister to accept, because if she won, Wang Bin would not dare even look at other girls anymore. Meow, giving in to Xiaoyu's pressure, accepted the bet, reminding Wang Bin he had to learn to lose. Wang Bin declared with confidence that he would never lose and she would belong to him that night. However, Meow quickly realized she had fallen into Wang Bin's clever trap. Wang Bin laughed happily and was already attacking the girl, telling her to get ready for the night because he had already won. Meow, trying to free herself from his grip, shouted at him not to celebrate too early and it was still unknown who would win. The next moment, Wang Bin asked Meow where she was looking, since he was standing behind her. Suddenly he gave a skillful pat on her bottom and she could not even dodge it. Meow, blushing with embarrassment, asked how he had managed to trick her so skillfully and end up behind her. Xiaoyu shouted that it was unfair and Meow would definitely get revenge on him. Wang Bin kept teasing Meow saying she was too slow. Meow, gathering all her willpower into a fist, replied that now he had no chance to dodge her attack. However, Wang Bin, unfazed, stated he had no intention of dodging it. The next moment, he grabbed her hand and before she could understand anything, pulled her toward him. Wang Bin gently wrapped his arms around Meow's waist and pressed his lips against hers in a passionate kiss. Meow, pulling away from him, was once again surprised by his skill and smarts. She realized with annoyance that Wang Bin had completely tricked her. However, she was not going to give up so easily and with a sudden move hit Wang Bin in the stomach. Wang Bin did not expect such a strong attack and did not understand right away if she really wanted to finish him. Meow replied that he deserved it for daring to joke with her so meanly. She swung her leg aiming at his head, but he caught her leg at the last moment. With a winning smile, Wang Bin announced that she had lost and now had to follow the best terms. Miao, realizing she was at his mercy, admitted her defeat because she always keeps her word. At that moment, Xiaoyu jumped into the mix, declaring that now it was her turn to teach Wang Bin a lesson. At that moment, the commissioner came out to the training field with Xiao Chang. Seeing an unknown bald man, Wang Bin asked Miao who he was. Zhao Chang introduced Wang Bin to the commissioner, explaining that he was the man she had told him about. Wang Bin in turn greeted the commissioner politely and introduced Xiaoyu and Miao. The commissioner praised Wang Bin for his skill and admitted he saw his fight with Miao. Wang Bin, as always, showed modesty and replied that he still had a lot to learn. The commissioner, smiling mischievously, noted that Zhao Chang had already managed to tell everything about him. Wang Bin looked at Zhao Chang with reproach and asked why she had told all his secrets. He pretended to pout and accused her of not keeping her word. Zhao Chang, trying to calm him, assured that she had only told the most harmless things. Commissioner, expressing his deep thanks, pointed out that the hero's brave actions helped avoid big losses among the soldiers. He stressed that nowadays qualities like courage, willingness to help and readiness to take risks for others are especially important. The commissioner added that the hero's friends also showed unmatched courage and dedication during the joint operation. With sincere words of thanks for their priceless contribution to the common cause, the commissioner shook the young man's hand firmly. Wang Bin replied modestly that helping each other is everyone's natural duty, especially in such hard times for all. The commissioner, not hiding his smile, pointed out he really liked that Wang Bin shared the same values the whole army was committed to. He informed that a detailed report about Wang Bin and his teammates' feat had already been sent to the highest authorities for their reward. Turning to his assistant, the commissioner asked him to bring a beautiful box where special awards for heroes were kept. Then he announced that Wang Bin, Miao, and Xiaoyu would receive honor medals for their bravery. A bit embarrassed, Miao asked hesitantly if their actions really deserved such a high reward. Zhao Chang replied with confidence that their decisive actions certainly deserved such honor and the medals were fully earned. The commissioner stressed once more that the awards are given to all heroes for their contribution to the common cause. Wang Bin tried to refuse, believing they were just doing their duty, but the commissioner stayed firm. He reminded them that the medals are not just decorations, but symbols of courage and recognition for their decisive actions. Zhao Chang added that these awards will serve as a reminder of the important contribution they have made in the fight for a better future. She asked Wang Bin and his friends to accept medals as a symbol of thanks from all those who could live in peace thanks to their bravery. Wang Bin finally agreed to accept the grand prize on behalf of his whole team, understanding its importance. Then, after apologizing for having to leave, Zhao Chang pointed out she had a lot to do with her work. Wang Bin, not hiding his sadness, said that since Zhao Chang's return they had been able to meet less and less often, like before. The commissioner supported him and pointed out they really should find time to relax together. It turned out Zhao Chang was transferred to another camp as an instructor, where there was a huge shortage of experienced fighters. Xiaoyu could not hold her disappointment and exclaimed that Zhao Chang had just returned and was already leaving again. Zhao Chang explained that the situation in that camp was very hard and she simply had to help by training the new recruits. The commissioner added with annoyance that he himself did not want to let Zhao Chang go, but the situation forced it and the order had already been received. He explained that if they had at least one more experienced fighter willing to become an instructor, Zhao Chang could stay. Xiaoyu unexpectedly suggested Wang Bin, pointing out he would do an excellent job as instructor, teaching the newcomers. Miao right away supported her friend, adding that if Wang Bin took Zhao Chang's place, she would not have to go anywhere. With a mischievous smile, she added that many would be happy if Zhao Chang stayed in the camp, because she was an excellent instructor. Encouraged by this idea, the commissioner declared right away that if Wang Bin accepted this offer, the army would be even stronger. Wang Bin, after listening to them, thought about it, because the instructor role is not only a great honor, but also a huge responsibility. He understood that if he accepted he could learn a lot of new information about the army's actions and future plans. After weighing the pros and cons, Wang Bin declared firmly to the commissioner that he was ready to become an instructor. The commissioner, delighted, extended his hand and told Wang Bin he was now part of their big and friendly military family. Zhao Chang asked with some doubt if the idea of being an instructor had existed for a long time or just came up. Wang Bin replied that he would be happy to become an instructor and train new recruits, but under certain conditions. At night, after all these events, Wang Bin decided to give his young student an unusual gift. Xiao Nan exclaimed, upset that the award belonged to Wang Bin himself, since he was the one who achieved the feat. Wang Bin replied that we should not forget Xiao Nan's well-aimed shot at the bridge, which helped destroy the crowd of zombies. An embarrassed Xiao Nan repeated once more that he could not accept the award, but Wang Bin had already made a decision and insisted on his own. Xiao Nan finally accepted the fact that he had received the prestigious award that was given to him personally by Wang Bin himself. Cheng Ping repeated with pride that who would have thought that after so many years of service, he would also receive such an award. A little later, Wang Bin took Danju aside and told him he had asked the commissioner to accept him into the army. Xiao Yu, adding to Wang Bin, informed that now he was officially the squad leader thanks to Wang Bin's request. Danju said, confused that he was not military and did not know why Wang Bin had decided that and that the work could suffer. Hearing this, Chengping looked at Danju with surprise and asked if he was the special forces soldier he had talked about so much. And Danju hurried to explain that he was not against service as such, but he needed to be with Wang Bin. He added that if his service prevented him from working for Wang Bin and being part of his team, he would refuse right away. Wang Bin assured him that Danju's military service was actually part of the plan and for everyone's benefit. He admitted that he himself is now an instructor and teaches recruits the basics of shooting and hand-to-hand combat. However, once a week, Wang Bin has to be away for a few days and he would like Danju to take his place. Xiao Yu nodded, confirming Wang Bin's words, and reminded Danju that he would leave again that week. Chengping encouraged Danju, telling him that the knowledge Wang Bin had managed to teach him was more than enough for the first training sessions. Xiao Yu, sighing sadly, asked if he was really going to disappear all the time and if he could take her and Miao with him. Wang Bin said frankly that he himself was not excited about having to leave them alone. However, he remembered that he had already given his word to one person to return within a set time and he definitely must keep it. Miao supported him and told Xiao Yu there was no point in holding Wang Bin back because he did everything for a reason. She stated with confidence that she and Xiao Yu were quite independent and could take care of themselves while he was not there. Wang Bin, smiling, noted that Miao was becoming too bold and independent because he himself missed them. That night, Wang Bin received the long-promised award for his brilliant win in a recent fight. Enjoying the pleasant warmth, he leaned back with pleasure in the fragrant water bath. Without waiting, Wang Bin called the girls and asked why they were taking so long to join him. Xiao Yu, laughing, replied that they were already ready and on their way to him. Wang Bin smiled with impatience, reminding her of her promise to keep him company in the bath. Looking with pleasure at the beauties, he whispered that he did not know where to start. Xiao Yu blushed and said quietly that she preferred to start eating ice cream and do it right there. Wang Bin replied that of course he did not mind because everything was already done long ago and he could start eating that ice cream. Turning to Miao, he asked her to stop being shy and join him in the bath. Miao looked confused at Xiao Yu, who was already eating Wang Bin's ice cream. Disclaimer: this is purely a fictional story, made for entertainment only. Don't be influenced to hurt anyone's emotions or don't do squeezing before marriage. If you still go ahead, it's completely your own responsibility. She whispered to her friend that the ice cream was about to melt, to which Xiao Yu, without turning, replied that she would eat it faster than that happened. She added that she would simply eat it a bit faster to not miss a second of pleasure. Satisfied with Miao's response, Wang Bin asked if she had finally decided to join him. At the sparkle in her eyes, Miao asked quietly what exactly he wanted her to do. Wang Bin whispered in her ear that he wanted to touch her soft skin and see the beauty of her body. Miao, embarrassed by his words, asked hesitantly if he wanted to do it right now. Without wasting time on words, our heroes dove into a world of passion and pleasure. A little later, Xiao Yu announced loudly to Miao that the game was over and it was time to get back to real business. Miao supported her, and told her they really needed to get back home quickly, because they were already waiting there. Suddenly they heard a suspicious noise and Miao whispered with fear that it was an enemy and it was getting close to them. At that moment a familiar voice was heard proclaiming happily that he had finally caught the two best warriors. Miao recognized the voice right away and quietly told Xiao Yu that it was him, Wang Bin. Xiao Yu, clenching her fists, hissed that in front of them was Wang Bin himself, the most powerful warrior of the whole empire. With a mean laugh, Wang Bin announced that he was going to give them a real test, one they would remember for a long time. He promised them unforgettable pleasure, which of course did not mean anything good for the poor warriors. Miao got her bearings quick and, whispering the plan to her friend, ran toward Wang Bin to distract his attention. Smiling, Wang Bin easily dodged her attack and warned that no one could escape from him. To make things more challenging and add some excitement to the game, Wang Bin activated the manual trigger of his secret and gently pressed his finger on the dangerous spot. Feeling the incredible power of the energy that hit her, Xiao Yu could barely stay on her feet. Realizing she could not hold out much longer, Xiao Yu decided to get rid of her extra clothes to cool down a bit. Noticing this, Miao encouraged her and shouted to hold on and not give up without a fight. Gathering her last strength, Xiao Yu used all her energy and, moving the lever to full power, lunged forward. She proudly shouted to Wang Bin that she was not going to lose to him and would do everything possible to win. Smiling confident, Wang Bin replied that no one had ever managed to escape from his hawk hand. He grabbed Xiao Yu, disabled her and told her she would become his defeated opponent like many before her. A cute exhausted one whispered to Miao that she could no longer fight and now everything depended only on her. Encouraged by his advantage, Wang Bin turned his attention to Miao and told her she had nowhere to run. Looking at him with confidence, Miao replied that she had no intention of running because she was ready for the decisive battle. She challenged Wang Bin, promising him he would regret his arrogance and underestimating his opponent. Wong Bin, intrigued by her boldness, laughed and gladly accepted her challenge. Miao shouted at him not to hold back and to attack her with all his strength. Gathering all her rage and energy, she lunged at him with a shout, asking Wong Bin to show everything he was capable of. Wong Bin, enjoying the fight with a strong opponent, prepared to give a crushing hit that seemed capable of burning any girl to ashes. He gathered all his strength, concentrating the fire energy in one point, preparing to unleash an unprecedented power discharge. Wong Bin was surprised to see that his opponent was not trying to dodge the attack, but accepting the challenge, standing firm. Set on fighting to the end, Miao put aside all fear, knowing running was not the answer to this situation. She prepared to repel the attack, ready to keep her promise and show her strength in the decisive duel. Wong Bin was scared and amazed at the same time by the courage of his two rivals. For the first time he met someone who did not back down from his power. In the heat of the battle, Wong Bin suddenly realized he had dived into a fantasy world, as if taking part in an exciting role-playing game. After some time, Xiaoku watched with alarm as Miao and Xiaoyu moved with difficulty around the room, leaning on the walls. Xiaoyu, trying to calm the girl, assured her she did not feel bad and the weakness in her legs was only caused by intense nighttime training. Miao confirmed her sister's words, adding that the tiredness from the exhausting training was so great that it was better to postpone the talk and have a big breakfast. The next morning, already in the real world, Wong Bin, without wasting time, headed to his new villa to relax after a busy day. Hong Fei, finding his friend at the table, was surprised by his appetite and joked, saying he seemed to have returned from exhausting work in a coal mine. Before Wong Bin had time to empty several plates, Hong Fei, eager to feed his friend, offered him even more food. Finally full, Wong Bin leaned back in his chair enjoying the long-awaited rest. Remembering yesterday's events, Wong Bin shared with Hong Fei that he had been in a place much worse than that brick factory. Wen Qiang, after waiting until Wong Bin had satisfied his hunger, decided to get to the main topic of their meeting, reminding him of an important matter. He informed Wong Bin that following his instructions he had gathered all the needed data on the Jinbi Group's business plan. Wong Bin, with clear interest, asked Wen Qiang to show him the file, wanting to know what this family was like. Li was eager for the moment when he could study in detail the information about their competitors, since he had long wanted to uncover their secrets. Wong Bin shared his observations that the Jinbi Group has been actively preparing for the auction lately and Liao has been making frequent public appearances. Wen Qiang, after hacking Jinbi's security system, got information that Liao had prepared a series of properties for rent or sale. He concluded that, given Jinbi's current reputation in the city, the business value would rise to 200,000 million after listing on the stock exchange. Hong Fei was shocked by this number, realizing that with such financial power it would be incredibly hard for them to stand against the Jinbi company. Wen Qiang pointed out that Liao had enough resources to carry out the auction, even after acquiring the company. It turned out the competitor family's business was bought by a mysterious financial company called Peace Dynasty shortly after the deal with Jinbi. Recalling Lu's words about Jinbi's quick growth linked to his ex-girlfriend's family, Wen Qiang suggested someone else might be behind the deal. Li Ping, interrupting the conversation unexpectedly, mentioned he was familiar with the Peace Dynasty. Many of his friends had gotten online loans from them. Despite his best efforts, Wen Qiang could find very little information about the Peace Dynasty, confirming only that they were quite known in financial circles. The only thing he managed to find out was that the company owner is the mafia boss, a certain Mrs. Ling, before whom even the Black Tigers gang members tremble. Wong Bin was surprised that the Black Tigers, known for their boldness and meanness, respected Mrs. Ling so much. Feeling the intrigue grow, Wong Bin asked Wen Qiang if he had any information on Liao's next moves. Wen Qiang, after secretly getting into Jinbi's information system, discovered that Liao planned to buy land from a certain important person. He explained it referred to the lands the city authorities had announced for sale the day before, and one of them generated growing interest from the main developers. Wen Qiang was confident that acquiring this site would let Liao attract significant capital and speed up Jinbi's market advance. He said that Lu, upon learning Liao's plans, immediately contacted several real estate agencies to buy the land on his behalf and ruin his competitor's deal. Anticipating a tense showdown, Wong Bin asked how much time was left before the auction started. Wen Qiang looked at his watch and replied that the auction would begin in about 2 hours. Wong Bin, not wanting to miss the chance to take part in the auction, approached Wen Qiang with a request. Wen Qiang assured his friend there would be no problems and he would easily make him a representative of his real estate agency. The participants had already gathered in the building lobby where the auction would take place, and the organizers announced it would start in 15 minutes. Lu, wanting to clarify plans for the night, dialed Wong Bin's number to make sure in person everything was going as planned. Wong Bin briefly informed his friend he had arranged all his matters and was going to the auction. Lu was surprised. He did not understand understand why Wong Bin needed to go to the auction, especially since he was planning a big deal today. Wong Bin asked Lu to keep a low profile and pretend they did not know each other, but to watch the auction closely. Liao, seeing Lu among the auction participants, whom he had not seen for 6 months, hurried to greet him. Remembering their old acquaintance, he greeted his former friend with joy. Full of confidence in his win, he invited Lu to a celebration banquet to mark the successful deal close. There was a hint of irony in Lu's voice when he mentioned the victory banquet, letting Liao know he had no doubt in his desire to get the wanted land plot. Liao, with a mischievous smile, pointed out that Lu had made a mistake inviting representatives of the city's most influential developers to the auction. He said meaningfully that today's auction promised to be very interesting. Lu replied coldly that he intended to do everything possible to ensure the wanted land plot was his. Liao reminded Lu of their long friendship, hinting he should have approached him directly if he was so interested in buying the property. He pretended to offer them a deal, reminding the benefits both could get. The man urged Lu to leave them behind and focus on building a business together that would bring both big profits. Li, interrupting his brother abruptly, reminded Lu of his ex-fiancée, hinting he still could not forget her beauty. Angry at Li's lack of tact, Lu ordered him rudely to be quiet. He shouted furiously that he would not let anyone mention his ex-lover's name. Remembering old grudges, Lu promised to get back at Li for his harassment. Li kept teasing Lu, knowing he was driving him crazy. Liao pretended admiration for Lu's loyalty to his feelings, even many years after the tragedy. However, taking his hand, he warned him not to act hastily because now the forces were not in his favor. Lu stated firmly that his ex-girlfriend would always be the only one for him and he would not let anyone tarnish her memory. Overwhelmed by the bitterness of memories, Lu kept talking as if he had not heard those around him. Liao said with a smile on his face that the guy himself was to blame for her passing because he knew beforehand how it would end. Lu, furious, was about to attack Liao, unable to hold his anger, but the assistant tried to calm Lu, urging him not to waste time on empty arguments with Liao. He reminded Lu that business is the same as war and true win must be achieved in the business field. Lu, trying to come to his senses, turned to Liao and promised he would not let him get the piece of land he wanted. He simply laughed, not taking Lu's words seriously, and calmed his brother, promising him the plot would be theirs. With contempt he called Lu a homeless dog who could not compete with them. Liao drew his brother's attention to a nearby trash can. Not understanding why he needed it, Li confirmed he saw a trash can. But what should he do with it? Suddenly, Liao ordered Li to hit him on the head with this tank because his high status did not let him do it. Li agreed with his brother, though hesitantly, believing this tactic would let them take Lu out of the game, even before the auction started. Liao said he would not get his hands dirty, nor put himself in danger trusting such dirty work to his subordinates. But at the last moment, Li said it was unworthy to lower himself to such low tricks, and he refused to follow his brother's request. The next second, Liao grabbed his little brother and reminded him what his real place was. Liao threatened Li with force if he did not follow his instructions. Li, realizing arguing was useless, obediently agreed to carry out his brother's order. Lu, trying to focus on the upcoming auction, gave instructions to his assistants. Suddenly, Li's shout was heard behind him and Lu, before he could recover, almost got a hit to the head. Wong Bin, seeing what was happening, ran toward Lu, protecting him from the angry Li. Recognizing the attacker as Li, Wong Bin pointed out with irony that he still preferred to act from behind the corner instead of face to face. Li was surprised to see Wong Bin and did not understand what the poor student he had always known was doing there. Lu's assistant, assessing the seriousness of the situation, called loudly for security. One of the Black Tiger's gang members guarding Liao was horrified, recognizing Wong Bin as the same guy who had beaten his people twice. Liao realized he was facing a dangerous opponent and probably had more in common with Lu than a simple acquaintance. Wong Bin explained calmly his appearance by his desire to watch the auction progress. He pointed out ironically that he did not expect to meet two of his enemies there at the same time, but was not against such a turn of events. Lu was confused by Wong Bin's behavior and could not understand what game he was playing. Wong Bin looked at Lu defiantly, urging him to take decisive action and not forget his plan. He teased Lu, hinting he was still scared to enter an open confrontation with him. At that moment, Lu looked at Wong Bin, not understanding what he meant. Liao turned quickly to Lu and alluded to the hidden danger coming from Wong Bin. Not wanting to get involved in this fight, Liao hurried to hide inside the building. A thought crossed his mind. Could Wong Bin really have managed to fool a man as clever and insightful as Lu? Finally, the host announced solemnly the start of the auction, welcoming the present guests. He asked the participants to pay attention to the number plates their assistants held. Liao ordered his men to find out as quickly as possible what kind of relationship Wong Bin and Lu had. He was worried. Wong Bin seemed a rival too dangerous, capable not only of repelling the Black Tigers, but also of challenging him. The host host announced loudly the first lot, plot number 1, setting the starting bid at $12,000. Silence fell over the room and the presenter, not hearing the expected excitement, thought that area was not of particular interest to those present. Wong Bin, watching the process develop, decided to wait for Lu to join the auction to seize the moment and create real chaos. Suddenly the presenter's voice sounded pointing out the end of the bidding for the first lot. The presenter, smiling brightly, congratulated the auction winner and asked him to go behind the stage to sign the documents. Moving to the next lot, the presenter announced solemnly that this was the last land in today's auction. Lu, gripping his chair arms tensely, whispered to his assistant to act, adding he would not let anyone interfere with his plans. The presenter announced the starting price of the last land at $16,000, highlighting that the minimum bid increase was $500. Barely had the presenter's words faded when a young woman from the audience made the first bid offering $17,000. Before the host could repeat the bid, a man from the other side of the room raised the price to $18,500. The man sitting next to the competitor murmured that as long as the amount did not exceed $28,000, they could still take part in the auction. Suddenly Liao's calm but confident voice was heard, offering $25,000 for the last lot. Surprised by such a high bid, the presenter repeated the amount loudly, wondering if anyone could top it. A girl sitting nearby realized that Liao's corporation was set on getting their hands on that tasty piece of land and showing their wealth to the whole world. Her companion, realizing he could not compete with him, decided it would be better to spend the remaining money on something else. Liao, looking around the room, asked if there was anyone brave enough to offer more than $25,000. In the silence that followed, Lu's voice was heard, who without hesitating raised the bid to $30,000, challenging Liao. Everyone in the room was left with their mouths open because such a sum seemed unbelievable. Many decided this Lu was simply crazy, that he would suffer huge losses. An employee of a competitor company, watching the bidding process, decided right away that the $30,000 offer had already exceeded all their calculations. Amid surprised looks, Lu said it was still unknown how everything would turn out and it was not the time to draw premature conclusions. Liao, looking defiantly at Lu, replied he was ready to accept his game and see who would outdo whom in this fight. Liao's assistant, visibly nervous, tried to stop his boss, reminding him the bid was already too high and it was not wise to take such a risk in the auction. Lu, unaware of what was happening around him, focused on calculating possible scenarios to understand what the maximum price he could pay was. A girl watching the auction suggested that if the amount exceeded $40,000, Lu's company would start incurring losses. She added that if the rate rose to that level, the board's reaction would be unpredictable, suggesting possible problems. Lu paid no attention to possible losses and was set on getting that piece of land at any price. Out loud he offered $40,000 for the land. His assistant reminded them the proposed amount had already greatly exceeded their original plan, hinting they should stop. Liao in turn decided to seek help from the influential Sarah Lin. The auction host, after announcing the sum of $40,000, looked at those present. A young woman, watching the fight between two businessmen, thought such assertiveness was typical only of very strong men. The auctioneer, in anticipation of new bids, repeated the amount announced by Lu. Suddenly, Liao broke the long pause, raising the bid to $42,000. Lu was surprised his opponent still had so much money in reserve. At that moment, an assistant approached Liao with the news that Mrs. Ling had agreed to provide them the needed loan. The assistant said the loan price was high and Mrs. Lin demanded 5% of their daily income. Liao, hearing the loan news, mentally scolded the old lady for wanting to profit from others' problems. At the same time, Liao understood perfectly that by taking possession of this site, he would not only ridicule his competitors, but also find himself in the center of attention of the entire city business world. While Lu decided what to do, the auctioneer kept bidding and asking the same question. The host pointed out that the corporation president was a man who, though not especially handsome, had a good build and amazing energy. Carried away by looking at Liao, the host forgot her direct duties, which caused a stormy reaction in the audience. Lu's assistant, noticing the host's confusion, shouted angrily at the glasses-wearing girl, asking why she was wasting time. He looked at the young woman with suspicion, asking if she worked for one of those present. The embarrassed auctioneer apologized and quickly announced the bid at $42,000. Lu, having decided to bet everything, calmly announced a new amount of $45,000. Silence fell over the room. Everyone waited tensely to see what Liao's response would be to such a bold step. Liao's assistant, watching his competitor's reaction, realized Lu would not give up and was ready to fight for that area to the end. Lu, watching his competitor's reaction, whispered to Liao that it was time to find out who would come out winning from this fight today. At that moment, Liao's assistant ran to him with alarming news that the company president was calling him and clearly was not in a good mood. The girl added that the boss seemed aware of his presence at the auction. Lu was not surprised. He knew perfectly that the president had eyes and ears everywhere. The company president, without wasting time on greetings, right away accused Liu of madness and improper behavior. He shouted angrily over the phone, accusing Liu of wasting company assets on land they had not even planned to buy. Liu, trying to calm his angry father, assured him that the piece of land was a profitable investment. The furious father shouted in his heart that he knew all about his son's motives, realizing this whole story started just for that girl's sake. The president informed that the board of directors, considering his behavior, decided to remove him from company matters and take away his right to use its funds. Still nearby, did not understand what they should do now, given the current situation. At that moment, Liu understood the meaning of his father's words. Even if he won that auction, he would have nothing to pay with. The helper, who was present during the talk between Liu and his father, felt confused. His plan had really failed. Suddenly, a new player appeared in the auction. Wong Bin confidently offered $50,000 for the land. Surprised, Liu, hearing a familiar voice, could not understand what was happening there. Liao was also incredibly surprised by the appearance of a stranger who stepped in so suddenly to their game. Liu was grateful to Wong Bin for the unexpected rescue, but had no idea what game his friend was playing. The auctioneer, after announcing the bid at $50,000, looked expectantly at the room. The guy accompanying the girl who had earlier bid $18,000 thought with annoyance that he should have acted more decisively. At that moment they heard Liao's calm voice, ordering them to create chaos and act according to the plan they had agreed on before. Watching what was happening, was surprised by the host's slowness, suspecting some kind of trick. Hearing his boss's signal, the man prepared for action. He critically watched the host and suspecting something was wrong, started accusing the girl out loud of being slow and wanting to take advantage of them. With a mocking voice he asked the host whose lover she was and how much she got for delaying the auction. The auction host, not understanding why all this noise had suddenly started, tried to calm the angry man. Liu's helper, watching the reaction of those present, realized the competitors had turned to tricks to try to stop the auction. Wong Bin, seeing the situation getting out of control, wondered if these people were working for Liao. He could not understand why Liao himself had not raised the bid yet if he wanted that piece of land so much. The angry man, urging the auctioneer to continue, kept shouting, accusing her of fraud and pushing her to hit the hammer without wasting time. The auction host, trying to order her thoughts, started to announce the winner. Before she could finish her sentence, Liao suddenly announced a new sum of $1,000. The auctioneer, doubting if she had heard right, tried to make the correct decision on whether to continue the bidding or not. Wong Bin realized Liao had probably calculated all possible scenarios and organized this show on purpose. Liu accused Liao of dirty play because he announced the amount after the hammer had already hit. Liao denied the accusations and insisted he had managed to announce the bid before the hammer fell. He said he suspected something was wrong and probably there was fraud in the auction. Looking at the auction host, he stated with confidence that someone present had paid her to stop the auction. Insulted by such words, the host started to justify herself, assuring everyone the bid was made after the hammer hit. Liao, sure he was right, reminded them there was surveillance video in the room and offered to watch the recording. Wong Bin, going over the last minute's events in his head, realized how thoughtfully and cleverly Liao was acting. Finally, the auctioneer announced the final bid of $51,000 and after the hammer fell, congratulated the winner. After watching the recording several times, Liao's assistants agreed that indeed the host had made a mistake. Liao himself did not believe in coincidences and was sure someone was trying to bother him on purpose. It seemed strange to him that the land he wanted to buy was sold at such an inflated price. He looked angrily around the room trying to figure out who among those present dared to put a stick in his wheel. Liu, in turn, accused Liao of orchestrating this whole situation. He remembered how Liao's men made noise in an attempt to confuse the host. Liao's assistant was upset by Liu's words, not understanding why so much dirt was poured on them. He assured those present that he was just expressing his opinion and they had nothing to do with it. The guy who had been most upset about the host's work suddenly declared there was something suspicious in this story and suggested calling the police. At that moment the angry voice of the company president was heard, expressed his displeasure with what was happening. Wong Bin, seeing the situation had gone too far, decided to step in. He proposed holding another auction, since the previous one had violations. Wong Bin seemed not to have heard the auctioneer's announcement about the land sale and kept calmly insisting on a new auction. After all, when Liao offered $51,000, Wong Bin instantly added another $1,000 during the bidding process. Liao, upset by such carelessness, stepped in sharply to this version and did not want to agree with it. He demanded to call the police right away to clarify the situation and that the land be taken off the auction and put up for sale next time. Liu looked at Liao with suspicion, wondering if he was deliberately trying to buy time. Liao stayed firm, insisting the deal was not valid and demanding police presence. The auctioneer, scared, with a trembling voice, begged not to take extreme measures. The woman, with tears in her eyes, admitted calling the police would end her career as auctioneer. Wong Bin, noticing the girl's desperation, decided to step in and turn to her gently with comforting words. He assured the auctioneer with confidence that everything would be okay and she had nothing to worry about. The auctioneer looked at Wong Bin with gratitude and open admiration. She thought he was an incredibly kind person. Wong Bin, seeing her tears, smiled encouragingly and told her tears would not help with the pain. She needed to find a way out. He turned to Liao as if trying to make small talk but really was putting his plan into action. A plan came to Wong Bin and he suggested Liao step aside so they could discuss everything calmly and without unnecessary witnesses. Liao, always open to talk, agreed, because if there is a peaceful solution, it is worth considering. Lu watched the process confused. This was how one could behave at an auction. Angry, he reminded Wong Bin and Liao they were not the only bidders and had no right to secret talks. Wong Bin calmly reminded Lu that he was the one who bought the land in this auction. Turning to Liao, he commented in a mocking tone that the talkative Lu could hardly afford that purchase. Lu did not understand what Wong Bin was planning. He felt anger and irritation growing stronger inside him. Liao looked at Lu arrogantly and said coldly that this matter only concerned him and Wong Bin and it would be better for Lu not to interfere. Wong Bin turned to the auctioneer and politely asked the viewers to leave so he and Liao could settle things in peace. Liao, seizing the moment, asked out loud that everyone leave and not interfere with solving this matter. Before leaving with the others, Lu looked at Wong Bin with worry, as if reminding him of the situation's importance. When everyone left, Liao, with irony in his voice, asked Wong Bin how he was going to resolve that unfortunate incident. Wong Bin took time to reply, naturally taking his cigarettes and noting that the nervous auction had even woken in him the desire to smoke. Liao's assistant took out a beautiful box of expensive cigars and offered Wong Bin to try them. Wong Bin chuckled and replied he was too young to allow himself such things. Liao's assistant, who was nearby, quickly stepped in and said it was not just any cigar, but the best Cuban cigar. Wong Bin did not even blink when he took gum from his pocket and commented he had American preferences. After this, Wong Bin unwrapped the gum wrapper and, showing it to Liao, declared this gum was special and could help him be smarter than anyone. Liao laughed and said he liked that kind of sucker much more than cigars, and invited Wong Bin to chew it to his heart's content. Suddenly, Wong Bin, pretending the warm-up was over, looked seriously at Liao and reminded him that he and his brother had a long-standing dispute. Liao coldly acknowledged he knew about their disagreement, but stated his brother's matters did not concern him at all. However, he honestly admitted he did not expect his brother to pick a fight with such an influential person. Wong Bin said that this young man was the one who started the conflict and now it was too late to stop it. Liao decided not to push the topic and knowing his history with Li, assumed it was too painful a talk for Wong Bin. Wong Bin, by the way, pointed out he had initially counted on working with Lu and their joint monopoly in the real estate market. Liao always believed Lu was a common fool, whose weakness for women had clouded his mind and it was impossible to do business with such a person. Wong Bin sighed, making clear he was disappointed in his ex-partner and wanted nothing more to do with him. Liao, seizing the moment, offered Wong Bin a more profitable partnership with his Jinbi Corporation, a reliable and promising company. He kindly hinted that while his corporation was not yet a monopoly in the real estate market, this would soon change. Liao was sure that in just 3 years Jinbi would take the leadership position and it was only a matter of time. Judging by how Liao fought for every piece of land, he clearly did not have enough funds available. Liao did not lag behind and said the quick growth of Jinbi and diversification of industries promised quick success for his group. Seeing Wong Bin's interest, he assured him the financial side of the matter was not pressing and he had plenty of money. Liao challenged him, asking if Wong Bin could really help him with something or was just throwing words to the wind. Wong Bin, confident in his plan's success, remembered Jinbi's plans to go public and the need to acquire lands for successful advertising. He stated the land already belonged to him and he was ready to give it to Jinbi for only $30,000. Liao pretended to be surprised by such an offer, because Wong Bin was essentially losing a fortune. Wong Bin waved his hand, making clear that money was a trifle to him. Liao smiled and commented sarcastically that though for Wong Bin it might be small, he was used to valuing every penny. Wong Bin, with a smile on his face, reminded Liao that generous gifts are usually rewarded with good money. The idea behind his plan was to get a controlling stake in Jinbi after it went public. Liao, finally understanding what Wong Bin meant, realized his initial assessment of his young interlocutor had been wrong. He looked closely at Wong Bin and asked directly if he was afraid of being made fun of. Liao right away calmed Wong Bin, telling him he never doubted his honesty and integrity for a second. He explained his reaction, saying the offer seemed too good and he needed time to think it over. Wong Bin patiently agreed to wait 2 days and suggested returning to the land topic. Liao clarified he was not wasting time for no reason, but planned to gather the needed amount for the purchase during this period. He looked at the assistant and said they would be happy to give the land to Wong Bin as a show of trust and mutually beneficial cooperation. Lu, who tried to listen in on the conversation, was extremely surprised by this turn of events and quietly cursed Liao and Wang Bin, whose game was still a mystery to him. As soon as Liao and Wang Bin left, Lu ran to his man and ordered him to watch them. He could not understand what those two had really agreed on and what game was being played right under his nose. Meanwhile, Wang Bin announced to everyone that he and Mr. Liao had full mutual understanding and the land would stay his. Lu was furious and decided there was no plan and it was all just a clever setup by Liao. Liao, looking down at Lu, said annoyedly that he was as stupid as always and did not understand anything about serious matters. Wang Bin backed Liao, adding that Lu was not on their level and should keep a lower profile. Lu said with bitterness in his voice that they had plotted against him and it was unfair. He asked the auction director to call the police and sort out the situation. The director smiled and said in this situation he saw no need for law enforcement to step in. He invited Mr. Wang Bin to come back tomorrow morning to formally sign the documents and confirm the deal. Liao's assistant kindly offered his services and promised to handle all the paperwork, including drafting the guarantee letter. Wang Bin calmed his friend Lu, telling him not to embarrass himself in front of people and he would explain everything later. Liao chuckled and added that Lu always acted like this, unable to lose gracefully. He started arguing and causing a scene. Walking down the hallway to the exit, he asked Wang Bin curiously about the reason for his dispute with his brother. At that moment, Lu's assistant told him sadly that this time it seemed they had lost and there was no chance to win. Lu, with emotion in his eyes, whispered that the real battle was just starting. He believed while Liao was unaware and still in the high of his supposed win, they had time to come up with an action plan. Liao offered Wang Bin a ride to discuss their future teamwork on the way. Wang Bin politely declined, citing important matters, and suggested they meet and talk later. At that moment, his driver stopped the car and opened the door for him. Liao was surprised recognizing Wang Bin's car was the same model Lu had bought recently. Wang Bin turned to the driver and shouted annoyed that he was late and as always arrived at the wrong time. Turning to Wang Bin, Liao noted that Lu had exactly the same Ferrari and asked if it was just a coincidence. Wang Bin smiled to himself and thought Lu's Ferrari looked quite pale compared to his own car. At that moment he saw a familiar car approaching them with the auction host driving. Wang Bin looked at the girl with surprise, trying to understand what she needed. The host shyly admitted she wanted to invite Wang Bin to dinner as a thank you for his help at the auction. Wang Bin, not used to turning down pretty girls, accepted with a smile to keep her company. He tossed his car keys to Liao without explaining why he did it. Liao caught the keys confused and did not understand what it meant. Was the guy really ready to give him an expensive car? Wang Bin smiled mysteriously and explained it was a gift in honor of their meeting. He reminded Liao he had 2 days to think about it and wished him luck. When Wang Bin's car drove away, Liao noted with envy that even for him that model was too expensive. Liao's assistant tensed up right away and asked his boss if he should send someone to follow them. Liao ordered him to watch Wang Bin and gather all the information he could. In the car, the auction host asked Wang Bin hesitantly what kind of food and dishes he preferred. Wang Bin smiled and told her to order whatever she wanted, since he was not picky about food. The girl was touched by so much attention and whispered he was incredibly polite and she would arrange everything herself. At that moment, Wang Bin remembered he urgently needed to exchange some gold for cash, otherwise he would be completely out of money. He decided not to delay the matter, but thought he needed to first check the current exchange rate to avoid being cheated. Suddenly, Wang Bin realized someone was following them. The same car had been tailing them for quite a while. He figured it was most likely Liao's people and decided to test his suspicions. After slightly changing the route, he was convinced his gut was right and the car kept the distance. Wang Bin realized he had to get rid of the tail somehow. Otherwise, the meeting with Lu and the others could be at risk. Seeing Wang Bin look around uneasily, the girl asked what was wrong and if he wanted to go somewhere. And then Wang Bin got a brilliant idea to break the tail. With a mischievous smile, he told his companion he had lost his appetite and suggested they go straight to dessert. The car forward, making Wang Bin grab the door handle. The girl laughed flirtily and commented she had not thought Mr. Wang Bin was so impatient. She kept flirting with Wang Bin, hinting they should not waste time on unnecessary formalities. Wang Bin, realizing the mistake he had made, decided to just go along with her game and keep the tone she had set. At the same time, Hong Fei went to visit Wang Bin's relatives on his behalf. He looked out the window and drew Wang Bin's father's attention to the approaching car. Hong Fei entered the house and greeted Xingping respectfully, reminding him of their earlier meeting. He said he had come on Wang Bin's orders to escort them to the city for an important talk. Meanwhile, Lu was still upset because Wang Bin acted without his knowledge and did not tell him his plans. He worried that Wenxiang's early appearance could raise Liao's suspicions and ruin all their deals. Wenxiang tried to calm Lu, assuring him Wang Bin had proven to be a reliable and very smart man. He said he had originally planned to send Wang Bin to the auction under the cover of a subsidiary company, but then decided to proceed more carefully. Lu agreed that secrecy in their case was important, but expressed worry that Liao might have found information about Wang Bin's past deals. Wenxiang shared Wang Bin's words, who was not afraid Liao would find dirt on him, but the main thing was to catch his attention. Liu, after hearing everything, thought with respect about Wang Bin, who had foreseen all possible options and prepared carefully for the operation. A little later, Wang Bin and his companion arrived in the city center and stopped near the hotel Wang Bin himself had chosen. The kind girl at the entrance asked them to show their documents, assuring it was a standard procedure. Wang Bin's thoughts were far from what was happening. He was nervously thinking about Liao's men, who followed him without stopping. He was waiting for the moment when he could hide from the watch in his room and catch his breath. Without waiting for his reaction, the girl said the room was already booked and smiling headed to the elevator. Liao's men, trying not to raise suspicions, followed Wang Bin and his companion to find out the room number. Upon entering his hotel room, Wang Bin thought about how his past relationships with women had always been reserved and even cold. But the girl next to him was very open and showed her interest clearly. Wang Bin felt a struggle inside him between reason and the desire that was already waking up in him. He understood the situation was getting out of control and now wanted to know how it would all end. But suddenly Wang Bin came to his senses and right away tried to fix his mistake. Once in the room, he breathed a sigh of relief when he found a window leading to the fire escape. The girl, surprised by his silence, asked if everything was okay, not noticing his worries and already ready for a close meeting. She turned sharply and Wang Bin saw the girl had not only managed to put on a light dress, but also prepared everything for a romantic evening. Wang Bin felt uncomfortable thinking the girl had misunderstood his intentions and expected completely different behavior from him. She reminded him of the suggestion to skip dinner and go straight to dessert. The girl got very close and breathlessly asked why he was acting so tense. Wang Bin murmured, confused that he needed a little time to come to his senses. She replied, trying to relax Wang Bin, hinting he should not be shy about his desires. At that moment, Wang Bin got an idea how to get out of the situation and, playing with the girl, suggested they start their adult game. Wang Bin moved forward bravely, ready to accept the challenge and see what his opponent was capable of in this unusual matchup. The passionate young woman, with a mischievous smile, invited Wang Bin to make the first move, assuring him her attempts did not scare her. There was a sparkle of excitement in her opponent's eyes. She was eager to test her strength and confident in a quick win. With a skillful move, the lady gave the first hit like an ultra-fast strike from a snake, making Wang Bin respond. Dodging the hit, his opponent laughed at Wang Bin's slowness. Wang Bin did not feel the hit and ironically noted his opponent's weakness, ready to keep the fight going. Laughing, his opponent was not bothered at all by the miss, but on the contrary, was glad for the new turn of events. Wang Bin was surprised to find his hands tied and tried to understand the reason for such a sneaky act. The stranger explained the win would have no interest if Wang Bin was not able to offer a worthy fight. The woman craved a moral win, dreaming of seeing Wang Bin admit his defeat. Wang Bin declared with dignity that he was ready to accept defeat, but not humiliation, and offered to end the matchup right away. But the girl did not stop there. She was determined and had something interesting in mind. A mean smile appeared on her rival's face. She looked forward to enjoying overpowering the helpless Wang Bin sitting on top of him. The stranger enjoyed her power over Wang Bin, comparing him to a helpless child, unable to defend himself. Wang Bin clenched his teeth and memorized every moment of his embarrassment. Deep down, Wang Bin promised himself to get stronger, get even and never experience such weakness in front of women again. Suddenly, the rival felt an unexplained heat coming from Wang Bin. It burned her like a flame. The girl was surprised to see Wang Bin's body changing, becoming stronger and growing in size. Wang Bin lifted his head. His eyes burned with determination. He gathered all his will and strength, preparing to counterattack. The heat became unbearable. It went through the skin and melted it from inside like hot metal. Wang Bin looked with contempt at the scared woman, reminding her of the danger she had woken. In panic, his rival tried to order her thoughts and fight the unexpected force. Putting all his fury into the next move, Wang Bin showed his opponent real male strength. A stunned Wang Bin compared his opponent's energy to the unstoppable power of a herd of wild buffaloes. For the first time, a woman met such strength, recognizing Wang Bin's exceptional nature. Worn out by the non-stop fight, she realized she could not win and decided to stop this madness. After a long and tiring fight, Wang Bin was barely breathing, but felt light all over his body. He ended up victorious. Seizing the moment when the girl fell asleep, Wang Bin hurried to leave that place. The agent saw Wang Bin leaving his hotel room and prepared for a long chase. Wang Bin realized it was not so easy to hide from them and started thinking of an escape plan. Seeing Wang Bin head to the upper floor, the agents were surprised by such an unexpected action. Realizing they were losing Wang Bin, the agents ran after him. Upon reaching the upper floor, the guys did not find Wang Bin and could not believe what they saw. After searching the whole area, they found no trace of Wang Bin, as if he had vanished into thin air. The furious Liao's assistant got on the phone, unable to believe the agents had failed the mission. It turned out Liao's men had not managed to keep watch and lost sight of Wang Bin, which caused their boss's anger. The assistant suggested Wong Bin might be connected to Liu, and losing him meant losing important information. However, Liao stayed calm, believing an experienced opponent knew how to cover his tracks and ordered to continue investigating Wong Bin's finances. At that moment, the guard was already telling Li Dang about Liao's visit, inviting him into the apartment. Old Li Dang greeted his dear son warmly, but his face showed worry. The experienced businessman right away realized something serious had brought Liao to him, since he looked very upset. Seeing Li Dangshang in the house, Liao frowned, not understanding what was going on. His surprise grew when he saw Shang's wife, Laoli, sitting next to him, and the situation became even stranger. Shang, gathering all his courage, approached Liao and asked for a delay in payment. Claiming the unbearable interest rates, he asked for a bit more time to gather the required amount. In response, Liao reminded Shang of the importance of honesty in business, since they had not lent the money for nothing. He stayed firm and refused to grant a delay, considering it a lack of respect to himself and the business world rules. Li Dang, stepping into the talk, asked Liao to be more lenient, since Shang already had enough problems. He easily admitted his fault, because he was the one who brought Shang to the gaming place where he lost all his money. It turned out Shang had become addicted to gaming and lost a huge amount of money in a short time, which surprised even the experienced Li Dang. Shang, trying to justify himself, promised to return every penny if they gave him a little more time. Li Dang warned that everything should be done in moderation, hinting that Shang had not managed to control his wants. Laoli, realizing how serious the situation was, blamed herself for the greed that had led them to these problems. But old Li Dang did not give up. He always saw a way out, even in the toughest situations. His offer surprised Shang. He was ready to buy his company, solving all his money problems in one go. Plus, Li Dang promised to pay a good amount for the company, giving Shang a big sum. Li Dang thought this was the best way to fix the problem, but Shang did not share his positive view. Shang begged them to wait, since he had put many years of his life and effort into his company. Li Dang, however, saw this reaction as a sign of weakness and scolded Shang for losing his self-respect. Liao, looking mockingly at Li Dang, noted that he had not changed and still went after other people's wives. When the company sale was refused, Li Dang turned to Laoli, offering her his very questionable help for her husband. Li Dang's hints became more and more improper, and Laoli felt the situation was getting out of hand. Shang tried to calm Li Dang, promising to find him a more suitable company. However, with an ironic smile, Li Dang made clear he was not willing to consider just any girl. Suddenly he announced his unusual tastes, making Shang and Eve nervous. It turned out Li Dang liked taking things from others and now planned to do the same. Laoli realized the situation was becoming risky because they wanted to keep her as security. Shang ran to defend his wife, begging Li Dang to stop and promising to pay the debt at any cost. Li Dang rudely ordered Shang to be quiet, enjoying his upper hand and control over the situation. He gave Shang one last chance to save some self-respect, offering him a deal he could not turn down. The choice was clear: or save his company or save his wife's honor. And that was how Li Dang presented his help. Laoli, fearing the results, asked her husband to leave the house and forget the debts. But Shang understood that without a company his life would fall apart and he would end up at the bottom. Li Dang, enjoying Shang's shame, pushed him to give an answer, wanting to hear his decision. Desperate, Shang asked if Laoli could spend just one night with Li Dang. With a cynical smile, Li Dang announced that Shang would only get his wife back along with the debt. Trying to calm his wife, Shang promised to take her away as soon as he found a way out of the hard situation. He begged Li Dang to extend the deadline at least a few days so he could get the required amount. Laoli watched in horror as her husband left her for money and begged him not to leave her alone. Li Dang, joyful, promised Laoli a rich life full of questionable pleasures. When alone with the poor girl, Li Dang ordered loudly for his friends to come into the room. The fun was just starting. The old friends in the next room could barely hold their laughter while watching what was happening, and everyone ran to the old man's office in a crowd. Li Dang, with a big smile, invited his old friends to the room to show them something special. Seeing a girl of amazing beauty, the crowd of old pervy started praising the old man excitedly for such a living toy. They looked at Laoli greedily and discussed who would be first to start pulling off her clothes. Laoli, holding back tears with difficulty, begged them not to touch her and to let her go, because she was not at fault for anything. Li Dang winked at his son and invited him to join the fun and not waste time, but Liao refused sharply and hurried out of the room, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Li Dang seemed to notice his son's confusion, but did not pay much attention. Linking this mood to the recent tough talks, he offered Liao his help if he needed his father's support. Liao brushed off his father's suggestion and repeated he had things to do and could handle all problems. At that moment, Li Dang's little friends were delighted with the new toy, admiring her beauty. Laoli asked for mercy with a shaking voice, trying to push away the grabbing hands. This part of the video was very difficult for me to cover. I included it only for storytelling purposes. That's the only only reason I showed it. But please, don't develop such a bad habit, because it's a really bad thing. So please, don't get influenced by it. At the same time, Lu went to Wang Bin in a fit of anger upon learning he had given Liao the car he himself had gifted him. Wang Bin replied calmly that he did it not out of liking for Liao, but to reach his goal. Wen Qiang noted that if Liao did not bite the hook, they would face serious losses. Hong Fei said he sent Chengping and his aunt to the housing prepared by Wang Bin, though they resisted. Wang Bin thanked his friend and apologized for such a strange request, explaining he needed to secure his back. Lu, making sure everyone was gathered, demanded Wang Bin lay out his plan. He insisted Wang Bin tell them every detail so they could prepare for any outcome. Wang Bin started his story assuring everyone the plan was very simple and then explained his plan in detail.